3 years ago, the divine white tiger beast descended upon West Ridge in the state of Qin. Within 3 years, the beast joined forces with the Qin king, conquering east and west to crush 6 nations. This effectively united half of West Ridge. Meanwhile, another legendary beast also crashed down the divine firebird Huozhu, landing far away in the southern wilderness. Wu Zhao, a disciple of the Great Zhou sect, accidentally crossed paths with this sacred bird during her travels. 3 years later, she rose to power, seized the sect leader position, and dominated 19 sects across the region. This made the Great Zhou sect the top powerhouse around, though nobody else actually knew her secret. But on that fateful day 3 years ago, 3 divine beasts actually fell, not just 2. And even crazier, the third beast was nothing but a pathetic little loach, which landed straight into this young man's hands. As a reincarnator himself, the moment Sun Changming caught the creature, he seriously thought he had scored an overpowered cheat pet to accompany his new life, so he quickly bound his soul to it. But over the past 3 years, aside from being able to slip his own soul inside its tiny body and share its physical senses, he absolutely failed to discover any other special powers. In other words, this loach was completely useless. Sun Changming was absolutely heartbroken, but he still had to struggle to survive in this harsh, unfamiliar world. Today was no different as he slipped into the loach's body once more and sent it swimming down the river. Except today, his useless little pet swam much deeper than usual, making him feel absolutely freezing cold. Down in those icy depths, Sun Changming suddenly spotted a very faint glint of light shifting along the current. As the loach swam slightly closer, he realized the glowing object was actually a massive pearl. He thought he had hit the jackpot today, but who would have guessed that the moment he got close, a school of incredibly aggressive fish would suddenly swarm them out of nowhere. Sun Changming naturally screamed out in pure reflex, "Oh crap." He finally returned home some time later. Opening the door, he was greeted by the bright, innocent eyes of his little sister, Sun Changyan. The girl was so excited that she aggressively tackled her big brother in a tight hug. "Sun Changyan, go easy on me. You are about to knock all my internal organs completely out of place." With that, Sun Changming pulled out the hard-earned pearl he had nearly sacrificed his life to retrieve. "Look," he said, "your big brother found a massive treasure today, which is easily enough to pay off tomorrow's taxes." Sun Changyan's eyes lit up even more. "Does that mean we can eat everything left in the house tonight?" "Yes, we are having a feast tonight." He said it was a feast, but their entire pantry consisted of just one single potato, 1 carrot, 1 turnip, and a tiny cup of rice. Even with absolutely no meat, Sun Changyan was still incredibly happy as she ate. Sun Changming lied that he had already stuffed himself outside, claiming he just wanted to watch her enjoy the food. But his sister instantly called him out. "I don't believe you. You are lying, because I can hear your stomach growling loudly." Feeling pretty embarrassed, Sun Changming was finally forced to accept the bowl of rice his sister handed over. After eating, Sun Changyan glanced down and noticed her brother's little loach busily eating the corpse of that aggressive fish. Worried it might catch a cold toxin, she looked quite concerned. But Sun Changming was totally indifferent, thinking survival was all that mattered, since keeping it starved would only kill it. Unfortunately, he was the one who ended up in trouble. That very night, Sun Changming came down with a severe fever, likely because he was bitten by those aggressive fish while fighting for the pearl, getting infected with cold toxin. With zero money to hire a proper doctor, Sun Changming could only grit his teeth and try to endure the pain. He swore that one day, he would take his sister far away from this godforsaken place to escape this miserable life that was honestly worse than a dog's. By midnight, he had already slipped into a deep, feverish unconsciousness. But the little loach sleeping right beside him suddenly woke up, sensing that something was extremely wrong. A massive, horned creature with glowing eyes was silently watching them from right outside the doorway. Without making a single sound, the tiny loach leaped straight onto Sun Changming's chest. A gentle, warm glow suddenly emanated from its body, slowly easing the heavy chill racking his frozen bones. That warm yellow light made the strange beast outside pause for a moment before it quietly retreated. It wasn't until the next morning that Sun Changming finally woke up. He found it incredibly strange because he had clearly been severely poisoned and freezing cold the night before, yet waking up this morning, his body felt completely overflowing with raw power. How on earth was he supposed to explain this? Sun Changming cast a quick look at the little loach fast asleep next to him. Drawing from his years of reading web novels, could this tiny thing actually be the one that saved him? Just thinking about this made him incredibly excited. After 3 long years, had his cheat system finally activated? He was absolutely spot on, though he remained completely oblivious to what transpired last night. After all, the Loach had always been exceptionally good at pretending to be completely useless, but that is just Sun Changming's own theory. For now, the 2 siblings live in the Great Wu Kingdom, inside a tiny settlement called Juhu Village. This place is easily the poorest corner of the nation, packed with destitute folks barely managing to survive. Sun Changming hates it here, but Great Wu's harsh laws leave him with zero choice. He's forced to scrape by in this miserable place. Heading outside today, a village uncle waves Sun Changming over, whispering a warning to watch his back because a monster surfaced yesterday and trampled two entire households to death. The older man advises him and his sister to sleep inside the caves tonight, since survival always comes first. Sun Changming's face darkens. It's true, Juhu village is not just dirt poor. It is also cursed with constant monster attacks. The beasts crawl out from the massive mountains behind the village, which the elders claim is actually an ancient burial ground. Every night, the terrifying descendants of the old demon god return there to worship their ancestors. Living here feels like pitching a tent right on hell's doorstep, though thankfully they managed to cheat death yesterday. As they speak, a harsh, ear-splitting gong suddenly cuts through the air. Juhu's next nightmare has officially arrived, and that means taxes. The ruined, barren soil makes growing crops completely impossible. Villagers must risk their lives diving for pearls just to get by, yet the tax rates remain brutally high. The local officials are completely heartless. Anyone failing to pay on time is beaten half to death and has their food rations instantly cut off. For this round of taxes, Sun Changming hands over the flawless pearl he managed to harvest yesterday. The three greedy officials instantly stare at it, their eyes lighting up. It is top grade, completely flawless in both color and shape. A prize like that should easily buy him at least 4 full sacks of grain, but driven by pure greed, these corrupt thugs claim the pearl is practically worthless, tossing Sun Changming a single, pathetic bag of food instead. Clutching the tiny bag, his entire body trembles with absolute rage. High taxes are already a nightmare, but having his hard-won food blatantly stolen by these parasites is just too much. Unable to take it, Sun Changming mutters under his breath, calling them absolute beasts. Too bad one of them catches it. He spins around in a blind fury, demanding to know what he just muttered. He sneers that the boy clearly does not know real fear yet, promising a brutal lesson as he swings his fist straight at Sun Changming's face. But even a cornered dog will bite. Pushed to his absolute limit, Sun Changming instinctively throws a heavy punch right back. Blocking was just pure instinct, but Sun Changming is shocked to feel a sudden, massive surge of power in his body. The guard is sent crashing straight to the dirt, his hand bones seemingly completely shattered by the impact. He screams in absolute fury, asking if the brat has a death wish, while his broken hand trembles violently with rage. Seeing the rebellion, the other two guards immediately draw their blades, ready to slice him down. Right then, the same village uncle from earlier rushes in, quickly shoving Sun Changming down to his knees and forcing his head low. He begs the angry officers for mercy, pleading that the boy is just an ignorant child, before whispering quietly in Sun Changming's ear to swallow his pride and just endure it. If something happens to him, what will become of his little sister? Nearby, the other two guards rush over to help their captain off the ground, advising him to let it go, because these Juhu villagers have been pushed too far and have nothing left to fear. Starting a deadly fight with a desperate kid would only end up hurting them in the long run. Recognizing the risk, the captain reluctantly retreats with his men. Only after they disappear does Sun Changming finally process what just happened. He stares down at his own hands in absolute disbelief. Last night, after his pet Loach devoured those raw fish, he felt a strange, warm energy wash over his entire body. That feast clearly changed his body. Needing to confirm this right away, Sun Changming quickly bids the kind old uncle goodbye and sprints straight to the lake. Pulling the Loach out of his gourd, he tosses it right into the water. Today, he treats the creature with newfound respect, no longer calling it a useless piece of garbage. He coaxes his little treasure to show him what it can really do. Beneath the surface, the Loach spots a target and bites down hard on its tail, and Sun Changming immediately feels another distinct wave of raw, warm power surging directly into his aching body. His theory is completely correct. Whenever the little Loach feeds on something, the energy is directly transferred straight into his body. He immediately forces it to devour everything, eating and consuming without a single pause. The little creature gorges itself from broad daylight until a crescent moon hangs high in the night sky, finally surfacing with a completely bloated belly. Sun Changming is absolutely stunned by its bottomless appetite. This little pet is his ultimate cheat code, his true protagonist upgrade. For the first time, he can finally see a bright future ahead. He was finally on his way up. It was getting late, and worrying that Sun Changming would be anxious, Sun Changming dragged the fish along and headed home. But just a few steps in, a glowing ball of light suddenly shot down from the sky, landing right in front of Sun Changming. Startled out of his wits, he wondered what on earth was dropping out of the sky this time. Acting on pure instinct, Sun Changming quickly hid. He then noticed several strange individuals appearing, and they looked exactly like powerful cultivators. But they did not land here on purpose. They were actually flying past and got knocked right out of the sky. Because of this, the leader of the cultivators assumed this village was cursed with some evil, demonic energy that caused them to fall. Sun Changming held his breath, watching their every move, but in his extreme tension, he accidentally made a tiny sound. Almost instantly, a young man in the group shouted who was out there, "Show yourself." With that, he unleashed a sharp blade straight at him. Sun Changming was absolutely terrified, but luckily, the flying sword stopped mere inches from his face as the attacker realized Sun Changming was actually just a normal human. Before he could even catch his breath, they demanded to know if he knew the way to Choo-Choo, telling him to answer truthfully. Hearing this, Sun Changming instantly knew this was just another arrogant bunch of fools looking for an early grave. So, he played dumb and asked what Choo-Choo even was, only for them to look down on him with absolute disgust. Humph. Asking a clueless, uncultured brat like him is useless. There is no way he would know where Choo-Choo is. In my opinion, we do not even need to waste our time purging demons for these useless mortals. We should just leave them to rot. A single sentence, yet it was packed with insulting remarks calling him a clueless, useless mortal who should just be left to rot. Sun Changming was furious. He originally wanted to protect them from danger by playing dumb, but since they dared to bruise his pride, he decided to give them exactly what they asked for. With that, Sun Changming asked them if the Choo-Choo they meant was the massive mountain sitting right behind his village. They confirmed it and asked if he had been there, to which he replied that the village elders only told stories of an immortal demon tomb. People went there before, and not a single bone of theirs was ever found. Hearing his words, their faces lit up as they nodded eagerly. Yes, that is definitely the place. Sun Changming put on a convincing act, warning them to stay away because the village elders said no living soul could ever return from Choo-Choo. Honestly, you just have to love how these high and mighty cultivators always think they are completely invincible. The more he warned them, the more eager they were to go, telling him to get lost since they had no more use for him. They rudely declared that he should just be grateful that master cultivators like them were here to slay demons for lowly peasants before they finally strutted off. Once they were out of sight, Sun Changming sneered with absolute contempt, thinking they were practically begging for a quick death. Since they refused to listen to his warnings, they could go ahead and get wiped out together. Truth be told, those cultivators did not completely ignore Sun Changming's words, but in their minds, he was just a clueless peasant. It made sense for ordinary mortals to fear monsters, but there was no way supreme cultivators like them would ever be afraid of some demon. Following the route Sun Changming pointed out, they quickly made their way close to Choo-Choo. Before heading in, they left all their unused spiritual treasures outside, keeping only their bound weapons so the evil energy would not corrupt them. Sun Changming quietly followed them from a safe distance. Seeing them march forward with such confidence, he sighed to himself, fully aware they would never return from this trip alive. In that case, those left behind magical treasures might as well go to him, rather than letting them go to waste. With that in mind, Sun Changming released his little Loach. Sure enough, the minor barrier created by the cultivators was completely useless against the Loach. The bag contained a lot of high-quality gear, but unfortunately, he did not dare use any of it here in Juhu village. Sun Changming planned to hide it all away first, so he could use it after leaving the village. But right then, he noticed his Loach was swallowing a dagger whole. Sun Changming was horrified. This greedy little fish would literally put any random object into its mouth. He had planned to keep that dagger for self-defense, but it was already too late as the fish gulped it down. Right after, Sun Changming noticed the fish looking incredibly sick and realized he was in deep trouble. He rushed over and desperately tried to make it spit it up. After a hectic struggle, the fish finally vomited the weapon, but looking closely, Sun Changming realized it was not the same dagger from earlier. Unbelievable, right? The newly spit-up weapon looked like an incredibly upgraded, top-tier magical treasure. After a few moments of pure shock, Sun Changming realized he had just struck absolute gold. What a treasure! This little Loach actually eats trash and spits out magical items. He never expected it to have such an insane ability. This immediately sparks a highly greedy, capitalist idea in Sun Changming's mind. He wants to work this little fish to the bone, forcing it to endlessly swallow garbage and spit out precious treasures. But after putting it through several failed tests, Sun Changming realizes he cannot turn this into a mass-production assembly line. Out of all the magical treasures left behind, only one final item remains. Sun Changming feeds this last piece to the Loach, instantly feeling a warm current of raw energy begin to circulate and flow through his entire body. But this time, the heat is far more intense, making him feel like he is sitting inside a raging furnace. At the same time, a highly unusual and mysterious mark slowly begins to form right on Sun Changming's left chest, looking like a complex, unfinished sigil. Opening his eyes, he gasps to see his little Loach swelling up all over, leaving Sun Changming completely panicked and clueless about what to do. But before he can even think of a way to save it, the Loach's body suddenly stretches out, actually looking a bit less ugly than before. Wait, is this thing actually evolving? His worry instantly vanishes, replaced by pure excitement. Sun Changming can feel that both he and his little pet have gotten a lot stronger. With this power-up, they can swim down into much deeper and far more dangerous waters. Eager to test things out, Sun Changming heads out early the next morning, leaving Sun Changyan behind to watch the house while he makes his way back to the lake. The little Loach dives deep into the lake, carrying a fragment of Sun Changming's soul with it. With their newly upgraded strength, Sun Changming can easily anchor a part of his consciousness onto its body, controlling it to search for hidden treasures in the dark, deep abyss. As they swim, he cannot help but complain about how incredibly young he still is. Barely a teenager, yet he's already diving into dangerous rivers for treasure, reminding himself to stay low-key even if they strike it rich. After all, their tiny village is packed with desperate, impoverished folks and ruthless, cold-blooded outlaws with absolutely nothing left to lose in their lives. He worries that showing off his bizarre abilities would put a massive target on his back. As he guides the Loach, Sun Changming fantasizes about a wealthy future with his little sister, escaping this creepy, godforsaken village forever. Not long after, he spots two shining bone pearls that look far more valuable than ordinary gems. Sun Changming is eager to grab them, but the Loach hesitates, releasing low grunts to warn him that there is a trap waiting ahead. But Sun Changming is still just a simple land dweller, meaning he cannot understand or spot hidden underwater traps nearly as well as his aquatic companion. Those two shiny pearls are not treasure at all. They are actually the dangling lures of a giant anglerfish using its own body as a bait. It is just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Realizing this predator possesses actual intelligence, Sun Changming figures it has already evolved into a demonic beast. Yet, it does not seem to be actively hunting. Instead, it looks like it is guarding something secret. Sun Changming decides to have the Loach wait and watch. A moment later, the anglerfish finally swims away, giving them the perfect opportunity to strike. They immediately swim down to the exact spot the beast was guarding, finding a mysterious command token hidden beneath a thick layer of river moss. Sun Changming does not care what this object is, knowing they just need to grab it and get out. But just as they prepare to slip away, the anglerfish spots them. His heart stops as he sees the beast quickly turning back to launch an attack. He quickly guides the little Loach into a narrow, rocky crevice to hide. Swimming deep into the dark cave, they think they have successfully escaped. Sun Changming prepares to pilot the little Loach back to the surface to finally inspect his newly acquired treasure. But of course, a new and much deadlier threat is already waiting for them. Lurking in the shadows is a terrifying, two-headed giant eel. With its razor-sharp teeth and furious eyes, there is no doubt this monster is another high-level demonic beast. Its movements are incredibly fast, and before Sun Changming can even react, the giant eel has coiled its body around the little Loach. It opens its massive jaws and bites down with brutal force right before his eyes, while the boy watches in absolute panic, completely powerless to stop it. The water thrashes violently as the two struggling creatures fight all the way up to the surface. Without a second thought, Sun Changming dives straight in to rescue his companion. The giant eel continues to constrict the Loach, creating a powerful whirlpool right in the center of the lake. Sun Changming draws his dagger, ready to fight to the death, but the eel suddenly shifts targets, releasing the Loach to coil around Sun Changming instead, squeezing the air right out of his lungs. He slashes wildly with his dagger, leaving minor cuts that barely injure the giant eel but succeed in making it even more furious. As that crushing grip continues to tighten, absolute terror sets in, leaving him fully convinced that this is the tragic end of his short life. But the little Loach is not about to let its master die so easily. Having finally broken free, it prepares to strike back. It immediately whips around and sinks its teeth deep into the beast's body. Thrashing in pain, the giant eel loosens its tight grip, giving Sun Changming just enough room to break free. Good job, Sun Changming sincerely praises his little companion. With his limbs finally free, he launches his counterattack. That dagger the little Loach spat out earlier is proving to be an absolute lifesaver. With a few swift, decisive strikes, Sun Changming completely slices the giant eel right down the middle. After a grueling struggle, the danger is finally gone, and he drags the massive beast's carcass back onto the shore. While Sun Changming is still catching his breath, the little Loach is already busy devouring the giant eel. As it greedily tears into the meat, he notices the poor thing is actually heavily injured. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he reaches out to ask how it got hurt so badly. He tells it that he nearly lost it back there. Thinking Sun Changming actually wants to comfort it, the little Loach eagerly stretches its fins forward like a needy child begging for a warm embrace. Instead, he gives it a light smack. He calls it a complete idiot. Why did it not run if it could not win? All it does is eat, totally ignoring its own life. He warns that it would have ended up as someone else's dinner if he arrived even a little late. The scolded Loach is clearly sulking, but it cannot rebel. Surprisingly, despite those severe injuries, its body is already healing at a rapid pace. By the time Sun Changming finishes his rant, the Loach's wounds have fully closed up, It looks like he completely underestimated this little guy. With night quickly falling, they pack up their gear and head home, carrying the rest of the giant eel. As he walks back, Sun Changming spots a fellow villager leaning weakly against a tree, looking completely exhausted and on the verge of starving to death. Though he is far from wealthy, he still shares a piece of the giant eel with him. The man is completely caught off guard, repeatedly bowing and thanking him until Sun Changming is way out of sight. Shortly after, he crosses paths with a total stranger who looks like a powerful cultivator from the outside world. Figuring this is just another traveler heading to the mountain to die, he decides it is best to save his breath. But as Sun Changming tries to brush past, the stranger unexpectedly calls out first, addressing him as little brother. His incredibly solemn tone catches Sun Changming off guard, making him jump a little in surprise. He only briefly glanced at the man, so it is not like he did anything to offend him. Sun Changming quickly waves his hands, telling the uncle to take it easy. But the man drapes an arm over his shoulder, his tense expression relaxing into a friendly smile as he tells him not to worry since he only wants to ask for directions. Sun Changming lets out a sigh of relief but immediately gets suspicious about this request. He wonders why the stranger did not just ask any random villager instead of waiting out here to corner him. The stranger counters that those are two completely different things, his sharp gaze cutting right through Sun Changming as if reading his soul. He points out that the other ordinary villagers do not possess any spiritual energy, asking if he is right. Amid the swirling dust of the windy, remote village, Dongfang maintains a calm, friendly expression as he waves a hand and asks the young man for his family name. Confused, the boy silently studies the stranger, wondering who this mysterious man could possibly be. A wave of unease washes over Changming, who is privately shocked by how this man detected his internal spiritual energy, prompting him to instinctively tighten his grip on his weapon. He knows most cultivators treat mortal lives like trash, so this guy might be planning something dangerous. Letting out a hearty laugh, Dongfang pats him on the shoulder to put him at ease. He tells him not to worry, explaining he was merely curious because he never expected to find a young cultivator awakened in such a remote, desolate place. Realizing he acted a bit too abruptly, Dongfang sincerely apologizes for scaring him. Looking around the quiet village, he then asks if the boy knows where to find Mount Chu-Chu. Changming simply points behind him. He calmly explains it is the massive mountain located right behind their village, but hearing that name again gives him a really bad feeling. Dongfang nods in gratitude and gets ready to depart, thanking him for the help. Watching him walk away, Changming sighs with heavy helplessness at another person rushing toward death, but after taking a few steps, Dongfang stops to ask if he has a master. The boy shakes his head, calmly stating that he has lived here his entire life. A flicker of regret crosses the man's face as he quietly wishes him well in life. Calling it a real shame, Dongfang tosses over a small silk pouch with a smile, telling him to accept it as a small token of help. He mentions that he has no use for it anyway, so he wants the kind-hearted young man to keep it. Changming spins around and takes a few quick steps, calling out loudly after him. Staring into the distance, he softly repeats his usual warning that those who enter never return. As night falls on their lonely wooden cabin on the hill, his little sister slumps onto the table, whining about how hungry she is, just as Changming calls out that he has finally made it back safe. He's finally back. Changyan rushes over, giving him an annoyed smack while shouting that he is late and needs to eat right now. He silently places the stone slab onto the worn wooden table, lost in thought, while his little sister sits opposite him, happily calling for dinner to start. During dinner, Changming glances at the stone slab and mumbles in confusion, noting that it really does not look like anything special at all. How could that fierce beast care so much about this? Deciding to put it aside for now, he reaches out to open the brocade pouch, eager to see what that cultivator uncle gave him. Seeing the name engraved inside, Changming softly repeats it to commit it to memory. Dongfang. Is that the uncle's name? He carefully searches through the pouch, inspecting each item one by one to see if there is anything else hidden inside. Glancing over the pile of treasures, Changming cannot hide his rare and profound amazement. 3 bottles of pills, a set of armor, a massive horse-cutter saber, and a flying sword, all premium-grade magical treasures. Noticing her brother spacing out, Changyan playfully threatens to eat his portion if he doesn't start. Changming snaps out of it with a smile, telling her it is time to eat. The little Loach on the table looks up, staring curiously at the glowing sword, before crawling over to swallow the entire weapon in one giant gulp. Dumbfounded by the sight, Changming leaps up in absolute panic and screams out. He tells it to spit it out, since that sword is not food, but the Loach's belly suddenly glows intensely as raw energy surges inside. It suddenly spits out several glowing bullets that blast straight through the window at terrifying speed. The sheer force of the impact snaps outside trees like twigs. The bullets ricochet off the wall, suddenly switching direction and flying right back into the room. Finally, the Loach swallows all the flying bullets right back. They vanish completely into its belly. Widening his eyes in sheer shock and excitement, He realizes that these projectiles are strong as armor-piercing rounds and can even be recalled. This must be some sort of new skill from the little Loach. Suddenly, Changming narrows his eyes with a calculating look. A smirk plays on his lips as a reckless idea pops into his head. If the pet is this strong, it is time for a bold plan. Sudden lightning strikes down with a violent roar, tearing apart the silent night sky. By an old signpost on the main road, a sudden flash of light signals an impending incident. A mysterious figure silently appears inside the quiet house, bringing an eerie vibe. Under the flickering oil lamp, long shadows cast onto the walls as the atmosphere turns incredibly tense. Nianying stands facing Wanru, her silhouette fading into the contrast of light and shadow. With a subtle smirk, her calm voice echoes through the silence, noting that she has finally arrived. Nianying slowly takes a few heavy steps forward, her heart weighed down by deep worry. Stopping before her sister, she calls out in a soft, regretful tone. Wanru gently sets her book down, her gaze softening as she begins to speak. She tells her not to be sad, since she personally asked the commander to confine her. This was the only way to keep her mutated Wu-God arm from hurting innocent people. Clenching her sleeves, Nianying asks in a trembling voice how much longer she must remain locked away. She offers a faint smile, her voice carrying a calm acceptance of her fate. It could be 3 days, 3 years, or perhaps even a whole lifetime. Looking straight at her, Wanru asks with gentle concern if something has brought her here today. Taking a deep breath, Nianying looks up with determination, stating that she has come to say her final goodbyes. Since her spiritual energy cannot form proper runes, she wants to travel and train in the wild. She chuckles softly, reminiscing about the days when they were the top geniuses of Jingba Mansion. With a gentle sigh, she notes how they always managed to stay so proud. Staring into the distance with a faint smile, she admits that watching peers surpass them was never an easy thing to swallow. Waving her hand, her voice softens with sincere care as she tells her to drop the subject. She tells her to go, warning her to stay safe since the world is far from peaceful. Frowning with a rare look of sternness, Wanru warns her to keep a low profile and not act too arrogant out there. Bowing her head deeply, the junior sister promises she fully understands. Standing by the sparkling river under a fading evening sky, Changming eagerly hypes up his little Loach. He is fully determined to take down the monster fish today, declaring that they will absolutely defeat it together. A giant fish suddenly leaps out of the water, blocking the sky, while the confident Loach calmly answers with a simple nod of agreement. The beast unleashes a massive wave of energy, turning the calm river into a chaotic storm. The Loach watches calmly, easily reading the attack, prompting Changming to yell out for his pet to finish the beast off with its signature move. Gathering its energy, the Loach fires a single projectile packed with overwhelming power. The giant monster crashes back down, lying completely still as the surrounding water splashes everywhere. Letting out a sigh of relief, he is genuinely surprised that they did not have to use any effort. Sun Changming drags the massive fish carcass onto the shore with practiced ease, opening his palm to inspect 2 glowing bone beads shimmering softly in front of him. He casually tells Loach that these 2 bone beads look quite valuable, so they are his, while the remaining meat is all for Loach. Remembering something, he tosses over a medicinal pill and tells his pet to eat the elixir Uncle Dongfang gave him as well. Loach wriggles restlessly, splashing its tail and letting out a soft, grunting sound as if protesting the unfair split. Changming frowns slightly as a sudden, vague premonition hits him, followed by a strange feeling that surges like a continuous stream of warm water directly into his stomach. He realizes this sensation is completely different from the last time. The warmth flows inside him like a massive, unstoppable river, and suddenly, a faint, glowing sigil begins to appear on Changming's stomach, radiating a soft, mysterious light. Looking down in sheer confusion, he wonders what on earth this brand could possibly be. As the sky fades into a warm orange and sunset bathes the area, Changming stretches his arms and mutters about how quickly time flies. First, a strange tattoo materialized on his left chest, and now there is this mark on his belly. What is actually happening to his body? He sighs deeply, mocking his own ignorance since he has absolutely no clue how the cultivation realms of this world are even structured. Dragging Loach along, Changming decides to push those thoughts aside, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he heads back home. Half joking, he muses that once he finally leaves Juhu village, he should find a martial sect to join, and ideally, one with plenty of beautiful senior sisters. Up in the sky, Yu Nianying panics as her flying sword starts violently vibrating, throwing her off completely. Losing her balance, she plummets toward the ground with a scream, prompting Changming to spin around and ask what that noise was. Her face pales as she senses the danger, screaming a desperate warning for him to get out of the way. Before he can even react, she crashes right into him, sending his face straight into her chest and leaving his cheeks completely flushed red. Finding themselves tangled up on the ground, A deeply embarrassed Changming stammers to ask what on earth is happening as the evening breeze rustles the golden trees. Nianing groans in pain, rubbing her sore spots and cursing her flying sword for suddenly malfunctioning like that. Realizing the incredibly awkward position they are in, she flushes red and quickly stammers out an apology. Scrambling off of him with a burning face, she sheepishly asks if he is all right after that sudden collision. Changming responds rather calmly, saying he is used to random chaos by now and plans to leave if she is fine. Her gaze sharpens as she calls out, ordering him to halt so she can get some answers. Composing herself, Nianing states that she is an official investigator for the Imperial Court and has some questions, causing him to freeze. Turning around with a look of cautious confusion, he asks what the officer wants, prompting her to point toward the misty, distant mountains and ask if that is Shekyu. He simply nods and confirms it. Carefully analyzing the terrain, she notes that the rumors are indeed true, as the dense, oppressive evil energy surrounding Shekyu would easily corrode anyone foolish enough to enter. Her gaze shifts back to the teenager in front of her, her suspicions deepening as she processes the situation. Anyone living so close to Shekyu should have depleted lifespans and ruined bodies, yet this teenager is incredibly healthy, prompting an impatient Changming to ask if she needs anything else from him. Stepping forward abruptly, she demands his hand, causing Changming to quickly take a step back and warily state that he has absolutely no idea what she means. Internally, he groans, realizing things have gone south and he has somehow run into a total lunatic. She frowns and commandingly repeats her order, causing an annoyed Changming to ask why she is suddenly trying to lay hands on him. Channeling her inner energy, Nianying firmly presses her fingers against his wrist to carefully examine his pulse. Irritated, Changming demands she let go, forcefully casting her off and making her cry out in pain from the sudden rejection. Coldly warning her not to blame him since she grabbed him first, he watches as Nianying catches her breath, utterly shocked by his immense spiritual energy, which is easily at the tattoo condensation level. Staring directly at him, she eagerly asks how old he actually is. When he bluntly answers that he is 15, Nianying is shaken to her core, realizing he is younger than her yet has already reached the tattoo condensation stage. On top of that, his aggressive Gangjin spiritual energy is incredibly rare, meaning there is definitely something bizarre going on here. Clearing her throat to compose herself, she sheepishly apologizes for getting a bit too worked up. As he turns to leave, muttering that he will take his leave, Nianying immediately cuts him off and tells him to wait. She seriously introduces herself as Yun Nianying, an official envoy of the elite Chaotian Sea from the Great Wu Dynasty, sent here to investigate the bizarre evil energy plaguing Shekyu. Changming repeats the title with a look of surprise, the Chaotian Department. Nianying smirks and asks if that sounds impressive. Then she looks at the darkening sky and warns him that night is falling, so he needs shelter fast before the dangerous monsters come out. She shakes her head, staring deep into the mountains. Deeper inside, the evil miasma gets too thick, so Sasha refuses to go any further. Marcus looks at her with worry, asking where she plans to live instead. Sasha steps up and holds out a small gourd, pointing to it directly to say right here. Then she tosses it down, letting a burst of spiritual light envelop the area. With a quick wave of her hand, Sasha forms a seal, releasing a blinding magical light. The empty ground transforms, leaving him staring in pure shock. He wonders if this is some crazy high-tech wizardry. Watching his jaw drop, Sasha lets out a teasing laugh. She asks if he has ever seen anything like it, inviting him inside. But Marcus hesitates, a sudden wave of caution hitting him. Since it is getting dark, he decides to make a quick exit. Apologizing, he tells her he really has to go now. Still, he warns her not to sleep in that house. Digging a hole in the dirt is way safer. Sasha watches him walk away, muttering to herself that sleeping in a hole is incredibly bizarre. As night falls, a chilling cold creeps through the quiet forest. Deep in the night, she sits inside her shelter, reminding herself of her mission. She needs to break through her cultivation bottleneck and condense her secret seals. More importantly, she has to find the source of this evil miasma. She frowns, wondering how she can investigate when getting too close will just corrupt her. Then she remembers the strange boy from earlier, who seemed completely immune to the miasma. She sighs, feeling a touch of regret. She forgot to ask his name. Still, there is no denying he is pretty unusual. He actually claimed monsters roam at night and that digging a hole is safer. And get this, a creepy rustling sound suddenly echoes outside. Frowning, Sasha listens closely, her heart pounding as she wonders what that sound is. She turns to look outside, only to see a massive beast radiating pure evil. The creature roars, its gigantic body charging straight toward her shelter. Sasha stares in absolute horror, crying out to ask what kind of monster this even is. In a single second, the house is smashed to pieces, her scream echoing through the dark night. After a long, exhausting day, Marcus steps into his yard, calling out to Penny that they are finally home. Hearing his familiar voice, Penny cannot hide her excitement, shouting for her big brother. Seeing her rush out too fast, Marcus quickly warns her to wait. Too thrilled to care, the little girl runs over and tightly hugs Marcus, thrilled that he is back. Penny pulls him down to sit, smiling as she tells him it is time to eat. Once they finish, she happily takes the dishes, offering to clean up. Marcus nods, thanking her for the hard work. Looking at his little pet Loach, he realizes the greedy thing is eating more and more every single day. The pills left by the old uncle are already half empty, and he certainly cannot let the creature eat his armor or his horse-chopping saber. After hesitating for a moment, Marcus pulls out his very last option, figuring this is all he has left. The Loach spots a turtle shell and instantly bites into it. Suddenly, a strange light shoots from the creature's head, sending a sharp pain that makes Marcus grit his teeth as his vision goes dark. Through the blinding headache, a familiar stream of information floods his mind, revealing the three-part soul-spirit technique. As his mind clears, he quickly analyzes his new powers: spirit binding, spirit absorption, and spirit control. This turns out to be a specialized technique designed to deal with vengeful spirits and fierce ghosts of all races. Spotting the pattern, Marcus smirks with a clever plan. It seems feeding the pet specific techniques lets him learn them instantly, which is absolutely perfect. The next morning, faint sunlight cuts through the early mist over Desolation Village. Marcus stretches, sighing that today is the dreaded day to pay the survival tax. Marcus tightly grips 2 bone beads in his palm, planning to exchange them for some fresh meat for Penny. Passing by the familiar spot, he pauses to take a look. Realizing he arrived early, he recognizes the girl's ruined home. Seeing the total wreckage, Marcus sighs softly, noting the place is completely demolished. He wonders if she actually ended up dead. Honestly, survival here is pure luck. But just as he is about to leave, a sudden voice calls down from above, shouting, "Hey!" Sasha speaks up with an awkward, embarrassed tone, asking if he happens to have any spare clothes. Her house was completely destroyed last night, and she fled so fast she couldn't grab anything. Marcus looks up, his mind instantly jumping to some highly inappropriate thoughts about this perfect viewing angle. He stands frozen, staring blankly up at the branch where Sasha is perched. Sensing his shameless gaze, her face flushes red with pure embarrassment and rage. Sasha grits her teeth, her voice turning freezing cold as she asks where he is looking. In a flash, she drops down and slaps Marcus right across the face. Rubbing his cheek, he awkwardly hands over his outer coat, apologizing and telling her to wear it for now even though it is pretty old. Sasha wraps the coat around herself and ties it up, finally calming down a bit. She shyly looks up at Marcus, thanking him, and realizing she still doesn't know his name. Marcus keeps his answers simple and direct, introducing himself as Marcus Sunday. Sasha watches him curiously, asking why he is heading to the village entrance so early. He calmly replies that he is off to pay the survival tax. In his mind, the familiar, grim sights of their village flash before his eyes. He explains that Desolation Village is constantly ravaged by evil miasma, forcing the residents to scavenge for valuable beads just to make a living. The government officials regularly show up to collect this tax, and this is the only time the villagers can trade for real food. Marcus suddenly frowns, pointing out that the officials have arrived. Sasha glances over, quickly deciding on her next move. Deciding they can talk more later, Nianing quickly slips away after noticing too many people gathering. Feeling too embarrassed to be seen dressed like this, she hides just as a rude booming shout shatters the quiet morning air. "Pay your taxes, you peasants of Juhu Village, get out here and pay up right now." Luki grumbles with disgust, cursing his luck for being sent to this remote wasteland where there is barely any money to squeeze. Jia Hao bows with a flattering smile, saying it has been tough on him lately, but Luki sneers back, mocking him for visiting the local widow's house 4 times in just 5 days. He just chuckles without any shame, saying everyone knows he has a sweet spot for that type. Luki waves his hand to end the talk, telling them to just squeeze extra out of the locals this time, as Jia Hao bows in gratitude while the villagers slowly gather to pay. A heavy silence hangs over the wide courtyard until his eyes suddenly lock onto a very familiar figure. Spotting the kid who caused trouble last time, Jia Hao suddenly yells for everyone else to get lost as dark thoughts fill his mind. This is the perfect chance to use the crowd as cover and finally get rid of him. Several officers step forward, slowly closing their circle around Changming, while Nianying watches from high above, wondering what these corrupt men are plotting. Jia Hao jerks his chin forward, shouting that the head officer orders the young brat to step up and pay first. The gray-clad officers move in, their greedy eyes reflecting sinister smiles as they corner their prey. Sensing a quick fortune, Jia Hao greedily eyes the 2 bone beads in the boy's hand, realizing they are actually quite valuable. He raises his hand and coldly demands the bone beads, claiming they are only worth 1 bag of grain, leaving the shocked villagers whispering in absolute disbelief. Changming steps forward, his gaze hardening as he tries to suppress his rising anger. His anger boils over as he demands to know if the man is blind since he clearly handed over 2. Demanding them back only makes Jia Hao sneer, warning the kid that insulting an official is a death sentence, instantly freezing the air. As a gentle breeze rustles the trees, Nianying frowns from above, wondering if low-level officials of the Great Wu dynasty have truly sunk this low. Staring him down, Changming's voice is calm but sharp as he mentions that collecting taxes in Juhu village must be the toughest job in Nai County, questioning why struggling people would choose to torment and harm one another. Jia Hao turns red with rage, roaring like a provoked beast at the arrogant brat. He vows to show him who the truly pathetic dog is, but Changming easily dodges the wild, incoming strike without panicking. Countering instantly, he delivers a swift, clean kick right into the man's stomach. The heavy force sends Jia Hao spinning backwards through the air before he crashes painfully, leaving the panicked officers rushing over to check on him. Lu Qi steps forward with a cold glare, telling the kid he has got serious nerve. Channeling his energy, he summons a spiritual weapon and shoots a heavy chain directly at Changming. Narrowing his eyes in slight surprise that they would actually use spiritual weapons, Changming calmly catches the flying chain mid-air, his feet staying firmly rooted to the ground. Gasps of pure disbelief escape Lu Qi's throat, but the boy is already pulling a small knife from his waist in a swift, controlled motion. The blade flashes, slashing his arm and forcing him to instantly let go of his heavy weapon. He clutches his bleeding arm and screams in agony as blood quickly stains his gray sleeve. Stunned villagers whisper in awe at how powerful the boy really is, driving Lu Qi absolutely mad with rage as he shrieks at his men to swarm him and kill him. Right then, a shining sword shoots down from the sky, slamming heavily into the ground right between them. Standing tall atop the flying blade is a figure whose commanding cold aura instantly dominates the entire area. Her majestic voice echoes through the field, identifying herself as Yu Nianying of the Chaotian Division and ordering everyone to stop. Sweeping her sharp gaze over the officers, she reprimands them for abusing their power as servants of Great Wu instead of upholding the law. She demands they get out of her sight immediately for tormenting the innocent, leaving the stunned officers completely frozen in place, not daring to move. Clutching his bleeding arm, he grits his teeth and helplessly orders a retreat. With a gentle flick of her finger, an invisible energy wraps around the confiscated food bags, slowly floating them back to the villagers. Her tone turns soft and apologetic as she tells the crowd that this corruption is a disgrace to Great Wu, offering her deepest apologies. Offering the returned food as compensation, she watches as the trembling villagers cautiously step forward to claim their portions. Floating down to stand beside Changming, her voice softens as she offers her personal apologies for the chaotic trouble. He simply shakes his head, calmly reassuring her that she is not the one to blame for this mess. Looking at her with curiosity, he wonders why a famous group like the prestigious Chaotian Division would bother with such small matters. Tilting her chin up with a touch of pride, she boasts that their Chaotian Division uniform acts as a free pass anywhere in the realm. He glances at her thin pajamas and lets out a chuckle. He asks how anyone could believe her in those thin pajamas, but a sharp slap instantly cuts him off. In the quiet night, a flustered Nianying mutters under her breath that she is totally doomed. Giving orders without her uniform violates the law, and she is absolutely going to get reported for this. Changming plays along and warns her that hitting people is also illegal, even if he was just joking around. She leaps onto her flying sword and vanishes in a flash, her hurried voice echoing back from the distance as she escapes. She yells that she needs to change first and will return his coat later, leaving him totally speechless. He wonders if a girl with zero real-world experience like her will just get scammed, while Nianying looks down at her official uniform. She sighs, wondering how she forgot to change and feeling like she is completely ruining the Chaotian department reputation. She shakes her head to refocus, telling herself that the main mission must come first. Nianying falls deep into thought, knowing she cannot act recklessly against the highly toxic evil energy plaguing this village. Remembering her senior sister's tragic fate, she knows this dark energy is the absolute worst enemy of any cultivator. Once the corruption enters the body, it initially shows no symptoms, leaving the cultivator completely unaware of the threat. The insidious poison remains hidden until the most critical moment of cultivation, when it suddenly erupts. Just as her senior sister was about to master the sacred shamanic technique, the hidden poison suddenly flared up and ravaged her body. Her arm transformed into a monstrous limb, a curse that could only be suppressed, never fully cured. Clenching her fists, Nianying vows that she must uncover the dark secrets lurking deep within Juhu village. Finding a cure is her only hope to save her sister. And now, her thoughts turn back to Changming. She must start with that mysterious youth. Surviving and maintaining high cultivation in such a toxic place is impossible. He either possesses some supreme technique, or has a hidden master guiding him from the shadows. She quickly organizes her thoughts. Determined to keep a close eye on him, Nianying summons her subordinates outside to issue her orders. She demands to take over all official missions regarding Juhu village and commands them to hand over the local government token. Holding the token, Nianying smiles with confidence. There is no way she won't find a chance to get close to him now. Meanwhile, Changming and Loach are diving deep to search for treasure, but hold on. Look at those glowing green eyes watching them. Sensing the danger, Changming and Loach whip around in shock as a massive shadow lunges toward them. It is a bizarre four-eyed beast with a turtle body, a scorpion tail, a spiked back, and razor-sharp teeth staring them down. Changming quickly cheers on his little companion, telling Loach not to be scared and to go teach this thing a lesson. Pumped up by his encouragement, the creature charges at the giant beast, easily dodging every single heavy attack with its nimble little body. Catching the monster off guard, Changming lunges with his small dagger and slices its neck, sending dark blood spraying everywhere. Roaring in agonizing pain, the wounded beast thrashes wildly and shakes the entire riverbed. Seizing the perfect opening, Loach darts forward and smashes its tail against the monster, sending it flying backward. Crashing onto the riverbed, the beast quickly recovers its footing and launches itself forward with terrifying speed. Snapping its massive jaws in pure rage, the wounded beast relentlessly chases Loach, who swims at absolute maximum speed to get away from those teeth. Once at a safe distance, Loach spins around, takes a deep breath, and sucks in a massive amount of surrounding water. It unleashes a devastating water jet right at the beast, a blast so powerful that it pierces clean through the creature's body. With the threat gone, Changming crawls onto the bank, gasping for air and muttering that the little rascal nearly gave him a heart attack. Ignoring him, Loach happily dives back down to feast on the giant monster it just defeated. As the digested food converts into spiritual energy and floods into Changming, he lets out a satisfied sigh of pure comfort. That was a pretty massive haul, and checking the glowing mark on his stomach, he is absolutely thrilled with the change. His private stamp has actually upgraded into a divine imperial seal, and he gently rubs his stomach to inspect the evolution. Even better, the seal can grow larger. Though he has no clue what it does yet, he smiles excitedly at Loach. Something this huge must be incredibly strong. But before he can finish his sentence, Loach suddenly starts throwing up in sheer agony. He asks worriedly, "What is it? Did you eat too much right after I praised you?" On the ground, the little Loach leaves behind the monster carapace after devouring the rest. Changming looks at it with doubt, a shield. Pulling out his bone knife, he examines the monster carapace closely, wondering if the material is tough enough to withstand a blow. Changming decides to test it, driving his blade straight into the shell with force. To test its quality, he gives it a powerful stab, but it only leaves a tiny scratch on the surface. Having found a rare treasure, he hugs the shield and joyfully yells that it is total VIP gear. Changming figures he can easily hide behind this shield whenever danger strikes, but suddenly, his excitement completely dies down. Picturing that exact scene, Changming feels like something is kind of off. He suddenly realizes he would look exactly like a hiding turtle. Shrugging it off, Changming stuffs it into his bag. Who cares, as long as it works. Time to go home, second brother. But the little Loach refuses to budge, staring at him as if trying to say something. Changming turns around and asks if something else is wrong. With that, the Loach immediately dives back into the water. It leads him right back into that same cave. Changming swims close behind, asking why they are even returning here. Swimming deeper inside, Changming notices some bizarre statues lining the cave walls. He instantly realizes something is not right. Changming closely inspects the statues, which look quite a bit like stone killings. He analyzes the marks and realizes they are definitely man-made. Venturing even deeper, they find a massive gate blocking their path, guarded by two imposing stone statues of Lord Guan. Changming wonders if there is actually another hidden cave dwelling concealed in this place. The boy and the fish peer through a narrow crack in the stone gate, and Changming suggests they go inside to investigate. They pass through a shimmering gate that looks like a mirror, and Changming suspects it might be some kind of divine temple. He cautiously takes one slow step after another, quietly exploring as he enters the temple. Even though they are deep underwater, the interior is completely dry. Changming gasps in utter shock, realizing all the lake water has suddenly vanished. Inside the temple, skeletal remains lie scattered all over the floor, with absolutely no signs of life anywhere in sight. He marvels at how these ancient bones are turning to dust, yet still emit such intense pressure. Together with the Loach, they head to the center. But what really catches his attention the most is right there. Changming spots a long black spear planted firmly in the ground, staring at it with deep suspicion. An ominous threat radiates from the dark weapon, making him realize all these bones must belong to the powerful demon beasts it once slaughtered. Changming tells the little Loach they need to retreat immediately, only to find the greedy creature already creeping toward the spear with hungry eyes. Changming quickly stops it, warning the creature not to seek death. They would not stand a chance against even one of these beasts, yet the iron spear killed every single one of them. Right at that moment, as if sensing their presence, watch this, the spear suddenly glows with a sinister red light while a massive surge of energy erupts around it. Sensing immediate danger, Changming yells for them to get out of there. Realizing it cannot eat the weapon, the Loach snatches a small bone and swims after him. The red energy from the spear acts like a living thing, relentlessly chasing them. Changming frantically screams at the Loach to drop that bone, because staying alive is way more important than a random snack. Pushing their limits, the duo swims frantically toward the surface to escape the terrifying threat behind them. Fortunately, they manage to scramble onto the shore, collapsing in complete exhaustion to catch their breath. Suddenly, the water erupts as the spear unleashes a massive pillar of energy straight into the sky, leaving both of them utterly stunned. Changming can only gape in disbelief at how insane that power is. He can only wonder what the origin of this terrifying weapon actually is. With the Loach still holding onto that bone, Changming grabs the creature and tries to pry its mouth open, complaining that it only ever thinks about eating. Suddenly, a blinding golden light radiates from the Loach, forcing him to let go of the creature. Seeing this, Changming realizes the greedy little guy actually gains some massive benefits from eating those bones. Pretty smart, right? Crouching down to watch the Loach enjoy its upgrade, he grumpily demands a share of the spoils. But the little creature avoids his gaze, completely playing dumb and pretending not to understand. Before he can say another word, it slips right back into the gourd to hide. Furious at its attitude, Changming warns it not to play dumb with him. He demands his share, and suddenly, a stream of golden light shoots out of the gourd and merges straight into his chest. He quickly sits cross-legged to receive it, wondering what this power is. Closing his eyes, he begins to focus and guide the warm energy deep into his body. Moments later, a faint golden seal begins to materialize right on Changming's chest. Once fully absorbed, the mark shapes itself into a tiny peach. Placing a hand on his chest, he remarks that it is incredibly small compared to his other seal. Comparing it to the dragon seal further down on his abdomen, he notes that the dragon mark is vastly larger than this tiny peach. He closes his eyes to circulate his energy, realizing his physical constitution feels significantly stronger now. Meanwhile, a silent figure is slowly approaching. Completely unaware of the visitor, Changming slowly opens his eyes as he finishes his cultivation. When he finally sees who is standing right in front of him, he gasps in shock. Yun Yanning leans down, staring right at him, which startles Changming completely. Changming looks at her and asks when she got there. Scanning their surroundings, Nianying feels even more certain about her suspicions. She remarks that despite him training right next to a toxic, corrupted lake, the evil energy has zero effect on him. Stepping right up to interrogate Changming, she demands to know how he pulled it off. Is it a secret technique or some ancient scroll? She urges him to tell her. Changming frowns, grumbling that this woman is nothing but trouble. He quickly makes an excuse and dashes away, yelling that it is none of her business and that he is taking off. Not backing down, Nianjing chases right after him, calling out that she actually has another matter she needs his help with anyway. No way. Changming does not even stop, calling back that he is absolutely not interested. Nianjing stops chasing. She confidently yells that succeeding means they get exempted from the survival tax. That stops Changming dead in his tracks. He whirls around, eyes sparkling as he asks what she needs, promising to get right on it. Nianjing looks at him seriously, explaining she needs some skilled pearl divers. Walking alongside her, Changming raises an eyebrow and asks if they are searching for a corpse. She replies that the more people the better, just participating earns them a 3-month survival tax exemption, and whoever actually finds the body gets a whole year off. Looking at her with deep suspicion, he frowns and asks if she can actually back up those words. Patting her chest proudly, Nianjing guarantees that she is now in complete charge of the entire village investigation, so her word is absolute. He hesitates. Staring at her confident smile, Changming finally agrees to help her find some people. Nianjing tosses a command token right at his head, ordering him to head to the lake with the group and contact her using a jade talisman. Rubbing the sore bump on his head, Changming grumpily agrees to her demands. Nianjing finally leaves. Changming clutches the command token with a massive grin, realizing that Simple Girl is basically throwing money away. Finding a body for tax exemption? It is basically a freebie. After all, who in their village is not desperate to make a living? He smirks, stroking his chin. Since she is so eager to hand out free cash, she cannot blame him for inviting the entire village along. Meanwhile, deep in a desolate valley hidden behind the mountains, Nianjing arrives to scout the area. She tosses a mystical treasure onto the bare ground. Instantly, a massive, grand mansion erupts from the dirt. Looking at it with a satisfied smile, Nianjing notes that she can just pack it up when she is done. Heading inside, she changes into comfy clothes to relax on the porch, but a sudden spark flying past the roof startles her awake. Glancing up, she spots a massive fireball hurtling directly toward her front yard. Wait for it, it is actually a luxurious carriage descending from the clouds, pulled by 2 fierce, flaming tigers. Yuniying steps down with a playful smile, teasing that she could spot this giant mansion from miles away, asking if she still loves showing off. Pouting a bit, Nianjing asks her aunt why on earth she is here. Ignoring the question, Yuniying lunges forward to playfully squeeze her niece's chest, teasingly asking if her precious little Nianjing has grown at all. Blushing furiously, Nianjing tries to push her off, begging her to stop. Yunying just giggles, noting that she definitely filled out. She teasingly asks if Nianying met a man out here, prompting an immediate, embarrassed denial. Nianying quickly changes the subject, asking again why her aunt has arrived. Was she not supposed to handle this mission alone? Turning serious, Yunying explains that this case is critical, so headquarters sent backup. She asks for an update, and Nianying looks down, admitting the truth. Since they cannot risk entering the village openly, they have to use the survival tax exemption as a bounty to recruit local pearl divers instead. Right on cue, the communication token she gave to Changming begins to glow. Surprised, Nianying murmurs that they are already on the move. Nodding, Yunying suggests they head inside to watch the projection. Meanwhile, down by the riverbank, Changming and a group of local villagers gather to inspect the waters. He pulls out the communication token, slowly channeling his spiritual energy into it to establish a connection with Nianying. The token glows with a vibrant blue light, hovering in the air to project a mirror-like screen. Within the glowing beam, the figures of Nianying and Yunying slowly materialize. Nianying asks if everyone has gathered yet. Seeing the two ladies on screen, Changming confirms that the whole team is ready to go. Seeing such high-level magic for the first time, the villagers cannot help but gasp in pure amazement. A heavily built man named Ranchu steps forward, bowing respectfully with clasped hands to address them. He asks the officers if the reward Changming promised is actually real. Yunying firmly assures them that the Zhaodian Bureau always keeps its word, adding that retrieving the body will net them double the reward. Hearing her guarantee, the villagers trade thrilled glances and quickly offer their deepest thanks. Nianying issues her orders through the token, explaining that the target body is floating somewhere on the Mang River, right around the junction where it meets the Mud River. She tells them to split up and start searching. Ranchu speaks up with a frown, pointing out that these waters crawl with monsters, meaning any body would be picked completely clean in less than half a day. Nianying seems to know the corpse well, stating that it is far from normal, and ordinary monsters would not dare touch it. Standing nearby, Changming rubs his chin thoughtfully, wondering how a body floating on the Min River could ever end up in this muddy river. Could this dead body actually know how to swim? Nianying warns everyone to stay sharp, telling them to retreat to shore immediately to report if anything goes wrong, prompting the crowd to disperse and prepare for the dive. Suddenly, a booming voice shouts for them to hold on, as Zhang Jihu steps forward, demanding to know how they could dive without him. His younger brother stands right beside him, chiming in that they cannot leave Brother Hugh behind. Ranchu steps forward to block his path, demanding to know what he wants, but Jihu ignores him completely, marching straight to Nianying and bowing to insist that his crew should take this dangerous job. One of Changming's men steps up to defend their claim, angrily arguing that they arrived first and there is no reason for anyone else to take over. He points proudly at his own chest and snaps back. In the entire Jihu village, who else but Zhang Jihu has ever gone deep into this river? He sneers, pointing at his rivals and asking if they can take the blame when they inevitably fail the officers. He glares at Changming. The officers gave you a massive task, yet you only brought your friends along. How pathetic. He mocks, while Yunying casts a heavy, reproachful look at Nianying for letting this mess happen. Nianying flashes an awkward smile at her aunt, silently cursing Sun Changming in her head for being so incredibly unreliable. Changming finally steps forward, his face flushed with anger as he promises guaranteed success under his lead, before asking what kind of clown Jihu thinks he is. Jihu refuses to back down, growling back to ask if a wet-behind-the-ears kid like him actually expects to survive the fierce waters of the Min River. Go home and drink milk, he snaps, but Yunying cuts off the bickering with a sigh, declaring that both groups can dive, and whoever finds the corpse first gets the reward. Before long, the massive crowd slowly gathers and moves toward the edge of the dark lake. Looking down, the water is a pitch-black abyss, filled with twisting underwater vines that make any salvage mission look nearly impossible. Ranchu looks over at Changming, feeling deeply apologetic for making him lose face in front of everyone. The boy offers a reassuring smile, telling him not to worry, and honestly, you have to love his confidence knowing Zhang Jihu has no chance of winning today. None of the divers show any fear as they prepare to wade slowly into the freezing water. Standing on the bank, Changming waits for a distraction to secretly slip his little Loach into the water, watching it swim off while realizing this mission is far from simple. He plans to let the Loach guard Uncle Yao and the others while he stays behind to adapt, just as Jihu approaches Nianying with a smug grin. He suggests that he can head deeper into the Min River this afternoon to continue the search. He advises sending the others home to keep them from throwing their lives away, but Changming steps up, announcing that he is going as well. Jihu looks him up and down with utter contempt, warning him to forget it unless he wants to lose his miserable little life. Nianying quickly cuts in to explain that she understands the danger. Tongguan Gorge is a notoriously dangerous death zone in Dingba Prefecture, filled with ancient battlefields, tombs of demonic beasts, and a highly lethal ghost territory. Yunying solemnly adds that Tongguan Gorge contains a mysterious field of ancient coffins with completely unknown origins, laying out the grim situation so the hunters fully understand the risks. But over the years, rising water levels have slowly damaged the wooden coffins, causing ancient corpses to slip out and drift into the Min River. She explains that the Chaotian Division normally patrols the outer gorge to salvage any runaway corpses. Yet, somehow, this particular ancient corpse managed to slip completely past the watchful eyes of the patrol. She worries that if the corpse continues to drift downstream, its dark energy could bring terrible danger to their local area. Nian Ying panics at the thought, realizing a poison river could ruin their crop harvest and spark a massive famine, which Yun Ying grimly confirms. That is why they absolutely must locate the corpse. Suddenly realizing a massive logical flaw, Nian Ying asks her aunt how a lifeless body could possibly float upstream against the river current. Yun Ying explains that since no one has spotted it downstream yet, they are simply testing their luck in these upstream tributaries, which makes Nian Ying sigh with relief. She silently prays for Changming's crew, glad the corpse is not in the lake, or else the local divers would be in grave danger. Back on the hid, Changming sits cross-legged with his eyes closed, focusing all his energy. He projects his consciousness directly into the Loach, using its eyes to monitor and protect Ranshu's diving team. While Ranshu and his men swim along the murky bottom with the Loach trailing behind, Changming's mind suddenly senses a massive monster closing in. He panics, realizing that Uncle Yao and the others are in mortal danger. A giant, four-eyed centipede beast with sharp, venomous spines on its head lunges forward to attack, but the incredibly agile little Loach manages to dart out of harm's way. Changming immediately commands the little Loach to stop the monster. The Loach whips around and bites the centipede's tail hard, forcing the furious creature to turn back, baring its razor-sharp teeth to rip the tiny intruder apart. The little Loach shows no fear, biting down hard without letting go. Looking down from above, the river ripples strangely, as if a massive creature is thrashing violently deep below. Suddenly, a giant centipede lunges out of the water, right before a massive surge of power shoots straight up and pierces its chest. Through the communication token, Renying spots the monster and screams in panic, "This is bad, it is the Datianchong beast." Yunying is equally shocked, noting that this beast is hailed as the strongest first-ranked divine wood species among the 5 types. Even against a second-ranked beast, it can escape unscathed, meaning the villagers are in serious trouble this time. Suddenly, a massive explosion rings out, drawing Yunying's attention as she stares in absolute disbelief at the scene before her. The mighty Datianchong is instantly ripped in half, spraying blood everywhere, as a massive whirlpool in the river sucks it down. The fearsome beast lies completely motionless, without a single shred of life remaining. As the whirlpool slowly drags the carcass deep into the riverbed, Yunying mutters in disbelief the Datianchong is dead. She wonders if a second-ranked beast is lurking here, while Renying curiously asks if such creatures are really that strong. Yunying quickly explains the cultivation hierarchy, noting that the first great realm, the spirit body realm, has 6 distinct tiers. Starting with spiritual energy, it goes through spiritual meridians, spiritual acupoints, exotic runes, physical resonance, and finally, treasure manipulation. Looking closely at Renying, she explains that since this is the basic spirit body realm, most cultivators across the lands never actually progress past it. The second great realm is called the Ranjiao realm, which also has 6 tiers. A second-ranked beast matches a second-realm cultivator, and even as a high-ranking Chao Tian Bureau official, she is only at that level. Renying grows deeply anxious, suggesting that if things get worse, she will request a set of warding armor from the office and investigate alone. Yunying stops her immediately. It is far too dangerous because that special armor cannot protect her underwater against a second-ranked beast. Back at the riverbank, quite a bit of time has passed since the search team first plunged underwater. Jihu slowly makes his way ashore. Finding absolutely nothing, the freezing depths completely exhaust the rest of the divers, forcing them to head ashore to recover. Jihu then approaches Yunying and addresses the officials directly. He offers to search the Meng River alone this afternoon, advising them to send the others home to avoid any useless loss of life. Worried that the others will face danger if they push any further, Changming speaks up. He volunteers to join, but Jihu sneers, assuming the kid is just trying to compete with him. Jihu tells him to forget it before he gets killed, while Renying anxiously asks if he can survive a second-ranked beast she cannot even fight. Going in there is pure suicide. Changming confidently tells her that he is much stronger and will return safely, secretly amused because that second-ranked beast is basically his own pet's family anyway. Yunying warns him as if he is marching straight to his grave. She promises to take in his little sister if he fails to return, which instantly triggers Changming's trauma regarding her brutal iron headbutt, making him realize they would probably get sent flying. With that, Changming and Jihu plunge back into the depths to resume their search. Not long into his dive, Changming spots a massive swarm of strange eels gathering directly ahead. Back on the shore, Ren Ying silently prays in her heart for Sun Changming to return safely. Spotting the intruder, the swarm instantly shifts direction and charges straight at him. They focus entirely on Changming, completely ignoring the little Loach swimming nearby, who is staring at them with sheer hunger. With its razor-sharp front teeth bared, the Loach terrifies the eels, causing them to hesitantly turn their heads away. Not wanting to waste a free meal, the Loach drives forward, clamping down on the slowest eel until blood spurts out. It plunges into the swarm, trapping the eels in a tight corner to feast to its heart's content. Changming smiles at his pet's return, calling it shark, just as the greedy creature completely devours the entire swarm. Watching this, Changming jokingly warns it not to eat until it literally explodes. Now looking like a bloated balloon, the overstuffed little shark lets out a loud burp, and once the food settles, it starts transferring pure spiritual energy straight into Changming. He praises the Loach, noting that it has finally learned to share its spoils. Feeling the massive wave of power surging through him, Changming is amazed by the raw strength. Devouring a first-rank beast along with these mutant eels yields an incredibly massive power boost. His meridians instantly clear as the dragon mark on his belly expands, prompting Changming to open his eyes with a serious expression, ready to focus on their actual mission. After searching the murky depths for another hour, Changming grows frustrated, wondering if the body is truly gone. It was completely devoured. Suddenly, a strange bubbling noise echoes from below, making Changming ask what that sound could possibly be. Peering into the depths, he spots a massive six-eyed octopus sporting a seashell on its head. It is tightly wrapping around Kehu, dragging him down. Kehu struggles desperately against the tight tentacles, but they only squeeze harder. The beast slowly pulls him toward its razor-sharp maw, ready to enjoy a feast. Paralyzed by pure despair, Kehu stops fighting, and honestly, things are looking incredibly grim for him right now. Right then, little Loach swims over, gulps down some water, and blasts a highly pressurized jet right at the monster. The direct hit catches the monster completely off guard, forcing it to release Kehu in shock. Deprived of oxygen for too long, Kehu goes limp and sinks. Seeing his friend drown, Changming draws his blade and dives in to rescue him. Targeting the thick tentacle reaching for Kehu once more, he unleashes a single, decisive slash. The single strike severs the massive limb completely. As the panicked beast backs away, Changming seizes the chance and grabs the drowning boy by his collar. Working alongside little Loach, he hauls the unconscious Kehu toward the surface before his lungs completely give out. Floating in and out of consciousness, Kehu weakly registers that he is being pulled upward, realizing he is saved. Monitoring everything through her token, Yunian remarks that the young man is pretty capable, while Nianying sighs in relief that everyone is safe. Up on the riverbank, Changming wrings out his soaked clothes, realizing the creature's poison was not fatal, only temporarily paralyzing. With the sun setting, he needs to carry him back quickly. Right then, Nianying pops up on the communication token to ask if they are all right. Changming tensely explains that while he is fine, Jang Kehu was suddenly ambushed by a powerful river beast. He covers up the truth, claiming the lucky guy only survived because an even stronger monster blindsided his attacker, giving him a clean window to drag him out. Yuniang shoots him a deeply probing look through the projection, asking if they discovered anything inside the depths of the Mang River. He feels slightly guilty. He vigorously shakes his head, scratching his neck awkwardly as he stammers that he found nothing, suggesting they search the neighboring Bun River tomorrow instead. Nianyan nods with a worried look. She tells him to stay safe, but Changming looks at her fancy surroundings, warning her that since this place is so luxurious, she needs to be very careful tonight. Hearing his warning, Yuning frowns and turns to ask her niece what he means. Recalling her own painful experience, Ying Ying reluctantly explains that Juhu village is visited by massive, terrifying beasts at night, recalling how she was nearly crushed to death during the last run. Nianying excitedly grabs a hoe and suggests something. She wants to dig an underground bunker, but Yunying stops her, saying it is better to just find a spacious cave nearby. That evening, a quiet peace settles over Sun Changming's house as tiny fireflies drift lazily through the room. By the soft glow of an oil lamp, Changming cooks dinner for his little sister, Changyan. Chewing happily, she exclaims that the meat is amazing, prompting Changming to smile warmly and ask if she really likes it. He proudly tells her he had to risk his life to secure that meal today. Staring out the window, he reflects on how he and little Loach searched almost the entire Mang River, leaving only one spot untouched because it was just too dangerous. Thinking back to the deep cavern they discovered, he begins to speculate. He wonders if the missing corpse is hidden inside that giant turtle's lair, worrying that he did not have time to call little Loach back today. Since it is the pet's first night out alone, he cannot help but worry. Suddenly, a highly unusual sensation washes over him, and get this, his entire body starts to glow as a wave of raw energy floods his veins. He realizes with excitement that little Loach must have finished digesting that monster, just as strange rustling sounds echo under the starry sky of the nearby mountains. Standing high up near a cave entrance, the two women peer down at a bizarre, snail-like creature crawling below. Yunying notes that these entities are heading toward Juhu village, wondering if this is the legendary Fenqiu. Nianying agrees with deep concern, adding that Fenqiu has always been a highly ominous, dark place. She wonders if the missing corpse has anything to do with the sudden, strange activity in Fenqiu. They stay fully focused on the giant snail, entirely unaware that a massive, dark silhouette has been watching them from the shadows. Perched high above, a jet-black, humanoid beast stares down at them with intense hunger in its eyes. Meanwhile, over at Jiang Qiu's place, the poor guy remains completely unconscious in bed, still recovering from the potent venom. A dark silhouette slowly creeps toward the sleeping boy's bed, quietly placing a strangely patterned container right near his head before staring down at Qihu with highly cold and calculating eyes. As it turns out, this is the very same beast that was stalking Yunying and her niece earlier, and it quickly slips away unnoticed. The next morning over Juhu village, the dark clouds part to reveal a beautiful, clear sky. Under a cool breeze, everyone gathers at the lake to prepare for the second day of searching. Changming stands on the shore, slowly warming up his body. After a moment, he dives straight into the water to start working. A village elder praises him, saying that young Sun is truly incredible, especially at such a young age. The nearby villagers all nod and gossip. One villager notes that Zhang Jihu ran out of luck, while another replies that the poison is so deep he might not survive the rest of his days. Inside Jihu's house, his face is incredibly pale and haggard from the severe poison, with a dark shadow hanging over his forehead. Suddenly, Jihu's body stirs as he weakly opens his eyes. Propping himself up, Jihu grits his teeth and sits up, thinking he never expected that kid's Sun Changming to become so powerful and actually save his life. Despite their past grudges, Jihu still has a sense of duty, realizing he must truly thank the boy and announce it to everyone tomorrow. He even plans to follow Sun Changming to harvest pearls, but his eyes suddenly widen in pure shock at an object sitting right by his bed. It is the strange wooden box that the creepy monster secretly left behind the previous day. Confused, Jihu touches the box, wondering what this item is, since he has never seen anything like it. Overcome by intense curiosity, Jihu slowly opens the wooden box to peer inside. Suddenly, a thick plume of dark black smoke erupts from within, completely engulfing his body and forcing him to squeeze his eyes shut. After a moment of silence with no further movement, Jihu slowly opens his eyes to look deep inside the container. Suddenly, he bolts upright with a twisted look in his eyes, muttering why should Sun Changming get to keep all the good fortune to himself. Turning his head back to stare at the bizarre box, Jihu's mind seems completely warped and possessed by that mysterious dark smoke. Looking at the contents, his wicked desires are amplified by the dark energy, making him think how dare a mere brat threaten his status in the village. Not on his watch, Jihu sneers he will steal absolutely everything from him. Inside the box lie 3 items: a human skin mask that allows breathing underwater, and the Godslayer bow, which can easily take the life of anyone below the second realm. Finally, the Disease-Eye Divine Pill can dramatically boost one's power, allowing even an ordinary mortal to skyrocket through 3 cultivation levels in no time. Holding the box, Jihu laughs wickedly. Sun Changming, let us see how much longer you can keep smiling. Meanwhile, Changming has finished scouting around the riverbed with his loyal little Loach. He stares at the little creature, noting that it has already gained 1.5 kilograms overnight. Together, the boy and his pet swim toward the Shui giant turtle cave they discovered yesterday, as thick waves of chilling black energy flow out from the entrance. This bone-chilling aura matches the cold poison infecting the village, Changming thinks, realizing there must be something else hidden deep inside. Sensing there is some good stuff ahead, the greedy little Loach immediately darts straight into the dark cave. Swimming right behind, Changming warns it not to be too greedy, but the Loach stops so suddenly that he crashes face first into it, complaining, "What the hell? Why did you stop so fast?" But before he can even finish his sentence, the shocking sight ahead leaves him completely speechless. At the end of the cave, a bizarre ancient corpse is bound tightly. It wears official government robes but possesses a terrifying wolf-like head, holding a wooden tablet in its right hand and clutching a golden seal in its left. Changming goes pale at the sight and gasps out, "We really did run into a ghost." It turns out the intense freezing air flowing from the cave originates entirely from this corpse. Staring closely at its forehead, Changming gasps in shock. It is another vertical eye. Sensing the immense danger, the terrified little Loach quickly hides right behind his back. Changming sighs in disbelief, muttering, "Are you seriously expecting my tiny body to shield you from a giant monster like that?" Suddenly, an eerie green flame ignites on the zombie's chest, sending cold ripples of dark energy throughout its physical body. Watching the flickering fire, Changming guesses that this ancient corpse is actively battling some sort of malignant spear energy. Suddenly, the ancient zombie springs back to life, roaring furiously. The mystical flames quickly spread across its entire body, leaving Changming to wonder in shock if the corpse is actually trying to refine that destructive energy. He immediately spins around to make a quick escape, but his greedy Loach has already swum forward to attack the dangerous zombie. Changming hastily pulls it back, whispering, "Hey, do not get involved. Let us just report this to the Chaotian Sea, grab our bounty, and let their officers deal with this massive headache." Hearing his plan, the stubborn little fish vigorously shakes its head in complete disagreement. Changming whispers harshly, "Absolutely not," but the Loach refuses to back down, waving its tiny fins toward the roaring zombie. It turns back to stare at Changming, desperately trying to convey its point through its pleading eyes. When that fails, the little Loach resorts to the simplest method, floating upright and rubbing its belly with both fins to show how hungry it is. Changming pauses to think before warning, "If we let other people get involved, you will lose your snacks forever. We need a clever plan," he mutters, before suddenly getting a brilliant idea and shouting out, "I have got it." Turning back, he coaxes the gluttonous little Loach to quickly follow him out. Should they head up first? Suddenly, a noise behind them makes Changming turn around, instantly on guard. A powerful beam of light shoots straight at them, forcing Changming to quickly raise his turtle shell shield to block it. Despite his quick reflexes, the heavy impact rattles him. That was fast. He struggles to hold his shield steady as he gets pushed back. Changming demands to know what on earth is attacking them. Giving them absolutely no breathing room, a second blast charges from the shadows toward them. Seeing the immediate danger, the brave little Loach leaps forward to shield Changming. It opens its tiny mouth wide and swallows the incoming white energy blast whole. Unbelievably, the little creature happily devours the entire attack, completely unaffected by its destructive power. Seeing his attack easily neutralized, the hidden archer snaps his bow in pure fury, cursing about the useless weapon that cannot even kill a damn beast. It is none other than Jihu. He swims away, seething with anger and gloating that he has finally uncovered Changming's secret. Once he exposes Changming's control over demon beasts, the Chaotian division will never let him off. Spotting the culprit, Changming panics. His pet's powers have been exposed. Wasting absolutely no time, Changming immediately gives chase, fully aware that this eyewitness cannot be allowed to live. Closing the distance, he recognizes the attacker as Jihu and realizes his identity just as Jihu draws his blade to strike. Changming easily dodges the wild slashes, his frustration mounting with every useless attack. If he had known, he never would have saved Jihu the last time. As Jihu continues his frantic, desperate assault, Changming spots an opening and grabs his knife-wielding arm. He squeezes the wrist with absolute force, completely shattering the bones inside. Screaming in agonizing pain, Jihu drops the dagger as his hand goes limp. With his enemy completely disarmed, Changming winds up and delivers a brutal, merciless blow straight into Jihu's abdomen, leaving the attacker entirely paralyzed with pain and unable to fight back. The heavy impact makes him cough up blood. His eyes go dull as he loses consciousness. As Jihu drifts off, the treasures he stole from the box spill out into the water. Swimming closer, Changming spots a human skin mask and the Grand Freedom Elixir. He cannot help but wonder how a lowly man like Jihu could ever possess such rare items. Changming turns to his pet and commands it to search the area for any other valuable treasures. Drooling with pure greed, the little Loach nods its head in eager agreement. Suddenly, Changming's entire body glows with radiant light, making him wonder if the creature secretly ate something again. Closing his eyes, Changming focuses on the massive energy surging inside his mind. A cultivation technique appears, the deity-slaying crafting blueprint, but he dismisses it since the benefits do not seem very useful right now. Taking advantage of Changming's distraction, the little Loach slowly creeps back toward the corpse. Seeing the greedy creature risk its life for a simple snack, Changming yells out to stop it from blindly getting killed. He pulls it back and scolds the pet, warning it to stay away because there is something seriously wrong with that ancient corpse. Yet, the stubborn Loach shakes its head, refusing to listen. Helpless, Changming gives up and tells the stubborn pet he is heading to the surface. The dark, deep river remains a treacherous place, with only a few faint rays of sunlight piercing the gloom. Having given up on convincing the stubborn pet, Changming swims to the surface, where a villager asks if he is all right. "He is fine," Changming replies. "They found nothing today, so they will try again tomorrow." Late into the night, the bright moon shines across the silent lake. Suddenly, a violent tremor erupts from the depths, shaking the water. Deep below, layers of silt and mud begin to shift upward. Left behind, the little Loach shivers in fear at the bottom of the lake. Meanwhile, Changming is fast asleep in his house. Talk about bad timing. Still hiding inside the turtle cave, the little Loach suddenly looks up, its eyes flashing with intense curiosity. Changming bolts upright in bed as a sudden wave of anxiety washes over him, leaving him with an uneasy feeling. He quickly connects his consciousness to the little Loach, Through its eyes, he spots the ancient corpse standing alongside a massive, writhing clump of black algae. He wonders what the shadow demon is, especially after seeing a terrifying, glowing red eye inside the tangled black mess. Eyeball to eyeball with what it thinks is a delicious snack, the greedy little loach flaps its fins, eager to feast, but Changming warns it to stay calm. Suddenly, the massive black mass begins to pull itself together. Following a flash of purple light, it transforms into a terrifying, three-horned demon with a grotesque, long tongue, leaving Changming completely shocked by its hideous appearance. The three-horned fiend uses its dark energy to possess the ancient corpse, causing Changming to wonder if it is trying to control the body. A powerful green flame erupts around the corpse, struggling fiercely to protect its master from the invading dark force. Despite its desperate defense, the green protective flame begins to flicker and fade under the overwhelming pressure of the three-horned beast. The giant beast drags the helpless zombie closer, its greedy jaws closing in fast. Suddenly, a tiny blue flame sparks right out of the zombie's chest. Watching this, Changming instantly guesses what is coming. The ancient corpse is about to be completely absorbed. Swirls of dark smoke from the three-horned beast surge forward, trying to swallow that glowing blue spark. But the tiny spark suddenly explodes into wild flames, blasting the dark smoke far away. Changming realizes this is spear energy within the ancient corpse. It seems this energy was meant to seal the body away, which is why it is clashing with the dark specter. The zombie finally regains consciousness, clenching its fists and letting out a roar that forces the beast back. Under the immense pressure of the zombie, the dark creature disintegrates, losing its physical form completely. Nearby, Loach is wagging his little tail with pure excitement, his eyes locked onto the three-horned beast. Changming connects their minds and instantly reads his thoughts, asking if he actually wants to eat the specter. He searches his own consciousness, realizing this dark entity is a spiritual body. Luckily, he previously obtained the Divine Wind technique, which targets spiritual bodies. It is the perfect counter. Ready to execute the plan, Changming inside, Loach charges forward, shouting to give it a try. They move out together. Loach swims out of the cave toward the spot where the specter was blown back. On Changming's cue, Loach unleashes his special ability, puffing his mouth to suck in a massive gulp of water. He barks out the next command, the tripart soul art. With that, Loach shoots out a massive, raging whirlpool that charges straight at the specter, trapping it inside. The dark creature gets tightly bound in the giant vortex, spinning helplessly underwater. The specter struggles desperately to break free from the powerful current, but it is dragged down. Loach narrows down the vortex, pulling the monster right into his mouth. The dark entity shrinks along with the current as the little guy happily swallows his delicious meal. With only scattered ashes remaining, Changming cheers in absolute delight they actually pulled it off and destroyed the beast. But right after swallowing it, wait, something is seriously wrong. Loach suddenly looks deeply uncomfortable as his belly swells up. It seems the dark spirit is still alive, thrashing around violently inside. Changming panics, realizing the dark beast is not dead yet. Inside, the spirit thrashes against the little guy's stomach, sending him into absolute agony as he struggles to hold it in. Despite the stabbing pain, Loach clamps his mouth shut, refusing to let his prey escape. He collapses onto the lake floor, desperately trying to digest the beast. Changming screams for him to spit it out, because his life is far more important. After a stressful moment, Loach starts looking much better, happily flipping over and wagging his tail. Seeing his companion fully recover from the ordeal, Changming lets out a massive sigh of relief. But as the little guy bounces back, a glowing sigil suddenly flashes bright on Changming's forehead, making him gasp in absolute shock. Closing his eyes, he channels his spiritual energy in sheer disbelief. He wonders if swallowing the specter generated enough energy to manifest his forehead's sigil into a physical object. As he enters a state of deep meditation, the mark floats right off his skin. Swirling spiritual energy wraps around the mark, expanding it. Changming realizes his soul energy got a massive boost because the ancient corpse became stronger. It seems this forehead mark represents the strength of his soul, acting as a permanent power-up. He never expected that devouring a single specter would grant him such an insane boost. He opens his eyes, completely amazed by his luck. He cannot help but wonder what insane rewards he would get if he devoured the monster's true body. Silence finally falls over the cave. Having survived the brutal clash of monsters, the specter's true form remains hidden deep inside, cursing under its breath. What kind of monster could possibly devour 3 of its shadow clones? Coughing up blood, it drags its long tongue across the ground. It seethes with rage, wondering how anything could eat its clones and walk away completely fine, completely immune to its control. Meanwhile, back at the ancient corpse, everything has gone completely dead silent after it fought off the dark specter. Changming watches it closely, wondering why it isn't moving. Using Loach's body, he swims closer to inspect the corpse. It seems the spear energy inside the corpse was heavily drained during that chaotic battle with the shadow. Suddenly, a strange sigil glows on the corpse. Loach gets curious and edges closer, only for his greedy appetite to take over as he starts sucking the mark right off the body. After devouring this little snack, Loach lets out a massive, highly satisfied burp. Over on Changming's side, his body glows with a massive influx of spiritual energy harvested by the little Loach. The swirling energy slowly gathers right at his chest, right where that strange peach-shaped sigil had appeared earlier. Right next to the peach, a brand new mark starts to form. Changming is thrilled they have unlocked another powerful sigil. By waiting out the chaos, he and the little Loach manage to walk away with the ultimate prize. He clenches his fists, calculating his next move. Not only did they get a massive buff, but they also secured the ancient corpse for tomorrow's handover. By the next morning, the distant sunlight slowly begins to shine over Juhu village. After spending the night absorbing plenty of spiritual energy, Changming stretches refreshingly happy that he no longer has to worry about the survival tax, as brighter days are finally ahead. Suddenly, he pauses at the sound of whispering voices, his curious eyes shifting toward the distance. Watching the massive crowd of villagers gather, Changming wonders why on earth there are so many people today. He pulls Ranchu aside to ask what is happening and if they are searching today, to which Ranchu replies that Xiao Sun arrived just in time to see the officials bring out their strongest spiritual treasure. Squeezing his way through the bustling crowd of onlookers, standing on his tiptoes to get a better look, he asks in confusion, a spiritual treasure? It turns out Nianying is wearing strange armor with glowing arm and back guards, prompting Changming to stare with wide, excited eyes as he mutters how cool it looks and asks what it is. Nearby, Yunying smiles and explains that it is called the Exorcism Star Armor. Once equipped, it temporarily shields the wearer from underwater evil energy, and seeing Changming arrive, Nianying eagerly walks down to ask if he has finally made it. Placing her hands on her hips, she proudly shows off the armor. Changming does not hold back on the compliments, agreeing that it looks amazing and asking where she got it. Nianying quickly replies that she got it from the military. She then pulls out a weapon shaped like a dragon-mouth rocket, to boast that it is actually the primary combat weapon of the Great Wu military, known as the Kanglang Xiao. Its destructive power is strong enough to wound even a Tier 2 demon beast. Nianying also pulls out a talisman, explaining that this Vajra talisman will automatically trigger a protective divine light during fatal attacks, blocking a strike from even a high-tier master. Seeing her so heavily equipped, Changming cannot help but ask her a question. Why on earth did she bring all this gear, which prompts Yunying to ask if he forgot mentioning a Tier 2 beast in the lake. They suspect the area holds ancient corpses and serves as the beast's personal territory, so they decided to deploy heavy weaponry to deal with it, as Nianying excitedly grabs Changming's hand to reassure him she will be diving into the water with him today. She promises to protect him no matter what danger they face, leaving him so deeply moved by her care that he nearly sheds tears. Since transmigrating to this world, it is the absolute first time he has experienced such genuine kindness from a girl. Without wasting another second, Nianying turns around to lead the way, declaring it is time to go. But Changming suddenly freezes as a terrible realization hits him. If she dives with him, she will immediately find out that everything he told her before was a complete lie. If those lies are exposed, could he actually be arrested for hiding secrets from the imperial officials? The mere thought of himself, Loach, and Changyan being dragged away in heavy chains makes Changming shiver in terror. He runs up and grabs Nianying by the hand to pull her back, shouting for her to wait as she turns back in surprise. Scratching his head to find an excuse, Changming claims that a noble lady like her should never expose herself to danger, so he should go alone. A bit annoyed, she asks who he is looking down on and assures him she can protect him, leaving Changming screaming in his head that she completely misunderstood. Changming desperately tries to argue that she really cannot go, prompting Nianying to put her hands on her hips and demand a proper explanation. She demands a single good reason to stay behind, as the nearby villagers begin to gather around and whisper about what is happening. One bystander even asks if they are watching a married couple have a lover's quarrel. Completely oblivious to the gossip, Changming continues to stubbornly insist she cannot go, but Nianying remains equally stubborn and declares that she is definitely going anyway. She directly asks if he is trying to hide some secret, causing the two guards standing nearby to echo the word with sudden suspicion. One of them mutters that this kid has probably been diving alone this whole time, unless they stare at Changming with deep suspicion, forcing him to avoid their gaze while realizing he must use a special trick to survive this crisis. Suddenly, he steps directly in front of Nianying with a dead serious expression that completely startles her. Grabbing her hand tightly and causing her cheeks to flush bright red, Changming confesses that he has indeed been hiding a secret. A confused Nianying looks up to ask what he means, but he cuts her off by leaning close to her ear to whisper his secret. Suddenly, he pulls her close into his arms and softly confesses that he likes her. With glistening eyes, he gently lowers his head to look down at her with pure, undivided affection. Her face burns with embarrassment as she wonders if he actually likes her, while an angry attendant demands to know what the kid is whispering to his commander. Changming continues in a gentle voice, asking how he, as a man, could ever let her walk into such a dangerous place, leaving Nianying to stutter that they have only known each other for 2 days, and despite him being incredibly handsome, he cannot just confess like this. Placing a hand over his heart, he suggests a compromise if she still feels uneasy about the whole situation. Changming takes Nianying's hands in his, speaking softly as he asks to borrow her gear. He tells her that wearing her armor is like having her right by his side, guaranteeing nothing will go wrong, so she has to say yes. Meanwhile, a thick, heavy fog rolls across the quiet and completely desolate forest. Deep worry clouds Nianying's face as she tightly clasps her hands together, pleading with him to absolutely stay safe out there. After a brief moment of preparation, Changming straps on Nianying's distinctive armor and shoulders a massive, heavy cannon. Changming quietly tells her not to worry. Instantly, he strides toward the lake and dives right in. Below the murky surface, his pet Loach is waiting, and Changming swims straight toward it. He whispers to the creature, calling it second brother, explaining how the battle plan will work. He will fake an attack, the Loach will make a big scene, and then they can hand over the ancient corpse. The Loach floats still, staring intently at the swimming youth as if trying to signal something. Man and beast lock eyes in a tense, silent standoff. Irritation flares across Changming's face. Furious, he snaps, asking how it can possibly think of food at a time like this. The Loach closes its eyes and turns to swim away, forcing Changming to realize he has no choice but to feed it. Reaching out, Changming grabs the creature's fin and surrenders with a sigh, telling it that he agrees. Instantly, the Loach shoots upward, thrashing its body to whip up a massive wave. Watching from below, Changming floats silently, realizing the beast has gotten quite powerful lately. With a slight smirk, Changming keeps his eyes on the Loach as he unslings the heavy cannon and aims it forward. A bright beam of energy erupts from the barrel, streaking through the water and slamming directly into the creature's underbelly. The blast leaves a dark bruise on the Loach's belly, making it writhe in sudden pain. Changming swims over, trying to calm the beast. Suddenly, the water above violently trembles, and in an instant, the lake surface erupts, sending water droplets and a geyser of fresh blood spraying high into the air. Witnessing the eruption, Ying deduces that he used his wolf howl cannon. Nianying nods, murmuring that success or failure is decided right here. Her face is pale with worry as she silently hopes that he will somehow make it back in one piece. High on the lake, a violent whirlpool forms, spinning rapidly and pulling everything into its center. Ying clenches her fist, confidently stating that with that much blood, it has to be a massive beast. Nianying silently wonders why there is still no sign of him. A moment later, the water ripples, and Changming finally breaks the surface. Watching from the shore, Ranshu waves his arms excitedly, shouting that it is young Sunday. He actually did it. Changming swims quickly toward the bank, dragging the heavy, ancient corpse behind him. Stepping onto the muddy shore with a dripping wet body, Changming holds the rope tied to the ancient corpse tightly, cups his hands in respect, and calls out that he has brought the body back. Nianying stands silent, placing a hand over her heart while watching Changming through the observation gate. A short while later, the scene shifts to the clear blue sky above, where white clouds drift lazily along. Ying waves her hand, commanding her men to secure the corpse immediately to avoid any trouble, and her guards respond with a loud nod. The scene shifts as Ying's guards carry over a heavy wooden coffin. Standing a short distance away, Changming watches as they carefully place the ancient corpse inside the coffin, and one of the guards slowly and gently closes the lid. Resting her hand on the coffin, Ying looks at Changming with a pleased expression, telling him he did an excellent job. She asks if he has any interest in joining their Chaosian department. Changming shifts his gaze awkwardly, muttering a quiet sound of surprise as Ying approaches him. She places a hand on his shoulder and whispers that she will make him a lieutenant, specifically putting him in charge of Juhu village. Now, he and his little sister will never have to worry about food or clothing. Stroking his chin, Changming realizes the offer sounds pretty good, especially since he won't have to worry about feeding his greedy little sister anymore. Changming bows and cups his hands, telling Ying that he gratefully and respectfully accepts her offer. Turning to leave, Ying tosses a small token toward Changming, telling him to take that for now. Pointing toward the flustered Nianying, she informs Changming that he will be working directly under her command from now on. Startled, Changming looks over at Nianying in utter disbelief, wondering if she is really going to be his boss from now on. Shifting his gaze, he frantically worries if she actually took his previous, fake confession as the absolute truth. He must find a way out, or his life will be miserable. Suddenly, he calls out to Officer Yoon. Nianying turns around to ask what is wrong, but Changming firmly tells his new boss that they should establish a strict rule against office romance. He argues that all Chaosian department officers should focus strictly on their cultivation, seeking the great Tao and upholding justice, Raising a hand in total confusion, Nanying stammers about what he said before. Lowering his head, Changming quietly whispers that since she still has not managed to condense her divine runes yet, her priority should be to work much harder. Is that so? Nanying yells out in embarrassment, "You do not need to remind me." She frowns, her voice packed with sheer determination. "I will definitely condense my heteroglyph," Nianying thinks to herself. Between the investigation and searching for the ancient corpse, she had completely forgotten about this. Frustrated, Nianying snaps at Changming. "Well played. Sun Changming. You do not know your place, yet you talk back to your boss?" Changming puts a hand behind his head, smiling slightly. "Not at all. How could I dare?" Yuning steps forward, laughing out loud as she chimes in, "All right, you two, stop bickering. The ancient corpse is a major matter and is headed to the magistrate court soon. Are you coming back with us?" Nianying clenches her fist, her voice absolute no. "I am absolutely not returning until I condense my heteroglyph." Yunying boards the carriage, which quickly flies up into the sky. Yunying calls out that they will head back and await orders. As Nianying turns to leave, Changming raises a hand and calls out, "Officer Yun, where are you going?" Nianying huffs back in annoyance, "None of your business." The scene shifts to text displaying Sun Changming's house. Changming's voice echoes, inviting everyone over to his place today for a celebration feast. Changyin runs from inside the house toward the door, excitedly shouting that her brother is back. She opens it to see Changming standing with Ranshi and the others. Without saying a single word, Changyan suddenly slams the door shut. Changming and the rest are left standing there in utter disbelief. As Changyan bustles about the kitchen, Changming approaches to ask what is wrong. She slumps down, eyes brimming with tears as she whimpers, "Brother, we do not have any meat left in the house." Changming reaches down into a small wall niche, slowly pulling out a large slab of meat. Holding the massive piece of meat, Changming smiles and asks Changyan, "Is that so? Then what is this?" Lifting Changyan up in his arms, Changming gently says, "Is this not a celebration feast for everyone's hard work? We cannot afford to be stingy now." Convinced, Changyan softly agrees. The scene changes to Changming holding a bowl of wine, clinking it against the bowls of the others. Everyone shouts together, "Cheers." One of Ranshi's men remarks in admiration, "Changming, you are getting more incredible as you grow up, holding your breath underwater for an entire hour." Ranshi chuckles, teasingly asking if the kid is some kind of reincarnated merman. Changming scratches his head, laughing, "Huh? There is no way." Ranshi holds up his wine jar, expressing deep gratitude. "Luckily, Changming guided us out this time, saving us from doing dangerous missions and wasting months of rations. Changming, us old-timers do not know how to thank you, so let us toast to you." Changming places a hand on his head, shyly replying, "What are you saying, fourth uncle? If not for everyone looking out for me, I would not be here today." Another man in the group raises his bowl, declaring this toast is absolutely necessary. Ranshi chiming in, "Changming, with skills like yours, if you rise through the ranks later, we will all get to ride your coattails." Changming smiles brightly as he thanks everyone. Suddenly, his smile completely fades as his eyes drift away, wondering to himself what his lovely boss is doing right now. The scene shifts to a cave deep inside the forest, where torrential rain is pouring down onto the earth. Nianying sits inside the cave, cross-legged with her hands on her knees and her eyes closed. A sudden thought crosses Nianying's mind. Oh no, she has failed yet again. Opening her eyes, she looks down and ponders. She was clearly just one step away from condensing her heteroglyph. As the image of a powerful beast flashes in her mind, Nianying clenches her fist, her resolve hardening. Lately, she has been observing mighty beasts to grasp her own heteroglyph, but it is still not enough. She needs a much greater presence to help her attain enlightenment. A loud crack echoes as a blinding flash of lightning strikes the ground right in front of her. Changming's image appears in Nianying's thoughts, mocking her about how his superior should be stronger than him. Irritated, Nianying resolves not to let him look down on her. She returns to her cultivation, closing her eyes once more. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light begins to glow. Nianying brings her hands close together, channeling the energy to condense directly between her palms. The blue light completely envelops her entire body as Nianying sits in silence, carefully observing the energy shifts. The result completely exceeds her expectations as she mentally gasps, "I succeeded. My heteroglyph is complete." The scene shifts to the next morning, where thin clouds drift across a beautiful blue sky. Down on the ground, Changming is walking alone down a path lined with villager homes. After walking for a bit, he spots Nianying waiting for him ahead, and she lets out a loud cough to get his attention. Changming completely ignores her, nonchalantly walking right past as she angrily yells out, "Hey, Sun Changming." Changming turns around, smiling lightly as he asks, "Well, is this not Officer Yun? Did you need something from me?" Nanyang clears her throat, proudly declaring, "Do you not know that I am a famous genius back in Dingba Prefecture? Since my cultivation has made great strides recently, I am in a good mood today and plan to give you a few pointers. Changming is quite surprised. His eyes widen as he asks if it is really that powerful. Nianying covers her mouth with a light chuckle. She explains that the more complex these mystic runes are, the stronger their power and potential. Smiling, she steps forward, leaning in close to Changming. She asks Xiao Sun about his own rune, telling him to write it down so she can give him some guidance. Right then, a strange line of text flashes in Changming's mind. He quietly ponders to himself that he actually has several of these mystic runes inside his body. Grabbing a small twig, Changming sits down and agrees. He holds it tight, carving a single, straight line into the dirt as his hand begins to move. After a brief moment, Changming finishes writing a complex character on the ground. He lets go of the twig, slowly stands up, and politely tells her that he is finished, asking her to take a look. Turning back to Nianying, he notices she looks a bit flustered and confused by him calling her milady. Nianying stands in silence, completely stunned. She realizes this incredibly complex rune is far stronger than her own, leaving her completely unable to judge it. With her cheeks blushing slightly, she shyly remarks that condensing such a rune at his young age is quite impressive. However, she warns him not to get arrogant, since he is still her subordinate after all. Changming politely agrees with her. Turning around to leave, Nianying calls back, telling him she is heading out and to contact her, using his communication token if anything comes up. Suddenly, Changming grabs Nianying's hand to stop her, calling out for her to wait. She turns back, asking him what he is doing. Looking away, Changming admits that he does not know much about the different cultivation realms and asks for her guidance. Crossing her arms, Nianying scolds him, wondering how someone who trains out in the wild does not even know the basics. Changming hesitates for a second, but Nianying just smiles softly and tells him that since he asked, she might as well explain. As an image of the 9 cultivation realms flashes through her mind, she begins to explain. Across the 8 desolates, cultivation is split into 9 major realms. She notes that the vast majority of cultivators in the world end up stuck in the first major realm. This initial realm is known as the spiritual body. It is split into 6 levels, from chi to meridians, acupoints, runes, manifestation, and treasure control. Changming listens closely, wondering what treasure control actually means since he already achieved manifestation. Changming slowly raises his hand. He asks if she can explain treasure control in more detail, and Nianying readily agrees as she gathers her thoughts. Imagining powerful cultivators with their magical tools, she explains that this realm is reached after selecting a rune to condense into a manifested object. Through continuous nurturing and massive power upgrades, you finally gain the ability to wield genuine magical treasures. Looking up at the sky, Changming mutters that it all makes sense now. Nianying eyes him suspiciously, wondering how he could possibly be so clueless about something so basic. Looking back at her, Changming curiously asks if they can only have a single spiritual acupoint. Crossing her arms, she replies that once established, an acupoint is set in stone and can never be changed. That single acupoint holds one rune, which completely dictates the entire foundation of your future cultivation. A strange image pops into Changming's mind, making him wonder why on earth he has multiple acupoints and a whole bunch of runes. Raising his hand again, he asks how a cultivator in the treasure control level goes about breaking through to the second major realm. Placing her hands on her hips, she reminds him that cultivation demands steady perseverance, not pride or impatience. She tells him he is only at the rune level and is far from a breakthrough. Looking down, Changming secretly decides he needs to find a quiet spot to test his actual power level. The clouds clear as noon approaches. Trust me, his tests are about to get wild. Arriving at a quiet lakeside, Changming murmurs that the waters are crawling with beasts, making it the perfect testing ground. Bringing his hands together and closing his eyes, he concentrates to summon a glowing dragon seal. Holding it in his palm, he wonders what kind of power this artifact truly holds. Raising his hand, he watches the seal glow brightly and shoot up into the sky as he commands it to go. As the seal flies over the water, Changming mutters in awe that this artifact is actually capable of summoning beasts. Within moments, the lake begins to churn as dozens of aquatic beasts surface, quickly gathering right behind the flying dragon seal. Watching the massive gathering of beasts, Changming cannot help but grin, utterly impressed. He wonders if this incredible mind control effect is the true power of his manifested object. Seeing them circle the artifact, he realizes that while he knew his manifestation would be strong, this is absolutely insane. Suddenly, a massive plume of water erupts in the distance, drawing his attention to a loud noise. A colossal beast emerges from the depths, sporting 3 menacing horns and glowing, blood-red eyes. Changming gasps, realizing it is a level 2 beast. It lets out a deafening roar that sends powerful winds whipping through the area. Raising an arm to shield his face, he quickly realizes that his dragon seal cannot control level 2 beasts. Pulling the glowing seal back into his hands, he eagerly wonders what other secrets this powerful artifact is hiding. Changming shoves his hands straight forward. His seal flies directly at the beast's jaw. Go! Go! He loudly yells out. The seal flies back to his hand. Return, he shouts. Instantly, the beast turns and swims back into the water. Disappointment sets in. Is a level 2 beast really only this strong? He tilts his gourd downward, and something crawls out. Changming calls out, "It is your turn now." Little Loach appears. It stares directly ahead, trying to size up its new surroundings. Dozens of fish beasts are already staring right back at it. Silence. The Loach flashes a satisfied grin, licking its lips with sheer hunger. On the bank, Changming watches the battle begin. Changming teases, "As long as you eat, you get stronger, but do not turn into a pig later." The scene shifts to a local tavern. Outside, a thick, heavy fog completely envelops the cold air. Outside a private room, a worker whispers. The customer inside has been eating all day, already on her 7th table. The other worker replies that is terrifying, especially since you cannot tell just by looking at her. Inside, Nianing sits before a mountain of empty dishes. "Why is the next course taking so long?" she shouts. The owner nervously approaches, explaining they have completely run out of food. Meanwhile, Nianying wonders why her messenger has not returned. A bit disappointed, Nianying softly says it is fine then, before glancing over at the massive pile she just finished. She silently notes she would never eat this much if her unique sigil did not literally require absorbing food, flavor, and aroma to level up. Nianying then awkwardly asks the shop owner if there is anything else. "Do you have any snacks left? Just bring them all." The owner replies they are completely out, right as someone calls out for the chief. The sudden shout startles Nianying. Turning toward the noise, she sees a panicked Dard rushing into the room with urgent news. He gasps that it is great to find her, looking highly anxious as he reports that he has urgent news to deliver. Nianying raises her hand, a soft light glowing around her palm. "Speak," she coldly orders. She snaps her fingers to erect a barrier. The guard reports that local rumors claim a powerful demon god is buried in Fengqiu. In the guard's mind, a horrifying image of a massive, glowing eye belonging to the demon god suddenly flashes. Even a master of the Third Realm went to investigate but never returned. Nianying mutters in surprise, "The Third Realm?" The guard quickly clarifies that it might just be a legend. He envisions several cultivators marching in the same direction, before firmly adding even more worrying details to his report. A group of rogue cultivators recently planned to head toward Fengqiu to steal the demon god's hidden treasure. Warnings were useless, and even if they somehow return, they might be corrupted by the evil energy, turning into wicked monsters that will terrorize the lands. Nianying acknowledges the report, promising to keep a very close eye on it. Meanwhile, Qingyi stands by a riverbank, staring at the misty mountains ahead. Qingyi smiles, whispering with excitement that they have finally arrived at the legendary Fengqiu of myths, claiming the treasure is only a matter of time. Suddenly, Wanying appears, scoffing that weaklings should not touch Fengqiu. Qingyi quickly spins around in surprise, demanding to know exactly who is there. Lu smirks, mockingly calling himself the one who will send him to his death. Qingyi raises his hand, manifesting his giant sword. Qingyi laughs arrogantly as Lu quickly dodges the massive weapon flying directly at him. He turns to Wanying, telling her Madame Ji is all hers. Holding a handkerchief, she smiles and says she has got this. Wanying tosses her handkerchief forward. Monstrous creatures emerge, pursuing the terrified cultivator as he runs away screaming. On the other side, Ding Ren turns and walks away, calling back that Fengqiu's destiny is waiting for them. Understood, Wanying and Lu yell in unison. Meanwhile, the group that fought Ding Ren's team lies completely defeated. Ding Ren notes as he walks that the 4th group of troublemakers has finally been cleaned up. Bowing his head, Lu says everything went smoothly thanks to his leader, right as a strange village flashes in his mind. He says this village is a bit strange, covered in thick evil energy, so they should not recklessly charge inside. Holding up a chessboard, Lu suggests letting his summoned spirit soldiers go ahead first to scout out the area. Ding Ren replies that he has long heard of his magical soldiers, making it the perfect chance to open his eyes. Lu tosses the board up, and the glowing pieces fly into the sky. "Go," he commands. The chess pieces descend, instantly transforming into giant spectral soldiers. Far away, Changming rests on the shore while Loach happily swims. Hearing a sudden strange noise, Changming is instantly startled, sitting straight up to inspect what is going on. A Dao soldier marches forward, its wooden joints creaking loudly in the quiet space. Changming stares at the oncoming wooden soldiers and gasps, wondering what on earth these things are. Suddenly, 2 of them draw their bows, aiming directly at him. They release the strings, sending 2 sharp arrows whistling straight towards Changming. Caught completely off guard, he barely has time to process the sudden ambush. Instantly raising a shield, Changming blocks the deadly projectiles just in time. He wonders who could be targeting him out here as he hurls his dragon's seal into the air. Recognizing the threat, He decides that if these foes want to fight, he will gladly give them one. High above, the dragon seal begins to rapidly expand in size. The wooden soldiers below look up at the giant seal looming overhead. The seal crashes down, utterly crushing the puppets below. Far away, Lu Er suddenly coughs up a mouthful of blood, prompting an anxious Wan Ying to ask what happened. Lu Er gnashes his teeth in pure rage. He explains that his puppets have limited vision, and all he saw was a massive divine seal crashing down. Their connection was instantly severed. Ding Ran chimes in, noting that anyone who can destroy 5 puppet squads in a single strike must be at the second realm. The old man realizes he must personally take action. Holding a jar in her hand, Wan Ying laughs and suggests sending her own beloved children to go investigate first. Biting down hard on her own finger, Wan Ying lets her blood flow. She then presses her stained fingertip directly onto the surface of the jar. As the blood seeps into the surface, Wan Ying moves her finger to trace a sinister character directly on the jar. A black shadow slithers out of the jar. Ding Ran gasps in admiration at the wicked specter. Madame Ji certainly has deadly tricks up her sleeve, possessing a dark spirit even stronger than a ghost king. Meanwhile, Changming inspects the wooden wreckage of the shattered puppets. Staring at the wooden scrap, Changming wonders why the creator was so cheap. Why make these out of wood instead of using durable metal? With only this junk left, he figures he might as well feed it to little Loach. Who knows? Maybe it will unlock a blueprint. Sorting through the wreckage, Changming begins dismantling the wooden components. He still can't help but wonder why these weird puppets suddenly showed up in his village. And why did they attack him out of nowhere? Leaping into a nearby tree, he decides it is best to hide first and plan later. He sends a quick message to little Loach hiding at the bottom of the lake, warning his pet of incoming enemies and telling him to stay close. Crouched high in the foliage, he pulls a leafy branch down to conceal himself while silently keeping an eye on the ground below. Folding her arms, Wan Ying notes with arrogant amusement that their little target is surprisingly quick on his feet. Back in the trees, a massive dark shadow silently creeps up right behind Changming. Completely unaware of the lurking danger, he keeps his focus glued to the ground below. Ding Ran looks over at Wan Ying, mentioning that according to the memories left behind, that group has no accomplices. Wan Ying smirks and tells Ding Ran not to worry and leave it all to her. She reaches into her robes and slowly pulls out a small wand. Tapping the wand against her jar, she speaks with absolute confidence. She promises to give the poor little thing a quick, painless death. Suddenly, Changming senses a presence, his face turning pale as panic grips his chest. He spins around as the shadow closes in, wondering helplessly when it even got there. Suddenly, his entire body is squeezed tight, locking him in place. Recognizing he has been caught in an ambush, Changming is dragged into a freezing, illusory vortex, his body shivering violently from the unnatural chill. But a moment later, his eyes flare with a bright light as veins bulge across his face. At that exact moment, a brilliant golden sigil flashes to life right on his chest. From the outside, a torrent of raw, hostile energy slams directly into his body, yet Changming quickly absorbs the entire blast. With her ultimate move broken, Wan Ying suffers a severe magical backlash, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Horrified by the sudden reversal, Ding Ran asks what went wrong. Wiping the blood from her chin, Wan Ying warns that their target is incredibly powerful. She urges the elder to unleash his famous Luoxu spreading roots divine art. Hearing this, Ding Ran slowly strokes his long white beard. He decides to see what the brat is made of. In an instant, his white beard grows rapidly, shooting down toward the earth. Watching the entire landscape warp around the old man, Wan Ying gasps in awe. She praises the terrifying power of his second-tier spell. Meanwhile, Changming finally snaps back to his senses. He realizes some sort of specter had attacked, but his death seal destroyed it before he could even get a clear look. However, the forest is now trembling with violent energy. Suddenly, thick white strands wrap tightly around him. He struggles, wondering what on earth this is. Within seconds, he is completely sealed inside a giant white cocoon. On the other side, Ding Ran strains to pull his long beard back, but to his frustration, the cocoon refuses to budge. Suddenly, a massive shockwave of brilliant golden energy erupts from the white bindings. Changming grits his teeth, declaring that no matter what this thing is, it is his turn to strike back. He unleashes a massive burst of power, shattering the cocoon to pieces. Only then does Ding Ran realize that something has gone horribly wrong. Panic spreads across the old man's face. His long clawed hand desperately tries to grab the white beard that just flew off. That slip-up lets Changming's energy lock on, and the old man can't break free. He's finished. The overwhelming power doesn't stop there, surging straight toward Wan Ying and Lu Er. They try to run, but the dark energy snares them instantly. In a flash, the dark mist consumes them, draining every ounce of their strength before they vanish into thin air without a trace. With the job finished, Changming absorbs the energy back into his palm. Still, he can't help but wonder who sent them. but at least their little attack helped him figure out how to use the strange runes. As he walks, Changming wonders why these priests would target a regular civilian without fearing karma. Then he bends down, picking up the bags scattered on the ground. Driven by pure curiosity, Changming quickly opens one of the bags and peeks inside. Suddenly, he feels a wave of emotion. With so many materials, the little Loach won't starve, and their household finally has plenty of surplus food. Right after that, Changming opens up another bag to see what lies in the second treasure trove, and the contents bring him an even bigger, unexpected surprise. Looks like this guy was a neat freak. The stash inside this bag is a massive jackpot. Inside are 16 first-tier magic tools, 10 second-tier, 1 third-tier, and 50 spiritual jades. Right at that moment, the little Loach hops right over to Changming's feet. Knowing exactly what it wants, he stops it. Spiritual jades are way too valuable. You can't eat these. Instead, Changming points to a pile of scrap metal nearby. I will let you eat this junk, but in return, can you clean up those puppet soldiers for me? What? You're not happy about that? The Loach just rolls over to sleep, leaving Changming furious. Fine. Then spit up what you already ate. He sighs and tells himself to let it go. Today's haul is pretty amazing anyway. Still, why are there suddenly so many outsiders flooding into this region lately? As another day draws to a close, a warm sunset slowly paints the horizon. Near the city gates, onlookers whisper, wondering why those 3 big shots have been sitting there all day. Just then, a pair of boots steps into their view. Spotting Qingya, the 3 men quickly bow, greeting their young master who has finally arrived. Qingya casually fans himself and sneers, "What's the rush? Those idiots are simply rushing to meet their own deaths." His subordinates quickly flatter him, saying that the young master is absolutely right and the legendary opportunity in Chuchiyu will definitely belong to him. Qingya cuts them off, demanding to know exactly who has showed up for the prize this time. One of them quickly reports that while plenty of small fry factions have arrived, only 2 are actually worth the young master's attention. The first is Wanting the Flood Dragon, a famous powerhouse from the north, who brought along 2 second-tier experts as backup. The subordinate also mentions Xiao Feng, the first disciple of the Ranyu sect, who is also at the second-tier realm and has brought 6 of his junior brothers. Once they deploy their unique divine fire array, their collective strength can easily rival a master of the 3rd tier. Hearing about these rivals, Qingya merely lets out a highly amused smile. He immediately orders his men to move out, saying there is no time to waste and they must head to Chuchu before anyone else steals the opportunity. Lu Ping stares at his back in confusion, wondering why they are rushing if going early is suicide. Then, remembering something, he yells out to be extremely careful on the road. Rumor has it a ghost domain recently appeared in Chuchu, and anyone who wanders in by mistake never makes it back alive. Meanwhile, deep in the dark forest, 3 riders emerge from the shadows, led by Yang Shuai, who ask how much further they have to go. One of his men replies that the Meng River is 30 miles ahead, but Yang Shuai's attention is suddenly drawn to a strange green light. He wonders why such a desolate area has such a bustling town, while his companion points out that the county gates will already be closed by the time they arrive anyway. They might as well just rest here for the night. Yang Shuai agrees, deciding to rest for the night while warning them not to cause trouble. The 3 then steer their horses toward the glowing town. Through the darkness, the sudden sound of wings flapping echoes into the night sky. Elsewhere, Changming inspects his loot, joking with the Loach that a mix of magic weapons and elixirs makes for a pretty solid meal. He looks at the creature, remembering how it used to spit out treasures, but now only hoards them. Maybe he should try feeding it something completely different. With that in mind, Changming feeds it the long white beard he snatched from Ding Ren. Oblivious to the trap, the little beast happily chews away. A moment later, the Loach's face turns pale, and it frantically sticks out its long tongue. This time, the poor creature finally pukes up a nasty pile of green and yellow bile. Seeing its reaction, Changming teases it, asking why it is already giving up on the very first item when he hasn't even tried the rest. Furious, the Loach lunges forward, giving Changming a painful bite. As it slithers away, Changming sighs, wondering if the little guy is going through a rebellious teenage phase. He decides to let it cool off outside. Meanwhile, the Loach dives deep into the river, still absolutely seething with anger. Suddenly, the creature spots that same strange, glowing green light deep underwater. Right there is the ghost domain, where countless mysterious figures appear on the ship deck as one of them starts complaining. "Why are there no customers tonight?" he grumbles, saying he is about to starve to death. Another demon snaps back, asking where he expects fresh meat daily. Meanwhile, a giant Loach is quietly swimming closer and closer to that terrifying place. However, its sneaky movements do not escape the ghost soldiers. Sensing a massive beast approaching through the waters, they simply decide to let it enter. "I will eat it," one says, though they still grumble that it is just a fish. They wish a plump human would show up instead. They urge Zhang Duhu to step up and slay it quickly so everyone can share. The Loach just stares up curiously, completely oblivious to the approaching danger. Zhang Duhu steps forward with a heavy sigh, muttering about why they always call him for such trivial chores. Since the Loach is not on guard, he easily grabs its tail. With a massive heave, Zhang Duhu drags the giant creature straight onto the deck. But right then, Zhang Duhu feels a wave of confusion, wondering why on earth this creature is so unbelievably heavy. That still does not stop him from throwing the Loach onto the chopping block. The silly fish rolls over and squeaks softly, its eyes filled with absolute curiosity as it looks around. Zhang Duhu actually finds it quite cooperative. He mocks the creature for lying down to make his job easier, then immediately draws his incredibly sharp, heavy blade from its dark sheath. The surrounding ghosts drool and cheer for him to kill and carve it up. Zhang Duhu raises his heavy blade and swings with all his might, but the Loach simply flicks its tail and shatters the cold steel. To make matters worse, it delivers a direct tail slap right to Zhang Duhu's face. The raw force of the strike sends him flying backward, crashing hard on the deck. He lies there dazed, wondering how a simple tail flick could easily break his sharp blade. Terrified as the Loach slithers closer, he desperately warns it to stay back, threatening to call the mighty supreme Ghost King of the domain. Seeing the giant creature loom directly over him, Zhang Duhu screams out for the Ghost Lord to save him. Instantly, a massive demonic head materializes right behind him, revealing one of the 4 legendary Ghost Kings, Nichi, the Ghost Consort. Nichi sneers, demanding to know why a mere insect has summoned her. She is clearly furious that her peaceful rest has been disturbed. Zhang Duhu quickly reports that a powerful beast has invaded the ghost domain, begging the mighty lady to take it out. Hearing this, an excited smirk plays on Niki's face as she charges straight toward the unsuspecting Loach. But in seconds, she gets slapped silly. Talk about an absolute embarrassment. Zhang Duhu just stares blankly at where she was defeated. He cannot believe the ghost consort was taken down in one shot. Suddenly, the water begins to churn as countless white skulls float to the surface. Even Zhang Duhu has no idea what is going on, standing completely frozen as a massive tower of human skulls rises up from the deep. At that exact moment, another bizarre sight completely captures Zhang Duhu's attention. To his absolute shock, a colossal fireball is hurtling right toward them at an incredibly high speed. Out of the flames emerges Yan, the feared lord of the Bone Sea. Beside him stands Shiba, yet another of the legendary 4 great ghost kings. Shiba casts a highly disdainful look at the tiny Loach, mockingly asking Zhang Duhu why he summoned them over such a small, completely insignificant creature. He declares that he will handle it himself, but before he can even finish his sentence, the Loach terrifies him. What on earth is happening? He wonders, unable to comprehend why the beast's direct gaze is sending cold shivers down his spine. Yan ignores the strange feeling, unleashing his massive ghostly aura across the area. Zhang Duhu screams in terror, believing the Lord of the Bone Sea will crush everything with his divine power. This time, murderous intent flares in Yan's eyes as he declares the beast is absolutely dead. With that thought, Yan intensifies his energy, filling the entire atmosphere with the heavy chill of death. Yet, the Loach does not show a single hint of fear, looking almost captivated by his power instead. That is when Yan senses something is horribly wrong, feeling as though his own bones are being completely locked on by the beast. Realizing his fragile bones make him vulnerable to an attack that could drop his cultivation level, he decides he absolutely cannot attack. But the greedy Loach has already lunged straight toward the pile of skulls, drooling over the tasty treats. In an instant, Yan's ghostly energy mysteriously crumbles to pieces. A completely bewildered Zhang Duhu can only watch, wondering what on earth is happening. Watching from the sidelines, Shiba mocks the other Ghost Kings as absolute useless trash, immediately drawing the curious gaze of the hungry Loach. Unloading his own blazing energy, Shiba steps up to finish the job himself, but the Loach simply opens its mouth and gulps down all that intense, blazing energy, letting out a highly satisfied burp with a pleased expression. Completely shocked by this absurd sight, Shiba yells in total disbelief before launching several fireballs, daring to see just how much the beast can truly consume. Meanwhile, over in Juhu village, the night scenery is incredibly quiet and peaceful. Inside his house, Changming lies in bed, his body completely wrapped in a warm golden glow. Moments later, Changming suddenly sits up, quickly realizing what is happening as he lets out a quiet yawn. Sun Changming realizes this little Loach is actually insanely strong, sending a warm current of energy through him even though it's late. He is absolutely thrilled to find a brand new mystical rune has finally formed, promising to praise the Loach when it returns. But then, Changming's face turns pale. Oh no, why is it suddenly getting so burning hot? Flames erupt from deep inside his body, scorching him from the inside out. He screams in agonizing pain, damn it. What did that little beast eat this time? He's definitely going to kill it. Outside, Johuu village is blanketed in heavy, silent darkness. Changming sends a telepathic shout to the Loach, "You little bastard. Are you trying to roast your brother alive?" With that, his eyes flash with brilliant gold light as he links his consciousness to the Loach, wanting to see what it's up to. Looking through the creature's eyes, Sun Changming sees the ghastly skeleton form of a legendary drought ghoul standing right there. The flame completely devoured it, but he doesn't recognize this thing. Changming snaps, "Why are you eating trash? Do you want to burn our house down?" Realizing it messed up, the Loach can only hiss apologetically in response. Peering through its eyes, he realizes this is a ghost domain. Juhu village is right outside, so how did this happen? Just then, a massive whirlpool forms in the pitch-black waters. Why on earth are they gathering here now? Moments later, Lord Wanhun sneers, "You guys get weaker by the day." Ghost Concubine, Bone King, and the Drought Ghoul can only bow their heads in shame as Lord Wanhun demands a full report. Duho reports first. "My lord, I originally captured this Loach," but his voice trembles frantically as he explains that this beast actually defeated their 3 generals. Hearing this, Changming eyes his Loach with deep suspicion. Is that actually true? Lord Wanhun remains completely confident, scoffing that since they are all useless trash, he will handle it himself. Deadly ghostly energy explodes from his body as he roars, "Prepare to die." Changming sighs, knowing his troublesome pet must have snuck out and started another massive war. Suddenly, the mark on Changming's chest flashes, feeling strangely similar to his spiritual slips. Those slips are sacred tools to seal ancient corpses and absorb evil, so he decided to test them. Coming up with a plan on the fly, he quickly channels their power. A massive beam of golden light pierces the barrier, making Lord Wanhun panic what just entered his domain. To make matters worse, that intense energy summons a barrage of lightning to tear the barrier apart. Lord Wanhun struggles to hold his ground against the mysterious force as the golden light charges straight at him. Under immense pressure, Lord Wanhun pulls out a powerful talisman with similar strength to block the attack, but he quickly realizes his very element and rank are being completely suppressed by a natural enemy. "What is this thing?" Changming smirks. It looks like his spiritual slips are overpowered, so he'll finish them all at once. Nearby, Duho gasps in sudden realization, so that's it. Seeing the danger, the Bone King asks if they should jump in. Duho snaps back, "Quit talking, let's charge." But before they can move, Lord Wanhun stops them. "Idiots, do you want to die?" Look closely at the overwhelming power of that spiritual slip. Still floating in the cold water, the ghost concubine gasps, "No way." The Bone King mutters, "Could this little aquatic creature actually carry the ancient power of the underworld?" Lord Wanhun confirms it, leaving the Drought Ghoul utterly crushed. How could such a majestic power choose a lowly beast as its host? Changming's voice echoes out of the Loach's mouth, "Who are you calling a beast?" Only now does he realize he can actually speak directly through his little Loach's body. "Wait, what?" Stunned, Lord Wanhun carefully asks, "May I ask if this treasure is yours?" The Loach replies arrogantly, "What if it is? Do you still want to fight?" Lord Wanhun goes completely silent, realizing they have hit an insane stroke of fortune. Underworld energy is the very foundation of the realm of the dead. The Drought Ghoul whispers nervously, "Do we have to fight? We can't win." Lord Wanhun responds calmly, "Don't worry, I already have a plan." His expression darkens instantly. "Since you dared to trespass into our domain, there's only one outcome." The entire space falls dead silent as he gently taps his foot against the boat. As soon as he arrives, the Myriad Souls King drops to his knees, swearing absolute loyalty and offering the entire ghost realm. Loach gasps in disbelief while Ninyu, unable to hold back, demands to know what the Myriad Souls King is thinking, asking if he actually wants them to surrender their own ghost realm. To everyone's surprise, the Myriad Souls King openly admits that is exactly his plan. He announces his decision to offer the ghost realm to the Venerable, leaving Ninyu completely baffled as to why. The Myriad Souls King explains that if their realm receives the massive power of the Venerable's underworld, it could actually become its own independent mini-underworld. Once that happens, they will never have to worry about the underworld's bailiffs coming to hunt them down. Only now does Changming realize that even the mysterious underworld has such a strict hierarchy of power. The Myriad Souls King continues, pointing out that since the spiritual slip flew in from outside, there is absolutely no doubt that the green stone tablet is merely a clone, prompting En to wonder how absurdly powerful the actual Venerable must be if a mere copy is this strong. Shiba agrees, noting that giving up the ghost realm is a small price to pay for the Venerable's direct leadership. Changming scratches his head, quietly thinking to himself that he is not actually that strong. Ninyu agrees from the water but steps onto the dry shore to suggest that since the Venerable won't reside here, they will definitely need a dedicated liaison to carry out his divine commands. She points out that they both belong to the water, making them naturally close, and suggests she should take the role, but En calls it absurd, claiming the Venerable looks at him with a completely different gaze. He insists that is what true closeness looks like, and boasts that he is the perfect fit to be the liaison, but the Myriad Souls King snaps at them to stop being so presumptuous. He warns them to behave themselves, as their absolute priority is to ensure the Venerable actually accepts them. With that, the Myriad Souls King leads the others in kneeling down, leaving the little Loach utterly stunned by their sudden submission and wondering what they are doing. The Myriad Souls King sincerely begs to join his sect, pleading with him not to look down on their offer. He explains that despite being undead creatures, they desire the Tao and have enough power to handle any chores, while Loach simply spreads its fins and points to the tablet floating above, asking if they are only trying to join because of it. Seeing the tablet, the group prostrates itself instantly, confessing how deeply they admire his truly incredible power. They humbly request that he guides them in the future in exchange for their hard work. Just then, Changming remembers that the spiritual slip actually originated from the ancient demon corpse that his little Loach devoured. Unless those two had some prior history, that demon corpse was far weaker than these four, which leaves only one possible explanation. He can't help but laugh smugly to himself, concluding that he must simply be born extraordinary. Meanwhile, the Myriad Souls King grows increasingly anxious over the silence, wondering if the Venerable's long silence means they have already been rejected by him. Fearing the worst, he kowtows again, begging the Venerable to have pity on them since cultivation is brutal for undead spirits, and promising absolute, lifelong loyalty if given just one chance. Changming pretends to deeply consider it, saying that while they can follow him, he isn't someone who just accepts anyone. He asks if they have ever feasted on humans, but the Myriad Souls King quickly denies ever committing such a heinous crime. Loach still looks incredibly skeptical, staring them down with a sharp, probing gaze. The little creature demands the truth, questioning if a zombie like the one standing there truly doesn't drink blood. Shiba quickly waves his hands, explaining his red flame has no need to eat humans, since devouring different underworld fires is what actually converts the extreme yin energy in his body into extreme yang. Loach next turns to the spirit beside him to ask if he has ever taken a life, prompting N to quickly swear that all his skulls were merely dug up from ancient battlefields. He adds that the skulls of fallen generals are far more powerful than those of ordinary humans anyway, meaning he has absolutely no reason to harm innocent lives for no reason, though Changming remains highly skeptical and quietly wonders if they are telling the truth. Next, Loach shifts his focus to the female ghost, questioning if her dark red lips mean she has feasted on blood, but Ninu quickly wipes it away, clarifying it is just makeup. Suddenly appearing incredibly gentle and shy, she claims to be nothing more than an innocent soul who drowned. She insists she only subdues rogue lake ghosts and is simply too shy to interact with living strangers. The act is so convincing that even Changming almost falls for it, clearing his throat to hide his embarrassment. His soft response leaves the other ghosts gaping in shock at how easily he fell for her charms, while Loach finally decides to take them in to manage the area and prevent any future chaos. And quickly speaks for the group, swearing to obey the Venerable's commands, promising they will never step out of line, but asking how they should develop the ghost realm going forward, which leaves Changming with a lot to consider. That is true, what on earth should he make them do now? Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes his mind. You guys should start up a business. Since they are ghosts with a human heart and a conscience, running a shop is absolutely perfect. With that, Loach takes the golden token in his mouth and turns away. All right, he tells them, I have some business to attend to first. As the words fade, only ripples disturb the water as his figure completely vanishes from the ship. Behind him, Wanhun Wang and his group are left utterly frozen in disbelief. Wait, what? A short while later, Changming is standing on the sandy shore, waiting for Loach to surface. The moment the creature's face pops up, Changming walks over with a dark expression, instantly unleashing all the bottled-up fury in his chest. I look away for 1 second and you cause a massive mess. You almost ended up as someone's sushi platter instead of coming back. Do you hear me? Knowing he cannot win this argument, Loach just flashes an apologetic smile to butter up Changming, but the boy is not buying it. He quickly grabs Loach by the tail and hoists him up, mocking his sassy comeback. What follows is naturally a thoroughly deserved lecture for the playful little creature. Only when Loach passes out does Changming contentedly drag him back. Time to go home and sleep. Meanwhile, over in the ghost realm, Wanhun Wang and his crew gather to discuss business. After a moment, Ni Rao speaks up first. The Lord is gone without a trace, and who knows when he will return. If he forgets about us, our once-in-a-lifetime chance is completely ruined. Hearing this, Wanhun Wang quickly reassures her no matter what, they must run the ghost realm business perfectly. If they build up a thriving ghost market, the Lord will see their dedication and recognize their absolute loyalty. At this point, Yan asks in confusion how they can actually improve the market. As the mood grows quiet, Ni Rao suddenly gasps out, I have an idea. Instantly, every single eye in the room locks onto her. Curious, Wanhun Wang asks what it is. Completely unexpected that Ni Rao would actually suggest copying the mortal world's marketplace. The scene shifts to the mortal world beneath a glowing crescent moon, where two young scholars are walking along a pitch-black forest path. Zurin suggests finding a place to rest until sunrise before continuing, but Lu An warily asks how they could ever find shelter in such a desolate wasteland. Right at that moment, two skinny hands stretch out from behind them as a voice asks if they need a place to stay. Ni Rao steps forward holding a lamp. Seeing them lost, she kindly decided to check on them, but their loud screams could scare both humans and ghosts. Zurin still asks skeptically if an inn actually exists out here. Ni Rao swiftly leads the way, cheerfully telling them to follow her. Though highly skeptical, Zurin and Luan have no choice but to follow her. Along the dark path, Luan whispers to Zurin, wondering if this young girl is trying to trick them. He tries to reassure his friend that she probably is not, and after walking for who knows how long, Ni Rao finally stops and announces they have arrived. To their absolute shock, a bustling, crowded town unfolds before them. Following Ni Rao inside, Zurin gazes around in awe at such an incredibly vibrant night market. Ni Rao warns them not to underestimate the active nightlife in these mountains. Moments later, she leads the two travelers to a local inn, proudly showing off their establishment and asking if they like it. A luxury room with beautiful bathing companions costs only a single silver coin. Hearing this, Zurin immediately pulls out a piece of silver and agrees to go. Ni Rao quickly snatches the coin, promising them an unforgettable night of food and fun. Once inside, Zurin and Lu An are treated to a massive, mouth-watering feast. Ni Rao presses her ear against their private door, hearing them rave about the delicious food. Excitedly, Ni Rao runs to tell Gu Hai that his culinary skills are truly exceptional and the guests are thoroughly satisfied. He proudly replies that she flatters him, explaining that back when he was still alive, he used to be a chef at Wangjiang Tower. Continuing her role as a professional host, Ni Rao introduces the hot spring bath, explaining they can easily adjust the water temperature before warmly asking how they like it. Zurin remarks that the water is a bit chilly and asks if it can be warmed up. Ni Rao happily agrees to send someone over. She quickly calls out to Shibai, urging them to work harder as the bath water is still not hot enough, before politely asking the guests again. Luan replies with satisfaction that it is extremely comfortable. Zurin's face suddenly flushes red as he asks about the promised bathing beauties. Giving a thumbs up, Ni Rao says they are putting on makeup and she will go rush them. Soon after, the sweet voices of the beautiful ladies echo inside the bathhouse, calling out to the two guests. She urges the girls to hurry up and put on plenty of powder so they do not scare the customers, while another sweetly asks if they want their backs scrubbed. Gorgeous ladies with voluptuous bodies and pale skin step forward, asking the handsome men if they would like a massage. Zurin thoroughly enjoys this earthly pleasure, praising the ladies for their impressive strength, while one of them softly thanks him and promises to do her best. Meanwhile, Luan tries his best to refuse the service, while a girl stretches out her abnormally long neck when Zurin is not looking. Not bad, this tourist resort is doing an excellent job. From a distance, the entire layout of this mysterious town is being watched by another hidden figure. That is the gold medallion scanning the surroundings on Changming's behalf. Looking at the landscape below, he can't help but praise it. Not bad, this tourist spot is really well maintained, but just then, a sudden disturbance interrupts him. It is so late already does the Cultivation Bureau have business with him. Turns out Nianying has arrived with a new mission from above. The instruction is to gather at the village entrance at 6 tomorrow morning. Sure enough, Changming shows up right on time. He greets Officer Yun good morning, but as he steps inside, he immediately notices Nianying's gloomy expression and asks why she looks so down. Resting her chin in her hand, she looks highly stressed over a work matter. Changming asks her what exactly is going on. Nianying explains that the Cultivation Bureau has dispatched a new superior, and she worries the two of them won't be able to handle her. Thinking back on their history, Nianying can't help but let out a heavy sigh. Their families have been close for generations, meaning their relatives always compare the two girls against each other. She pouts, complaining that the newcomer only got into the Cultivation Bureau earlier and is now deliberately showing off. Suddenly, a voice asks who is bad-mouthing their boss so early in the morning. It is Ding Kaling walking in grandly, the eldest daughter of the Ding family and a Cultivation Bureau centurion. She looks around the room and raises her voice in a mocking tone. She sneers, asking if this starved, impoverished-looking guy is her new recruit, a remark that immediately strikes a nerve with Changming. He feels a strong urge to punch her, but thankfully keeps his cool. He smoothly replies that since he indeed hasn't eaten, perhaps the centurion could buy him a meal. Nianying steps directly in front of Changming, stating there is no need for the centurion to worry about her man. She adds that he gains weight easily, unlike her superior. Faced with this fiery attitude, Kaling backs down slightly but still throws in a few more jabs. She mocks Yu Nianying for relying solely on her family background. Nianying immediately fires back, telling Ding Kaling to keep her mouth clean, proudly revealing that she has now successfully condensed her own anomalous pattern as well. Kaling clenches her fists, scoffing that an anomalous pattern is nothing special. Nining quickly boasts about reaching the Longbao realm, but Kaling sneers, questioning whether she actually achieved that level on her own. Just then, a subordinate steps in to remind her that official duties should take priority. At that, Kaling finally drops the petty bickering, declaring she will not lower herself further, before getting straight to business. She reveals that local authorities have reported numerous people disappearing without a trace near Fenqiu, which is the exact reason why she has traveled here. Changming falls into deep thought. It seems the Chaosian Bureau is planning to clean up the chaos in Fenqiu. Kaling lays down her official command, announcing her decision to send Nianjing's subordinate on the mission. She commands Sun Changming to personally scout Fenqiu to block any reckless trespassers from causing further disaster, ordering him to report back to her the instant he finds anyone. Changming frowns. Patrolling borders feels just like a security guard job. He asks Officer Ding if there is a reward for taking such a high-risk task. Without saying another word, Kaling pulls out 2 incredibly heavy bags of coins. She offers it as a full month's guard pay, boasting she never mistreats subordinates. Seeing the cash, Changming's attitude completely flips. He tells the Centurion he will begin patrolling immediately and promises she can rest easy, knowing he will monitor the area with absolute care. Pocketing the heavy reward, he quickly heads deep into the mountains. Knowing the cultivators there have bizarre methods, he decides he must refine some self-defense tools. In no time at all, he locates a secret cave hidden deep inside the dense forest. Safely inside, Changming reviews his inventory of materials, secret manuals, and a flame source. But a sudden realization crosses his mind and his eyes fill with deep, thoughtful hesitation. Although he has the materials, Changming lacks the actual skill, suddenly remembering he has no idea how to forge weapons. But then his eyes light up, turning toward the Loach, Lao. Wasting no time, Changming grabs the Loach directly and forcefully stuffs all of his crafting materials right into its open mouth. He warns the creature not to escape, reminding it of how its reckless eating in the ghost realm got Big Brother Hai's feathers scorched. He demands it quickly help him refine the Godslayer weapon, shaking the poor Loach until its head spins in complete dizziness. He cheers it on, claiming he has total faith in its power. After a moment, the overwhelmed Loach vomits out a mixture of water and arrows. Changming happily gathers the arrows off the ground. After a thorough cleaning, he finds that the metal tips have become incredibly sharp and lethal. As the Loach keeps pestering him, Changming promises to feed it more later. He then ignores its whining and continues collecting all the remaining arrows. Just then, Changming spots a highly unusual chain on the ground and wonders what it could possibly be. Driven by sheer curiosity, he reaches out his hand to pick up the bizarre object. The tiny chain seems incredibly insignificant compared to his hand, but it suddenly expands and wraps tightly around his arm. Fortunately, it does not seem to cause him any real harm in the end. He wonders would it just spit up some cheap 9.9 yuan bracelet. At this moment, the little Loach suddenly makes faint noises from its throat, and Changming instantly understands. Does it want him to infuse some spiritual energy? Right after, Changming quickly channels his powerful spiritual force into the iron chain. Sure enough, the chain in Changming's hand rapidly expands and grows massive in no time. Even better, he discovers another pleasant surprise: it can also shrink and extend perfectly on command. This weapon clearly leaves Changming very satisfied. Not only can this chain lock down powerful cultivators, but it can also imprison evil souls. Plus, the chain feels incredibly natural to wield once his spiritual energy is fully running through it. Seeing the weapon submit quietly to Changming, the little beast decides this chain is strong enough for the Great King to use for now, though something still feels slightly missing. Refining only these spiritual treasures does not quite give him a sense of security, so he wonders if he can make something else. Suddenly, Changming remembers. He still has plenty of high-quality skeletal materials left over from those puppet soldiers he fought earlier. With that idea in mind, he immediately steps forward and grabs the tail of the pitiful little Loach again. Seeing the creature struggle, Changming comforts it, telling it not to run because they have more refining to do. And look at this, sudden loud rumblings echo through the desolate forest, coming from the Ranyu sect, the third largest sect in Dingba Prefecture. Their disciples are currently practicing their specialty fire techniques, led by the first disciple of the Ranyu sect, Xiao Feng. As their raging flames sweep forward, the solid ground beneath them instantly disintegrates into fine dust and ashes. Now, Feng leads his companions deeper toward Fenqiu, warning everyone to stay absolutely alert as they receive a collective shout of agreement. In his heart, he has long been scheming, frustrated at being stuck at the second stage of the acupoint realm for far too long without a breakthrough. He must seize the opportunity in Fenqiu to break through, or his position as first disciple will definitely be in jeopardy. Suddenly, Feng halts and orders his crew to wait, before raising his voice to demand into the empty forest who is standing in their path ahead. Changming slowly steps forward. He announces himself as a lieutenant of the Chaosian Bureau, ordering them to turn back, but Feng completely looks down on him. They are from the Ranyu sect and warn the kid not to interfere, causing Changming to let out a quiet sigh. Changming warns them it is an imperial order and that the mountain is infested with man-eating monsters, but Feng merely sneers back at the mention of the court. Telling his men not to waste breath, Feng orders them to grab the kid, which finally forces Changming to make his move. As an eager subordinate lunges forward, shouting that the guard is the one who wants to die, Changming charges straight ahead. However, before the attacker can even land a blow, Changming's chain tightly wraps around his wrist. In an instant, the unlucky lackey is sent flying through the air, yet the others refuse to back down as another subordinate launches an attack. Facing the incoming threat, Changming does not flinch at all, instead showing a hint of excitement as he swings his chain. The glowing chain whips upward, carving a fierce, dazzling arc straight through the dusty air. Watching the clash, Fenga realizes this kid is likely only at the first major realm, so he quickly commands all his remaining disciples to surround and attack him together. Obeying the order, the group of disciples rushes forward, swarming toward Changming all at once. Even so, his expression remains completely unbothered as his strong grip tightens on the iron chain. With a swift sweep, Changming halts the entire crowd, but right in the heat of the fight, he suddenly freezes for a split second. Realizing something is wrong, he leaps backward in a hurry, just barely dodging a lethal sneak attack. It is a good thing he reacted fast, because the blast shattered the ground where he stood, revealed to be Fenga's doing with dark menacing eyes. Wow, it looks like Changming has serious. Squeezing his weapon tightly, Changming casually replies that their collective strength is simply not enough to stop him. Hearing this, Feng lets out a cruel smile, warning the kid that he is going to pay dearly for his sheer arrogance. A murderous, ruthless look washes over Fenga's face as he commands him to drop dead. In the face of danger, Changming strikes first, but his newly refined spiritual chain fails to withstand the sheer pressure of Fenga's heavy counterattack. This shock leaves Changming completely stunned. With confusion written all over his face, he watches as Feng unleashes multiple spheres of highly compressed energy. With a cold, calm smirk, Feng yells out to split, instantly multiplying the initial 2 spheres into a massive barrage of deadly energy projectiles aimed right at him. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Changming has no choice but to wrap the spiritual chain tightly around himself as a shield. Clapping his hands, Feng commands them to merge, telling the kid to go repent in front of the King of Hell. Over with Changming, his defensive chain barrier fails to hold up at all. He could not resist Feng Jie's barrage. Seeing this, Changming smiled with amusement. That guy's technique was pretty annoying. So he pulled out a gourd. His magical treasure seemed quite capable of absorbing the incoming flames. With that in mind, Changming quickly raised the gourd before him. Watching his attack get sucked inside, Feng Jie froze in shock. How was this even possible? Having neutralized the attack, Changming calmly muttered that it was his turn now. He threw the golden glowing gourd high into the air. Instantly, the small gourd hovering near Changming's shoulder expanded to giant size. Suddenly, a brilliant golden serpent shot from the gourd's mouth. Its target was none other than Feng Jie standing right across from him. Facing the beast, the man still did not realize his danger, spreading his arms wide to catch it. Immediately, the two opposing forces clashed in midair. Let's be honest, you could tell who was winning just by the look on Feng Jie's face. Sure enough, within moments, Changming's relentless strike forced Feng Jie to stumble backward. Feng Jie's confidence instantly wavered. Who would have thought a mere roaming lieutenant could be this insanely powerful? Still, it only fueled his excitement. This kid really had quite a few tricks. Fenga barked at his dazed men to move and attack. They quickly snapped out of it, shouting their agreement. Changming merely pulled out several white beads. Since they wanted to rely on numbers, he leapt back and threw the spheres forward. The moment they hit the ground, the beads expanded into jointed armor, summoning a squad of spiritual soldiers right before them. So do not blame him for playing a bit dirty. Instantly, the summoned soldiers raised and drew their bows in unison. Realizing things had gone terribly wrong, Fenga turned and ran for his life. A hail of arrows rained down, wiping out the rest of his men instantly. Witnessing the brutal end of his men, Fenga felt sheer terror. How could a random guy use elemental magic and refined weapons? He had to be from one of those massive, elite families. Realizing this, he decided he had to retreat immediately. But before he could even move, a spiritual chain wrapped tightly around his ankle. Changming smirked as he pulled the chain like hauling in a fish. Escape was no longer an option for the terrified Feng Jie. He still tried to resist, screaming that a simple trick like this would not hold him. Feng Jie grabbed the chain, desperately trying to break it. Meanwhile, the soldiers advanced under Changming's silent command. But he was not fighting alone. As shadows enveloped Feng Jie's face, the cold gleam of a blade flashed right before his eyes. A soldier stood right over him with a raised blade. With a swift, deadly whoosh, the sharp edge sliced clean through the air. Once the struggle finally went completely silent, Changming slowly walked over to inspect the scene. He mocked the fallen foe sneaking into the back mountain with so little skill was practically begging for death. Looking at his constructs cleaning up, he muttered that controlling these puppets through pure mental focus was a bit tedious. Right on cue, Loach finally poked its head out, its eyes sparkling with curiosity. Changming glared at the creature, asking where it had been during the fight and what he should even do with it. Still, he tossed a green ring over to Loach, complaining that it never helped with refinement and only cared about eating. Shifting his focus, Changming began searching the bodies of Feng Ji's fallen squad. Surprisingly, he managed to pull out a secret manual for the 7 Peerless Lightning Fire Array. He was not impressed, noting that the Ranyu sect's specialized fire techniques could not even compare to his own gourd. Tossing the useless manual over his shoulder like absolute garbage, he began figuring out how to handle the cleanup from this battle. If the higher-ups came to handle this, he might actually score a pretty nice reward. A voice suddenly crackled from his waist, calling Sun Changming to switch patrol shifts. They asked if he had run into trouble, and he honestly reported encountering a group of rogue cultivators. Soon, Nian Ying arrived alongside Kai Ling, asking if he was okay. He said he was fine. He quickly reported that he had spotted these suspicious figures sneaking toward Fen Qiu and followed them here. Kai Ling waved her hand, ordering her subordinates to quickly inspect the bodies. A scout reported that the dead man was Xiao Fengji, the head disciple of Ranyu's sect. Kai Ling was shocked. That was supposed to be a powerful second realm expert. Changming smirked, quietly amused by how weak this trash sect really was. Their top disciple was such a weakling, yet the Chao Tian Bureau highly valued him. Suddenly, Kai Ling turned to him with a sharp look. She loudly questions Changming if he killed those people, and he instantly acts like a clueless fool. How could it be him? He claims he tried to stop them, but then an armored figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Changming waves his hands frantically while explaining that the armored stranger pulled out a bow, firing a rain of arrows that killed everyone. Finally, the mystery man slashed down the guy named Xiao. He claims he barely managed to dodge with his life. Kai Ling still looks highly suspicious, pressing him to find out if he saw the killer's face. Prepared for this, Changming lies without blinking, claiming the stranger's face was completely hidden behind a helmet of golden armor. Kai Ling's expression turns grim and honestly, can you blame her? She never expected the situation at Fenqiu to draw such a ruthless god of death. She quickly dismisses Changming, ordering him to go back first while they discuss this bizarre turn of events. Changming has no desire to linger, so he quickly bows and takes his leave with a simple yes. He is secretly thrilled, eager to get back and feed his little Loach, which has been whining for food this whole time. Once Changming leaves, Nianing raises her voice to warn that if this mysterious warrior is indeed incredibly strong and ruthless, then staying here is far too dangerous, suggesting they retreat. Kai Ling immediately raises her hand to reject the idea. She has her own calculations, knowing this is her first major case as a leader, and she must succeed to secure her position. Nianing still hesitates, asking what will happen if innocent bystanders get caught in the crossfire. Kai Ling immediately dismisses her concern, shouting that there are no buts, and orders them to send the cloud-piercing order to summon Commander Kui. Her subordinates gasp in shock, asking if she really means Commander Kui Qinghe, the legendary powerhouse from Dingba Prefecture. They wonder how their local branch could possibly recruit someone of his caliber, especially since he achieved the third great realm long ago. Kai Ling nods confidently. With Commander Kui on their side, any demon or monster that dares to cross them will be instantly obliterated. Realizing she cannot change her mind, Nianing sighs, quietly hoping everything works out. Meanwhile, after leaving the area, Changming makes his way over to a steep, towering cliff, where his little Loach suddenly leaps out in an absolute state of panic. He quickly tosses it another green ring, asking what the rush is and joking if it thinks adults do not have to work. Moments later, the Loach is rolling on the ground, happily hugging its stuffed, round belly. Watching this, Changming gets a bit worried, wondering if the little creature ate way too much. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from the Loach, catching him completely off guard as the radiant glow expanding from its belly grows larger by the second, forcing a startled Changming to back away. He stares at it in absolute confusion, wondering what on earth is happening. On top of that, the brilliant light shoots straight into Changming's chest before shrinking down into a tiny floating spark. He can only stare in disbelief, wondering what this could possibly be. Tiny, star-like points of light begin to form at the very center of the spark. At this moment, Changming instantly recognizes what is happening. He has reached the second great cultivation realm, Ranjiao. Without wasting a single second, he sits down to cultivate. The Ranjiao realm is divided into 6 distinct stages, beginning with Rangshu, followed by Ranmai, Ranling, Jiaoshu, Jiaomai, and Jiaoling. Suddenly, a brilliant light radiates from his dantian. During the Rangshu stage, internal spiritual energy turns into flame, burning through at least 108 major acupoints across the body. Only then can one break through to the Ranmai level, as all the acupoints across his body begin to glow. Some exceptional geniuses, thanks to their massive accumulation during the Yuan stage, can even burn through extra hidden acupoints beyond the standard 108. The more acupoints burned, the greater their future spiritual energy capacity will be, laying down an incredibly solid foundation. Within moments, Changming's entire body is enveloped in a dazzling cocoon of pure light. He also retrieves an exquisitely crafted golden seal. Right now, a massive wave of power is surging through his veins. Stepping into this second great realm brings a massive boost to his spiritual energy, allowing him to control his raw power with incredible precision. And this newfound strength still has a few surprises in store for him. Just as he hoped, he can now unleash far greater devastation while using only a fraction of the energy. Right at that moment, a sudden rustling nearby catches his attention, and he realizes his little Loach has also successfully evolved. It evolved too. Talk about a double celebration for their little family. Changming gently cradles the creature, praising it for being his biggest helper during this breakthrough and telling it to eat whatever it wants before emptying his entire gourd directly into its mouth. But this time, the Loach does not just eat, actually spitting out a small spark of spiritual fire. Changming instinctively reaches out to catch the glowing flame with his bare hand, completely stunned as he wonders if this is some sort of new ultimate move it just learned. Seeing its master staring in absolute shock, the little Loach squeals repeatedly with pure delight. He eagerly commands it to follow him, heading down to the lakeside to test out the move. Just as they reach the lake, a massive wave of foaming white water crashed toward them. Facing the Loach was a dangerous Tier 3 giant dragon lizard. Excited, Changming charged forward and sliced the beast clean in half with just one strike of his blade. But they weren't safe yet as a bizarre noise from behind forced Changming onto high alert. Over on the other side, a massive water monster was rapidly closing in on the dodging Loach. Changming immediately urged his pet to try out its new move, prompting the Loach to gather its energy and suck in a massive amount of lake water. The immense suction dragged in even the fish from the lake bed, and neither of them realized they were accidentally changing the entire water current. Subordinates warn their commander that a wild current ahead is about to rock their vessel. They advise heading inside the cabin for safety, but Qinghe calmly insists there is absolutely nothing to make a fuss about. After all, a powerful third realm cultivator like himself would never be frightened by a simple water current. He mocks his men for being too lazy with their cultivation, leaving them too weak to represent the mighty Chaosian Bureau. Meet Kui Qinghe, an arrogant third realm commander within the elite Chaosian Bureau. At that exact moment, the Loach stops swallowing water and shoots a spiritual fireball that instantly pierces straight through the massive water monster. Back on the deck, Qinghe is busy lecturing his subordinates when he suddenly spots something bizarre, right before a massive wave slams into their bow and violently rocks the ship. In an instant, all the smugness drains from Qinghe's face, replaced by nothing but absolute panic. Seconds later, the freezing lake water crashes right over the arrogant commander, which finally alerts Changming and his Loach to the ship floating above. He screams in fury, demanding to know what beast dared to attack a government vessel with spiritual arts. Curious, Changming pokes his head out of the water to see what is happening, only to realize he is looking directly at a Great Wu Light armored warship. He just crashed into a government vessel. Up on deck, a soaked Qinghe spots Changming and immediately roars in absolute fury, demanding to know if he was the one behind it. Fearing trouble, Changming immediately turns and swims away to make a quick escape. Not daring to look back even once, he tells the Loach to swim home and keep its head down. He has no idea that behind him, Qinghe's eyes are bloodshot as he vows to remember this wretched peasant. Sometime later, Changming happily throws open his old wooden door to announce his return, while his sister Chang'an excitedly raises her chopsticks for dinner. He happily agrees, but before he can even sit down, a voice outside suddenly calls his name. Told to rush to the village entrance to welcome the arriving commander, Changming immediately senses that a very important figure has just arrived. With that in mind, he tells his sister to eat first while he heads out to handle some business. Down by the lake, Nianing and Kaling have been waiting early for the commander to arrive. The moment he arrives, he instantly questions if Commander Ding really believes a mysterious golden masked figure has appeared in Fenshu with power matching the third realm. He then demands to know if anything unusual has happened in Fenshu lately, prompting a startled Kaling to quickly praise his great wisdom. She then respectfully reports that things have actually been completely quiet for the time being. Nianying chimes in to suggest questioning a local named Sun Changming, as he is highly familiar with both Juhu village and the surrounding Fenshu region. Qinghe immediately cuts her off, dismissively asking if this local is currently being managed by their people, though he clearly does not care at all. He sneers that a mere rogue cultivator could never know anything useful, which deeply annoys Nianying to the point of wanting to argue right back. But Qinghe arrogantly continues, claiming that recruiting someone with such a sketchy background into the Chaosian Bureau was a massive mistake on Commander Su's part. Deeply annoyed, Nianying realizes they are in for some real trouble. She suspects this annoying commander is just a bitter ex-lover of her aunt, now seeking petty revenge by targeting anyone her aunt chose to recruit. Holding back her tongue, she quietly grumbles that even though Changming is a rogue cultivator, he is incredibly strong and highly efficient, and has literally never made a single mistake on the job. Hearing this, Qinghe narrows his eyes in utter disdain, demanding to know the boy's rank, while Kaling steps in to suggest he might be in the Yuan realm. She adds that Captain Yun found his abilities highly unusual, which only inflates Qinghe's massive ego as he boasts about already reaching the second realm and clearing 150 acupoints. Kaling quickly flatters him, agreeing that the kid is completely unworthy of comparison. Nianying simply rolls her eyes, silently wondering if a wealthy young master comparing himself to a poor peasant is supposed to be some proud achievement. And right on cue, the main subject of their gossip finally walks up, though Changming has absolutely no idea what is going on and only notes the incredibly tense atmosphere. Before he can say anything, Qinghe's expression darkens as he recognizes the peasant who ruined his day, while Changming also realizes this is the angry officer from the warship. Breaking the tense silence, Kaling quickly orders Changming to step forward and greet their powerful commander. Qinghe's hostile attitude was plain as day as he demanded to know if this was indeed Sun Changming. He sneered, wondering how a mere peasant found the means to cultivate unless he had turned to some dark, heretical path. Hearing that loaded accusation, Nianing immediately grew tense, worrying for the boy. He had to answer this carefully, or else Commander Qinghe would brand him a demon on the spot, but luckily, Changming remembered his mysterious encounter with Dongfang. He quickly explained that some time ago, a mysterious middle-aged traveler had visited his village and insisted on heading into the dangerous back mountains despite the warnings. Before departing, the stranger gifted him a cultivation manual and 3 bottles of medicinal pills. The stranger told him to consume 1 pill daily and practice the technique in the manual to resist the freezing poison, which was how Changming eventually acquired several incredibly powerful weapons. Qinghe remained highly skeptical, demanding to know if such legendary encounters actually just fell into the laps of random peasants. Though deeply annoyed, Changming kept his mouth shut, knowing this spiteful commander was still holding a grudge from their last clash. It was incredibly petty for a high-ranking commander to use his authority to bully a mere low-level officer. Even Nianying was deeply curious about the stranger and asked for his name, but Changming honestly admitted he only knew the traveler's surname was Dongfang. He called him Uncle Dongfang, a detail that immediately made Kai Ling gasp and wonder if it was the legendary wealth king, Dongfang Wuo. Nianying added that this famous 5th realm super powerhouse had mysteriously vanished around 3 months ago. It turned out he went into the Fenqiu ruins, prompting a shocked Changming to ask if the man was truly that powerful. He had only used the traveler's name to fabricate a convenient cover story, never imagining the guy was actually an absolute legend. Kai Ling's tone turned dead serious as she explained that Dongfang Wuo was famously known as the Wealth King, possessing countless mythical treasures. Cultivators in the Great Wu dynasty even said that finding the Wealth King was the ultimate stroke of luck, making them wonder how a simple kid got so incredibly lucky. Meanwhile, Nianying recalled hearing that Dongfang Wuo had been searching for his deceased brother to help guide him through a sacred reincarnation. His dangerous trek into the Fenqiu ruins was likely connected to that quest. Qinghe abruptly interrupted them, declaring that the discussion was over and they needed to immediately inspect this wandering lieutenant to ensure he was clean. Sensing danger, Nianing quickly stepped forward to shield Changming. She demanded to know what the commander was playing at, prompting Qinghe to flash a deeply sinister smirk. He argued that Juhu village was plagued by heavy demonic energy, meaning anyone from there was highly likely to be corrupted. Proclaiming he would never let a demon infiltrate the Chaosian Bureau, he directly demanded if the young lieutenant had any abnormal markings on his skin. Completely off guard, Changming casually admitted that he did indeed have some. Recognizing the trap, Changming cursed the commander's petty and spiteful nature in his mind, but those words played right into Qinghe's hands as he immediately ordered Zhao Kui to handle the boy personally. Stepping forward with cold, unfeeling eyes, Zhao Kui bowed slightly and accepted the order. Instantly, a thick wave of killing intent erupted from Zhao Kui as heavy iron chains materialized right out of his palms. The chains lashed forward, wrapping tightly around Changming's neck and instantly putting him in a deadly stranglehold that put him at a complete disadvantage. Nianying shouted in protest, arguing that Sun Changming was a registered officer, not some common criminal. She demanded to know how Zhao Kui could use such brutal interrogation methods on one of their own. Zhao Kui sneered and warned Banner Master Yun to watch her tongue, pointing out that if the boy proved to be a demon, she would be dragged down as an accomplice. Changming calmly told Nianying that he was perfectly fine. He told her to step back and let them investigate, earning a cold chuckle from Zhao Kui, who pulled out a glowing red object. This was the Xiaochang seal, a brutal tool of torture reserved only for extreme interrogations. The oppressive energy from the seal immediately began to suffocate Changming, while Nianying was physically held back from intervening. She furiously yelled that using the seal violated official bureau regulations, accusing them of completely abusing their positions of authority just to carry out a petty personal vendetta. Under the seal's heavy pressure, Changming's face twisted in intense pain. Ching, he smiled with cruel satisfaction, reasoning that since the boy lived in the cursed Chuhu village for so long, he was likely deeply corrupted, meaning they absolutely had to use the 5th level. But just as the pressure peaked, a brilliant, blinding point of light erupted right between Changming's brows. Feeling its ancient energy surge, he inwardly rejoiced that his mystical ancient lamp was acting as a shield. Still trying to defend him, Nianying pointed out he showed absolutely no signs of corruption, but Zhao Kuei simply reached for a golden needle instead. Saying it was time for the next phase, he prepared to use the agonizing 9 heavens 10 lands demon-slaying golden needles. Even Kai Ling paled at the sight of the weapon, knowing these needles would violently reverse a person's meridians to forcibly drag out any hidden corruption, causing excruciating agony. It was clear the commander was trying to kill Changming, leaving Nianying with no choice. Yun Nianying senses the threat. Her hand flies to her sword hilt, and stepping forward, she openly threatens Ching, he daring him to act. Don't blame me, she warns, this is no spiritual test. You are trying to murder him. If they keep pushing, she snaps, she will report this directly to the High Commander. They will certainly pay a very heavy price. But Ching, he just smirks, mocking her that the old rumors of the Yun family's spoiled brat are clearly true after seeing her today. Since Chief Yun is shielding you, he sneers. I will give you 2 simple choices. Choose wisely now. Either survive the devastating 9 heavens demon-slaying golden needles, or venture into the perilous lands of Fenchu to scout. Both paths are a death sentence. Yu Nianying fires back, demanding why a Grand Commander is actively trying to destroy a mere rookie lieutenant. Insolent Ching, he roars, I am not bullying anyone. He either takes the punishment of the golden needles, or pays for his defiance with his life. Otherwise, how could a lowborn trash like him ever hope to join our elite ranks? Yu Nianying steps forward to argue further, but right then, Sun Changming speaks up. His clear voice rings out, I accept. Before Yu Nianying's shocked eyes, he reassures her that he is perfectly fine with going to Fenchio. Ching, he laughs out loud. Excellent. Zhao Kuei, release him right now. Finally, free. As Changming catches his breath from those painful chains, Ching, he coldly pulls out a metal tracking token to hand over. Take this, Ching, he warns. I will watch your every move. Changming accepts it grimly, glad he avoids a suicidal fight to the death for now. For him, this is actually a massive opportunity. Cut to the rolling green hills of Fenxiu, a deceptively peaceful landscape where Sun Changming stands in a quiet clearing, casually showing off his brilliant flame manipulation. Tossing his mystical gourd high into the air, he smirks, it is time to put on the performance of a lifetime. Watching through the token, Ching, he grins in surprise the brat is harboring some pretty interesting secret. But as he seals his own flames back inside, he suddenly senses a foreign spark of heat. Confused and alert, he immediately starts scanning the dense surroundings. He calls out, but receives no answer. Instead, a pair of heavy iron boots wrapped in a blazing, intense fire steps out, vastly overpowering his own flame. Stepping majestically out of the thick dust is none other than the feared golden-faced death god. From the monitoring room, a voice gasps that the killer has finally appeared. As Qingyi frowns, his subordinate Kai Ling quickly steps up to explain. The demon possesses power equal to a third realm expert, she warns, and is known for being utterly ruthless and terrifying. That Sun Changming is a dead man, she sighs. Hearing this, Ching, he muses that Fenqiu actually hides such a beast. Already scheming to harvest the monster's rare body treasures, Qingyi watches as the golden-faced death god corners Changming, raising a massive, terrifying blade. Thinking fast, Changming drops down and grabs the giant's leg, frantically calling out to him, I am with the Chaosian Bureau. He cries, I came to help you. The massive blade chops down like lightning, stopping mere inches from his body. Feeling no pain, Changming slowly peeks open one eye, holding his breath. Back at the base, both Qinghe and Yun Nianying watch in utter confusion, wondering what is happening. Planting his heavy weapon into the ground, the armored titan booms out that anyone who covets Fenqiu or disrupts its peace will die. Changming quickly pleads with him, explaining that he is only trying to stop the greedy fools rushing to their deaths and protect this sacred land. He begs for mercy. For a long, intense moment, the forest remains absolutely silent. Gaining some confidence, Changming cautiously asks if the warrior is the official guardian of Fenqiu. The titan bursts into booming laughter, asking how mere parasites like them could ever claim to protect Fenqiu. We are merely survivors feeding off this land, he says, but everything within these borders belongs entirely to us. Qinghe mutters that the monster said we, meaning there is an entire faction of them. Kai Ling sighs in relief, glad that they can at least communicate, giving Changming a real chance to survive. She spoke too soon. The Titan slams his blade down with ground-shaking force, roaring at him to turn back now, because trespassers will be slaughtered. He coldly warns that next time they meet will be his final day on this earth. Trembling, Changming quickly contacts his commander to ask what to do. He immediately orders him to fall back to the village and remain calm. Acknowledging the command, Changming retreats as a heavy darkness blankets Juhu village. Meanwhile, he asks his loyal troops if their secret preparations are complete. The report is clear. Commander Chen promises everything will be fully ready by tomorrow. Showing his true hand, he orders a march straight into Juhu village, intending to eliminate the giant himself. Yun Nanning hesitates, reminding him that the imperial court never authorized them to probe the forbidden Fenshu. Their only duty is to block trespassers and prevent chaos. But he scoffs, calling the Titans' threats nothing but an empty bluff. Just like that, they did not even bind their hands or feet, leaving Nianning completely baffled. But Qinghe coldly shuts her down, no buts. Fenshu is far too important, and he won't rest until he sees it himself. Truth is, he has a much bigger scheme brewing, and only an idiot would actually go into Fenshu to explore. If he can somehow capture that golden-faced death god, between the gold treasures on his body and the legendary four-armed godslayer spear, this trip will be totally worth it. Time flies by, and the next morning brings a thick, heavy fog rolling over Juhu village. By now, Qinghe and his men are wearing gold badges on their belts. Changming sees right through the play the commander is definitely targeting his golden-faced death god. Right then, Qinghe barks out an order. Lieutenant Sun Changming, lead the way straight to Fenshu. Changming quickly flashes a grin and complies. Seeing this, the local villagers whisper in confusion, why are the youngsters leading so many troops up the mountain? Did they stir up some kind of trouble? Outside the borders of Fenshu, the area is still covered in a quiet, dense wilderness of endless green. Qinghe raises his hand to halt the march, telling Sun Changming to go summon the golden-faced death god so they can have a little chat. Changming knows his cue has arrived, cupping his hands to accept the command before moving forward. He immediately turns toward the dense forest and calls out. He shouts that their commander has come in person and wants to talk face-to-face, but only a cold, chilling voice echoes back from the trees. We already told you, anyone who crosses the border dies. Qinghe calculates his next move in silence. Since the target is definitely here, it is time to dismiss the extra baggage. He fakes a caring look, claiming this mission is far too dangerous for Captain Yun and Lieutenant Sun due to their low cultivation, suggesting they should head back to the safety of the village first. Changming knows better what a total saint. Besides, having Nianning around would only complicate his plans. Oblivious, the girl tries to object, reminding the commander that this mission is far too critical. But one cold glare from Qinghe shuts her up. He barks that this is a direct order, asking if she dares to disobey. Nianning hesitates, but Changming steps up and places a reassuring hand on her shoulder. He lowers his voice to a whisper only she can hear, telling her they need to leave right now. Before she can even finish bowing, he drags her away, calling out that they are leaving. Once they are alone, Nianning yanks him back, demanding to know why he dragged her away like that. Crossing her arms with a stern look, she asks if he realizes that Qinghe kicked them out just to keep all the glory for himself. She explains that coming from a great clan, she does not really need the achievements anyway, but without any backing, he just threw away a massive opportunity. Stunned, Changming covers his mouth in mock drama, acting surprised that she actually understands how corrupt these officials are. Annoyed, she asks if he is calling her stupid, but Changming, quickly waving his hands, insists that is not what he meant. He quickly reassures her, promising there is a very good reason behind his sudden retreat. Knowing Fenshu, the commander is not getting anything he wants and is about to suffer a massive loss, which instantly gets Nianning incredibly excited. She admits she has been waiting for that jerk to fail, and honestly, who can blame her? Just wait and see. Back at Fenshu, Qinghe is busy plotting, absolutely determined to make sure the golden-faced death god never leaves this place alive. Satisfied with his plan, he waves his arm and orders his heavily armored soldiers to march forward, but the very moment they take a step, a massive, terrifying storm of arrows rains down from the sky. Right before the eyes of the armored soldiers, countless incoming arrows suddenly appear, with one deadly shaft piercing right through the helmet of an unfortunate soldier. Amidst the whistling sound of flying projectiles, Qinghe's entire elite squad is instantly wiped out. Within moments, the vibrant green forest floor is stained deep red with fresh blood, leaving both Qinghe and Kelling completely paralyzed with shock. Up above, the sky remains clear, and birds flutter peacefully as if nothing had ever happened. Back in the safety of Juhu village, Changming is relaxed and taking a break right next to Nianning. He smiles, thinking how that god-slaying cannon crafted by little Loach really lives up to its terrifying name. Over at the forest, Qinghe is absolutely losing his mind, cursing the beast for slaughtering his elite soldiers. He immediately orders Zhao Kui to take the lead. As magical talismans are slapped onto his body, the loyal officer quickly complies. It seems Qinghe is pinning all of his remaining hopes on these golden Vajra talismans, which are now completely covering Zhao Kui from head to toe. If hit by a fatal attack, these wards will automatically trigger a barrier strong enough to block a strike from a second realm expert. Still feeling anxious, Qinghe looks over at Kaling, suggesting that the lieutenant should join the charge as well. Kaling shrinks back in fear, claiming her cultivation is far too weak and she should stay behind to guard. Qinghe merely snorts in disgust, reminding her that he has absolutely no use for a weak coward like her on the battlefield anyway. Other than Kaling, several centurions and minions who got the hint had already surrounded her. Qinghe asked if she was planning to disobey his direct orders. Facing this pressure, Kaling didn't dare refuse and quickly claimed she would never disobey. Qinghe laughed out loud in triumph, boasting that with Officer Ding's support, they would definitely slay the golden-masked death god. Meanwhile, Fenshu seemed completely peaceful, but intense undercurrents were already surging beneath. Kaling was forced to step right toward the barrier. With a few subordinates closely following her, Kaling hesitantly reached out to touch the barrier. A blinding flash of light suddenly erupted, and countless arrows from the nearby trees instantly shot toward them. Terrified by the sudden rain of arrows, Kaling quickly wrapped herself in spiritual energy. The defensive barrier luckily worked, stopping the deadly projectiles right in front of her. Only then did she finally breathe a sigh of relief, glad that her diamond talisman's defense was strong enough. But get this, the danger was far from over as the golden masked death god entered the battle. Qinghe and Zhao Kui hurriedly dodged to both sides, yelling at everyone to run. But the golden masked death god's incoming strike was already locking onto Kaling. Paralyzed with fear, she could only stand completely frozen as it approached. Unsurprisingly, no miracle saved her, and she was instantly impaled by the incoming spear. Right then, Qinghe pointed into the distance, shouting that their target was over there. Emerging from the massive cloud of dust, the golden masked death god stood imposingly. Foolishly, a few of Qinghe's subordinates still didn't know fear and charged straight forward. This time, the golden masked death god drew his heavy crossbow. In a flash, 2 arrows surging with a deadly red energy flew straight toward his targets, instantly piercing the skulls of those 2 unlucky guards, sending them straight to their graves. But the battle was far from over as the golden masked death god slowly drew his blade. Feeling the overwhelming pressure radiating from the warrior, Qinghe's face turned completely pale. The golden masked death god was now locked in battle with Zhao Kui, who stood absolutely no chance against him. Seeing this, the rest of the terrified subordinates refused to step forward. Despite being powerful experts of the Dongbao stage, their strongest defensive force was instantly wiped out. Qinghe fumed with rage, seeing his elite forces and trusted aides slaughtered in Juhu village. Even if they captured this golden masked monster, the losses were already devastating. He wondered if he actually had to fight himself, as his remaining men were too terrified to move. When asked what they should do next, Qinghe realized he was cornered and had no choice but to join the fight. If he backed down, he would lose all respect as a Chiliarch, and his cowardly men might betray him right away. Left with no choice, he prepared to unleash his ultimate trump card, his own soul-bound magical treasure. It was time to gamble, so Qinghe ordered his men back as a massive cloud of dust swirled around him. Shouting for everyone to watch his ultimate move, the scene shifts to the lush green hills of Fenqiu. Qinghe rapidly channeled his power, darting swiftly through the dense and deserted forest. Suddenly, a storm of sharp arrows shot out, flying directly toward Qinghe at lightning speed. He quickly raised his hand, summoning a magic array to block the incoming arrows. Gritting his teeth in defense, Qinghe thrust his hand forward, manifesting a bright hexagonal barrier right before him. As powerful white shockwaves rippled outward, instantly blowing away all the obstacles in front of him. Directly opposite Qinghe stood a mysterious figure, equipped with formidable mechanical arms. Meanwhile, over in a peaceful corner of Juhu village, Changming was fast asleep without a single care. A slender finger gently tapped the cheek of the soundly sleeping Changming. Frowning in deep worry, Nian Ying muttered that he was sleeping like a corpse, wondering if he stayed up all night. Meanwhile, Changming was secretly filled with anxiety. He worried that since he put almost all of Uncle Dongfang's magic treasures onto the golden masked death god, the Chiliarch wouldn't stand a chance. Living up to his third realm power, Qinghe conjured a solid defensive shield while keeping the hexagonal array active with his other hand. Having gathered enough raw power, Qinghe raised his hand high into the air, preparing to unleash a massive counterattack. Leaning forward with a wicked grin, he shoved both hands back and launched the destructive array straight toward the golden masked death god. Sensing the immediate danger, the golden masked death god quickly turned and fled. Qinghe's subordinates cheered in excitement, shouting to chase and kill the target while praising their lord's incredible strength. The fierce chase led them deeper into a different region of Fenqiu, where the heat was absolutely unbearable. The golden-masked death god quickly noticed something was off as the local climate of Fenchu rapidly grew boiling hot. After traveling barely 100 meters, the burning heaven pins on his armor began to melt, but he knew his pursuer would suffer alongside him. He doubted the Chiliarch could survive what was coming next, while Qinghe himself was rapidly losing his composure. Unable to bear the blistering heat, his face turns completely red. Qinghe grits his teeth, realizing there is something seriously wrong with this Fenshu place. The temperature is skyrocketing, forcing an immediate retreat. Looking ahead, he sees the golden-faced killer engulfed in raging, roaring flames. Qinghe halts his pursuit, convinced that even the mighty golden-faced killer cannot survive this intense heat. But Qinghe refuses to back down, desperately charging forward with a furious curse. Since things have gone this far, he decides to steal the treasures before retreating, just as the golden-faced killer dives straight into the river. With the killer's flames now extinguished under the water, Qinghe does not hesitate and plunges right in after him. But the moment he enters the depths, he instantly senses that something is horribly wrong. Quickly activating a protective array, Qinghe realizes they have walked straight into an ambush. A massive and highly dangerous shadow looms directly behind him. Qinghe's eyes widen in sheer terror as the giant creature suddenly reveals itself right in front of him. Staring at the terrifying black beast and its razor-sharp teeth, Qinghe gasps that it is a rank 3 demon beast. Watching calmly, the golden-faced killer wonders how Commander Kui will escape this. Sacrificing his own puppet soldier was completely worth it, and he is ready to drag his enemy down to hell with him. Qinghe finally realizes he has walked straight into a trap, swearing in utter rage. That golden-faced bastard lured him here, so he and the beast would destroy each other. Left with no other choice, he conjures another array, steeling his resolve to fight this beast underwater. The glowing energy sphere of Qinghe's attack slowly expands, even as the monster opens its massive, razor-toothed jaws, ready to swallow him whole. A massive explosion rocks the lake, sending a gigantic pillar of water shooting straight into the sky. On the shore, a panicked minion wonders who unleashed that terrifying light, suspecting it might be a powerhouse from the legendary Fourth Realm. Suddenly, the beast's dead body floats up, and the guard spots Qinghe swimming toward the shore, calling out to his commander. Completely exhausted from the brutal fight, Qinghe gasps for his men to pull him out of the water immediately. But right behind him, a massive, predatory loach fish lunges forward with its jaws wide open. With lightning speed, the monster snaps and swallows Qinghe whole, while his terrified guards can only scream out for their commander in pure horror. With their leader gone, the remaining guards on the shore are left completely lost and bewildered. They wonder what to do next, since the mystery of Fenchu remains unsolved and their commander is dead. Turning to Uncle Wang, he anxiously asks if they will be executed for failing, but the old man simply strokes his beard, saying they can only report the brutal truth of what happened. Meanwhile, back in the peaceful and majestic mountains of Juhu village, things are much quieter. Seeing Changming open his eyes, Nianying playfully remarks that he has finally woken up from his incredibly long nap. Changming sits up and stretches, calmly announcing that it is time to leave since the business over there is finished. Confused, Nianying asks what could possibly be finished, but Changming only gives her a mysterious smile, promising she will find out soon. Right then, the familiar group of green-robed guards approaches the two of them with worried looks. Uncle Wang steps forward, reporting that Commander Kui, Centurion Ding, and the others have all been slaughtered by the golden-faced killer. Shocked, Nianying cannot believe that a powerful Third Realm cultivator and esteemed commander of the Chaosian Guard, easily one of the top 10 figures in Dingba Prefecture, could die just like that, which also means that she is now the highest-ranking officer of the Chaosian Guard left in this entire area. Uncle Wang explains solemnly that since things have devolved to this point, the remaining survivors need to band together. They are fully prepared to follow Officer Yun, which catches Nianying completely off guard as she blushes and looks at them with wide, surprised eyes. Looking at the weeping group of leaderless guards, she begins to address them. Before she can even finish her sentence, she clenches her fist and places it over her heart with resolve, advising them that such a massive tragedy must be reported to their superiors. Uncle Wang immediately bows, desperately pleading with her. He insists that if the High Command finds out, none of the surviving guards will escape with their lives. Knowing she has always been kind to her subordinates, they beg Officer Yun to save them. The entire group drops to their knees, begging her to show mercy, which leaves Nianying feeling extremely awkward and unsure of what to do next. Suddenly, a hand firmly grabs Nianying by the wrist and pulls her away. Startled, she stares at Changming as he drags her along, asking where he is taking her. Her heart fluttering as a romantic tension suddenly fills the air. She stares at Changming's back as they walk, completely lost in her own dazed thoughts. Suddenly, he pins her against the wall in silence, prompting a shy, blushing Nianying to ask what he is doing. Seeing Changming address her so seriously about this major issue, Officer Nianying turns her face away and mutters that she obviously knows that already. Kui Qinghe is dead, and so are the four Baihu commanders, leaving a massive responsibility that absolutely nobody wants to shoulder. So they are just flattering her. Hearing Nianying realize this surprises Changming, since this seemingly dense girl actually has everything figured out. Shaking off his surprise, Changming asks for her thoughts, and Nianying lowers her head before replying seriously that she actually wants to take charge. Looking at the crowd with worry, she knows that if she does not step up, their fate will surely be incredibly tragic. Nianying then happily adds that she actually contacted her aunt yesterday, who promised that if she can guide everyone through this rough patch, she will finally be promoted to a Baihu commander. This gets Changming thinking that the girl's family background must be highly influential. With over 300 Kaoshin Bureau members left in Juhu village, managing them for just a few days guarantees her promotion. Talk about a ridiculously easy career advancement. As they walk together, each is lost in their own thoughts until Changming suddenly brings up a massive issue. Can she really shoulder the blame for Qu Qinghe's death? Nianying sighs and says there is no need. Qi Qinghe brought that end upon himself, completely unrelated to her, and the higher-ups will simply send a replacement anyway. She adds with a heavy heart that the real challenge is just surviving this difficult period. Seeing the girl start to look down, Changming quickly tells Officer Yun to hang in there, prompting Nianying to stare right at him until he awkwardly asks why she is looking at him like that. A visible blush creeps onto Nianying's face as she looks at him pleadingly, asking if he will help her through any struggles since he is literally the only reliable subordinate she has. She even pulls out food as a bribe, promising to give him her absolute favorite crispy strawberry snack if he agrees to back her up. Changming desperately tries to hold in his laughter, telling himself not to fold in the face of such pure, unexpected cuteness. Accepting the snack bag, he agrees to help, telling her to just contact him through the communication medallion if anything happens. Just then, little Loach comes swimming out of the water towards Changming, earning an immediate compliment on how incredibly fat and healthy the greedy little creature has grown. Though unable to speak, the little beast is absolutely thrilled by the praise and proudly presents a bag to Changming, who instantly frowns upon recognizing it as Commander Kuai's high-grade storage pouch. Taking the pouch, he jokingly scolds the Loach for having such bizarre and questionable taste in loot. Sitting down with clasped hands, Changming eagerly prepares to inspect the contents, praying to the god of transmigrators to bless him with some serious luck before finally opening the pouch. With high expectations, Changming eagerly pulls open the silk pouch, only to find something completely unexpected inside. Holding a pink silk handkerchief, he wonders with a highly puzzled expression if the late commander kept so many of these just to entertain guests. Changming continues, rummaging through the silk storage bag, still hoping that he can dig up something actually useful this time. He pulls out a bracelet and stares in awe, realizing this must be the Grade 4 magical treasure used by Commander Kuai. Without a single moment of hesitation, Changming slips the valuable bracelet onto his own wrist. But as he digs deeper, he pulls out several more bizarre items, leaving him completely baffled as to their purpose. Inspecting a delicate green jade piece, Changming wonders if that noble heir was secretly a woman in disguise, since this pendant is typically worn by girls. Holding up a leather whip, Changming sighs at how abstract this loot is, feeling like it is definitely not a proper magical treasure. Suddenly, a strange sound catches his attention, forcing him to look over to the side. It turns out little Loach is playing around, wrapping its two long orange whiskers around his newly acquired Grade 4 bracelet. As the creature tries to yank the treasure off his wrist, Changming decides to tease it by dangling it right in front of its face. Caught red-handed, the guilty little beast immediately tries to look away. Changming scolds it, reminding the greedy creature that this is a valuable Grade 4 treasure, not some cheap cabbage it can just devour. He gives it a playful smack, threatening to let it starve if it does not behave. Letting the matter slide, Changming returns to the storage pouch to see if there are any other hidden treasures left. He is genuinely amazed to find that the effeminate commander was carrying so many spiritual pills and treasures, realizing he has just made an absolute fortune with all these materials. Not only will these keep little Loach well-fed for a long time, but they might also help refine some top-tier swords, though his thoughts are cut short as the clingy beast starts nagging him again. Staring at the creature's hungry expression, he genuinely has no idea how to cure its endless, bottomless appetite. Scratching his head in complete defeat, Changming helplessly tells the greedy thing to go ahead and eat, and the excited beast immediately lunges at the food. As the little Loach devours the pills and spiritual treasures, Changming's entire body absorbs the massive surge of energy. He is in absolute heaven. Ignoring the little Loach, Changming sits down to seriously process the medicine, his entire body bursting with raw, unbridled power. Is this the burning acupoint stage? His chi absorption speed is practically 3 times faster than before. All 124 spiritual acupoints have been completely ignited. Peak mastery is achieved. Next up, entering the burning meridians. As he channels his internal energy, Changming calculates that if he succeeds, his control over true qi will vastly improve, and his overall attack speed will multiply several times over. Opening his eyes, Changming notes that even though he has reached peak mastery, danger still looms. The secrets of Feng Hu remain deadly, and a newly appointed Bai Hu might force him into some suicidal mission. He looks at his oblivious Loach beside him, feeling deeply concerned. If he were alone, it wouldn't matter. But what will become of his little sister if something happens? Who could even afford to raise her? He has to plan for the long run. It seems he must focus entirely on training during this period, conserving his strength, then find the right opportunity to escape Juhu village forever. Soon enough, Changming and his Loach return home, back to Juhu village. Ah Si is carrying a large black sack on his shoulder. After taking a few steps, a sudden noise nearby catches his attention, prompting him to wave at those ahead. He asks if they are Uncle Miaosi and second brother Jiang returning from pearl harvesting, and Ranshu quickly nods in agreement. They tell him to hurry along since nightfall makes harvesting hard, and Si wave thanks them in return. Ranshu watches Si walk away, noting that the newcomer seems like a decent guy, though he clearly knows nothing about pearl digging. The other man agrees, hoping things will improve in time. Meanwhile, Si stands completely alone by the river, scanning the distance and noting that the area is entirely deserted. Suddenly, chaos strikes. A massive black monster surges violently out from the dark waters. But get this, without a single second of hesitation, Si dives straight in as a massive whirlpool forms. This whirlpool is completely unnatural, as severed chunks of the black monster's massive body slowly begin to float to the surface. Down at the very bottom of the river, Si sits cross-legged as thick, ominous black energy erupts all around him. His bloodshot eyes wide and his teeth razor-sharp, he demands more of this dark, evil energy, knowing it will only make him stronger. He recalls the brutal battle from before. He fought desperately to seize that ancient corpse. Gritting his teeth in anger, he recalls losing 2 movement techniques just to obtain that powerful ancient corpse for his zombie soldier. Now he must absorb this dark energy to restore his strength. His eyes suddenly turn pitch black. Filled with murderous intent, he vows to find an opportunity to slaughter the monster that stole his avatar. After enduring relentless training and brutal battles, an entire month has already passed in the blink of an eye. Right now, a fish with glowing eyes is actively chasing down Tier 3 demonic beasts, opening its thick-lipped mouth to reveal those 2 ridiculously massive, familiar front teeth. The little Loach easily bites the Tier 3 monsters to death without wasting any real effort. Having finished off the beasts, the little Loach casually spits out their bones and lies down in pure satisfaction next to the pile, completely stuffed. Watching it, Changming smiles. His little Loach has practically become the king of these waters lately. The pet gains more abilities while his own mastery over true qi becomes incredibly refined. No resting for too long. Changming nudges the little Loach, telling it that it is time to head back. While walking back, Changming notices someone else traveling in the same direction and suddenly stops to get a closer look. Si is carrying another massive sack on his shoulders nearby, making Changming feel a bit suspicious about this newcomer who recently arrived in the village. Before he can even make sense of it, a loud voice suddenly calls out his name, Sun Changming. Utterly shocked to see Nianying here, Changming asks how they managed to get inside. Nianying holds up a token in her hand, explaining that they now possess the evil warding token and can enter the village at will. Remembering the guards, Nianying commands them. As chief of the guard, she must inspect Lieutenant Sun's house first, telling them to go patrol on their own. As they obey, she crosses her arms and arrogantly asks if Lieutenant Sun is going to lead the way. Changming scratches his head awkwardly, muttering that his place is far too poor to be worth any inspection. Ignoring his complaints, Nianying grabs his arm and drags him along. His house is exactly where she wants to go. Changming quickly pleads with Officer Yun to let go before she tears his cheap clothes. Once they finally arrive at his house, he opens the door and loudly announces his return. Little Changyin runs out of the house with a bright smile to greet him, calling him Big Brother. In stark contrast to her joy, Changming hastily pulls Nianying in front of him to use as a shield. Nianying is completely caught off guard, staring forward with wide eyes and absolute confusion. Before she can even react, Changyin suddenly flings her straight up into the air. Changyin cheerfully yells out if her brother is back, while a dazed Nianying crashes to the ground, wondering what kind of monstrous strength she just faced. Only then does Changyin realize there is a stranger here, wondering who this unfamiliar but incredibly beautiful sister is. Changming finally arrives, lifting Changyan up by the collar while apologizing and introducing her as his little sister, Sun Changyan. He then tells the little girl that this is his superior, Officer Yun, prompting Nianying to rub her aching back, say a polite hello, and secretly complain about the pain. Nianying wonders if this kid is actually human, while Changyan sweetly greets her, complimenting Sister Yun on how beautiful she is. Nian Ying quickly hands a bag of snacks to Changyan, leaving the little girl quite surprised. Gently patting the slightly stunned girl on the head, Nian Ying praises little Changyan for being such a good kid, before teasingly telling Changming that his sister clearly has excellent taste. Changming immediately takes credit, claiming it is because of his great teaching, adding that she just loves telling white lies, as Changyan happily invites them both inside to eat and play. Blushing, Nian Ying huffs that she would never play with him, while Changming fires back that he is far too busy to bother with her. Clearing her throat, Nian Ying blames him for the distraction, reminding him she is here on official business. Understanding her hint, Changming sends Changyan inside for dinner, and once the little girl eagerly complies, Nian Ying gets straight to the point. During their recent patrol, they detected the energy waves of a stranger, and she might need his help to investigate it soon. Changming wonders if yet another cultivator has come to nose around Fenqiu. He questions what kind of legendary treasure could possibly be hidden in Fenqiu to make so many cultivators flock here like moths to a flame. Nian Ying is equally confused, admitting that rumor has it a secret treasure recently surfaced in Fenqiu, and since the area has always been shrouded in mystery, most people believe the legends are entirely true. Changming silently ponders why only low-level cultivators are showing up if there truly is a legendary treasure hidden here. On top of that, Uncle Dongfang looked half dead when he returned recently, almost as if he had successfully snatched some kind of treasure. Suddenly, a loud and aggressive knocking echoes from the front door. Changming immediately turns to look at the entrance. His subordinates rush in to urgently report that they have spotted more cultivator tracks, requesting additional backup to investigate the area immediately. Standing up, Changming volunteers to head out himself, while suggesting that Officer Yun remain behind to command the operations. Nian Ying agrees, telling him to keep in close contact. He promises to alert her the moment anything happens, leaving behind the bustling town as the bright sky stretches far above. Back at the house, another heavy knock is heard at the door, even though Changming and his men departed just a short while ago. Heading toward the door, Nian Ying wonders who could possibly be back so soon. Wait for it, Nian Ying reaches for the handle and calls out, but instead of her friend Changming, she opens the door to a chilling, cold-eyed stranger. Panic gripping her at the sight of the mysterious intruder, she nervously asks who he is. Meanwhile, under the pitch-black night sky, a group of three is making their way through the darkness. Deeper inside Fenqiu, a man in white walks briskly, so focused on his path that he fails to notice a hand approaching him from behind. Patting Wang Ping on the shoulder, Changming warns the group that the path ahead is restricted by the Chaotian department, advising them to turn back. Pivoting on his heel with incredible agility, Wang Ping effortlessly leaps high into the air while mockingly thanking Changming for the friendly warning. Whipping out his fan and slashing it toward Changming, he advises the guard to stop sticking his nose where it does not belong. Though taken completely by surprise, Changming reacts instantly and manages to dodge the sudden strike. Despite his quick reflexes, the blade still grazes his shoulder, forcing him to admit that this opponent is seriously dangerous. Pulling out a white pill, Changming decides against engaging in a messy physical fight that might ruin his clothes. He really does not want to buy new outfits, so he summons his golden-faced death god in a flash of blinding light. Seeing the display, Wang Ping orders his subordinates to take him down, and they immediately charge forward with a thunderous battle cry. Brimming with massive spiritual energy, the summon moves with absolute grace and swiftness, easily intercepting their fierce attack. With just a few casual swings of its powerful arms, Wang Ping's crimson-clad guards are sent flying, coughing up blood. Unfazed, Wang Ping snaps his fan shut and calls it mildly amusing before summoning a miniature sword into his palm. Declaring that he must handle this himself, he unleashes the strange weapon, which morphs into a massive clawed bird of prey that lunges forward. The golden-faced death god struggles to evade the beast, suddenly finding himself pushed onto the defensive. The massive eagle-like creature swoops down, propelling the sword forward with devastating force. The glowing golden sword pierces straight through the armor, stabbing directly into the golden-faced death god. Changming stares at the blade. Isn't this the exact flying sword I wanted? He wonders. Slowly, the blade floats back up, leaving the golden-faced death god's body with a massive crack torn into his armor. Wang Ping recalls the weapon, pointing his fan toward Changming as he shouts to bring on whatever moves he has left. Changming merely frowns at Wang Ping's incredibly arrogant provocation, choosing to keep his mouth shut and stay completely silent. Seizing the initiative, Wang Ping mocks him too scared to move. Are you? Because I am not holding back anymore. The sharp blade rushes straight for him, but Changming does not even flinch. At the very last second, he deflects it, muttering that it is indeed a pretty sharp sword. With a fierce, determined gaze, Changming raises his wristband and shouts a single word, go. That tiny bracelet from before instantly transforms into a massive iron chain, hurtling forward under Changming's absolute control. Wang Ping immediately orders his sword to execute the deadly falcon strike technique, but the golden eagle guiding the blade is instantly bound tight by the chains. Changming lets out a satisfied smile. He finally knows victory is well within his reach now. Not giving his opponent even a split second to react, Changming charges straight ahead. Realizing things have taken a terrible turn, Wang Ping panics and screams out, "Oh no." He snaps his fan open in front of his face, bitterly regretting his carelessness as he curses his bad luck. Changming looks at him and calmly notes that it is unfortunately a step too late, as a fire-filled gourd completely engulfs Wang Ping. Flames consume his entire body, leaving nothing but an angry, burning face and a final, agonizing scream. When the smoke clears, only a solitary flying sword remains on the ground, landing right at Changming's feet. He picks it up, admiring the beautiful craftsmanship before holding the blade up high with a genuinely joyful grin. What an incredible weapon. Looks like I scored another amazing treasure here. Suddenly, Changming is yanked right off the ground. What on earth is happening? A shadowed, sinister face radiating pure, dark malice looms directly behind him. Caught completely off guard, panic sets in as Changming leaves himself wide open, frantically asking who is there. He spins around and lets out a massive sigh of relief. It is just Uncle Wang. What in the world happened, Uncle Wang? But suddenly, the old man lunges straight at Changming. Totally blindsided, Changming watches in horror as Uncle Wang's hands sprout long, razor-sharp claws, lunging forward with clear intent to tear him apart. Clutching his chest instinctively, Changming shouts out in pure disbelief at his attacker. "Old lieutenant, what do you think you are doing?" He covers his wounded chest, keeping his eyes locked onto the old man when a strange golden light suddenly begins to glow from his palm. That miraculous light rapidly mends his flesh, leaving his chest completely healed without a single trace of the wound. Meanwhile, a dense cloud of dark, menacing smoke begins to wrap around the lieutenant. The old man clutches his face in agony. This bizarre behavior looks exactly like the demonized Zhang Jihu from before. Could he be possessed by evil spirits too? Desperate for answers, Changming reaches out toward the struggling lieutenant and demands to know who he really is. What happened to our village? But before he can get an answer, a pair of glowing red eyes peers through the lieutenant's fingers, shocking Changming to his core. Gritting his teeth, sweat dripping down his face, the old man suddenly hurls a heavy fist forward with a cruel smirk. "You will find out once you are dead." Rewinding back to 12 hours ago, over at Sun Changming's house, Si scratches his head, smiling bashfully as he begs Ne Yangying to show some face and attend the banquet he has arranged. Feeling a bit shy, Ne Yangying rubs her cheek, looks away, and hesitantly agrees. Si practically beams with joy, thanking her over and over. Once he leaves, she closes the door and leans against it, sighing with a smile at how incredibly hospitable the Juhu villagers really are. Suddenly, a shout echoes from outside announcing Chief Yun's arrival, to which she calmly replies that she is on her way. She turns to young Changyan, gently telling her that she and her brother still have some business to handle, so maybe she should head over to Uncle Mao's place for dinner. The little girl immediately shakes her head, proudly claiming that nobody cooks better than her anyway. She promises to stay home and prepare dinner, reminding them to come back and eat. Touched by how sweet and sensible she is, Ne Ying smiles, patting her head while promising to return the moment her work is done. Soft sunlight filters through the windows, illuminating a beautifully prepared table loaded with a truly hearty feast. Raising his bowl with both hands, Si looks around and reflects on his time since first arriving in the village. He explains that thanks to everyone's kindness, he has lived in peace and comfort, a debt of gratitude he does not even know how to properly repay. Looking warmly at every single face, Si tells them all to make themselves comfortable and eat to their heart's content. Bowls cling together as everyone laughs, telling him he is being far too formal since they are all one big family here. Si then raises his drink to toast the officers, saying that if it were not for them slaying demons and keeping everyone safe, they would not even be alive today. To the officers, raising a cup in return, he plays it off as just doing his duty. Suddenly, AC lets out a soft chuckle, his voice turning sweet and gentle as he makes a rather bold request of them. 1 second he's laughing, and the next, he completely shifts. With glowing green eyes and a savage, hideous grin, he tells them he wants to borrow their bodies for a bit. The soldiers freeze in shock, some clutching their throats in agony, others violently throwing up the water they just drank. With a simple wave of his hand, the soldiers begin mutating in horrific ways, their eyes rolling back into blank white sockets as drool leaks from their mouths, while he cackles and orders them to become his loyal pawns. Under the heavy night fog of Juhu village, Nianying drops down on one knee. She cups her hands respectfully toward the man sitting on horseback, welcoming the Grand Commander Jingting to this godforsaken place. He quickly dismounts and helps her up, placing an encouraging hand on her shoulder. He praises her for stepping up during such a dangerous crisis, calling her an outstanding talent who truly knows how to lead in times of peril. Nianying just stares back blankly. She offers a polite thank you while feeling completely speechless, thinking this guy sent from headquarters is laying the flattery on way too thick. Focusing back on the mission, she asks about Juhu village. Ni Yanning reports she already deployed several members, organizing them into 5 rotating patrol teams near the seal, a smart setup that earns an approving nod and a loud praise from him. He orders them to enter, and Ni Yanning immediately salutes. As they approach Yuhu village, the entire landscape is swallowed by a thick, suffocating black mist. Jingting gasps in shock, turning to a wide-eyed Ni Yanning to ask what on earth is going on here. Before she can answer, a terrified soldier points behind them, forcing Jingting to whirl around as the man screams that the very path they used to get here has completely vanished into thin air. With his years of battle experience, Jingting quickly recognizes the array trapping them, yelling at his men to stay calm, form the Liyuan defensive circle, and stand back to back. In the thick mist, Ni Yanning grips her weapon, demanding answers. He tells her to stay calm. Closing his eyes, he projects spiritual energy deep into the fog. Sensing the horrors lurking inside, he draws his blade with a sharp ring and warns his troops to prepare for the worst. Demons are inside. Get ready, he yells as they salute. Ni Yanning grits her teeth in the rising smog, her mind racing with fury at the mention of demonic beasts. Suddenly, a cold sweat breaks out on her forehead as she realizes little Changyan is still home alone in Juhu, even as thick black smoke pours from every window into the sky. Sensing danger, Jingting shouts to activate their badges. The men pull out their iron plaques and shout in agreement, pressing their backs together as they peer into the swirling abyss of black smoke. And then, hundreds of glowing green eyes begin to flicker in the darkness around them. Ni Yanning is sweating bullets under the immense pressure, her heart aching with deep worry for young Changyan's safety, knowing that breaking their defensive formation with this many demonic beasts roaming around is absolute suicide. But little Changyan is home. Without Sun Changming there, nobody else will save her. Spurred by desperation, she spins around and runs, determined to find the little girl before it is too late. But she still shouts to Jingting that she must go. He fruitlessly yells for her to come back, warning her of the danger. While inside the village, every single house is plunged into pitch-black darkness. The corrupted soldiers are fully mutated now, growing razor-sharp fangs and glowing, eerie green eyes. Ni Yanning stands frozen, staring at the mindless horde, her other hand tightening around her hilt as dark energy flows, whispering in disbelief at how many have already turned. Determined to put them out of their misery, she draws her blade as a screeching, green-eyed zombie stumbles blindly toward her through the thick smoke. Behind it, a massive crowd of mutated ghouls wanders aimlessly through the dense fog. Slipping behind a monster, Ni Yanning raises her sword, bringing down a clean, incredibly swift slash that instantly cuts off the monster's shrieks as its lifeless body collapses with a heavy thud right at her feet. But the loud commotion immediately alerts the rest of the horde, and they start to swarm her. They rush her with some serious martial arts skills, but Ni Yanning is faster, quickly binding the demonized horde. Leaping high into the air, she unleashes a powerful sword strike forward, leaving the bound crowd helpless as they collapse to the ground, heavily wounded. Looking down at the defeated horde, Ni Yanning casually claims she is pretty strong herself. But then, a bitter memory of the past creeps in. She cannot help but picture Changming's arrogant face from before. If it were not for her unstable mental state preventing her from condensing a new special route, she would never be lagging behind Sun Changming. Snapping out of her thoughts, she suddenly panics she almost forgot she needs to rescue little Changyan. Right? She needs to find Sun Changming's house immediately and get little Changyan to safety. Turning on her heel, she rushes off toward Changyan's house as fast as her legs can carry her. Reaching the house, Ni Yanning throws the door open and shouts out for little Changyan. There is absolute silence inside, save for the shadow of a demonized monster pacing back and forth. Frowning deeply, Ni Yanning raises her blade and slashes hard at the creature, unleashing a powerful razor-sharp energy wave that tears straight through the room. Cupping her hand over her mouth, Ni Yanning shouts for little Changyan to answer her sister Yun, calling out that she is here to rescue her. But there is still no reply from the little girl. This only deepens Ni Yanning's growing anxiety, leaving her to fear the absolute worst for little Changyan until she suddenly senses a pair of hidden eyes watching her, cutting her thoughts short. Catching a faint rustle nearby, she turns her head to investigate, realizing that there is some movement coming from the kitchen. Tightening her grip on her sword, she moves forward cautiously, softly asking if little Changyan is hiding in there. Suddenly, a pale little hand reaches out from beneath a mat, startling Ni Yanning so much that she lets out a quick gasp only to realize it is actually young Changyan. The little girl looks up with wide, teary eyes, calling out for Sister Yun. After all, she is just a child, weeping in the corner out of fear because her brother never came back. The heartbreaking sight leaves Ni Yanning completely frozen in place for a few seconds. Refusing to let the little girl suffer any longer, she rushes over to pull her into a tight embrace, promising that Sister Yun will get her out safely. Flashing a warm smile, she takes the child's hand to lead her away, but the worried little girl immediately asks where her big brother is. Ni Yanning reassures her with a gentle smile, telling her that her brother is definitely going to be just fine. She promises they will regroup with the team first, then search for him together. Nianying then gently pushes the front door open to guide the girl outside. But look at what is waiting for them outside. It makes her jaw drop in pure horror. Dozens of demonized monsters with glowing blue eyes are baring their claws at them. Sensing the extreme danger, Nianying immediately pushes Changyan behind her protective stance. Pointing her sword forward, she urgently warns little Changyan to stay close. She tells her to hold tightly onto her clothes and never let go, to which the obedient girl quickly nods. Suddenly, a brilliant light bursts from Nianying's chest, glowing with immense power. She silently wonders how so many people could be possessed by demonic energy at once, questioning who could possibly be behind this scheme. Elsewhere, in a room littered with smashed dishes and ruined food, AC sits triumphantly. Raising a blue-eyed skull into the air with a manic grin, he gloats about how excellent the Chaosian Bureau puppets are. Cultivators certainly have their uses. A thick stream of black smoke spews from the skull's mouth, endlessly spreading into the air. His greedy voice echoes, muttering that it is still not enough and that he needs even more puppets to drive the demonized crowd into an absolute frenzy. Just as he planned, everyone in this place is destined to die today. They will all become his sacrifices. Hiding in the pitch-black night, his crimson eyes lock onto three people who have somehow escaped the corruption, prompting him to grin wickedly and wonder how they managed to avoid his control. Now, he decides to pay a visit to this highly valuable material. Meanwhile, Jingting is moving through the area alongside two of his officers. He urges them to hold on, grip their evil-expelling iron plates tightly, and maintain their defensive formation. The men quickly obey, while Asai watches from the shadows, gently stroking his dark relic and finding the situation rather amusing. With sharp, blood-red claws resting lightly on the skull, he decides it is finally time for him to step in personally. Suddenly, a strange object approaches from the distance, triggering Jingting's danger senses. Tensing up immediately, he watches as a blast of black energy surges right toward him. Gritting his teeth, he quickly raises his evil-expelling iron plate to block the incoming corruption. The sheer power of the blast is overwhelming. It slams heavily into his shield, instantly spiderwebbing the iron surface with deep cracks. Unable to withstand the pressure, the protective plate shatters completely, forcing him to act quickly. Channeling his inner energy, he shouts out for his wind barrier to activate. A brilliant golden aura immediately wraps around him, keeping the toxic black energy from invading his body. Even as sweat starts dripping down his forehead, he quickly calculates his next move. Expanding his protective barrier would drain too much of his inner energy, meaning he has to lead the group to a swift victory. A brilliant golden light shines brighter and brighter behind Jingting's powerful stance. Gritting his teeth, he yells out for everyone to stay behind him and fight their way out. Watching from the sidelines, Ah-Si is quite surprised, muttering that this body has some seriously impressive strength. Once demonized, it will be even stronger, the perfect tool to slaughter the cunning kid who destroyed his avatar. Opening his mouth of razor-sharp teeth, he glares down at the skull in his hand. Moments later, a strange green light completely envelops Jingting, leaving him utterly paralyzed with fear. Horrific screams and desperate cries echo from deep within that eerie green glow. A clawed hand grabs Jingting by the head, completely ignoring his desperate struggles. How is this even possible? How could a ghost cultivator beyond the third realm be here? Ah-Si laughs with his hands on his hips, thrilled to have claimed another perfect puppet. Then, he slowly raises two fingers. A green light sparks from his fingertips as he smirks. It is time to deal with you two now. The deadly beam tears through the air, shooting directly toward Nianying and Changyan. His mocking voice echoes out, "What a lovely pair of sisters. You both will make fine concubines for me." Refusing to give up, Nianying raises her evil-warding iron plate to block the attack, preparing to risk everything. Unfortunately, the incoming blast is far too powerful, instantly shattering her iron plate to pieces. Shocked by the sudden destruction of her shield, Nianying gasps in panic as the terrifying light closes in fast on the two clinging sisters. Nianying tightly grits her teeth and closes her eyes, praying for a miracle. Is this really where she meets her end? But just as hope seems entirely lost, a glowing golden chalice suddenly appears. It radiates a brilliant golden energy that lights up the sky, completely blocking the attack and leaving Nianying to wonder who saved them. Suddenly, Changming makes a grand entrance, holding the glowing chalice with a confident smile. Apologizing for arriving so late, he greets them as Changyan joyfully runs over to hug her big brother. A stunned Nianying asks why Sun Changming took so long, but he quickly replies that there is no time to chat. He quickly conjures a protective golden ring around Nianying, telling her that it is a pretty long story. He recalls encountering the old captain back at the river, who was completely possessed by dark energy. Seeing the dark, ominous mist rising over the village, he immediately knew something terrible was happening, so he rushed back to find them as fast as he could. Turning his head back toward Nianying, he sharply asks, "What on earth happened here?" Wondering why everyone ended up in such a terrible state, Nian Ying shakes her head, admitting the commander called this the Demon Lake. It apparently corrodes any living being it touches, and some strange, creepy thread just shattered her evil warding protective talisman. Changming's eyes narrow as he quickly assesses the situation. It looks like fighting their way out is their only chance of survival. To keep them safe, he draws his sword and warns Nian Ying and Chang Yan to stay put under the protective light while he takes down the monsters. Fearing he might be in serious danger alone, Nian Yang grabs his sleeve, asking if he will be all right on his own or if she should join him. He assures her she needs to stay and protect his sister, telling her to trust him. Realizing he is right, she nods and calls out to him as he leaps into the air, telling him he absolutely must be careful out there. Charging forward, he relentlessly strikes down every demonized creature in his path, making sure they never get another chance to harm anyone. Whispering a quiet prayer for them to rest in peace, he vows to personally slay the mastermind who destroyed his home. Meanwhile, the rabid horde of monsters surges toward him like a broken anthill. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light shaped like a majestic dragon erupts from him. The powerful blast sends the monsters flying into the air, screaming as they crash into one another before being violently scattered like autumn leaves. Gripping his sword, Changming raises the golden dragon's seal and commands the demonized horde to kneel before him. The moment the command leaves his lips, the entire horde drops to their knees in absolute submission. Raising his sword high, he softly tells them to finally rest in peace as a sharp wave of light sweeps through them, ending their suffering. Changming calmly walks forward, leaving a trail of fallen demons resting in his wake. Back with Asi, he has been watching Changming's every single move. His green eyes gleam with a wicked grin as he mutters that the kid is actually pretty impressive. The demon army he worked so hard to infect was just easily wiped out. Pausing for a second, he grits his teeth in pure rage, deciding it is time to send his strongest forces to eliminate this troublesome kid. After all, when he was alive, he was a truly capable commander. Believing the demons are cleared, Changming confidently waves to Nianying and his sister, calling out that everything is fully resolved. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of light appears behind Changming, prompting Nianying to scream out a warning to watch out. Changyin also screams for her brother to look out behind, but he reacts just in time, summoning his strength to block the blast. Nianying tightly grasps Changyin's hand, using spiritual energy to protect the young girl. Peering through the thick mist, Nianying spots a strange figure drawing close, leaving her completely startled as she wonders what it is. As the fog clears, a towering, mutated green monster slowly reveals itself, its massive frame stepping into view. Spotting a very familiar golden token peeking from the giant monster's chest, Nianying gasps in sheer horror as she recognizes him, loudly calling out for Lord Jingting. In his monstrous form, Ah Si looks up at Qi Zhang and boasts that with a Third Realm expert demonized, that brat is absolutely dead. Now that the living sacrifices are finally ready, he feels perfectly safe to go grab his prize, stepping toward the captured villagers who are still bound. He raises one hand toward the sky, summoning a dense swirl of dark energy and malicious demonic aura to wrap around him. With a loud command, several ferocious, red-eyed beasts charge forward, carrying a smug Ah Si who stands on top with folded arms. Leading the pack, he also drags along Changming's two uncles, proudly pointing ahead and declaring that they have finally reached Fenshu. Back with Changming, he stands face-to-face with the demonized Jingting, who is snarling with blood-red eyes and a highly disturbing smirk. Suddenly, the demon swings his arm, launching a brilliant blast of energy that forces Changming to raise his sword in a desperate block. Gritting his teeth mid-clash, Changming realizes this blade is no joke, but as a responsible man, he must fight to the bitter end. Unleashing his sword, a massive spirit hawk manifests as he resolves that there is absolutely no turning back for him now. With his little sister and Nianying relying on him, his blade flies straight toward Jingting, only for the demon to effortlessly swat it away with one hand. The spirit hawk is instantly bound by green energy, completely paralyzed as Changming stands there with a heavily bruised and battered face. Stunned by such an overwhelming display of raw power, Changming places a hand over his chest and closes his eyes, letting a glowing golden light pool under his palm. Raising his face with tight lips, the golden light shines brightly just as the corrupted Jingting raises his massive blade and charges straight for him. Changming raises the glowing golden sigil high, realizing that the real threat is not the heavy blade itself, but the sharp wind blades surrounding it. Using the seal as a shield, he charges directly toward the oncoming monster, crying out the command to freeze as they are about to collide. Instantly, Jingting's hideous, mutated body freezes solid, completely bound by the powerful sealing spell. Seizing this perfect opening, Changming raises his sword and shouts that this is his chance. Descending from above, his blade strikes the demonized wind spirit armor with full force, but it struggles to leave even a single scratch. His weapon completely fails to pierce through as planned, leaving him in a panic as he realizes his sword cannot penetrate the beast's defense. Exploiting that brief distraction, Jingting unleashes a vicious slash, but Changming narrowly dodges the lethal blow just in time. Gritting his teeth, he glares at the beast, utterly frustrated. You have to admit, his defense is absolutely insane if he cannot break that armor. There is no hope of hurting him. Suddenly, Jingting pulls out a powerful magical treasure, closing his eyes to feel its energy, which Nianying immediately recognizes in shock. She frantically warns Changming to be extremely careful, recognizing it as the commander's famous signature treasure, a large green fan adorned with glowing runes. He lets out a chilling laugh, waving the weapon while shouting for the Hunchin fan to unleash its gale. Moving with incredible agility, Changming successfully evades every wind blade thrown at him, while also noticing a crucial detail in his opponent's movements. Realizing that the commander's entire offensive relies heavily on controlling the wind, Changming twists his body to dodge the deadly gusts. Thinking fast, he decides to use his enemy's own strength against him, pulling out a completely different magical treasure from his stash. As Jingting swoops down to crush him, Changming simply shouts for him to freeze once again. Holding a mystical gourd high, Changming watches as Jingting suddenly loses all control over his body, getting violently pulled toward the vessel as the young man commands it to suck the demon inside. Slinging the large gourd over his shoulder, he commands the fire to feed on the wind, aiming the vessel to unleash a blazing torrent that completely traps Jingting. Calling out for the great sky fire, Changming wastes no time, grabbing his sword and charging forward with blinding speed. Jingting's body remains completely frozen like a statue, allowing Changming's blade to pierce straight through his chest in a single, decisive strike. The demon trembles violently right before him as Changming pulls out his sword, breathing heavily as he watches the corrupted commander shatter into countless pieces and collapse. Just as Changming turns around, Changyin suddenly screams out in absolute panic for her brother to look. Look out behind you, look right behind your back. Spinning around, he stares down at his feet, in stunned silence, gritting his teeth as he realizes the horrifying truth that this thing is somehow coming back to life. An immortal being? As Changming hesitates, Qianhu recovers and stands up, suggesting the death energy in the command token might finish him off. But with the demonic aura here being so heavy, Changming has no choice but to raise his command token toward the beast. No other choice. Command token, strike. The newly reformed beast decays once more, dissolving into a puddle with a final, roaring screech. Like black rain, its scattered remains fall back down onto the flat ground below. Exhausted, Changming drops heavily onto the ground and sighs, thinking that it is finally over. Seeing her brother safe, Changyan happily throws herself into his arms, cheering that he is truly amazing. Nianying is absolutely fuming, hands on her hips, ready to blow a fuse at the siblings. She angrily demands to know how long he has been hiding his insane strength from her. Changyin forces a smile, arguing that she never asked him. Suddenly, Changyin cuts them off, pointing and shouting for her brother and sister Yoon to look over there. They turn their heads, following her gaze to a massive shadow stretching and rising higher into the sky. A massive horde of monsters is swarming forward, charging wildly under the command of that terrifying figure. Quickly scooping Changyin into his arms, Changming turns back and yells with urgent haste that they need to move. This is way beyond their league as mere rookies. Their only option now is to escape and find a safe spot to regroup. Realizing they have no choice, he points the way and the three of them bolt. Just a left turn ahead and they will reach the village exit. Before they can even take a few steps, a sudden, blinding flash of light blocks their path completely. Changming and Nianying skid to a halt. Who in their right mind would put a transparent barrier right here? Getting back up, she carefully reaches out to touch the invisible wall. It looks like someone is trying to trap them, sealing off all of Juhu village. The massive barrier envelops the entire village like a giant bubble, forcing them to walk along the glowing wall to search for any gaps or potential weak spots. As they make their decision, Changyan raises her hand. Out of nowhere, she pulls out a shiny shovel and grins, asking if they can just dig a hole to escape. Without waiting, she squats down and starts digging into the dirt with incredible speed and flexibility. Changming stands there completely speechless, watching his little sister disappear headfirst into the small hole she just made. Clang! Clang! After some noisy scraping, Changyin pokes her dirty head and bruised forehead out of the dirt, looking up like a sad puppy to report that the barrier is underground too. Changming grits his teeth in frustration, pulling out his small gourd. He is determined to shatter this annoying shell. Pointing the gourd at the barrier, he commands Loach, who instantly rouses with its sword pellet ready to strike. He grips the gourd tightly and swings it with force. A massive, storm-like force erupts violently outward. Loach manages to leave a dark scorch mark on the barrier, but the array's energy quickly forces those black stains to shrink. The barrier rapidly repairs itself, leaving the wall completely seamless again. All that effort yields absolutely nothing of use. Changming smirks and whispers to Loach inside the gourd, proposing they pull off a dirty trick and put all their hopes on its power. Like partners in a shady backroom deal, the boy and his pet share a smug, confident glance. Out of nowhere, Changming slips on a pair of dark sunglasses. He looks incredibly cool. Loach sports a matching pair of square shades, asserting its status as the baddest fish around. Side by side, master and pet point the gourds opening directly at the barrier. On Changming's cue, Loach inhales deeply until its belly is round, preparing to unleash a furious gale directly at the barrier with a loud shout to break open. With a massive surge of power, Loach actually punches a huge hole right through the invisible wall. Nianying and Changyan cheer in excitement, celebrating their success. Tucking his gourd away, Changming steps forward, ready to move out. He casts a quick, cautious glance back at the monsters, hunting them down. Suddenly, Changming spots something unusual, his brow furrowing deeply as he realizes that two familiar figures are tied up right at the feet of the enemy leader. Recognizing Uncle Yaosi and the others, Changming clenches his fists in rage as the demons drag them away. Memories of a tiny house amidst a heavy blizzard flash before his eyes. His parents died during the coldest winter day in Juhu village. Back then, he held his baby sister wrapped in swaddling clothes, staring gloomily out the window. In this desolate wasteland, cruel people were everywhere, constantly bullying him and his fragile little sister. They even stole the very last bit of food left in their home, making him believe they would never survive that harsh winter. But then, those two stepped in, bringing warmth into his otherwise freezing, bleak world. Their presence gave him the strength and motivation to keep living. Uncle Yaosi taught him martial arts in that harsh place. They were no grand heroes, just ordinary folks, yet they willingly humbled themselves for him like Ranshu, who once helped pry a pinching clam off his foot. Even in their darkest hour, they still reached out to help him. They taught him how to survive in this harsh place, which is why his eyes are now burning with fury. There is no way Changming can just stand by and watch them die. He turns to look at the two behind him, apologizing because he absolutely has to go back. Both Nianying and Changyan anxiously try to stop him, asking how he can return when he knows exactly how dangerous it is. Instead, his little sister runs over and clings to him tightly, insisting on going with him. He gently pats her head, telling her to be good and stay with Sister Yun while he rescues Uncle Yaosi and the others. Standing up, he looks at the worried Nianjing and softly asks if she considers him a close friend after everything they have been through. She cannot even find the words to answer as tears stream down her face. Attempting to sound firm, she commands him as his superior not to go back there, but Changming has already made up his mind and completely ignores her. He kneels down, gently pushing his sobbing sister toward Nianying, and asks her to take her away and keep her safe. Without waiting for an answer, he leaps into the air and flies off as they desperately call his name. Holding the crying little sister close, she stares after his receding figure, silently begging him to survive and return. The village is completely swallowed by a dark, foggy gloom, with not a single sound breaking the silence. A massive horde of monsters eagerly surges forward like a storm, following a figure with long flowing hair. Ah, C laughs triumphantly as he lifts a strange object, shouting that all his schemes have finally led to this glorious day. Right before him, a massive fissure in the ground spews waves of boiling hot air. Molten lava dances and bubbles violently inside the pit, bursting with loud pops as the intense heat rises. The red-eyed monsters gather close behind Asi as he proudly calls out to his fellow beasts. With blood-red eyes, he laughs wildly and tells them they have waited long enough. While below the ancient seal, a massive horde of other monsters roars and struggles desperately to escape. As one of the beasts attempts to crawl onto the surface, a sudden bolt of yellow lightning strikes it down. The beast is completely enveloped in a brilliant, glowing sphere, vaporizing its physical form in an instant as the massive ball of crackling lightning continues to expand. C tosses a stone marked with a strange seal into the air. He proudly declares that with half of this key and a proper sacrifice, his people will finally see the light of day, and just as he speaks, countless deep cracks begin splintering across the transparent sphere. The object he calls a key rises high, making direct contact with the ancient Bagua mirror sealing the area. Hordes of monsters claw their way up from the abyss, throwing their entire weight against the barrier to break free. The key cracks the sealing mirror, causing the lightning that maintains the barrier to quickly fade. Watching his grand plan unfold, he sneers that he only needs a bit of fresh flesh to complete the sacrifice. With a flick of his wrist, he stretches a dark shadow to drag Ranchu and his companion closer as they curse him. Completely ignoring their weak curses, he simply laughs and asks what they mean by hell. He sneers, asking if there could possibly be anything more hellish than the sight right before them. The dark shadow binds their limbs tightly, dangling them right above the gaping maws of the ravenous monsters below, before suddenly releasing them to plunge straight down into the abyss. Being ordinary humans, they are completely powerless to break free. Down in the fiery pit, the monsters writhe in the boiling lava, eagerly waiting to devour the falling sacrifices. Ranchu squeezes his eyes shut and braces for his fate, wondering if this is truly the end for them. In just a matter of seconds, both of them are about to become a tasty meal for the terrifying demons waiting below. But out of nowhere, a glowing golden chain suddenly comes clinking through the air. The chain wraps securely around Ranchu's waist, and as he looks down in shock, he realizes Changming has arrived just in time. He pulls the chain to yank both of them away from the monster's mouth, asking Uncle Yao Si if they are okay, while the two sit up and stare at him in sheer relief and panic. However, there is absolutely no time for a proper reunion. He quickly points and tells them to run north to escape the sector immediately, warning them that his barrier will only last a short while. But as he speaks, he suddenly freezes, sensing danger and turning around to face a new threat. He draws his sword to deflect a sudden shadow attack, yelling at the dazed pair to get moving and run. With a powerful swing of his blade, he buys them a few precious seconds to make their escape. Ranchu urges the other to move so they do not burden Changming, but even as they flee, he silently prays for the young hero to make it out alive. Left alone to face Ah Si, the villain sneers and asks him how he is still alive. Changming just grits his teeth in silent defiance. My bad, but I don't die easily. Sorry to disappoint. Ah Si looks down at him with pure arrogance. Last time I got careless and let you destroy my clone, but now my true body has arrived. You are definitely dying today. At this point, Changming pieces it together. So you were the shadow phantom trying to steal that ancient corpse? He confronts him with a serious look. Did you plan all of this from Juhu village? Ah Si keeps his smug grin, boasting that yes, he was the one who spread rumors about a treasure in Fenchu. He gleefully mocks the dead, saying those fools didn't listen and just couldn't wait to run off and find their own graves. Darkness thickens around them with every word he speaks. Fortunately, the sacrifice of those fools allowed him to finally pinpoint the true location of this dark abyss. Ah Si posed for a moment. He throws his head back and opens his mouth wide. Enough talking. It is time to send you to your grave. A strange, pitch-black object with eerie red markings slowly crawls out from his throat. It drops onto the gray ground with a sickening thud alongside his saliva, instantly ballooning into a massive beast with a heavy chain around its neck. Go, kill him and snap his neck. Obedient to its master's grim command, the demon charges straight toward Changming. Changming grips his sword tightly alongside his pet eagle, bracing for the impact. With a sudden leap, Changming drives his blade straight through the creature's chest. Blood drips from the wound, but the weapon is jammed. With his weapon stuck, the multi-armed beast winds up a devastating punch. Left with no choice, Changming lets go of the hilt. This thing's body is incredibly bizarre. He barely dodges the devastating strike, which completely shatters the earth below. Meanwhile, Ah Si watches from the sidelines, thoroughly enjoying the show. Did you really think a mere flying sword could break my puppet? He commands a shroud of dark mist to rip the sword right out of his puppet's chest, allowing the blade to finally return to Changming's hand. But before he can even prepare a defense, Ah Si's puppet swings another massive fist straight toward Changming's face. That brutal punch sends him crashing backward, showing off its absolutely terrifying power. Thick clouds of dust and debris explode from the crash site, completely blocking everyone's vision. Changming seizes the moment, summoning the golden-faced death god to back him up. Damn, this thing is strong. He has to go all out just to survive. He leaps forward with his sword, while the golden-faced death god draws its bow right behind him. Now watch this. The puppet's sorrowful-looking head suddenly begins to shake and twitch violently. It snaps around with a sickening crack, switching its face to a creepy smiling mask with a long, green tongue. The strange face seems to have a mind of its own, stretching and flowing outward like liquid. Changming watches this in utter shock, shouting out to ask what on earth just split off from it. The grotesque entity lashes out from all directions, relentlessly striking Changming. It moves so fast that only a blurred black shadow with a terrifying grin remains in the air. Changming takes a brutal beating, leaving his face covered in bloody cuts. What is this thing? It is moving too fast to track, forcing him to swing blindly until the creepy creature violently blows him back. It bounces and hops across the ground, moving with blistering speed that leaves only a faint trail. The creature leaps onto the black puppet's shoulder, fully growing arms and legs before staring at him with that twisted clown face. Ah Si chuckles, putting a sudden halt to Changming's frantic battle. Thick black smoke rises from his palm as he challenges him to show what he's really got. Refusing to back down, Changming pulls out his own mystical gourd and yells that it is its turn now. He unleashes the giant Loach, which swells to an enormous size in a burst of rainbow light, joining Changming and the golden-faced death god on the battlefield. Seeing the massive Loach block his path, Ah Si curses silently under his breath. He never expected this brat to hide such a deadly beast. No wonder his clone was destroyed. The broken bow mechanism on the golden-faced death god's back is completely ruined, so he hoists his greatsword, summons defensive shield wards, and stands right behind Changming for their final clash. Annoyed by their long preparation, Ah Si barks out a ruthless order, commanding both of his puppets to charge forward and tear them apart. The creepy white puppet stretches its body thin like a sheet of silk, lunging its sharp claws toward him, but a sudden blinding flash of golden light instantly paralyzes its entire body. Changming pulls out his seal, shouting a binding spell to freeze it solid, declaring himself its opponent. The puppet rapidly shrinks to dodge his sealing light, carving a beautiful arc right past his face before swiftly positioning itself directly behind his head. He can only watch with a sideways glance. Both he and the golden masked death god are completely frozen by its blinding speed. It is just too fast, even his giant seal cannot suppress it. Suddenly, a spark lights up in his eyes. An idea flashes through his mind. He finally has a plan. He tosses an object to the golden masked death god, who catches it and looks down. Meanwhile, the clown puppet shrinks back to normal size and charges straight at him. The puppet took the bait. Changming instantly aims his gourd at the creature and unleashes his spiritual power. Trapped by the overwhelming energy surging inside the gourd, the grinning clown puppet finds itself completely unable to escape. Just then, a massive shadow looms directly over its head, forcing the puppet to look up in distraction. The golden masked death god has already closed the distance, raising his blade high to finish the monster off. One of the clown puppet's arms is sliced clean off. In that split second, Changming hoists the gourd onto his shoulder, gritting his teeth to activate the suction. But the severed arm instantly reconnects itself in a flash. Seizing the opening, the puppet lunges toward the golden masked death god and tightly grabs hold of his arm. Changming grits his teeth at this overwhelming sight, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. While worrying about his own fight, his gaze drifts helplessly toward the other battlefield nearby. Changming turns around and shouts in panic as little Loach is repeatedly bounced across the ground by the sad black puppet. Once little Loach regains his footing, he is absolutely fuming with rage and decides to fight the sad puppet to the death. Charging back into the fray with his fins and tail, little Loach gathers glowing golden energy in his mouth, forming a string of tiny pearls. With a powerful spit, he launches the glowing pearls in a continuous stream. The sad black puppet freezes in place as its massive frame shakes slightly. Gritting through the pain with veins bulging, it stands there and takes the brunt of little Loach's explosive pearls. Feeling extremely proud, little Loach rests his fins on his belly, showing off his cute front teeth. But as the thick dust begins to clear, the black puppet still stands there completely unscathed. Clenching its massive fists, the monster steps forward with its bloated belly. Little Loach stares up in absolute shock, freezing on the spot for several seconds. Wait, what? He quickly turns around, wagging his tail as he flees at absolute maximum speed. Unfortunately, the sad black puppet grabs him by the tail, causing the poor creature to pale in sheer terror. Little Loach gets repeatedly slammed against the hard ground, seeing stars as his opponent shows absolutely no signs of stopping. Seeing his pet take such a brutal beating, Changming panics. He has never faced an enemy this powerful before, leaving little Loach totally defenseless. He grits his teeth, frantically recalculating his options. They cannot let this drag on any longer. Even he and the golden masked death god are being pushed into a corner by the clown puppet's blinding speed. Elsewhere in a mountain cave, a faint golden light pierces the dark night. Nianying and Changyan look up at a glowing golden plaque floating gently in the air. Both of their faces are filled with deep anxiety and dread under the eerie glow of that light. Suddenly, little Changyan reaches out and gently grabs Nianying's trembling wrist. Looking up with pleading eyes, she asks in a fragile and hesitant voice whether her big brother will win this fight. Nianying looks down at the young girl. Her eyes cannot hide her own dread, yet she still forces out reassuring words, insisting that he will surely win. But Nianying knows all too well that relying solely on flying swords and soldiers has already depleted a massive amount of his spiritual force. Sun Changming's cultivation realm is far below that monster, and if this continues, he will surely die. Terrified, she bites her lip until it bleeds, wondering what they can possibly do. Their only choice is to use that item. Nianying's mind drifts back to her proud, former self. Before meeting Sun Changming, she was the beloved jewel of the Yun family, believing there was absolutely nothing she could not achieve. Radiating confidence with a bright smile, she said goodbye to her weeping family and set off on her journey. To help her senior sister investigate the dark secrets of the evil energy, she rejected her family's generous help to forge her own path. But the real world was far harsher than she imagined. The moment she stepped outside, she was forced to face deadly perils under the claws of savage monsters. The world before her eyes had completely changed, now filled with fallen souls drowning in a sea of blood. This realm was infinitely more dangerous than the reports suggested. And that was precisely when she met Changming, the boy who constantly irritated her. He was supposed to be her subordinate, yet he looked down on her from the very first day. He had even cornered her against a wall once, possessing a sharp, snarky tongue and a constant habit of lying. They were standing so incredibly close that Nianying's fair cheeks gradually flushed with a rosy red hue. Despite his constant smirk, whenever danger reared its head, he never backed down. He was always the first to step forward. He was always there to protect her, choosing to stand up and shield others time and time again. Nian Ying looked down at her own fist, filled with sudden doubt. But he was only her subordinate, so why was she always the one being protected? This time, she decided, it was her turn to step up and shield him instead. With her mind made up, she carefully pulled out a small wooden box, cradling it in her palms. Opening the box, Nian Ying revealed a precious green jade amulet. Her father had spent 100,000 spirit jades to have this amulet forged, and activating it would temporarily grant her the power of the third grand realm. She clutched it tight, pressing the jade firmly against her chest. The air rippled as she tossed the amulet upward, releasing a slow stream of emerald spiritual energy that floated gently into the air. This was her absolute final trump card. Closing her eyes, she let the raw spiritual energy sink deep into every single inch of her skin as it wrapped around her blade, filling it with power, while her long black hair whipped wildly in the wind. Amidst the sparkling glow, her body bathed in the cool, pure energy flowing all around her. The transformation completed in a flash, revealing Nian Ying with striking platinum hair and majestic, high-tier armor. Chang'an stared with wide, sparkling eyes of pure admiration, exclaiming that Sister Yun had turned into a literal fairy. With a wave of her hand, Nian Ying sent her formation flags flying out of the cave. Bending down, she picked up a white flag from the ground and knelt before the little girl, gently handing it over and telling her to hold onto it tightly for her own protection. Taking the flag, the young girl held it tight, her innocent eyes looking up at Nian Ying. She softly asked if Sister Yun was going to help her big brother fight those bad guys. Gently patting her head, Nian Ying smiled and told her that was right, so she had to wait there obediently. Nodding with wide, determined eyes, Chang Yin cheered her on and made a brave promise to stay put, begging her to defeat the villains and bring her brother back safe. Nian Ying turned and strode out heroically, her gaze steady as she promised she absolutely would. Back in the village, another massive explosion forced Changming to slide backward, while a dark, sorrowful puppet grabbed Loach with both hands and began shaking him violently. Poor Loach was shaken so hard his eyes were spinning, leaving him completely unable to fight back. Seeing this, Changming turned back in panic, realizing Loach was about to be completely overwhelmed. Even in his dizzy state, Loach suddenly thought of a way out, opening his mouth to strike and sending his opponent flying backward with a single bite. Even his own master was shocked at the turn of events, but seeing Loach safe, Changming joyfully yelled for him to quickly come over and help. But suddenly, the enemies began fusing together right in front of them, leaving Changming completely shocked as they merged to reveal a brand new and terrifying form. Overhead, the barrier light was fading fast, allowing the trapped demons to struggle violently as they neared freedom. Changming and Loach looked up, their anxiety reaching a fever pitch. The ancient lamp is not going to hold. Just then, a bright flash of white caught his eye as Nian Yin arrived in her stunning, brand new form, surprising both him and Loach as she yelled at them to stop staring and start firing. With zero time to lose, Changming quickly raised his gourd and followed her command. Once done, he looked at her in confusion, trying to ask how she did this, but she cut him off with an annoyed frown, saying she already knew his question. She could only maintain this Tier 3 power for 15 minutes. They had to finish this fight as quickly as possible, but Changming yelled back that he did not care about that and wanted to know what would happen to his sister now. Annoyed by his endless worrying, Nian Ying snapped that he was being incredibly loud. His little sister was currently far safer than he was. She had already left her absolute best defensive arrays with her to keep her safe, finally calming down after yelling at him for a bit. Plus, she promised little Chang'an she would help him slay the beast and bring him back safe, and she never broke her word. Hearing this, a warm smile spread across Changming's face as he stepped forward to seriously begin the battle, declaring that they absolutely could not afford to lose this fight now. Asai pulled out his massive weapon to face them. Mocking them as a doomed couple, the enemy offered to send them both straight to hell together. Forming a hand seal, Nian Ying yelled into the rising fog for him to just bring it on. Looking around blindly with bloodshot eyes, Asai realized the heavy mist was far from simple, since it was actively blocking his spiritual senses entirely. The moment his vision went dark, a flash of green energy slashed straight toward him. AC quickly noticed the threat and swung his massive mace to counter the sudden strike, but Loach was a step faster, smoothly dodging the devastating blow. The Loach bites down hard on AC's leg to hold him in place, waiting for the other two. Right on cue, Nian Ying and Changming charge forward to strike. Seeing this, AC swings his heavy mace, forcing both of them to jump back. The brutal strike slams directly into Changming, forcing him to spit blood. He grits his teeth in pain. Damn it, this guy is too strong. Left with no other choice, he relies on his Loach companion to help pull the chain in his hands. Meanwhile, Nian Ying channels her power for a massive slash, but the heavy blow does absolutely nothing against AC's thick defense. But that brief distraction gives Changming and the Loach enough time to rush in with the chains. Ah Sai just sneers, totally useless. Relying on his raw speed, he easily repositions, leaving the trio's coordinated attack hitting nothing but empty air. He mocks them as a bunch of idiots while the chaotic clash continues to shake the area. Exhausted and panting, Nian Ying pulls out a golden pill, hands it to Changming, and quietly asks if he is all right. She mentions having one last magic treasure, but it requires her family's secret technique to activate. She asks if he can hold him off. Taking the pill, Changming swallows it down and gives a determined, steady nod. I am fine, but if we only rely on brute strength and speed, we are never going to beat him. We absolutely have to shatter his crazy defense. He swallows the medicine, staring firmly at Ah Si before giving a confident yes. Across from them, Ah Si gnashes his teeth, his bloodshot eyes screaming for them to just die. Changming mounts his loyal Loach and flies high into the air, determined to draw the beast's full attention to himself. He unleashes both magic treasures at once, commanding them to trap his target right there. The command medallion and the mighty dragon seal activate together, locking the target down in a tight bind. Nian Ying takes her chance, chanting the incantation for her ultimate trump card to summon cosmic power. Gripping her sword with absolute precision, she thrusts the blade forward like it is second nature. Pointing her weapon straight at Ah Si, her clear voice activates the massive array, commanding all heavenly spirits to manifest. Countless glowing sword illusions pour out of the magical array, tearing through the air. Only then does Ah Si look up in complete shock, his eyes wide with pure disbelief. A massive explosion erupts, sending thick clouds of dust and smoke to completely block everyone's view. Ah Si's body is absolutely riddled with sword strikes, causing thick dark energy to leak out from his bloody wounds. He screams in pure rage, desperate and refusing to back down. He curses them as mere ants who dared to injure him, while Changming and his pet Loach celebrate their success. Now that they broke his crazy defense, they need to push even harder. He gently pats his Loach's head, reminding the beast of its ability to spit out fiery rings. Changming excitedly pulls out a mysterious sack, whispering that they are about to go all out against this guy. Confused by his plan, the Loach warily eyes Changming, who is wearing a highly suspicious, sly grin. The Loach is suddenly tilted backward by its master. It actually gets flustered by this somewhat romantic posture, but a second later, Changming brutally shoves the entire sack into its open mouth, forcing the poor beast to quickly swallow everything down. Nearby, Nian Ying barely lands back on her feet, trembling so hard she has to lean on her sword just to stay upright. Right then, Changming finishes stuffing the Loach until its belly swells up like a giant balloon. Meanwhile, Ah Si's body begins to heal, his gaping wounds closing up rapidly as if he never took damage. The leaking dark energy stops entirely. Within moments, the absolute monster stands completely unharmed, fully recovered and ready to jump right back into battle against them. Changming quickly turns to his companion and screams that the perfect moment has arrived. On command, the beast unleashes a rapid barrage of golden fireballs like a hail of bullets. Each fiery ring slams directly into Ah Si, forcing him to spit fresh blood before his body even has a chance to heal. The fire intensifies, trapping him inside a roaring sea of flames that completely halts his regenerative powers. Changming eagerly looks back at Nian Ying, who has recovered some of her strength, urging her to charge in together. Without a single second of hesitation, she nods and rushes forward beside him. Screaming at the top of their lungs, they charge straight toward Ah Si, who is trapped in the flames. Ready to end this battle, Changming leaps ahead first, confronting the monster head-on with a sharp sword in hand. The enemy's arms morph into steel-like armor, successfully blocking Changming's descending blade. Nian Ying coordinates seamlessly from the side, unleashing a flurry of sharp strikes. Together, their blue and gold slashes rain down endlessly on his body. Caught in their relentless crossfire, Ah Si finds it impossible to dodge and desperately tries to lean back, but the effort is completely futile. Seizing a vital opening, Changming delivers a brutal, decisive slash right across the monster's chest. The lethal blow connects. Staring in absolute disbelief, the enemy mutters how this could possibly be happening before he collapses right at Changming's feet, finally bringing their long and exhausting battle to an end. The defeated foe just watches him coldly turn away. Even now, his failing mind cannot comprehend how two mere ants defeated him. One had briefly forced his way into the third realm using a forbidden art, while the other was only in the second. Changming rushes over to support Nian Ying, who has returned to her original form, gently asking if she is all right. The greedy Loach slithers over demanding a reward, but Changming pushes it away in annoyance, asking what could possibly be wrong with it. Get lost already. Desperate to prove its worth, the chubby Loach wiggles its round body and waves its fins, pointing eagerly at Ah Si's motionless corpse as Changming grumpily tells it the body is all theirs. Having secured permission, the creature instantly brightens up, staring hungrily at the fallen enemy, with drool pooling in its mouth. The dying cultist laments how he could possibly end up as monster food as the hungry beast sinks its teeth deep into his fading physical form. It makes quick work of the remains, eagerly devouring the limbs until almost nothing is left of the guy. Over on the other side, Nian Ying is completely drained of energy, stumbling as she tries to stand, forcing Changming to quickly catch her in a warm embrace. Asking if she can still hold on, he wraps a single strong arm securely around her slender waist. Lifting her up effortlessly in a princess carry, he shoots a sharp glare at the beast, telling it to get lost the moment it finishes eating. Only now does Nian Ying notice the bizarre giant creature, curiously asking who exactly that massive thing is. He avoids her gaze with a strange smile, completely stumped on whether he should just tell her the truth. His brows furrow deeply as he desperately tries to think of a believable explanation. Telling her it is a monster native to the dangerous Fengqiu ruins probably would not sound very convincing. After hesitating for a moment, he finally tells her that the creature is just a spirit beast he rescued as a baby that knows nothing but eating. Hearing that the giant creature is his bound spirit beast, her eyes light up with a curious smile. As they move forward, she looks up in genuine amazement, admitting that despite growing up here, she had never expected her first trip inside Fengqiu to be so wild. The pair and their massive companion stand before the glowing barrier blocking the sealed abyss. All those grand stories about hidden treasures and deadly monster lairs turned out to be nothing more than lies spread by a single devious entity, a rumor that drowned countless brave souls in a tragic sea of blood. She laments how easily so many powerful cultivators were lured to their graves, noting that even her own Cassian division suffered devastating losses while the giant Loach listens in sudden alarm. It is true. The legendary Fengqiu is nothing more than a massive cage holding back dark horrors. The beast spots deep, glowing fractures spreading across the barrier just as the mystical Bagua mirror hovering high above suddenly shatters into a million tiny pieces. Changming looks down in absolute panic toward the dark depths of the collapsing abyss. The rocky ground beneath their feet violently shakes before tearing open into deep, bottomless fissures. A massive earthquake erupts and a giant hand suddenly bursts through the weakened seal. A tidal wave of horrific demons surges out of the gaping rift, rushing blindly toward the golden light while roaring to the heavens with bloodshot eyes and pure bloodlust. Countless monsters escape their ancient prison, flooding through the breach to claim their freedom. Changming scans the chaotic area as his eyes widen in pure shock. This is extremely bad. Holding Nian Ying tightly, he glances back at the swarming nightmare behind them and breaks into a cold sweat as the beasts break free. He leaps forward in desperate bounds, pushing his body to the limit to outrun the gaping, bloody jaws snapping at their heels. Deformed monsters covered in dozens of blinking eyes prepare to strike, forcing the giant Loach to slam on the brakes so hard its tail literally smokes. Whipping its massive body around, it spreads its fins wide to block the advancing horde of demonic beasts. The beast courageously unleashes a relentless barrage of blazing fireballs straight into the escaping monster horde. Any demon caught in the blast instantly explodes, leaving behind nothing but roasted monster carcasses. Leaping high into the air, the brave creature targets the damaged Bagua mirror hovering right at the center of the breach. Opening its massive jaws, it bites directly into the main fracture to somehow fix the seal. Sinking deeper into exhaustion, Changming slows his pace and shuts his eyes, completely unaware that the escaping horde is being violently pulled back into a massive barrier sphere behind him. Although the monsters struggle to break free, massive glowing chains erupt from the brilliant Bagua mirror, wrapping tightly around the beasts and dragging them back into their eternal cage. With its desperate task finally finished, the beast rushes back to Changming, who looks around in confusion as the monsters vanish, wondering if the magic of Fengqiu itself is stopping their escape. He lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh, prompting Nian Ying to gently ask him to put her down, since his internal energy is clearly running out. But her eyes catch a flash of golden light shooting from the gap, prompting her to frantically pat his shoulder and yell for Sun Changming to watch out. Unfortunately, Nian Ying's warning is not fast enough to outrun that mysterious object. It suddenly lunges forward and wraps tightly around his arm, leaving them wondering what it is just as the sun begins to rise, painting the distant horizon with light. Changming raises his arm, now wrapped tightly in that golden thread. Nian Ying leans in with deep curiosity, trying to figure out what it actually is. He has no idea what it is either, but he can sense it means no harm. Its aura feels incredibly warm and completely safe. Right before his astonished eyes, the thread suddenly condenses into a solid golden bracelet. Could this be the chain from outside Fengqiu, gifted to him by the place itself? He turns to look at the glowing Bagua mirror, wondering if Fengqiu actually possesses its own conscious mind. It was the mirror that unleashed those massive chains, trapping all the malevolent demons and monsters inside. But the action is far from over. The little Loach catches up to them at breakneck speed, accidentally slamming straight into him and causing Nian Ying to scream out in pure panic. The heavy impact sends him flying through the air, crashing painfully onto the hard, cold ground. With her calling out Sun Changming, his vision begins to grow incredibly blurry. Nianning and the Loach anxiously shout his name, but he is completely unable to answer them. Right as he passes out, Nianning and the Loach notice someone approaching and quickly turn around, realizing they need to hide immediately. The newcomer is wearing official robes similar to Nianning's, looking rather apologetic about being late. He is an envoy of the Cultivation division, a powerful fourth realm master. Relief washes over Nianning as she and the Loach eagerly call out to him for help, letting the envoy know they are right here. A massive jump in time now, as those tightly shut eyes finally blink open to a blurry new ceiling. Slowly, the wooden ceiling comes into sharp focus, prompting Changming to sit straight up in bed and wonder where on earth he is. Beside him, little Changyan is still sound asleep, and seeing that his precious little sister is completely unharmed lets him breathe a massive sigh of relief. Changming smiles warmly, gently poking his finger into Changyan's cute, chubby cheek. Woken up from her deep slumber, the little girl opens her eyes with a slight pout, but once she recognizes her brother, she instantly beams with joy and sits up. Calling out to her brother, Changyan happily throws herself into his arms. As she celebrates his awakening, he winces slightly and gently asks her to take it easy. Changyan pulls back a little, clutching her hands together as she stares at him with watery eyes, explaining that he was asleep for 3 whole days and she feared he would never wake up. Laughing, he tells her not to be so dramatic. She then quickly hops off the bed, eager to deliver the good news to Sister Nianning right away. With that, Changyan excitedly bolts toward the door, ignoring her brother's desperate attempts to call her back and wait up. Left behind, he restlessly props his cheek up, watching his sister's retreating figure. Sun Changming wonders since when his sister became so close to Yu Nianning, but his thoughts are cut short by an embarrassing growl. He looks down at his empty stomach in surprise, before his gaze drifts over to a table covered in delicious food, thinking he should probably eat first. Wasting no time, he eagerly digs in, thoroughly enjoying the delicious feast laid out just for him. Having burned through so much energy earlier, his appetite is absolutely ravenous, but mid-bite, a sudden noise from the door immediately puts him on high alert. Halting his meal, he turns toward the sound and demands to know who is there, his eyes filled with intense suspicion. To his surprise, the visitor is Nianning, looking stunning in a flowing green dress. Seeing him awake and healthy, she cannot hold back her emotional tears. She blushes in sheer embarrassment. She covers half her face with her fan and avoids his intense gaze, quietly asking why he is staring, as if he has never seen her before. Her sudden shyness snaps him out of his daze, prompting him to cover his mouth with his hand and let out a soft, awkward cough. He quickly tries to play it cool, teasingly remarking that he is just not used to seeing Officer Yun without a thick layer of dust all over her. Annoyed by his complete lack of tact, she huffs in irritation and chucks her fan directly at his smirking face. She snaps at him for talking nonsense, claiming a refined lady like herself would never look messy or covered in dust. He smoothly catches the weapon and smiles helplessly, playfully asking the young lady if she could try acting a bit more gentle for once. Her face flushes bright red as she balls her slender hands into fists, stubborn as ever, and loudly declares that she will not. Leaning forward, she stretches as high as she can to snatch back her fan, which he is teasingly holding way out of her reach. But in her rush, she accidentally trips on her own long shawl, losing her balance and tumbling directly toward his chest. Though caught off guard, his quick reflexes kick in, and he catches her perfectly, leaving them both completely frozen as she lands right in his embrace. He gently grips her shoulders and quickly backs away, clearing his throat while avoiding her gaze in absolute embarrassment. Why go somewhere else? She just wants her fan back. Nianyin cannot even bring herself to look him in the eye, sadly casting her gaze downward as she accepts the fan Changming holds out. She sneaks a quick look, trying to see if anything is different about him. Then, with a shy blush, she softly asks Changming if he wants to go for a walk with her. He tells her he already found a playmate for little Changyan, so he agrees immediately. Soon, they are walking side by side down the courtyard corridor. As they walk, Nianying tells Changming that this place is the Yun family estate inside Tianying Mansion. She adds that during the 3 days he was unconscious, the Cultivation division sent people to take over the situation in Fenqiu. That makes Changming wonder how the village is doing, and if Uncle Miao, fourth uncle, and the others are all right. She smiles and reassures him that everyone is safe and receiving medical care at the division, while another team is already rebuilding their village. Suddenly, Nianyin quickens her pace, stepping slightly ahead of Changming as if hiding her face. Honestly, who can resist a reaction like that? She playfully spins around, her cheeks flushed with a faint blush. Standing right in front of him in the narrow corridor, she timidly asks what his plans are for the future. Changming looks up at the sky with a distant gaze, admitting he has not fully decided yet, but since Juhu village is gone, he wants to take his sister and leave for good. He gently closes his eyes, his voice steady as he shares his quiet dream for their future. He wants to find a peaceful place free of evil energy to settle down, and Nianying completely agrees, telling him to pick a spot first. She reminds him to report back to the Kaoshin division so they can arrange a position for him close to his new home. Hearing her warm suggestion, Changming smiles and affectionately pats Nianying on the head. He playfully thanks Officer Yun in advance, leaving her incredibly flustered as she complains that he is completely ruining her perfect hairstyle. And with that, the two of them continue their stroll around the estate. Nianying suggests that since they are nearby, he should drop in to see Uncle Meow and fourth uncle, especially since little Changyan is probably eating dinner with them right now. He readily agrees, though a brief, quiet sadness flickers through his eyes as he nods. The two make their way into the courtyard where Ranshu and the others are recovering from their wounds. Sure enough, the moment the three of them spot him, they absolutely light up with joy. They shower Changming with gratitude for saving their lives, which makes him grin widely, though he bashfully asks why they are making such a big deal out of it. Ranshu steps forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of deep respect. He sincerely thanks Changming for bringing them all back alive from the clutches of those horrible monsters. Everyone agrees that they only survived because of Changming, and soon, a great feast of delicious food and wine is served as they catch up and talk. After eating and drinking their fill, the eldest of the group points at Changming and proudly declares that he always knew this kid was destined for greatness. The praise makes Changming flush with embarrassment, while a heavily tipsy Ranshu hugs his wine jug and loudly chimes in to praise him even more. Watching the older man stumble around, Changming can only let out a heavy, defeated sigh. He can only shake his head and let out another sigh for this hopeless drunkard. Ranshu suddenly slams a piece of paper onto the table, proudly announcing that the government has refunded all the survival taxes they paid over the years. He explains that using that compensation, they all pitched in to buy Changming a cozy little house right here in Tianying. Hearing this, Changming hurriedly waves his hands and shakes his head, insisting that he cannot possibly accept such a massive gift. Ranshu claps him hard on the shoulder, telling him to just take it because his uncle will be furious if he refuses, especially since he saved all their lives. He flashes a warm and incredibly bright smile, urging him to give his sister a proper place to grow up, adding that he can always buy a bigger mansion once he becomes a high official. Overwhelmed with emotion, Changming throws his arms around him and breaks down like a child, prompting a surprised Ranshu to pat his back and ask why they are even thanking each other. He suggests that when Changming has some free time, he should find someone to help him clean up the new place and buy furniture. Nianying suddenly steps up from behind, placing a hand on his shoulder, as she volunteers to take on the shopping duty herself. He looks utterly confused as she starts dragging him away, but she completely ignores his protests and tells him to stop complaining and just move. Before long, the two find themselves wandering through a bustling night market, surrounded by glowing lanterns and lively crowds. Clutching a detailed shopping list, Nianying carefully goes over the items with Changming. She marvels at how massive the Tianying market is before ordering a complete set of bowls, plates, spoons, and chopsticks from a nearby vendor. But then she stops herself, remembering they already recovered little Chang'in's old pot, so they can skip that purchase. She seems to be seriously considering something before asking him. The bed, table, and chairs are already set up for when he moves in, but does he think the house still needs anything else? Rubbing his chin in deep thought, he mutters that he is trying to figure out what is still missing. Seeing his hesitation, she tilts her head and impatiently asks what it could be. Changming stares back at her. His gaze is completely free of the usual mischief he used to tease Nianying with. His gentle voice drifts on the wind that rustles her hair and robes as he softly tells her that she is the only thing he has been thinking about. After a fun night at the market, a new morning dawns. Nianying angrily thumps Changming on the head, huffing about how dare he tease her when she is his official superior. Rubbing his sore head, he complains that since she is a girl, she should probably stop getting physical with him. Putting her hands on her hips, she stubbornly refuses, retorting that it is his own fault for teasing her in the first place. Changming cups his hands in a sincere apology, pleading that this lowly subordinate knows his mistake and begs his superior not to hold it against him. Whipping around, she huffs that this 100-household officer cannot be bothered to argue with him. Nianying then stops by a food stall, her attitude doing a complete flip as she cheerfully asks the owner for 2 candied hawthorns with extra sugar. Seeing this, he quickly goes over to massage her shoulders, flattering her for working so hard. Blushing in embarrassment, Nianying tries to act cold, snapping that she bought them for little Chang'in, not him. As they prepare to leave, she quickly changes her mind and tells the owner to make it 3. Nianying shyly hands one of the candied treats over to him with a soft mutter, which Changming happily accepts while thanking his officer. An hour later, Nianying is on an enthusiastic shopping spree, stopping at every single stall to point out items and order 2 of everything. Following behind, he struggles to carry the mountain of things she bought. He sighs and complains about her shopping spree, noting she even bought 3 outfits at once. He adds with concern that if she spends money like this, a normal officer's salary will never cover it. Munching on her candied hawthorn, she casually walks and remarks that a minor 100 household salary is obviously never going to be enough. She says that once he finally leaves Yingtian Prefecture, he will realize this entire place is nothing more than a single grain of sand in a vast desert. Changming looks at her with slightly worried eyes and asks if the outside world is really that massive, to which she eagerly replies that it absolutely is. She begins to mention her own family, but hearing his sudden question makes her heart skip a beat. Nianying freezes for a moment, her excitement instantly dying out as her eyes grow deeply sorrowful amidst the bustling noise of the busy market. Her voice sounds incredibly soft as she quietly asks Changming about his future plans. Looking up at the sky, he replies that with such a massive world out there, anyone would want to leave Juhu village to see it. Looking quite worried, she points out that his current strength is still too weak, making it dangerous to bring little Changyan along with him. His eyes fill with sadness, but he forces a smile and asks what else he can do, since he cannot remain in Juhu village for his entire life. Nianying offers him some very sincere advice. Uncle Jiu in Yingtian Prefecture already bought him a house, so he should stay here for now and wait until he grows stronger. Finding this reasonable, he nods in agreement. He silently notes that this is the first time he has ever seen her acting so serious. The tiny Nianying quietly walks right alongside Changming's much taller frame. She explains that since he has an official position in the Kaoshin department, his monthly salary is guaranteed, and he remains a commander. She reveals she used her family's influence to promote him to Banner Chief, placing him just one rank below her own position. He jokingly wonders aloud how Officer Yoon can look after her subordinate so incredibly well. Turning to her with a bright smile, he happily declares that with her backing, his career will surely soar straight into the clouds. He promises that if he ever becomes a 1,000 household officer, he will return the favor. A deep sorrow hides in her eyes as she silently notes that even if he becomes a 1,000 household, her father will never approve. Thinking how incredibly naive he is, she hesitantly breaks the news that they might not be partners for much longer. His eyes fill with sudden confusion as he stares at her and desperately asks why. Deeply saddened to break the news, she tells him that she must go home, which strikes him like a sudden bolt of lightning as he repeats it in pure shock. Growing gloomy, she explains that her family had previously given her a life-saving talisman, which temporarily boosted her to stage 3 strength, but now that she has used it, her family's escort is already on the way to collect her. Forcing a small smile, she tells him that his cultivation talent is actually incredible, even better than her own. She urges him to train diligently once she is gone, so he can eventually leave this small region and explore the vast world outside. As the two of them share a deeply emotional gaze under the open sky, he softly promises to do so, when suddenly, the bustling crowd at the market, everyone gasped in shock as they looked in one direction. A group on white horses galloped forward, led by Yun Jing. A girl by the road asked in confusion, "Who are these people? Their presence is so imposing." The man beside her whispered a warning to keep it down, explaining they are from the Yun family. Yun Jing leapt off his horse right in front of Nianying and Changming. Yun Jing clasped his hands respectfully, bowing as he spoke, "Lady Yun, I have finally found you." The moment Changming saw him, he could not hide his sheer astonishment. The man's presence was incredibly heavy, likely 5th tier. Could this really be Nianying's family? Yun Jing stood beside his warhorse and calmly asked who the young man was. Nianying immediately stepped in front of Changming, shielding him with her body. She replied that he was her subordinate, traveling to do some work with her. Yun Jing calmly warned the boy to forget about having any ideas regarding Lady Yun. "You might have a little reputation in Yingtian Mansion, but someone of your low status will never be worthy of interacting with the Yun family." Hearing this, Nianying frowned in annoyance and spoke coldly, "Uncle Yun, he is my savior." The older man simply raised his hand, gently soothing her, "Do not be hasty, my lady. I was only being direct and mean this little brother no harm. But Lady Yun, should we not head out now? The master is waiting for you back home." Right after, one of the men approached Changming to take Nianying's belongings. Her face darkened with sadness as she softly asked him to wait for her. Right after that, her small hand reached out and tightly grabbed hold of Changming. She coldly pulled him away to a different spot, and he followed obediently without saying a word. Once they reached a quiet corner, she turned around in a rush. "Changming, do not mind me." He replied that it was fine. Nianying cast her gaze down, whispering softly that she was glad he did not mind. "Before I leave, there is still one very important task I need to hand over to you." Changming tilted his head in confusion. What task? She explained that her senior sister at the Chao Tian Bureau was corrupted by demonic energy and locked in prison. The image of Yun Ruo sitting alone in a dark cell, her arms tightly bound in talismans. Nianying explained that her entire journey to Juhu village was to find a cure for her sister. "This was supposed to be my mission," she said, "but now that I must return to the Yun family, I can only rely on you." Hearing her final request, Changming gently lifted Nianying's hand and made a promise. "All right, once I return to the Chao Tian Bureau, I will find your senior sister first. Her face brightened slightly, thanking him before saying it was time to leave. With those words, she pulled her hand back, hiding her deep sadness behind a gentle smile as she turned away. Changming watched her figure slowly walk away. Still, he called out one final question: will we ever have a chance to meet again? Nian Ying turned her head with a brilliant, lingering smile and replied, yes. Once you manage to leave Ying Tian Mansion and become a powerful master admired by all, we will definitely meet again. Their bittersweet promises echoed under the clear blue sky. Changming swore that once he became strong enough to travel the world, he would head out and find her. I will surely be stronger than you, she added. Then it is my turn to protect you as your superior officer. With that, she regretfully walked away, leaving him standing alone as the crowd watched. One of the officers remarked that for a kid his age, reaching the second tier was impressive, even stronger than the lady. Yunjing smiled and replied, the lady simply has not accepted the family inheritance yet. Though this kid has decent talent, it is hard to achieve much in such a barren wasteland. At this, Nian Ying crossed her arms in a huff, demanding they leave immediately, to which Yunjing respectfully agreed. Standing behind, Changming watched them take Nian Ying away with a heavy and deeply troubled heart. Honestly, watching them say goodbye like this makes you wonder if they will ever meet again. The scene shifts to a bustling morning outside the county office. Changming observed the crowd and muttered about the sheer influence of this group, making other officials look like mere servants. Blending into the crowd, he walked proudly through the sturdy city gates. Standing before Changming now was a massive, magnificent Taoist courtyard. As he climbed the long steps, he bumped into Yun Ying. He gasped in surprise, why are you here? She looked at him in surprise, noting he did pretty well. She was only gone a few days, and he was already a chief banner officer. Changming complained only a chief banner officer. Yun Ying spread her hands and proudly added that he also got 500 contribution points. Pointing a finger at him, she warned him not to be so ungrateful. Next, the county office is going to establish a new guard unit in Huangshi County, which basically makes you the number 2 person in the entire guard squad. He asked in confusion if she was the number 1. Yun Ying shrugged with a sigh. I thought it would be me, but the higher-ups disagreed. Smiling, she explained she was only here to deliver his rewards, and the leader would arrive tomorrow. After that, he would join his new squad. It contains quite a few members of the Yun family branch and your future partners. Suddenly, Yun Ying leaned in close, whispering in his ear. Then she whispers, startling Changming. On top of that, several members from other squads have also come here to camp. Surprised by this, he asks her why. Her sharp gaze immediately darts over to him as she explains that a rare Sha-Ying crystal was just discovered in Juhu village. Yun Ying steps back, leaving Changming completely puzzled as he asks what that even is. She explains that it is a brilliant and mysterious purple crystal. It is an incredibly rare material that only forms right after a demon tide and can be used to forge 5th-grade magical weapons or even refine powerful pills. Several famous high-grade breakthrough elixirs and life-extending pills require this exact material. Her words hit him like a bolt of lightning, sparking a single question in his mind. Did she say life-extending? Changming turns back to Yun Ying with another question. But if it is a rare material born from a demon tide, would it not be filled with demonic energy? She wags her finger with absolute confidence, telling him not at all, as this stuff is incredibly pure and perfectly safe to use. Changming instantly pictures a plump little fish in his mind, wondering if he should try to snag some of this for his little Loach. However, Yun Ying quickly adds that another rival faction is also targeting the Sha-Ying crystal. Instantly, Changming snaps in mock outrage, asking who would dare steal from their prestigious Yun family. She reveals they are also from the Kaishan Bureau, led by a man named Gi Zhao. They are rivals within the Bureau who love to clash with the Yun family, so this race for the Sha-Ying is bound to bring major trouble. This Gi Zhao she mentioned is a handsome young man, though his eyes carry a deeply dangerous and sinister look, not exactly someone you want to mess with. Yun Ying tells him that since she promoted him, everyone already assumes he is a loyal follower of the Yun clan. She proudly states that even though she is merely Nian Ying's aunt, she is still the most powerful centurion in the entire Dingbo prefecture. Leaning in closely, her sharp gaze sweeps over him as she continues, saying she knows young people are proud, but having a massive faction backing him brings nothing but benefits. Standing with her arms crossed, she delivers her instructions once Ge Jiao finally arrives. He must keep a close eye on him and report any of their movements immediately. Changming quickly bows and agrees, but deep down, he is hiding his own growing doubts and suspicions. She speaks with heavy authority, adding that while she will look out for him, those scouts are loyal to her first and foremost. Looking out at the clear blue sky, she turns back with a probing gaze, remarking how impressive he is. He does not act like someone from a tiny village, making her wonder why his family moved to Juhu village in the first place. Changming looks up and gives a calm, unreadable reply, admitting that honestly, he does not really know either. Hearing this, Yun Ying looks skeptical, softly asking if that is really the case, before snapping her fingers decisively to bring the meeting to an end. She firmly declares that all the orders have been handed down, and she will not be staying any longer, ordering a low-ranking officer named Yun Fan to find them suitable lodgings. He quickly agrees. Later, in a spacious dining room packed with delicious food, Yun Fan sits at the center, speaking in a serious tone. He warns them that the influence of the Yun clan is incredibly vast and unfathomably deep. Even a centurion has to show respect to their family, telling him to just wait and see if he does not believe it. Even though he is just a low-ranking officer, his Yun surname means even superiors must carefully weigh his opinions. Changming merely gives a brief nod while his sister Changyan keeps stuffing her face. Seeing this, Yun Fan grumbles to himself that he originally planned to win them over with good food, but this sister of his eats way too much, devouring dozens of silver taels worth of food in one meal, forcing him to borrow money from the lieutenant. Looking deeply stressed, Yun Fan groans to himself, wondering why that centurion still has not arrived after 4 or 5 days. If this keeps up, this low-ranking officer is going to get eaten straight into bankruptcy. Right then, a scout bursts in to announce that Captain Sun and Officer Yun's superior, the centurion, has arrived at the outer city. Outside, the thundering sound of hooves draws near as 3 riders in blue robes approach, led by Tian Yue. Yun Fan steps forward respectfully, asking if he is Centurion Tian Yu and introducing himself as Yun Fan. Standing nearby, Changming wonders why Yun Fan is taking the lead when he's the actual captain here. But he quickly shrugs it off, telling himself to let it go since the guy has been buying his meals lately. Tian Yue asks which one of them is Captain Sun Changming, and Yun Fan quickly points him out. Tian Yue immediately leans forward, speaking with polite respect to greet Captain Sunday. He praises his long-standing reputation, calling him a brilliant young talent, while Changming humbly offers his thanks. Changming deflects the high praise, while Yun Fan mutters quietly under his breath with completely blank eyes, wondering if he is just invisible here. Tension stiffens his shoulders. He screams internally that he is a Yun from a powerful family. Please, just look at him. He forces an eager, buttering-up smile, explaining that he personally scouted all over Huangshi County to secure multiple guard post locations for the commander. Tian Yue waves it off with total indifference. A second later, his cold face softens into a warm smile for Changming. Since Chief Changming is local to Huangshi, he surely has no objections about where they build the post, right? Changming hesitates, recalling Bailing Ridge. He nods quickly, agreeing that they should set it up right there. Frustration boils inside Yun Fan. He screams silently because Bailing Ridge was one of the very sites he spent days scouting. Talk about double standards. But Yun Fan has a secret card left to play. He offers to host a grand welcoming feast, but Tian Yue casually shoves him aside without even looking. Tian Yue drapes a friendly arm over Changming, declaring that they must drink to the hero who stopped the massive demon tide entirely on his own. He openly admires the chief's incredible battle style, insisting on raising a few cups in his honor tonight. Despair washes over Yun Fan as they continue to ignore him. Suddenly, Tian Yue glances back, asking the young patrol officer what his name is. Yun Fan snaps to attention, eyes wide with a mix of absolute panic and desperate pride, introducing himself as Yun Fan of the Great Yun family. A wave of pure relief washes over his mind as he realizes the commander finally noticed his existence. But Tian Yue merely issues a cold command, telling him to respectfully fetch Lady Zhang Yan to join their dinner. Tell her she can order whatever she likes, the commander will cover the entire bill. Yun Fan freezes like stone, realizing with bitter disappointment that Changming is not the target of recruitment, but rather he is being used as a mere tool to build connections. 2 hours fly by. Inside a quiet tent pitched in the empty clearing, Tian Yue sits directly across from Changming. He speaks softly, advising Changming to take these next few days to rest up. There is paperwork to settle between the office and the county, but he will handle it all. No need to worry. Changming politely thanks him. Suddenly, Tian Yue flashes a faint smile, his tone shifting into something far more serious as he says there are things to clarify. The young chief nods slowly, inviting him to speak. Tian Yue explains that building a post in Huangshi was pushed heavily by Chiliarch Jiao and his faction. But the Bureau also agreed that a guard post here was necessary. He reaches out, pointing at the worn map. His voice carries a heavy gravity. Huangshi lies right on the Min River, a highly strategic choke point. Downriver lies the Hushu region, their primary focus. A minute later, he continues with a sterner expression, tracing the red arrows marked across the map. Their ultimate mission is to guard this crucial gateway, keeping the entire Hushu region safe. Dark memories of grotesque, red-eyed beasts floating in the shadows flash across his mind. He states firmly that they cannot allow those grotesque abominations to ever slip past them into the region. Changming frowns, tapping the map with a growing sense of doubt. He asks what exactly escaped from Guangdong Pass. Tian Yue warns him that the pass has actually been highly unstable since last year. Leaning forward, the commander lowers his voice, emphasizing his next words carefully. Rumor has it the great ancestors believe something dark is coming. As the massive Defu Earth realm enters its activation cycle, the entire area becomes increasingly dangerous, unleashing much more powerful demons that slip into their world. He adds that beasts have been escaping from Guangdong Pass since last year. Luckily, they were weak enough to be easily stopped by the upstream guard posts. Strangely, the beasts escaping from the pass never wander off to other regions, instead swimming directly down the main course of the Min River. Changming frowns as a chilling thought strikes him. Their targets are likely not Hushu at all, but rather the Tiexiang underground palace. Tian Yue places a reassuring hand on his shoulder, telling him there is no need to worry. Elder Quishan and several other powerful masters have already reported in, and they will be stationed at their Huangshi post. They will secure the final gateway of the bureau. Hearing this, Changming looks up, analyzing the strategy before admitting that it sounds incredibly safe. Even so, he wonders if they should move their main camp directly onto the banks of the Min River. Tian Yue reassures him in a calm voice, stating that a simple watchpost on the riverbank is more than enough. Changming envisions dark, twisted shadows hunting down his isolated guards, a sudden wave of dread hitting him. That is just too close to the river. What if a truly powerful evil creature actually drifts down the river? Wouldn't everyone have to risk their lives then? By staying here, the main unit could head out as soon as they got the news, but they would still be a step too late. The demon had already fled before the guards arrived, so he immediately suggested to the commander that he stay behind to guard this outpost himself. Tian Yue shakes his head in refusal. How could he possibly trouble Chief Sun? But the man places a hand on his chest, speaking with absolute resolve. He is used to the wild, and the commander's camp feels too restricting. So he begs the commander to let him go, while Tian Yue calmly considers the request. Chief Sun loves peace, so a noisy, crowded base definitely is not his style. Very well, the commander agrees, then they will trouble Chief Sunday. An hour later, Tian Yu stands before his squad and bids Chief Sun a safe trip, wishing him well on his journey ahead. He thanks the commander with a serious nod before turning to lead his men out. Changming points toward the deep green mountains in the distance, decisively declaring they should build the new outpost right up there. He gazes into the horizon, carefully calculating his next move. It is far enough from the ghost territory, but close enough to the village, a perfect spot. Next, he strolls over to a crystal-clear stream. Finding the place empty, he sits down and pulls out a gourd, telling the creature inside to go hunt for food while he builds the outpost. Instantly, a little loach leaps from the gourd into the deep water, swimming slowly with wide eyes as if searching for a snack. It lets out a soft squeak, but after swimming in circles, it sighs in disappointment, blowing tiny bubbles into the water. Just look at him go, he spots a pale shape and immediately dashes forward, practically drooling for a snack. The white creature has long, octopus-like tentacles, and it suddenly darts away at lightning speed. Meanwhile, down at the docks, several wooden boats loaded with peach blossoms are anchored, preparing to set sail. Chuba stands nearby, pointing a finger at the fleet. How do they dare to run flimsy wooden boats down the treacherous Min River? Ah Zheng reassures him that these are sacred tribute boats for the river god, meaning no monsters would ever dare attack them. Pointing into the distance, he explains that during the few days Chuba was away, everything changed. Their harbor town has seen some crazy things, like that massive, towering tree growing right by the riverbank. That tree is apparently the river god itself, though Chuba grumbles that he has sailed these waters for years without ever seeing it. Ah Zheng rubs his chin thoughtfully, trying to recall the exact timeline of events. Apparently, the tree sprouted the very afternoon they left, and lately, as long as travelers pray and offer sacrifices to it, their voyage will be safe from any monster attacks. In fact, their entire town is bound to prosper in the future, all thanks to this sacred tree's protection. Chuba simply picks his nose in disbelief, scoffing at how a random tree could ever be a river god. Ah Jing panics, warning him to stop talking such nonsense. If the divine tree hears him, its anger could strip away the town's protection, making Chuba a local villain. But Chuba yells back that they are worshipping a straight-up demon, which will only bring utter disaster. Terrified, Ah Jung quickly drags him away, warning him to shut his mouth before the rest of the townspeople decide to beat him to a pulp for insulting their god. Chuba just grumbles as they run, calling them all fools who will regret this when things inevitably go wrong. Suddenly, a panicked voice screams out, "Look over there, the sacred tree is actually moving." Deep underwater, the little loach spots the octopus monster and pursues it with a worried look, sending bubbles bursting behind it with every desperate swipe of its tail. Suddenly, colossal tentacles erupt from a massive, hidden horror lurking right below them. Glowing blue eyes flare to life in the dark, and a tangle of massive limbs lashes out toward the tiny loach with terrifying speed. The panicked loach immediately gathers its inner energy, causing the whiskers on its snout to grow incredibly long. Whipping its long whiskers like sharp blades, it slices the monster's grasping tentacles into tiny pieces. but a stray chunk of the severed limb slams hard into the little guy, knocking him cold and sending him drifting to the surface. Chuba spots the creature and shouts in utter amazement it is the little dragon coming to save them, proving that the creepy tree was a demonic entity after all. He tells them to open their blind eyes and witness the true river god arriving to save them. The dragon will surely destroy their false idol, and as if on cue, the unconscious Loach wakes up and dives back down. It opens its tiny mouth wide, unleashing a blazing red and gold energy beam that cuts through the dark water like lightning. The blinding blast tears directly through the water, striking the giant creature head-on and carving a glowing line right through the heart of the beast. Exposed, its true form is revealed a pitch-black abomination with glowing eyes and thrashing tentacles. Long tentacles twist and wrap. Up on the roof, voices shout out to look closely, recalling Jiang Chen, warning it would return. Everyone must remember Jiang Chen's face, as he is the only deity who will truly protect them. Churning river water sends white waves crashing against the wooden dock where Ah Zhang clings tightly to a post as spray explodes around him. Absolute terror, he panics at the sight of a giant tentacle breaching the wild river surface. Suddenly, he spots something incredibly strange underwater, a massive loach with long whiskers wrapping itself tightly around the giant tentacle. Chuba quickly screams out to find the clan elder and rally the town to build Jiang Chen a grand temple. At the watch post nearby, Changming wonders if his little loach has caught anything. Meanwhile, the beast opens its massive jaws to swallow the colossal tentacle, completely stuffed. A few minutes later, the loach's swollen stomach rumbles loudly. Knowing he should have expected this, Changming murmurs from the shore that it is fine if the beast stays away, since there is plenty of food and he will surely provide more than enough. He knows the creature ate its fill, warning it not to think some warm snake current will win him over. The loach falls fast asleep. By the next morning, a brilliant sunrise paints the sky in vibrant shades. Standing tall with arms wide, Changming glows with intense golden energy like a blazing fire, shouting that it has arrived. This massive warm energy easily rivals a Tier 3 demon beast. Later, he sits cross-legged in a quiet room among glowing artifacts. He notes that the sacred peach vessel and spiritual vessel harmonize smoothly, unlike the chaotic left brain and his spiritual acupoint. However, the golden sword and gourd vessel are clashing. Both start their journey from the same spiritual acupoint, flowing backward toward the meridians that were scorched at their very ends, reversing to merge in his right brain acupoint. They swirl 9 times before swapping to flow back through the other half. Reaching the Great Perfection stage requires completely burning all 12 main meridians of the 8 Desolations human race. Based on his past life, there should be 8 extraordinary meridians, but why has he never heard of them here? Confused, he tilts his head and begins to wonder. Have local cultivators simply not discovered them yet, or do the people in this world lack them entirely? Suddenly, the Loach appears and signals him to open his eyes, prompting Changming to ask if there is another seed. He stands up curiously, wondering what it could be after the previous mystic mechanism seed. He quickly heads down to the Min River. The Loach squeaks playfully. Changming cradles the whining beast, comforting it by saying they cannot let such a delicacy escape since it will eventually return to the cavern anyway, so they will find a way. Soon after, the Loach slowly spits out a glowing green object. Holding it up to inspect it closely, Changming mutters thoughtfully that it is a Chenju seed. What a treasure if he uses Shi Xin to cultivate 1,000 golden fields to grow this spiritual crop. Staring into the distance, he decides he will plant them once the watchpost construction is completed. Releasing the Loach, he tells it to go eat. An hour passes, and while working, he suddenly senses the little creature up to no good again. He enters the Loach's mind, letting out a soft, amused chuckle. Intrigued, he looks through its eyes and gasps, this Tier 3 demon beast is even stronger than the previous giant crocodile. Furthermore, this giant turtle is an Iron Spear Palace puppet, targeted by some powerful entity from upstream in the ruined territory. Why does it not come itself? Is it just feeding its forces one by one? Unless his thoughts race, it physically cannot leave the dangerous ruined territory. If what Tian Yue said holds true, that powerhouse will eventually break free. But by then, the little Loach might be massive enough to swallow it whole. A moment later, he recalls what the little Loach communicated. If that glowing aura was hidden spear energy, does it mean the Iron Spear's sealing power is almost entirely depleted? The Loach truly treats this place like its personal pantry. Sensing its thoughts, he asks if the giant turtle did not always look like this. The creature nods. He rubs his chin in deep thought, carefully weighing the situation. If its entire body is covered in a heavy shell to block lightning just as you said, would that not seriously ruin its vision and overall agility? Analyzing further, he figures the shell gets discarded afterward. He admires this, noting it has the sheer ruthlessness of that famous slave fighter, Zheng Guofan. He orders the Loach to leave it alone and just watch from the shadows. There is no need to fight it for food anytime soon anyway. As a crust quickly forms, he confidently places a hand on his chest and reassures him that he has a perfect plan. An hour later, Changming arrives at the Min River Guard post, flanked by two towering wooden watchtowers, where Yunfan greets him respectfully as the chief banner officer. Changming quickly speaks up, asking if he can get some help with something. He scratches his head thoughtfully, asking if there is any way to condense or boost the lightning power of his arrays. Yunfan suggests asking the 100-man commander, explaining that their low rank does not grant access to the powerful arrays kept within the bureau. Hearing this, Changming heads back, and the next day, under a cloudy sky at Beileigang, Tianyu hands him a few scrolls. She tells him these are cultivation records a commander can access, detailing various mental methods, spells, arrays, and talismans for him to study, though he guiltily asks if breaking the rules like this will cause her trouble. Tianyue quickly reassures him that nobody is even keeping track of these documents anymore. They are practically public knowledge now despite few outsiders knowing of them, and Changming soon mounts his horse, reading closely as he rides along. He silently notes to himself that while these cultivation techniques are complete, they are incredibly basic. They are all far below the second realm, and the mental methods are mediocre, leaving only the three-eyed lightning array to condense energy. After a moment, he rolls up the documents and decides to settle on this option, arriving at Hunshui Lake an hour later. The lake sparkles in the sunlight like a massive mirror, and on the shore, he begins setting up the three-eyed lightning array. Once fully configured, the three core nodes will align perfectly in a triangular formation. This setup allows the array to absorb the raw lightning energy lingering nearby as Changming carefully inspects his work. After a thorough look, he realizes this low-grade array takes up too much space, lacks real power, and requires spiritual jade to activate. Weighing its actual strength, he realizes the effect is far too weak, meaning he will need to set up several more arrays. 6 hours later, the river surface returns to a calm ripple, and he lets out a tired sigh, grateful that Baba was busy hunting so he had enough time to deploy his secret arrays deep beneath the water. But the moment he finished, Changming feels the deep sting of losing 7 precious spiritual jades so quickly, silently praying that Baba does not let this expensive gamble go to waste. Through the thin mist, the grand and majestic headquarters of the Kaoshan Bureau at Dingba Cliff looms in the distance. In the main hall, Lin Huan slowly steps inside, his cold eyes calmly scanning the room. Standing nearby, Shanxi bows deeply and respectfully welcomes the powerful lord to the headquarters. Keeping a completely blank expression, Lin Wen coldly tells him to skip the pleasantries and asks if he brought the item. He quickly presents the rare divine seal barrier-breaking pill, claiming it is more than enough to help Lin Yuan break through to the third major realm before anxiously demanding to know if his own precious item has been delivered as promised. Without a single moment of hesitation, Lin Huan hands over a folded letter. He tells him it is all written there, but as Shanky takes the paper, a sudden wave of dread washes over him. His hands shake as he tightly grips the paper, his voice trembling before a massive wave of rage takes over, making him scream out for his fallen son. Gritting his teeth with absolute, suffocating murderous intent, he curses the infamous Golden Mask Slayer. He swears that both this killer and the indifferent Kaoshan Bureau will be buried alongside his boy, right as his subordinate reports that everyone on the boat has been eliminated. Shanxi whips around, his cloak flaring as he immediately sets off for Jiahu village to exact his brutal revenge. The guard bows in obedience as thick fog begins to roll heavily over the lower reaches of the churning Min River. Deep underwater, Changming swims along while gently coaxing his companion, telling the beast that he understands. He promises they will definitely find the baby ginseng today, but when he surfaces, a strange construction site makes him frown in confusion. Loach sends him a series of urgent signals, and Changming nods, telling the creature to head straight back to the cave. Loach quickly dives deep into the dark water, leaving a trail of bubbles as Changming mutters in confusion about what they are dealing with. He wonders if a baby ginseng can actually run away, watching as Loach suddenly flicks his tail toward a dark corner of the riverbed. His eyes light up with excitement, urging the creature to bring the hidden object out for a closer look. Examining the cracked stone fragment, Changming thoughtfully notes that it looks exactly like the piece he found earlier, as if they belong together. Finding both of these matching pieces despite them being 100 miles apart feels incredibly suspicious. After a brief hesitation, his mind clears as he wonders if this is a coincidence or if a hidden force is pulling the strings. He figures that if someone is indeed pulling the strings, he cannot run from it anyway, soon arriving back at his quiet, humble home. Hearing his footsteps, Changyan runs out with a bright smile, softly welcoming her big brother back home. He bypasses her and immediately begins rummaging through an old chest, gasping in excitement as he finally finds the hidden piece he was looking for. A strange doubt creeps in why did nothing happen. He stands frozen for a few seconds before suddenly clenching his fists. Though he has no idea what just went down, it definitely worked. It actually worked. Tro Min gives strict instructions, pointing as he speaks, take this half-broken stone to the border of Tam Duong and Hong Thatch counties. Nodding happily, the little Loach follows his orders and quickly slips away. It dives down, expertly flicking its tail to stir up mud and cover its tracks. Then, the loach lies perfectly still, looking harmless while harboring a tiny glint of smugness. Standing on the boat, he stares out toward the lower reaches of the river. More than 10 days later, back at the outpost, Truong Min says calmly, "As for building steps directly down the high cliff to the Man River, that project is far too dangerous, so I must handle it myself." The officers bow to accept the order. When he turns and sees his little sister, he asks in surprise what she is doing. Clutching a shovel, Truong Yin explains earnestly that she wants to dig a tunnel inside their bedroom. That way, if bad guys show up, they can easily hide in the underground escape route. Truong Min laughs softly, asking his sister to lend him the shovel. Grabbing the tool, he heads behind the house, swinging with practiced, heavy strokes. Truong Min stops to rest, thinking that with the stone hidden in the yard and the decapitation seed planted, who knows when it will bloom. Just then, a familiar sensory link alerts him, making him wonder if the little loach is in trouble. But once he gets a clear look at it, he breathes a sigh of relief. His eyes lock onto a strange object, and he murmurs that it looks like a golden fish scale. Watching the loach hover in the water, he suddenly asks what it ate today. Truong Min narrows his eyes, his voice dripping with suspicion. "Nothing? Then how did that golden scale end up inside your stomach?" Sighing softly, he warns the creature to be extremely careful these next few days and leave the scale under its neck alone. Before the solemn shrine, prayers echo through the heavy silence, begging the river god to protect Ngu Kao Town, just as the cold, sharp clatter of hooves suddenly echoes down the street. Panicked by the arriving horsemen, the crowd scrambles to clear the road, desperate to get out of the way. Still, they cannot help but look back at the mysterious riders with deep anxiety. Taking a close look, his face darkens as he notices their tracks are incredibly shallow, far too light to belong to normal humans. Truong Min whispers that they are actually paper puppets, each one concealing a hidden sword deep inside its artificial body. Watching silently from the shadows, Sun Kai ponders the strange threads stretching out from those very blades. He narrows his eyes, confident that he still controls their every move, as a kneeling subordinate speaks in a low voice. Addressing the mountain lord, the scout reports that Bak Lich Kang is monitored, waiting for the Bak Ho forces to mobilize. Another soldier promises with his life that the perimeter of Tuyet Ho village is sealed, ensuring no one will disrupt their lord's vengeance. A cold, calculated malice swells deep within Sun Kai's heart. Dong Quan Heap is on the verge of erupting, though the dark entities have yet to reach their absolute peak. With rare treasures about to emerge, his son's sacrifice was actually quite useful in the grand scheme of things. Memories flash back to an ancient mural he found in the ruins of Dong Quan Heap, which detailed a mysterious underground palace. He recalls those heavy coffins plunging into the Min River right before him, drifting steadily downstream. He remembers meeting a dandelion beast in the valley, striking a tense deal of mutual cooperation after a brief talk. Despite their agreement, he would never blindly trust his back to an evil spirit. Fortunately, he has already contacted powerful reinforcements, and they should be arriving any moment now. His voice turns icy, commanding an attack on the Yin River outpost tonight to capture Tan Truong Min alive, the only officer from the true Thien Tu and Tayet Ho village who knows about the golden-faced slaying god. His subordinates shout their obedience. Sun Kai plots silently, knowing that as a local, Tan Truong Min surely holds the key to what he seeks. By the river, Truong Min explains that the mechanical Dao soldiers are concealed near the Ti Thuong underground palace, speaking with absolute certainty. However, since they are much slower than the Loach, he sends it to investigate. He adds that he will set up a spiritual array inside the cave to alert them the instant something enters. The creature nods in agreement. Nodding with satisfaction at the growing vegetation, Truong Min stares straight ahead, quietly urging himself to move as quickly as possible. Watching the flowing water, Changming tells the Loach to hurry up, ordering it to hide there first and charge in once the lightning strikes. In the river, the Loach bubbles in agreement as a turtle slowly crawls out, heading straight toward the submerged temple. It cautiously extends its front claws to test the area, moving slowly but with extreme alertness. The moment it touches the boundary of the array, a flash of electricity courses through, convulsing its entire body. The turtle twitches a few times before going completely limp, knocked out cold. Watching from afar, Changming silently notes that it is a pity this level of lightning cannot kill it. If only some lethal energy was mixed in, he wouldn't even have to lift a finger. Ripples spread across the water, reflecting the flickering lightning. Without a second thought, the little Loach immediately dives in at a lightning-fast speed. The moment it spots the unconscious turtle floating there, its eyes instantly light up. Its gaze is filled with pure, undisguised excitement and anticipation. Changming waves his hand, calmly telling the creature there is no need to be polite. The Loach happily swims forward, eagerly swallowing the turtle. Just then, a strange light suddenly flashes behind the distant mountains. The mountain lord immediately turns and asks what is happening. His subordinate bows, reporting that a tiny Loach is currently swallowing a turtle in the Hunshui River. His eyes narrow sharply as he asks if it was definitely a turtle, and his subordinate confirms it. The Mountain Lord grows suspicious, wondering if this is some giant beast puppet sent by that brutal creature, Dandelion. Dandelion is notoriously vicious and highly boasts about its powerful beast puppets. With clear contempt in his eyes, he sneers at a mere little Loach. Forget it, partnering with Dandelion was hopeless anyway. His subordinate cautiously asks if tonight's plan is still on. The Mountain Lord clasps his hands behind his back, carefully calculating his next moves. He can easily exploit the remaining support team, ensuring that he will be the ultimate winner. He sternly orders them to proceed exactly as planned, and the subordinate quickly bows in obedience. Having stuffed itself, the Loach lies completely still. Changming shakes his head, promising to watch over the cave. Stepping inside, he lets out a tired yawn just as Changyan runs out of the room to hug him, crying out for her big brother. Changming frowns in confusion, asking what she is doing. His sister excitedly inquires about what he is growing in the backyard. She claims it smells delicious and asks to eat it, but Changming quickly tells her absolutely not. Changyan pouts in grievance, complaining that her brother does not love her anymore and is hiding yummy treats. Changming silently worries, knowing he only planted some highly poisonous Genju seeds out in the backyard. He frowns, suddenly realizing there should not be any smell at all. Changming leans down to look at her, his voice dropping low as he asks if she really smells something sweet. Changyan nods eagerly, claiming it smells better than anything they have ever eaten, which only fills Changming with a growing sense of unease. Something is definitely wrong with his little sister, and honestly, she has been acting weird ever since she cooked that pile of demonic beasts. After pausing to think, Changming takes a deep breath and makes a decision. He agrees to go check it out, warning her that she must behave and not eat anything, or she might end up buried in the mountains. With wide, curious eyes, she asks what it is, and he slowly explains that it is a mysterious ritual. Changming leads her through the corridor toward the backyard, silently wondering how the poisonous Genju grew so rapidly in the cold ground. He wonders how it could grow this massive in such freezing weather. Before he can react, Changyan rushes forward to take a bite. Changming quickly lunges and grabs her, yelling at her to stop. Held back, she struggles and pouts, calling him a bad brother. He gently coaxes her, promising to treat her to a meal at a restaurant in the city instead. She shakes her head, so he bargains with 3 meals, but she greedily demands 30 meals instead. He chuckles helplessly, tugging her hair and pointing out that she is clearly just trying to negotiate. She reluctantly lowers her price to 20, but Changming firmly locks it in at 10, determined to stand his ground. Even if it costs him 3 spirit stones, he cannot let Changyan eat this poison. He takes out his spirit stones, channeling spiritual energy to cast a spell. Still uneasy, Changming wonders how toxic the plant actually is, deciding to find a wild beast to test it on later. Later, Changming stands on a boat, watching the rapid waters of the Min River. He frowns, wondering why the plant turned dry and yellow when it was bright green when harvested. Standing just behind it, Changming pries the fish's mouth open and stuffs a dry leaf inside. He watches the creature's reaction closely, his expression instantly shifting. Is it already dead? The toxicity is far too intense, looks like it's completely inedible. Without hesitation, Changming kicks the fish back into the river. Frowning, he mutters to himself, wondering how a single dry leaf could carry such incredibly potent toxicity. After a quick thought, Changming gestures to his men to catch another fish and grill it. As night falls, panic erupts at the Yunfan outpost with shouts of fire. Waving his hand, he suggests they go take a quick look. His voice is casual but exhausted, noting that fires happen often in this village, so they shouldn't worry unless the flames actually start spreading toward them. Meanwhile, in another location, Shanqi slowly asks his subordinate how the grilled meat tastes. Coughing slightly with a pale face, the subordinate bows and says the fire was too strong, making it burnt. But sensing a strange smell, his expression suddenly changes. Realizing it's toxic smoke, Shanqi channels his spiritual energy, wondering who could be behind this. Could someone know his location and be plotting against him? Glancing around at his men, he asks how they are holding up. Trying to stay conscious, a subordinate weakly replies that he is fine, but desperately needs to sit in meditation to recover. Tonight's mission seems impossible now. Shanqi's face darkens as he realizes that before their operation even started, his ally died and his entire crew got poisoned. Gritting his teeth, Shanqi decisively orders them to call off the entire mission. Meanwhile, back at the outpost, Changming is calmly meditating, breaking through his 5th meridian while quietly monitoring his own physical state. Thanks to the little Loach's recent upgrade, the divine ability inherited from Baba can now swallow not just outer shells, but even digest solid metals easily. Normally, he can hide his helmet and armor inside his body, and they will automatically manifest to protect him during danger. However, heavy armor and a helmet do not really fit his image as a cool sword immortal. After considering his options, Changming exhales a deep breath, deciding to send his puppet soldiers on patrol tomorrow while he gets some much-needed sleep first. As faint sunlight bathes the mountainside, Changming scans his surroundings, noting that the sheer quietness of the landscape is incredibly unnatural. The next day, he conceals his aura and analyzes the situation. These intruders have an extraordinary presence and are silently hiding near the entrance, with hostile intentions, clearly targeting Fenqiu. They have been lurking here all morning, drawing all of his puppet soldiers to this single spot. If only he could leave a pair of eyes behind. This sudden thought sparks a useful memory from his past life. Could he recreate those street surveillance cameras from his past life to act as a deterrent? He calmly calculates his next steps. He just needs to specially refine the eyes of his puppet soldiers, then pair them with a matching formation array. This would basically function as a wireless camera setup. Due to his current power limits, each camera eye can only operate within 10 miles. But then, a sudden realization strikes Changming, and his face lights up. A signal repeater. If one camera eye connects to 5 repeaters, the effective link distance between himself and his surveillance network will easily reach 60 miles. He can simply order his puppet soldiers to set them up later. Elsewhere, a subordinate says happily that it is a good thing they had their leader's spiritual pills. Otherwise, expelling this toxin would have been extremely difficult. Shan-Chi stands in cold silence, eyes burning with murderous intent as he orders an ambush on the outpost tonight to capture Changming. At the chilly, wind-swept construction site of the Beilagang outpost, Changming looks out with a calm gaze and begins to speak. The foundation of the outpost on Beilagang has barely been laid, and at this slow pace, it might not even be completed by next year. Suddenly, Changming frowns in alert, spotting a bunch of paper dolls and wondering what kind of ghostly trickery this is. He begins to suspect that this must be connected to the people hiding in that cave. Could the Chaosiensi organization actually be behind this whole scheme? As the sun dips below the mountains, darkness falls, and a sinister, cold fog slowly creeps across the area. The space suddenly warps, filling with a dense, freezing chill. This place is transformed into a terrifying ghost domain. A dry, raspy voice echoes through the air, mocking the 3 fools who are in seclusion, declaring that Lord Guhai now rules the entire ghost domain. Suddenly, a bullet flies through the air, blasting right through his white skull. His bony head pops off and rolls on the ground with a loud clatter. Immediately after, several more bullets ruthlessly pelt his detached head. Panicking, the skeleton quickly kneels to welcome his supreme master. The little Loach casually says he has a mission for him to handle. The skeleton eagerly agrees, vowing to succeed or die trying. He is thrilled that his master is finally giving him orders, proving he is now trusted. The Loach nods and orders him to deal with a highly annoying group of paper dolls. The skeleton quickly agrees, while the Loach calmly tells him to get moving and that he will be waiting right here for the good news. Walking away, the skeleton ponders, realizing he must carefully analyze every single word his master says. Since his lord mentioned a team, he absolutely must bring a full squad. He secretly calculates his forces, preparing a second-tier commander to lead first-tier soldiers. Feeling a bit embarrassed by their weak combat power, he harshly scolds his lazy subordinates for always slacking off and playing tricks. The time has come to use them, but looking at their trash cultivation, it is honestly embarrassing. Leading such a foolish crowd makes him feel like he is completely losing face. Enzo points directly at him and snaps, "What are you looking at? Jiang Tuhu, I am talking to you." Hearing his name, Jiang Tuhu flinches and quickly turns his head in absolute terror. Enzo casually reaches into his cloak, pulling out a few black pearls shimmering with dark ghostly energy. He immediately tosses them right at his weak and pathetic subordinates. To their absolute shock, their power surges, instantly boosting them from Tier 1 to Tier 2, while their leader rises to Tier 3. All right, Enzo beckons coldly, telling Jiang Tuhu to drag his ass over. The terrified man can only stammer out, "Wait, me?" Enzo unleashes his dark ghost magic, instantly locking Jiang Tuhu in place. Without a second thought, a nearby subordinate delivers a brutal kick directly to his back. Sent flying, Jiang Tuhu crashes hard onto the dirt, trembling as immense spiritual energy floods his body and makes his meridians explode with raw power. Enzo's lips curl in satisfaction. Now this is what a true deputy commander should look like. He feels incredibly smug, confident that such an impressive performance will easily grab the attention of the Grand Emissary. The other minions look on with absolute envy and awe as their comrade rises to Tier 3, before Enzo bellows out the order to march. Loach quietly marvels to himself, realizing that simply backing the right boss changes everything. Leveling up is incredibly easy. Galloping ahead, Jiang Tuhu spots a group of paper figures in the distance and roars for his men to wipe them out. He barks not to leave a single one standing, then kicks off his stirrups, leaping high off his horse into the air. Mid-air, Jiang Tuhu swings his blade down to slice a paper figure in half, muttering in disgust that they are not even real spirits. Just looking at them irritates him. Meanwhile, dusk settles over the mountains, and creeping darkness slowly swallows the land. Bai Wu rushes forward in a panic, reporting that his sword paper figures were ambushed. Shanqi frowns, his eyes turning ice cold as he demands to know what happened. This has to be the work of Chao Tianxi. Bai Wu explains that it is actually a group of riders burning with ghost fire, wondering if they might be spectral soldiers passing through. Elsewhere, a subordinate reports that every single paper doll has been obliterated. Under the gloomy sky, the dark troops stand assembled before Enzo, their auras surging with power. Nodding in approval, Enzo thinks to himself that the master will definitely be pleased with this swift victory. He waves his hand to signal, his loud voice ordering the troops to withdraw. Watching from behind a rock, Tian Yue trembles in fear as he recognizes the creature, muttering that he has definitely crossed paths with this monster before. He remembers encountering him during the search for the Shadow Killer, when this exact fiend ambushed them. Meanwhile, Shanqi feels his internal energy in complete chaos, his expression darkening as his cultivation slips to the second realm. Bai Wu speaks in a tremble, warning him that a much stronger ghost domain seems to be backing these spectral beasts. Clenching his fist, he curses under his breath, realizing the slaughtered puppet beast and the strange toxic fog were far from mere coincidences. It is quite clear now that someone has been tracking their every single move. After a tense silence, Shanqi officially calls off tonight's operation, warning everyone to stay on high alert and avoid making any reckless moves. The men comply. Deep within the oppressive, fog-laden ghost domain, Loach calmly asks if they can completely eradicate this threat once and for all. Enzo bows deeply, admitting that while he is powerless, the old ghost might actually be able to pull it off. Loach silently notes that this is the main drawback of ghost cultivators. They grow exceptionally fast, but their potential is heavily limited. Compared to Xiao Gu, crushing those weak paper dolls is a total piece of cake, but tracking down the mastermind through faint magical traces is going to be pretty difficult. Enzo explains that these paper creations are actually powered by sword chi rather than spectral energy. Sword chi, Loach narrows his eyes in thought before asking Enzo if he truly understands the real purpose behind sending him out. Enzo replies with absolute deference, stating that his only duty is to serve, not to question the Lord's grand designs. Loach shakes his head in mild disappointment, wondering how a legendary beast of several thousand years can be so dense. To reach the peak, one must train the mind. Trembling, Enzo bows repeatedly, claiming that his only desire is absolute loyalty to the master. Watching this, Changming sneers inwardly, highly amused that a mere pile of bones has mastered the art of bootlicking. Loach calmly commands him to increase patrols around the ghost domain. Catching him off guard, Enzo can only blankly repeat the word. Bowing low to bid his master farewell, Enzo remains in place, deeply puzzled by the sudden command to patrol. He wonders what hidden lesson is packed behind those words, deciding he must gather his spectral advisors to decode the command. Zhang Tuhu bows his head low and cautiously steps forward, asking Lord Guhai if he might share a few humble suggestions on the matter. Furious, Yan snaps, "Why are you still following me? Get lost already." Closing his eyes tightly, he replies, "Lord Guhai, I believe the sovereign does not want us to patrol, but rather to welcome new spirits." Yan narrows his hollow eyes, telling him to continue. Tuhu takes a deep breath, slowly analyzing the sovereign's high and mighty status. "Only Lord Guhai, the four of you, and our sovereign can see the original layout of this underworld, which is why we were chosen. But right now, most of the newly born spirits around here will enter our ghost realm, but this is not the actual setup of the underworld. By sending us on patrol, the sovereign probably hopes that soul-reaping emissaries will emerge from our ranks." Yan grins and replies happily, "Exactly, I was thinking the same thing. We welcome the willing spirits, and forcefully drag those who refuse back to our domain. That way, we are bound to produce more soul-reaping emissaries sooner or later." Within his mind, Yan is already calculating his next moves. But if this is handled poorly, he fears he might just end up as a mere commander for the Oxhead and Horseface emissaries. No way. He must at least become a Yama. Those petty guardians are nothing compared to that. His voice drops to an authoritative tone. "Tuhu, do a good job, and I will reserve an emissary position for you." Tuhu trembles with pure excitement, quickly falling to his knees to express his deepest gratitude. Flicking his sleeve, Yan orders him to draft a patrol regulation. Tuhu nods frantically, not daring to delay for even a second. Early the next morning, Tian Yue stands straight and speaks with deep sincerity. "Respected elder, your immense kindness is something I can never fully repay. These are the absolute finest ingredients sourced directly from Huangshi County, and the young lady will surely be pleased with them." Presenting an exquisite wooden box, he softly explains, "This premium Mengshan cloud tea from our great Wu dynasty is a perfect match for a reclusive master of your stature." Zhang Ming calmly tells him to leave it there. Bowing respectfully, Tian Yue promises not to disturb him any further. Smiling faintly, Jiang Ming suggests that since it was quite a journey, he should stay and have a quick meal before leaving. The guest quickly waves his hands, looking quite embarrassed as he says that would be far too polite. Jiang Ming brushes it off casually. It is nothing special, just a simple everyday meal cooked by my younger sister. Meanwhile, old Bao is silently crying inside, such beautiful ingredients cut up so messily. Her knife skills are absolutely terrible. Frowning, he lets out another silent sigh. She does not even seem to grasp the basics of heat control. Walking inside, Tian Yue is completely stunned to see that Chef Bao is not the one running the kitchen. Tian Yue quietly sighs, reminding himself that the company matters far more than the food itself, just as Chang Yan calls out that dinner is finally ready. As the food is served, old Bao rushes over eagerly, crying out that he is ready to eat. Chang Yan quickly taps his head with a spoon, scolding his lack of manners. Clutching his head, he groans, "I know I was wrong, but you cannot blame me. I just cannot resist this food." Turning around, the little girl calls her brother to eat, and he smiles, saying he is on his way. Jiang Ming warmly explains that since it is just him and his sister, there are no strict rules, and a grateful Tian Yue nods in agreement. Seeing old Bao pile his plate high, Tian Yue quickly tries to stop him. "Aren't you the premier chef of Huangxi County? Why are you eating like a starving ghost? Leave some for me." Completely ignoring the complaint, the chef grabs a huge mouthful of food and stuffs it right in. A sudden flash of pure inspiration strikes his mind. This seemingly chaotic combination of flavors actually carries a profound hidden meaning. He has finally achieved a breakthrough. Sitting across from him, Chang Yan watches in silence, wondering if she accidentally hired a complete madman. Slamming his empty bowl hard onto the table, the old chef's entire presence suddenly shifts, and his spirit surges with an intense, vibrant energy. Tian Yue stares in absolute disbelief at the sudden change, wondering what on earth is happening. This is a profound moment of culinary enlightenment, but how could an ordinary mortal achieve this? The idea seems utterly absurd. How can someone with zero talent for cultivation attain enlightenment just by eating a few simple meals cooked by a little girl? Old Bao is ecstatic, feeling as though he is suddenly surrounded by mountains of gold and rare treasures. Still sitting at the dining table, Tian Yue rubs his chin, deeply intrigued. Gaining sudden enlightenment to step onto the path of cultivation is incredibly rare, and such unique individuals often enjoy smooth sailing, eventually becoming legendary figures across the entire realm. Still, it is hard to connect a greasy, middle-aged chef with the epic legends written in the history books. Shaking off the thought, Tian Yue looks over at Chang Yan, who is happily stuffing her face with rice. The only explanation for this mystery must lie with the young lady. Tian Yue then glances at Jiang Ming, who is quietly enjoying his food. These two siblings are truly far more mysterious than they look. Within his mind, Tian Yue begins picturing the incredibly grand and secret nature of this duo. This matter absolutely must be reported to the commander. They cannot just watch Mr. Sun and completely ignore his little sister. Chang Yan spots a piece of untouched meat in Tian Yue's bowl. She quickly speaks up, "Big brother, are you not going to eat that? Let me finish it for you then. I know you hate fatty meat, so I will just go ahead and take it." Without any hesitation, Chang Yan reaches over and points her chopsticks right at the meat in Tian Yue's bowl. Tian Yue's heart softens. He places the meat into Chang Yan's bowl. "Your brother is already full, so eat up and do not let it go to waste." While the four of them are eating, Changming suddenly notices something out of the ordinary. "Wait, how do you have spiritual energy?" Changming quickly orders a nearby guard since it has come to this. "Go bring Yun Fan here immediately." The guard immediately obeys the order, shouting out a quick acknowledgement before rushing off. Yun Fan arrives shortly after. He cups his hands and bows deeply. "Captain Tian Yu, Chief Sunday." Seeing his guest, Changming gets straight to the point without any hesitation. "From now on, you will teach my father and little sister about cultivation. This is not an official apprenticeship, so do not expect any formal title or status." Yun Fan tries to argue back, claiming that the secret arts of his Yun family are far from ordinary. Before Yun Fan can even finish, Tian Yu suddenly cuts him off. "I will do it. Let me handle this." Seeing how enthusiastic Tian Yu is, Changming rubs his chin in deep thought. But what about Bai Ligang? Tian Yu quickly waves his hand to convince him, pointing out that the White Tiger Station is still under construction. Besides, he has plenty of free time lately. He can get a few free meals here while teaching the young lady some cultivation basics. Changming is absolutely thrilled. He bows deeply to express his gratitude. "Then I will have to trouble you, Captain." Tian Yu chuckles, waving it off with a polite gesture to keep things friendly. "You are too polite. I should thank you for agreeing." Meanwhile, Yun Fan stands there, completely frozen in shock. You have to wonder if the captain has completely lost his mind, knowing the Huishan sect would never overlook this betrayal. Tian Yu hides a sly smile, calculating the sheer benefits of this deal. How could a rare talent like the young lady ever belong to them? Since the master has no time to teach her, he is not about to let this golden opportunity slip away. Deep inside the backyard of the guard post, Tianyu is busy attending to his duties when a panicked soldier suddenly bursts into the backyard. The young soldier frantically cups his hands, his voice trembling as he screams that things have taken a terrible turn. We need immediate backup inside. We found a group of high-level experts from the third and fourth realms hiding inside the cave near the entrance. Seeing his subordinate lose his composure, Tianyu instantly snaps at him. What are you panicking for? Since when does the Kaoshin office ever fear anyone? Watching this, a nearby guard stares in wide-eyed awe, completely inspired by his leader's fearlessness. The captain truly possesses the undeniable aura of a leader. He remains perfectly calm despite facing powerful enemies. After delivering his speech, Tianyu turns and walks away with a highly relaxed attitude. Why should he fear anything with the master backing him up? However, he still needs to request his aid, quickly explaining the situation to Changming inside the house. Understood, Changming calmly replies. Tianyu stands at absolute attention, his eyes filled with respect as expected. Everything is already under your control, master. After hearing the full report, Changming falls into deep thought, gently rubbing his chin. What could that mysterious group of people possibly be planning? Meanwhile, Shanxi leads a heavily armed force carrying sharp swords and deadly spears. They make their way along a narrow path deep inside the dense, dark forest. Shanxi is visibly furious and unwilling to back down, gnashing his teeth. It is merely a tiny guard station. I could easily wipe them out, but that hidden expert in the shadows is far too dangerous to provoke rashly. It will be perfect once our elite reinforcements arrive. He will draw their attention while the backup strikes from the dark. That will catch the enemy completely off guard. Suddenly, one of his terrified subordinates steps forward to ask with a trembling voice, Master, what are our next orders? I have already made other plans. Shang-Chi turns to face the man, ordering everyone to rest for now and strictly hold their ground. Along the clear, rocky waters of the Min River, Changming quietly monitors the area while hiding inside the body of a Loach, witnessing everything happening on the bridge. Using his possession ability, Changming spots a mysterious group of people changing their clothes. It seems they are putting on a disguise, trying to look like a merchant caravan. Changming even spots one of them throwing his scholar cap and books into a hollow tree, a Nanli spy. Changming stares at the scene as dark memories of the Nani kingdom from 600 years ago flood his mind. Nani was once a savage and treacherous territory, but under the influence of the Great Wu dynasty, it eventually became their loyal vassal. Time and again, Nani was torn apart by brutal rebellions. At every critical moment, their princes begged the Great Wu dynasty for legendary armies to secure their reign. Changming replays the bloody details of those ancient battles in his mind. But 600 years ago, when 600 warships of the Hongyi clan arrived, Nani immediately sided with the savage foreign invaders. The dark cultivation methods of the Hongyi clan spread quickly, sparking endless bloody clashes along the southern border of the Great Wu dynasty. Changming can easily picture the sheer devastation of that tragic history. Back then, the Great Wu dynasty was completely corrupt and defenseless, leaving their people to be mercilessly slaughtered by Nani raiders every single year. Currently controlling the body of a small bird, Changming watches from a high branch. The sudden appearance of Nani agents here spells absolute disaster for everyone. He decides to tail them silently before making his next move. While Sun Changming controls his bird puppet, a busy morning begins in the crowded streets of Yuku town. In stark contrast to the busy town, a deep, heavy silence hangs over a nearby temple. Inside the river god temple, a disciple rushes in to report an urgent matter to Master Cheng Feng. Some wicked heretics in town are disrespecting the river god, claiming he has never actually protected their merchant ships. Clasping his hands in deep devotion, Cheng Feng snaps back that those ungrateful sailors are not true believers. They foolishly think that merely sacrificing a few cheap pigs or goats can buy them the divine protection of the river god. It is incredibly naive of them. How could such worthless mortal livestock ever satisfy the grand desires of the mighty river god? Those foolish people fully deserve to be abandoned to their tragic fates. The scheming disciple quickly agrees with his master, noting that while the ignorant and foolish townsfolk remain completely blind to reality, his master possesses the ultimate wisdom to see through the truth. Those sheep are far too easily manipulated by heretical tricksters. Hearing this, Cheng Feng does not hesitate to make a ruthless executive decision. The river god has his own grand plans, but as his loyal followers, we must prove our worth. Take some of the gold collected from the believers, recruit more men, and form a secret militia to eliminate those troublesome heretics. The loyal disciple bows deeply, quickly clasping his hands to accept the orders. Understood, master. But how far should we go when dealing with these targets? Cheng Feng clenches his fist in fury, declaring that anyone who dares to defame the great river god has committed an unforgivable sin and must be utterly destroyed. Meanwhile, a merchant vessel glides along the river, rapidly approaching their grim destination of Juhu village. The captain orders the crew to steer clear of the shore, warning that the village's deadly cold poison is no joke. Suddenly, the dark water's violent churn, violently rocking the heavy wooden vessel. The panicked crew wonders how this is possible when they are supposed to have the river god's absolute protection, just as another massive underwater explosion violently rocks the hull. A monstrous, mutated clam emerges from the depths, attempting to crush the ship within its slimy, grotesque shell. One of the merchants crashes heavily onto the deck. He bitterly groans that their useless river god is a complete fraud, but regret comes far too late. Just as the beast prepares to strike, a thick, glowing thread wraps tightly around its fleshy core. The snare constricts with brutal force, completely paralyzing the monster before it can unleash its deadly assault. Dragged down by the relentless grip, the massive creature helplessly thrashes in the water. This deadly weapon is actually a giant barbel belonging to Changming's highly evolved pet Loach. With a violent flick of its tail, the Loach completely shatters the armor, dragging the agonizing monster's soft body out of its shell. It tears the core apart in a bloody explosion, leaving the terrified merchants to watch in absolute awe as they mistake the beast for the river god. The river god is protecting us. Instantly, the desperate sailors fall to their knees, chanting praises to their supposed savior over and over again. Amidst their fanatical chanting, the giant Loach drags the bleeding remains back down into the dark abyss. While the crowd continues to worship, Changming remains hidden inside his bird puppet, quietly observing the bizarre scene from above. Flying back to Yuku town, he easily sneaks his tiny avian spy into a bustling local inn. Using this small feathered body, he slips past the guests undetected to gather vital intelligence. He can't help but wonder why the distant Nanny Kingdom has suddenly taken such a strange interest in their tiny, isolated Juhu village. Damn it, those Nani spies are speaking their native tongue. Luckily, Changming knows how to use beast speak. The distance isn't too far, taking 1 day by water or a day and a half by land. Changming uses his special technique, trying to decipher every single word they're saying. Husni stands right beside Vidianto and voices his opinion, sounding incredibly serious about the matter. Finding Mang Yayu and securing the Xuanjizi will bring them massive rewards from the young lord. They just need to act with extreme caution and keep him completely in the dark. He has no idea they've arrived, so how could he possibly get in their way? Vidianto quickly counters with a grim point. That great Wu expert is both powerful and highly connected. If they get exposed, even if they find the Xuanjizi, they might never escape and bring it back to Nani. Wearing a grim expression, leaning against the table to command his men, claiming those lowly great Wu fools want to use their power but refuse to tell them the actual truth. No cooperation then Husni, bring out the treasure map so they can study it some more. Hearing Vidianto's command, Husni quickly complies and sets off right away to retrieve it. Inside a cramped guardhouse room, Changming sits deeply lost in thought. He slowly opens his eyes and strokes his chin, carefully analyzing the secret conversation he just eavesdropped on. Where Mang Jiyu's remains a complete mystery, but since the Xuanjizi is actually in his possession, those spies are bound to return completely empty-handed. However, their conversation reveals that someone in the Great Wu Court is actively conspiring with them. And that high-ranking traitor seems to hold a very powerful position. The more Changming thinks about it, the more furious he gets, vowing never to let them get away with this. Meanwhile, on a cool mountain morning, Shanqi stands holding a communication tablet, his face shifting as if he suddenly recalled something incredibly important. Strong reinforcements should arrive in a few days, so he needs to make contact. Seeing their leader suddenly walk away, a subordinate calls out, "Where is the mountain lord going?" But Shanqi ignores him. Inside a quiet, secluded room of a local inn, now watch 5 shady figures stare intently at a glowing object on the table in Yuko town. Vidianto rests his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful before ordering them to listen to what the man has to say first. This tablet belongs to Shanqi, transmitting his voice to ask if they have arrived yet. This matter is highly critical, and for their own safety back then, he kept the specific details a secret from everyone, but now he can finally speak. He has discovered an underwater palace packed with endless treasures, though the power of its guardian is incredibly formidable. Both of their sides absolutely must work together on this. If they succeed, he demands 60% of the treasure, leaving the rest to them. Hearing all of Shanqi's words, Changming is completely stunned by his sheer greed. In the future, if they ever need anything else, they can always find him, and as long as the price is right, he will offer his full support. This makes Changming absolutely furious, muttering that this traitor basically forgot to mention he would sell out the Great Wu dynasty if the price was high enough. Then Changming strokes his chin, deep in thought, seemingly planning his next move. While that traitor's voice sounds unfamiliar, he wonders if this underwater palace they mention is actually the Taisheng Palace. Whether it is the Taisheng Palace or not, he needs to speed up his search as quickly as possible. Back with Vidianto, after hearing Shanqi's proposal, he smiles gleefully, noting that the man is clearly getting desperate, which only works to his own advantage. After careful consideration, Vidianto speaks up to reassure their alliance, claiming they have been moving with extreme caution to avoid exposure, making them a few days later than expected. Their Nani nation and the Lord will always be great friends, and he can always place his absolute trust in them. Husni rejoices, believing they have seized the upper hand, and tells the associate beside him that the great Wu Fool still has no idea they have arrived. Tomorrow, they will set off to locate Mangya Yu. Showing a hint of regret, the associate responds to Husni with a very rational take. The Nani Kingdom has long plotted to conquer Great Wu, so this traitor could become their highly valuable inside spy. If they offend him and sever ties over this, it would truly be a massive waste. Vidianto gets the final word, laying out their plan to first locate the Xuanjizi and help their young lord achieve peak cultivation. Since this is their primary mission, he will only leave a few men behind later to keep up appearances with that Great Wu ally. Changming overhears absolutely everything, taking in every single detail of Vidianto's wild, dangerous ambitions, silently pondering the sheer malice behind their schemes. The Nani Kingdom is indeed vicious, dreaming of swallowing his Great Wu dynasty. They better watch out or they will surely choke to death. Changming exudes sheer confidence, fully prepared to face these opponents. Since they are here, as the host, he will make sure to treat them to a proper welcome. Sitting on the wooden cot, Changming rubs his chin, carefully planning his next clever move. He has to move on, but before dealing with those Nani people, he decides to check out the Ghost Realm first since they might be useful later on. Changming seems to have an idea, calling out to the Loach to take a quick trip down to the Ghost Realm. The little Loach dives deep into the river, looking around as if searching for something, but finds absolutely nothing. Deep below the Min River lies the pitch-black space of the Ghost Realm, where shadowy boats sail back and forth. Inside the Ghost Realm, Yan stands proudly, making a proposition to the miserable soul cowering right in front of him. For an unlucky guy like you, I can swap your head for a giant monster pig head to help you terrify the other ghosts. Are you willing, he asks, while the poor soul begs on his knees as things grow incredibly tense. Please spare me, Lord. Suddenly, Yan senses the Loach. Turning around to see the creature jump onto the deck, he bows deeply in utmost respect. Calling out this humble skeleton welcomes the High Messenger. As it turns out, Changming is possessing the little Loach. Changming asks how the Ghost Guard patrol is going, and Yan answers him with extreme caution. Yan stands back up and reports that everything is running smoothly. In just a few days, wandering spirits within their patrol zone have received guidance and are seeking refuge in the Ghost Realm. Listening quietly to Yan's report, he feels incredibly pleased. This makes it much easier to control the new spirits and gather them all deep inside the Ghost Realm. Satisfied with the progress, he praises Yan with a wide grin on his little fish face, telling him he did a great job. Yan chuckles, showing his absolute devotion as he bows again, saying this is nothing because this humble skeleton only lives to loyally serve his lord. Hearing this, Changming mentions the next phase of their grand plan, noting that this is merely the very first step. Next, they must establish a system in the Ghost Realm to reward the good and punish the wicked, judging the heavy sins from their past lives. Utterly amazed by his master's wisdom, Yan clasps his hands together and praises Changming for his brilliant vision. Following the orders, Yan covers his mouth to hide an incredibly joyful grin, while his mind races with ambitious calculations. Is this not basically building a miniature underworld, rewarding good, punishing evil, and judging past sins? If he can take control of this department, he will at least become a high judge. Maybe the next step is building prisons, eventually expanding this domain all the way down into the 18th level of hell. But suddenly, Yan remembers something important, and a look of deep regret slowly washes over his face. He rubs his chin, thinking hard as if weighing a massive decision, muttering that this is not right. Being a judge is decent, but his true goal has to be the first Hall Yama. Seeing Yan lost in deep thought for so long, Changming finally speaks up, asking if he has any suitable candidates to recommend for this judge role. Yan hears the question but remains conflicted, wondering who to trust, since none of his current underlings are fit for the job. As for Changming, he seems completely out of patience, urging Yan to hurry up and pick someone already. Sensing his master's urgency, Yan quickly complies. But right in the middle of his thoughts, he feels a sudden disturbance brewing right behind him. A wild ghost starts unleashing powerful attacks midair, lighting up the pitch-black space with sudden bursts of energy. Unable to tolerate this insolence, Yan rushes to the bow of the ship, pointing and yelling at whoever dares cause trouble. One of Yan's underlings quickly rushes over and kneels, reporting that a highly rebellious new ghost is running wild, absolutely refusing to follow their rules while brutally beating up and injuring their guards. But the subordinate reassures him that the commander has gone over, so the troublemaker is bound to pay dearly. Hearing this only makes Yan angrier as he curses silently. What a bunch of fools, getting beaten up despite their upgrades, deliberately trying to embarrass him in front of his master. Feeling extremely confident, Du Hu leaps off the boat toward the commotion, volunteering to go check it out for his lord. A new streak of light quickly clashes with the others, but before long, Duhu's power signature completely vanishes from the area. Furious, Yan can no longer sit still and rushes toward the battlefield, cursing his useless subordinates. They let the new ghost run completely wild, forcing Yan to take matters into his own hands. Soon enough, he returns dragging a straw hat-wearing man behind him. It is Dongfang. Yan drops Dongfang onto the deck, and the older man shows absolutely no sign of resistance. Seeing this particular person, Changming is completely stunned inside his Loach body, recognizing the face in front of him instantly. Who is he? Changming wonders. Looking at Dongfang's pitch-black eyes, is it the disaster uncle? No, it's Uncle Dongfang. Uncle Dongfang is seriously impressive, venturing so deep into the skeleton territory and only dying just now. Yan chuckles and speaks to Changming, seemingly unable to wait any longer. My lord, hold on a moment and let this little bone handle this guy. Before Yan can even finish, Changming cuts in and assigns the task to Dongfang, declaring the role of Ghost Judge is a perfect fit. Seeing this mission, both En and Dongfang are completely taken aback. Even though Changming is currently possessing the Loach, he can still feel the massive wave of power coming from Dongfang. This power seems to stem from a rare treasure, fully living up to his reputation as a bearer of great fortune. In Yun Nianying's eyes, he clearly holds underworld artifacts. Still bound by the ropes, Dongfang sneers and tries to provoke them. He mocks Changming's group for wanting him to be a judge, calling their ambition massive. In response, Changming throws back some taunts of his own, leaving everyone puzzled as to why he's doing this. He asks if Dongfang is just too scared to accept. Meanwhile, En finally gets a chance to take a closer look and size up the ghost standing before him. This newly turned spirit clearly has an extraordinary background, reaching Tier 3 right after his transformation. At this rate, he might eventually become the 5th powerhouse of the ghost realm. Changming wastes no more time and cuts straight to the point. With strength like that, he could have easily resisted the pull of the ghost realm, so why did he willingly come here? But Dongfang remains stubborn, refusing to spill any real details, as he casually claims he was just wandering around out of curiosity. Without even waiting for Dongfang's consent, Changming officially appoints him as the judge, declaring the matter settled. Dongfang bows with a sudden, cheerful grin, telling them they can just call him Gui Kai. Seeing the deal is done, Changming gives his first order. He tells Judge Gui Kai to begin the trials, pointing a finger to transfer a surge of power directly into him. Instantly, Dongfang seems to regain his human form, standing tall with his arms confidently crossed. Now going by the name Xing, his eyes clear up from their ghostly blackness as he raises his hand, unleashing a powerful energy. Shouting for them to go, beams of light shoot into the sky, with Xing following close behind. Soon, those streaks of light materialize into a massive golden temple. Inside, the halls are fully stocked with scholar tools, bathed in a warm, soothing golden glow. High above, sacred inscriptions urge people to do good, while the temple's name is written in elegant calligraphy right in the center. Changming can't help but admire the craftsmanship, thinking to himself that Uncle Dongfang was truly born for this role. The grand hall has barely been established, before a crowd of spirits rushes over to kneel at the steps, desperately begging the Lord to grant them justice. Xing solemnly reviews their records before speaking in a commanding tone, noting their files. Their deaths were truly a tragic misfortune, especially since those foreign spies showed absolutely no mercy. He looks up and announces clearly that with humans and spirits now gathered together in one place, they can focus on their cultivation here for a bright future. One of them weeps, kneeling to explain that they weren't wealthy, and their entire clan had pooled resources just to start this merchant caravan. They had hoped to earn some extra silver for their families, but tragedy struck on their very first journey out. With him dead in a foreign land, his entire clan back home might not even survive the winter. Sensing their plight, the wise Xing immediately makes a fair judgment for these good souls. Since they accumulated good karma during their lives, he rewards each of them with a precious drop of underworld nectar. Watching all this unfold, Changming is highly pleased with Xing's performance, calling out to En by his nickname, Xiaogu. En is even more deeply moved, tears streaming down his face as he emotionally answers that he is right there. Changming begins to explain a few fundamental truths of the world that En needs to understand. While the absolute law of the ghost realm is to never interfere with the living world, some injustices are simply too painful to ignore. Sensing the gravity of the moment, En straightens up and promises to execute any order to ease his master's troubled mind. Suddenly, Changming's demeanor softens as he grows deeply reflective. He wonders if this is all to soothe his own lingering regrets. En nods in deep agreement, realizing that unresolved regrets can easily turn into a dangerous mental barrier on their future path of cultivation. Changming just rolls his eyes at him, scoffing at how little this skeleton actually understands. But before departing, Changming leaves En with one final, crucial instruction. He directs En to grant the spirits the strength they need for revenge, but they must be warned that breaking the rules will still carry a punishment upon their return. On bows deeply, promising that he will carry out the task exactly as commanded. Wasting no time, En gets straight to work on his master's orders. He goes to the crowd to present the terms, asking if they are willing. In unison, they bow and desperately beg the Lord to grant their wish. With the agreement made, En unleashes a wave of power and sends them on their way. A mysterious dark blue light erupts from their chests, taking them completely by surprise. As the spirits descend back to the mortal world, En watches them fade into the distance. Standing beside Tuhu, a quiet question begins to weigh on his mind. Duhu, what exactly does the Lord mean by this? Duhu doesn't answer right away, silently wondering why anyone would ask a mere butcher. After a brief pause, Duhu finally speaks up, his words showing he has thought everything through completely. As far as this humble servant can see, the Lord likely has a much deeper intention, Duhu explains, analyzing it from his own perspective. First, many members of the caravan die with deep grudges, leaving behind powerful lingering obsessions that will surely cause trouble if left unchecked. Next, Duhu addresses the second point, laying it out in careful detail. Second, as the ghost realm expands in the future, these kinds of incidents will only become more common. Relying on the old underworld laws to handle this would only make things worse, so the Lord is setting a vital new precedent to clear a path forward. Bringing up the final point on his mind, Duhu breaks it down completely, noting that when the Lord proposed establishing a brand new judge position, he had asked the officer if there was a suitable candidate. The Lord likely saw the officer's struggle back then, and through this deed, the new ghost caravan will form a fated bond, becoming his loyal people from now on. If anything happens down the road, he will never be short on help, leaving the officer deeply moved by Changming's thoughtful consideration. Tears welling up, he mutters that the Lord has incredible foresight while his own vision is incredibly narrow. Such deep intentions, and he even cares so much for a little skeleton like me, I would gladly grind my bones to dust for him. To avoid any misunderstanding, Duhu quickly adds that this is merely his personal guess, as he likely only understands a tiny fraction of the Lord's grand design. Still, he deeply appreciates Duhu's sharp insight and praises him directly, telling him he has done an outstanding job. Late one night, at a tiny temple lost in the middle of nowhere, Vidianto's group finds their night journey unexpectedly delayed. Left with no choice, they take shelter nearby, with Vidianto ordering everyone to rest for 30 minutes before moving out again. Suddenly, Husni senses something strange nearby and shouts out, telling the others to look over in that direction. Recognizing them instantly, Vidianto lets out a sinister laugh and identifies them as the merchants from Little Ghost Lake. He mocks their foolishness for seeking revenge against them, while the ghosts silently band together without needing any orders. Pure murderous intent burns in their eyes as they prepare to settle their mortal grudges tonight and finally find peace as ghosts. Stepping forward with total confidence, Vidianto mockingly warns them that since they did not move on peacefully, he will shatter their souls tonight so they cannot even remain as ghosts. Having delivered his threat, Vidianto lets out a series of booming, arrogant laughs, clearly very pleased with his own intimidation tactics. The loud, echoing laughter quickly spreads through the quiet forest, disrupting the absolute silence of this desolate, empty region. But the laughter abruptly stops, plunging the forest back into deep silence as the ghosts slowly emerge, subtle, knowing smiles playing on their lips. One of them looks up at the sky with a deeply grateful expression. Seeming truly at peace, he whispers his thanks before the group heads back to the entrance of the ghost realm. Duhu approaches to inform them that the Lord Judge has ordered him to visit their village. Their clansmen will soon discover a massive silver vault containing millions of coins, more than enough to live on, leaving the ghost overjoyed. Kneeling down in deep gratitude to offer his thanks, the ghost departs, while Changming watches from afar with folded arms, noting how incredibly clever this judge really is. The Lord had arranged everything for his subordinates, yet the judge managed to share in the credit and goodwill. Back at the quiet forest temple, long before the sun has even started to rise, a figure arrives only to find the entire area drenched in blood, revealing itself to be Changming, who has come to personally inspect the scene. Ensuring no detail is missed is a task he has to handle himself, lest everything go completely to waste. Clasping his hands together, Changming chants a highly familiar technique, 3 parts soul origin, summon spirit. Instantly, a gleaming spirit tablet appears in his palm, and he issues a sharp command to go. Obeying Changming's command, the lingering souls slowly begin to detach from their physical bodies. Observing the stubborn spirits before him, Changming silently evaluates them. Their cultivation was highly formidable in life, and they remain remarkably powerful in death. Yet in the presence of the Ghost Realm Lord, even they must submit and obey. Closing his eyes, Changming focuses deeply to execute his next crucial task, reading their memories. Inside those memories, Changming catches a clear glimpse of Shang-Chi. He snaps his eyes open the moment he uncovers the truth. The traitor guiding them was none other than the master of Broken Sword Mountain. Crouching down, Changming searches the heap of corpses at his feet and discovers a map of Manga Yu, picking it up to inspect every single detail with extreme care. To enter the manga enclosure, one had to pass through deadly trials, where a single misstep meant never returning. Yet, without his little Loach blocking the path, Changming deciphered the map, uncovering many hidden truths about his own past. Judging from the ancient inscriptions, this manga enclosure belonged to a supreme power from 1,000 years ago. First, he sets up the spiritual axis formation, then leaves that map behind for his own descendants. Sun Changming can even trace the map's turbulent journey, noting how many twists and turns it survived to get here. The map fell into Nanny Kingdom, ending up with the young lord. Holding 2 spirit tablets, Sun Changming makes his own quiet deductions. Out of these 2 communication talismans, one likely connects to the Mole Mountain Master, while the other links directly to the Nanny Young Lord. Piece by piece, Sun Changming connects the dots to form a clearer picture. It is safe to assume the cultist lurking in the cave near the village entrance belonged to the Mountain Master. But whether the underground palace treasury mentioned by the mole is actually Little Loach's secret snack stash still needs one final check. Under the pitch-black night, surrounded only by dense forests and rolling hills, Sun Changming digs up the coin purse of Wei Diansu's crew. He tosses the pouch up with a smirk. Working for your prince, and all you guys got is 23 spirit jades, add in a few hundred silver pieces, and that is it. Suddenly, Sun Changming notices a faint glow inside a corpse's pocket. His eyes instantly light up. Pulling out a short dagger, he stares in wonder. Is this a relic of the gods? Examining the blade under the dim light, Sun Changming turns it over to verify. What exactly is a god relic anyway? It is a specialized weapon crafted under the system used by the Red Barbarians. Sun Changming rests his chin on his hand, deep in thought. According to the nanny, smearing your own blood on the dagger triggers a critical strike, tripling your raw physical combat power in an instant. But it only works for those with 3 mountains strength, the 3rd realm. 3 mountains means possessing the power of 3 mountains. Just how big are your mountains? Stepping closer to the dead bodies, Sun Changming tosses out a few cold, mocking words. Selling your souls to the Red Barbarians, only to end up like this, working for a prince but living like absolute beggars. Suddenly, Sun Changming pauses as something feels off. His gaze hardens with sheer determination. No way, taking only this scrap heap is a massive loss for me. He needs a bigger payout. Grabbing the spirit tablet, Sun Changming commands Husini's corpse, which is already turning into a ghost, to call the king for backup. By the time dawn breaks, far away in a massive, glittering palace across the plains, the matching spirit tablet begins vibrating rapidly, buzzing with a bizarre, foreign language. Assuming it is just some technical glitch, the young lord sets the tablet aside, fully intending to ignore it. Yet the strange tongue keeps echoing without pause, filling the young lord with a growing sense of dread. Lounging lazily on his plush sofa, the young lord tries to parse the true motives of whoever is on the other end. Wei Diansu, are you telling me the Great Wu officials are corrupt, the people are weak, and the dynasty is ripe for the picking? On the other end, Sun Changming speaks through the tablet, adjusting his tone. I have already contacted the Zhuajin Mountain Master. Through his network, I have connected with several high-ranking Wu dynasty officials. They are ready to clear any paths we need. Hearing this massive bombshell, the nanny young lord sits bolt upright in utter shock. High-ranking officials willing to leak intel to us? On the other side, Sun Changming doubles down on the bait. With careful calculation in his voice, he hints that they can even help dismantle the city's vital defensive arrays. The young lord clutches the tablet tight, nearly crying with joy. This is perfect. He kicks off his heavy blankets, leaping off the couch in a frantic rush. I will dispatch Mahafe immediately. She will lead you straight to the treasure you desire, but you must secure our bond with those Wu Dynasty VIPs. Sun Changming keeps steering the conversation, fishing for every scrap of intel he can get. Young lord, we must act fast. Great Wu is surrounded by hungry wolves, and we are certainly not the only ones plotting to take the throne. Sensing the urgency, the young lord quickly reassures him rest easy. Wei Diansu, I have got this. Cutting the feed, Sun Changming steps out of the shrine. Even from a dry sponge, you can always squeeze out a few drops of water. The rest of the game now relies on the Mountain Master. Meanwhile, the first light of dawn creeps up. Deep within the heavily forested mountains, the Mountain Master clutches his spirit tablet, speaking with the southern barbarians on the other end. He tells them they have finally closed in on Huangshi County, but warns they must play it safe and proceed with absolute caution. You Wu Dynasty folk have always been deceitful snakes. We have no intention of letting you stab us in the back. You must lay out the exact details of the underground palace treasury before we negotiate our next move. Furious, the Mountain Master grits his teeth, barely holding back a scream of rage at these stubborn southern barbarians. Forcing down his anger, he takes a deep breath, his expression twisting into feigned worry as he explains that an ancient cultivator lies buried there. During his lifetime, that monster single-handedly fought his way through the entire Tongguan Gorge and wiped out the region. By modern standards, his raw power is at least at the 8th realm. As it turns out, Sun Changming is the one holding the tablet, pulling the strings. Shang-Chi keeps talking. He reveals that he smuggled a massive treasure hoard out of Tongguan Gorge in the Demise Domain. Because of this heist, high-level monsters in the Demise Domain still hold a deep grudge against him. But as for where he is hiding now, that remains a total secret. Changming immediately agrees and sets up a future arrangement with Shang-Chi, telling him that they will get back in touch when the time comes. Afterward, Changming ends the call with Shang-Chi to focus on a different, highly important, and extremely cautious task. Time to grab some food. With that thought, Changming heads inside the house to see what he can find to eat. Tianyu and Lao Bao are both sitting at the dinner table, which makes young Changyan look pretty annoyed. Those two are freeloading on their food again. But mid-meal, Changming suddenly notices something odd and locks his eyes on Tianyu. Changming puts down his bowl and chopsticks and tells Tianyu to follow him outside. Once they are safely outside, Changming asks him what is going on, prompting Tianyu to bow deeply with clasped hands. Looking completely overwhelmed, Tianyu admits that he is simply too incompetent to continue teaching the young lady. Changming finds this highly confusing, scratching his chin as he tries to figure out the problem. His little sister has never even touched cultivation before, while Bai Tianyu is already a master at the 2nd tier of aperture illumination. He should be more than qualified for a beginner. Unable to think of any other explanation, Changming asks straight out if his sister is just too stupid, which makes Tianyu frantically wave his hands and deny it instantly. Tianyu adds that Changming must know the young lady's actual talent far better than he does. As Tianyu explains further, he seems deeply worried about Changyan's future. The young lady is an absolute genius, and if he keeps teaching her, his own mental focus will break, driving him to madness. Still pretty skeptical about the whole thing, Changming turns back inside to see if this is actually true. He decides to watch the next lesson himself. Inside, Lao Bao and Changyan have finished their meal, and Lao Bao is completely surprised to hear about the tutoring. Tianyu starts up the lesson with a friendly smile, addressing the young lady to get her attention. He announces they will practice a divine spell called Sinking Frost Winter, causing Changming to instantly frown as he watches nearby. Changming remembers that Sinking Frost Winter actually requires a high level of cultivation, specifically the 1st tier of the spirit vein. He wonders if Changyan can even learn it, especially since she seems completely uninterested in the concept of cultivation anyway. Seeing her look so bored, Tianyu baits her by explaining that she can use this ice spell to preserve her favorite foods. Realizing how useful this magic trick is, Changyan suddenly lights up with excitement. She raises her hand high to join in. So Tianyu begins explaining the underlying theory under the watchful eyes of everyone present. He explains how to use spiritual energy to create low temperatures, condensing the surrounding moisture to boost the power of the divine spell. It turns out Lao Bao is a pretty fast learner. He offers to try it out first, asking the commander to watch closely and see if he gets the technique right. True to his word, Lao Bao stands straight up and begins channeling energy directly into his hands, raising them into the air as the swirling mist follows his precise movements. He thrusts his hands forward, focusing all of that gathered energy into a single point in front of him. The effort pays off as a perfect ring of swirling energy forms right before his eyes. Watching from the side, Changming is genuinely impressed by how easily Lao Bao mastered it in a single go, before turning his focus to Changyan as her turn begins. Tianyue stands right beside the girl to offer her some friendly encouragement, but the real surprise is still to come as Changming watches his sister's incredible talent unfold before him. As Changyan continues to practice, her curious mind starts questioning the basic steps of the technique. She wonders aloud if the spiritual energy absolutely has to flow in that exact direction to work. Confused by her strange question, Changming asks exactly what she means by that, but Tinyo seems to understand her perfectly and steps in, suggesting that he take care of the situation himself. Lowering his posture, Tianyu leans in closely to listen to what the young lady has to say. He asks for her thoughts, and the young girl quietly whispers her own customized formula directly into his ear. Putting her own theory to the test, she channels her energy and suddenly unleashes a powerful punch directly into the empty air. Changming is completely blown away by this, left standing frozen in place with his jaw dropped. He can barely believe his eyes since this little girl somehow managed to upgrade a complex spell on her very first try. Seeing his shocked reaction, Tinyu feels far more vindicated and vents about his frustration as a teacher, pointing out that he simply does not have the skills to handle someone so gifted. Between these two, one does not even need to understand the underlying magical formulas, casting it after hearing it once, while the other is so absurd that she immediately improves the spell on the spot. Based on the little girl's explanation, she still doesn't quite understand her own abilities, saying that since she can't sense spiritual energy, casting techniques is impossible. Yet she somehow feels that spiritual energy isn't even necessary to pull this off, even though she still hasn't figured out how to cast these divine arts without relying on any spiritual power. She tells her brother to wait, promising she will find a way because she is incredibly smart. Changming stands there completely dumbfounded. Not knowing what to say, he mumbles a casual reply, still unable to believe his sister. Meanwhile, Tianyu is much more emotional, crying tears of pure joy as he declares that the young lady is no ordinary mortal and will surely find a way. Wiping away his tears, Tianwei quickly changes the subject to lunch, declaring that they should call it a day. When he asks what they are eating, Changyin folds her arms stubbornly, replying that she hasn't thought of it yet. Suddenly, Changming gets a strange feeling that something is about to happen and his gut is usually right. Changming feels an intense, unusual heat begin to surge wildly inside his body. The warm current sent by the little Loach cleared 3 of his meridians, and next time, it might push him straight to the Great Perfection stage. On top of that, Changming acquires a mysterious technique book that will definitely come in handy. Inside is a divine art called the brain-penetrating sound, allowing direct attacks with sonic waves. It can also produce a brainwashing demonic frequency to control targets, adapted from the sonic waves a giant oyster uses to stun its prey. Thanks to the little Loach's special modifications, its power remains completely intact while its versatility is cranked up to the next level. Changming silently evaluates the manual, closing his eyes to ponder, before deciding this brain-penetrating sound technique is actually pretty solid. First, he needs to check on the little Loach, soon arriving at the Min River where the creature usually hangs out. Approaching the edge of the Min River, he stares at the water, his mind buzzing with thoughts about the Loach's true potential. He can't help but wonder just how much stronger the little guy has gotten lately. Standing near the shore, Changming calls out for the little Loach, and instantly, a bright light flashes from the creature's eyes deep below. The glowing light slices through the murky depths as the Loach leaps high out of the water, looking absolutely thrilled to see him. But seeing how insanely massive the Loach has become, Changming's face turns completely pale with shock. The giant beast happily wags its tail as it glides toward Changming, practically bursting with joy. Seeing it get overexcited, Changming grabs its tail and jokingly asks why it ate so much, spinning the creature around until its head starts to spin. He grumbles that he's raising a Loach, not a pig. After being spun around, the Loach finally shrinks back down to its normal, tiny size. Looking closely at the golden scales, Changming notes that no matter how you look at it, those flashy scales are bound to draw attention. Staring at the Loach in his hand, he feels conflicted, realizing that unless this is some rare evolutionary mutation, nobody will believe this is just a normal fish. Before he can even react, the fish slips out of his grasp and smacks him right in the face with its tail. Rubbing his smarting cheek, Changming barks out, "What is it doing? Rebelling or just going through a rebellious teenage phase?" Since he can understand the Loach, he starts translating its squeaks, which only makes the creature even more amused. So, the Loach is claiming that this stretch of the Min River has lost all of its challenge. It wants to hunt down bigger spirit beasts to devour so it can grow stronger, but the Loach gets quite feisty as he continues to translate. It basically tells him that it is all grown up now, so he needs to stop being so strict. Seeing the little guy get so worked up actually gets Changming thinking. He realizes it is true. Keeping the creature cooped up by his side would only stunt its growth. Sometimes, you just have to let go. But he still tries to put on a scary face to threaten the little rebel. He agrees to set it free for a while, but only if it keeps sending warm currents or handy items back to him. Otherwise, he threatens to demote its rank in the family. But the Loach just smirks, and Changming immediately gets the message. What? It is seriously asking if he has some massive misunderstanding about his actual status in the house? Translating its sassy reply makes Changming incredibly salty. It claims the little sister is number 1, the Loach is second, and he is dead last. Having delivered that absolute burn, the Loach swishes around and dives back into the rushing river. Left standing alone on the shore, a highly annoyed Changming yells after it, ordering the smug fish to get back here. Deciding not to waste any more breath, he lets out a heavy sigh and turns to head home. Little does Changming know, Shanqi is lurking nearby, quietly moving through the shadows. Shanqi channels his inner energy and leaps effortlessly into the tree canopy to speed up his pursuit. Shanqi is very cautious while moving. His mind is busy plotting his secret deal with the Nanman. He already paid off a centurion in the Dingbei Manor, handing over massive profits to secure a second report. Hidden in the thick branches, Shanqi spies on Changming, analyzing every move to gauge the boy's strength. His suspicions started right after the demon was killed, and a huge chunk of the demon tide was destroyed. To anyone else, the report would look perfectly real, but how could a mere trainee lieutenant possess such insane power? If true, then this kid Changming is hiding some pretty dark secrets. While heading back home, Changming instantly senses a shadow behind him, and whips around to face the threat. Shanqi drops down from the trees right in front of him, as Changming casually notes he knew he was being followed. When asked who he is, Shanqi smugly boasts about his high position as a lieutenant of the Chaotian Guard. Bursting with confidence, he mocks the kid, "You are quite clever, boy, but you are also incredibly naive. Did you really think a petty title like captain in the Chaotian Guard would make someone like me back down?" Changming asks what he wants, but Shanqi just sneers, "You will find out once I drag you in," before launching a sudden strike. A deafening wave of sound rips through the woods, forcing Changming to cover his ears as his thoughts drift to the Guanyin Now. The sonic blast definitely carries the dark power of the Guanyin Now. If I had not acquired that relic earlier, this would have been pretty painful, but things are different now. Showing absolutely zero signs of pain or discomfort, Changming just casually scratches his ear with a bored shrug. He tells him to try a different trick, completely infuriating Shanqi, who instantly shifts the blame onto him. "So it really was you all along," he rages, pointing a finger and accusing the kid of constantly getting in his way and systematically ruining every single one of his plans. Hearing these bizarre accusations, Changming is just lost, completely blank. Seeing that innocent blank stare only makes Shanqi angrier, his fist clenching as he growls at the kid to stop playing dumb. "It is useless, quite useless. You cannot hide anything from my eyes. Following you today has truly opened my eyes. Who would have guessed that a guard officer would secretly raise vicious demon beasts, and that those puppets and lethal poison vapors were all you're doing?" Hearing those words, Changming does not hold back and admits that his opponent has left him with absolutely no room for a comeback. He confesses that he did indeed pull those stunts, but quietly points out they were never actually targeted at him. "Stop flattering yourself," Changming adds, "and yes, I was also the one who killed them." Learning the harsh truth sends Shanqi into a blinding rage, his eyes drilling daggers into the calm boy. "You control their souls just to talk to me, to make a complete mockery out of me." Enough chatter. Changming decides to end it right here, coldly stating that playtime is over and he is useless now. Those cold words drive Shanqi over the edge as he screams out in pure fury, calling him an arrogant brat. Unleashing his inner energy, blinding golden beams erupt around his body as he channels a massive blast directly at the young boy. But before the attack can even land, Shanqi suddenly finds himself completely bound tight by Changming's glowing ropes. Bound tight, Shanqi can only scream out, "What is this?" On the other end, Changming pulls the binding tight, sending waves of agony through his captive until Shanqi collapses at his feet. Facing his imminent death, Shanqi desperately tries to negotiate, begging the boy to halt and interrogate him first. He tries to save his skin by boasting about his high status, claiming that as a great sect master, he knows far too many valuable secrets. He even offers up hidden treasures, but Changming just stares down at him, his mind completely made up. With absolute resolve, the boy mutters that his only fatal mistake was accusing him of raising demon beasts. Had he laid eyes on his little Loach, there would be no saving him anyway, so Changming extracts his soul to read his mind directly. Besides, living men lie, so why bother interrogating when soul-searching is far more reliable and convenient? Just as he is about to cross into the afterlife, being violently yanked back leaves Shanqi's soul completely terrified. Feeling the thick malice, Changming notes the heavy resentment lingering in the air before activating his mind-splitting soul technique. He sifts through the stolen memories in absolute silence, suddenly pausing as a very familiar sight appears: the Tongguan Gorge. Floating alongside the gorge and those scattered thoughts is a powerful, ominous weapon, a pitch-black spear. A beast roars to intimidate the mighty hero, but the master of the underground palace charges forward fearlessly, impaling the creature with his spear. So the true master of this dark palace is actually him. Changming realizes, watching the giant beast crash down onto a mountain of corpses as its slayer silently steps into the deep water and fades away. After digesting those memories, he looks thoughtful and realizes the truth. It seems the master of this underground palace was actually injured back in Tongguan Gorge. Knowing his time was short, the master had prepared his own funeral, but building this massive tomb underwater just makes absolutely no sense. Having secured the information he needed, Changming destroys Shanqi's soul without a second thought. He turns around and rolls his wrists. He begins calculating his next move. Real or fake, this Tiechang underground palace is far more mysterious than he originally anticipated. He originally thought the energy here was completely dry and planned to bring the little Loach in for a look, but now it is clear he needs to grow much stronger first. Changming grabs the map and sets off once again. He appears to be searching for something, his eyes glued to the map while silently cursing Shanqi in his mind. That guy was incredibly cheap, carrying absolutely no treasures, and even his spiritual jade was barely enough to get by. Looking at the map, Changming deduces the location of Shanqi's hideouts, unable to stop shaking his head at how stingy the man was. The greedy villain split his hundreds of years of accumulated wealth into 5 shares. One went to Juajin Mountain, while the other four were hidden in completely different locations. One portion was actually hidden away inside a highly famous money exchange shop in the Great Wu Dynasty. He even set up traps. What a devious bastard. Even if someone stumbled upon the barrier and wanted the treasure, they would likely trigger the traps and die for their greed. Suddenly, Changming realizes there is another matter to attend to, so he temporarily puts the matter of Shanqi aside. He has memorized the locations, and there will be plenty of time to retrieve those treasures later. The real problem now is the Mountain Lord's 9 subordinates outside. For now, he needs to head back to the outpost and plan ahead. Changming finally makes it back home, only to see purple-rooted ferns right in front of him. Noticing this strange sight, Changming squats down, wondering why on earth they have all withered and fallen. Is it because of this high-grade soil? Is this what the Mountain Lord called the culprit, Dishan toxic smoke? Though he considers taking the leaves, Changming realizes they are useless to him, so there must be a better way to handle them. As Changming stands there lost in thought, Tian Yue approaches, politely asking if the mister has any tasks for him. Changming hands him a small box that seems to hold something quite valuable, thanking him for his hard work over the past few days. He explains that he found some treasures while outside that are of no use to him, so he wants help selling them off. Hearing Changming's request, Tian Yue does not hesitate to help, confidently stating that it is absolutely no problem at all. Before heading off, Changming carefully warns Tian Yue about a few crucial things to keep in mind. He warns him not to touch it since it is highly toxic, proposing a 10-90 split of the profits. Thrilled with his share of the deal, Tian Yue immediately thanks the mister for his generosity, after which Changming quickly turns around and leaves. Tian Yue opens the box only to find a few simple leaves. Puzzled, he uses a spiritual tablet to contact Old Kim. He seems to want Old Kim to check out the leaf, asking him to take a look. Catching sight of the leaves through the tablet, Old Kim scratches his head and tells Mr. Bai he cannot judge it accurately, asking him to wait while he gets an expert. While Old Kim is still talking to Tian Yue, Lu Danshan suddenly barges in and interrupts their conversation. He threatens Old Kim, warning that if the old man dares to cheat him, he will smash his shop to pieces. Watching from the other end, Tian Yue instantly grows intrigued upon seeing the newcomer, recognizing him as the highly famous 3-star alchemist, Lu Danshan. The moment he sees Lu Danshan, Tian Yue quickly bows with deep respect, offering his polite greetings to the legendary senior alchemist. On his end, Lu Danshan is extremely blunt and wants to get straight to the point, telling him to skip the pleasantries because he is busy, demanding to see the item. Tian Yue holds the box a bit closer so the elder can inspect it, asking him to take a look first. The moment he spots the leaves, Lu Danshan is utterly flabbergasted. Overwhelmed with curiosity about their origin, the elder eagerly asks the young man where on earth he managed to find such a thing. Unused to seeing the prominent figure so excited, Tian Yue awkwardly explains that he simply stumbled upon them by chance. Lu Danshan issues an incredibly strict and urgent warning. He gestures wildly as he speaks, urging him to be extremely careful not to tear them, since getting poisoned is minor compared to damaging such precious medicine. This dramatic reaction makes Old Kim standing nearby highly curious about the leaves, wondering if it is really necessary to exaggerate so much. More excited by the second, Lu Danshan is prepared to spend a fortune, claiming these leaves are the ultimate poison of this world. They are a top-tier catalyst, so he demands a price, determined to have them. On the other end, Tian Yue is still dazed, silently admiring Changming's terrifying items. However, he is caught completely off guard, having no clue how to set a fair price for such rare leaves. He has absolutely no idea how much they are worth. Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes him, and he confidently begins negotiating with the eager elder. Tian Yue only wants to sell a single leaf, saving the rest for experts, so he tells him to offer a top price. Liao Danshan offers an absolutely irresistible price of 800 lingbao, claiming that no one else would ever match such a highly generous, incredible deal. Hearing that incredibly massive sum proposed by Liao Danshan, Tian Yue's eyes instantly light up with pure excitement. 800 is a fortune, and once the deal is locked, Liao Danshan quickly gives Tian Yue some strict instructions. He warns the kid to stay put for a cash-on-delivery deal because he is heading over right now. Liao Danshan immediately boards his cloud carriage to claim the prize, landing in a massive, frantic rush as if someone might snatch those precious Beijing leaves away. He shouts that he has arrived, demanding his location. Tian Yue is holding his bowl and chopsticks, totally shocked to see the old man, and asks if he really arrived so quickly. But Liao Danshan only cares about the leaves, demanding to see his precious spirit medicine immediately without wasting a single second of his time. Tian Yue calmly leads the old man inside, noting that his timing is actually quite bad because the household is right in the middle of dinner. The young lady is still cooking, which clearly annoys Liao Danshan as he brusquely pushes the curtain aside to step inside. Suddenly, Liao Danshan freezes in utter shock, wondering why a young lady of her status is cooking a simple family dinner. He spots his acquaintance Lao Bao, asking what on earth he is doing there. While little Changyin focuses on her cooking and innocently asks who this strange old man actually is, Liao Danshan instantly turns to Lao Bao, questioning if the talented young girl is his disciple. Hearing his friend's question, Lao Bao scoffs with a highly displeased look on his face. He snaps back at the absurd idea, claiming his own skills are absolutely nothing compared to the incredible culinary talents of the young lady. Standing right beside Lao Bao is young Changyin, who happily brings over a steaming hot pot, announcing that dinner is finally ready. At the mention of delicious food, Tian Yue rushes over at absolute lightning speed with his empty bowl, while Changming calmly parts the curtain to join them at the dinner table. Little Changyin happily calls out to welcome her brother the moment she sees him step into the room. Meanwhile, Lao Bao and Tian Yue are hilariously fighting over the dinner, shoving each other repeatedly just to grab the absolute best spot at the table. Changming just sighs at the familiar sight, knowing these two freeloaders have shown up for another free meal. Liao Denshin watches this chaotic scene in utter disbelief, mockingly pointing out that the two men look exactly like starving beggars waiting for a handout. He wonders if a simple dinner really deserves such extreme behavior. And here is where it gets absolutely wild. A mind-blowing aroma suddenly hits his nose. And when he approaches the table, he realizes this food is actual Dan Hao. Changming is completely clueless about what the old man is talking about, and before the boy can even ask what it is, an enraged Liao Danshan grabs Lao Bao by his collar, demanding to know why he kept this Dan Hao feast a secret. He accuses his friend of trying to keep the food for himself, while Changming remains highly curious, asking the old master what makes this dish so special. Liao Danshan suddenly gets extremely worked up. He lunges at Changming and playfully hits him, asking how he could possibly be so ignorant about such a legendary thing. Only food cooked to produce the miraculous effects of a spirit pill can be called danhao. Standard medicinal dishes eaten by regular mortals are absolutely nothing compared to this divine cooking. Changming is completely baffled by this bizarre old man's sudden intense reaction, while Liao Danshan continues his passionate rant with his eyes locked entirely on little Changyin. Those capable of cooking danhao usually have zero cultivation, yet they possess an absolute genius talent for alchemy, being literally born with this natural gift. Mastering the profound laws of medicine means she is destined for greatness, and her ability to cook danhao at such a young age proves she is a natural-born alchemy prodigy. Sensing danger from the old man's intense gaze, Changming quickly steps forward to shield his sister, calling him a creepy old man, telling him to get lost immediately and to stay away from his precious little sister. Tian Yue quickly whispers a warning in Changming's ear, explaining that the old man is a prestigious alchemist with high status in Dingba, so it is best to avoid any direct conflict. But surprisingly, Liao Danshan proves to be extremely cooperative, immediately backing far away and agreeing to step out of the room. This sudden obedience catches Changming completely off guard, making him feel a bit awkward about how surprisingly compliant the old man is. The old man then tries to flatter Changming, asking if he is satisfied now and if they could please allow him to speak with his sister. Still feeling highly suspicious, Changming demands to know exactly what his true motives are, telling him to stay outside until he explains his ultimate goal. Full of confidence, Liu Danshan introduces himself, claiming to be a famous alchemist from the Dingba mansion. He then begins to explain his true desires, while Changyin remains completely oblivious, happily stuffing her face with food. Your sister is a natural genius in alchemy, he says, wishing to take her as his disciple and teach her everything. He promises to turn her into the brightest star of the great Wu dynasty, while Tian Yu just keeps on eating. Inside his mind, Tian Yu quietly reflects on the incredible medicinal pills that Changyin made. No wonder his cultivation has been rapidly improving lately at the outpost. It was clearly all thanks to her amazing pills. Meanwhile, Old Bao's eyes light up as if he has just discovered some brand new ultimate truth. So these are actual medicinal pills. No wonder he could never match the young lady's cooking, let alone gain enlightenment from it. While the adults waste time chatting without eating a bite, Changyan finishes her meal completely. She thinks these fools are eating too slowly because they talk too much instead of focusing on their food. Seeing that Changming is still hesitant, Tian Yue tries hard to persuade him, admitting he lacks the skills to teach the young lady. Since her talent is unmatched, she should not waste it and ought to learn alchemy. Changming acknowledges his friend's points but still feels a deep sense of worry. He agrees that Tian Yue has a point and can let his sister learn under him, but notes that they have never once been apart before. Hearing this, Liu Danshan eagerly offers a very accommodating solution for the siblings. He simply offers to move in, needing nothing more than a spare room. Changming studies the old man carefully, judging him to be quite sincere. Plus, he is a trusted acquaintance of Tian Yu, which certainly helps build some trust. Letting him teach Changyan a little bit would not hurt, so he decides to agree to the arrangement. Once Changming finally agrees, Liu Danshan literally jumps for joy, thanking him profusely for placing trust in him. Tian Yu then remembers their main business, presenting a box containing several leaves and steering the conversation right back on track. Offering the poison leaf 100 treasure spirit jade, he requests a direct, immediate exchange. Surprisingly, Lu Danshan waves his hand to refuse the leaf, but still hands over a sack of money, telling him to take it. Compared to taking in his beloved disciple today, this poison is not even worth mentioning. Curious, Changming asks Tianyu how much those leaves in the box can fetch. Tianyu replies with a brief answer, but he makes a sour face as if he feels cheated, stating it is only 800 spirit jade. He wonders if they got ripped off, but hearing this massive sum, Changming is absolutely shocked, unable to believe those leaves are worth that much. Since his time in Juhu village, even after putting his life on the line to rob targets, he has never gathered this much spirit jade. Tianyu quickly misreads Changming's shocked expression and panics, assuming his master must be furious and bleeding internally because they sold it for way too cheap. Lu Danshan watches the two of them whispering from a distance, silently thinking that after traveling the world for several decades, he easily ranks in the top 10 alchemists of Zhujiang County on a modest day, and definitely top 3 realistically. Tomorrow's first lesson is crucial, so he must make Sun Changming truly feel the profound depth of alchemy. Lu Danshan chuckles and tries to look dignified while formulating his next grand plans. He must build a majestic, all-knowing image in her young heart. The next morning arrives with pleasant weather and beautiful, fluffy clouds. At Changming's house, Lu Danshan laughs non-stop, but his creepy cackling only makes Changyan turn pale with absolute disgust. Unable to take it anymore, the young girl screams for her brother's help, yelling out for him. She warns him there is a creep in their house. After laughing, Lu Danshan cups his hands to start teaching, telling little Changyan that talent is key in alchemy. Changming simply ignores the drama altogether, heading outside while telling her to just learn from Master Lu and not cause any trouble. Leaving the house behind, Changming walks straight ahead without looking back even once. Marching forward with a heroic stride, his eyes are filled with pure determination. It is finally time to deal with the Mountain Lord's underlings, just in case they plot something dangerous that cannot be easily overlooked. Out in a desolate mountain wasteland with only a few sparse trees, 2 shivering soldiers are found huddled deep inside a cold stone cave, freezing to death. One soldier steps outside the cave entrance, rubbing his shivering arms in the bitter cold. He wonders why the Mountain Lord has not returned yet. Suddenly, Tianyu calls out in a rush, asking the master to wait because he forgot to mention something. Changming turns around to look at Tianyu, asking him what is going on. Tianyu holds out 2 scrolls and informs Changming about the news, calling him master and asking him to look at the documents their superiors just sent over. Changming quickly unrolls the paper and spots the critical information that the imperial court is about to establish a new department, the Zhenbao Bureau. Meanwhile, Tianyu strokes his chin in deep thought as he carefully explains the details of this official document to Changming. This decree is jointly signed by Lu Guangshao, one of the grand scholars of the court, and Lu Ji, the southern prison commander of the Chaosian Bureau. It demands that the Chaosian Bureau of Zhujiang Prefecture and the governor's office cooperate to recruit capable people to establish this new Zhenbao Bureau. Hearing this, Changming looks thoroughly confused and questions what this new Zhenbao Bureau is actually meant to be. Unless they want to replace their own Chaosian Bureau, Grand Scholar Lu Guangshao must hold an incredibly massive amount of power. Tianyu has nothing to add but agreement, telling Changming that his master always sees right through the true state of everything in this chaotic world. Calling it a court run by corrupt officials while the commoners suffer is definitely not an understatement. With county offices scattered everywhere below and their own Chaosian Bureau operating above, the entire system has become incredibly bloated, hard to manage, and constantly drains imperial funds. As the nation descends into chaos, demonic beasts are spawning everywhere. Pointing a finger upward, Tianyu passionately continues his explanation, stating that this is precisely why Grand Scholar Lu came up with this plan. His goal is to establish a completely fresh department with the primary mission of hunting down and destroying all ghosts and demons. Over the past few years, the number of innocent lives lost unjustly has skyrocketed, leading to endless unsolved mysteries, while dark cults thrive everywhere and must be stopped. Hearing this, Changming suddenly scoffs with a deeply sarcastic smirk. He mocks the virtue of the Great Wu dynasty, saying their true nature is obvious from Juhu village, as Tianyu adds more details about the Grand Scholar. With a highly anxious expression on his face, Tianyu notes that Grand Scholar Lu is building this division purely based on ability rather than background. Rumor has it that within a month they have recruited numerous powerful masters and successfully established the core foundation of this new bureau. They rely on exorcists, demon hunters, and rogue cultivators from all over to serve as the main force, prompting a deeply concerned Changming to step forward and ask what this upright official expects them to do. What kind of cooperation is he actually demanding by sending this decree to their Chaosian Bureau? This proves to be a highly difficult question, leaving Tianyu completely unsure of how to answer his master. Well, while the two are discussing this, a loud shout suddenly echoes from the distance, demanding to know where Captain Bai Tianyu and Lieutenant Sun Changming of the Beilegang outpost are. Chief Constable Ni Yunjin of the Zhenbao Bureau has arrived, prompting a highly surprised Changming to turn around, realizing they have come straight to his door. Changming warns Tianyu to act like the boss so they do not raise any suspicion in front of the guest. He tells him to keep his guard up and not show any weaknesses, and a compliant Tianyu immediately nods and agrees to do just that. The scene suddenly shifts to the dark of night as Ni Yunjin arrives on horseback. Spotting him, Tianyu quickly bows deeply in respect, welcoming the esteemed Lord Ni. Without wasting a single second, Ni Yunjin gets straight to the point and asks if they have already read Grand Scholar Lu's official decree as they stand respectfully. Tianyu speaks up on Changming's behalf, saying they were just preparing to head into the county to welcome him and did not expect him to arrive so soon. Appearing highly impatient, Ni Yunjin quickly pulls on the reins and prepares to dismount his horse. Urgent as ever, he explains the dire situation, stating that demonic rebellions and chaos are erupting uncontrollably all over the place. Local offices simply lack the power to handle this, which is why they desperately need to fully establish the Zhenbao Bureau immediately. The chief constable is truly dedicated to the public good. Having dismounted, Ni Yunjin approaches the two officers and pleadingly admits that he has come all this way specifically to ask for the captain's vital assistance. Tianyu remains extremely polite, replying that with the official decrees from Grand Scholar Lu and Commander Lu, there is no need for such formality. Their entire Chaosian Bureau will naturally do everything within their power to assist, prompting Ni Yunjin to smile and thank Captain Bai before making a rather surprising request. During his visit to Huangshi County, he wants to borrow someone from this very Beilegang outpost. Naturally curious about who this could possibly be, Tianyu keeps his question extremely brief and asks who. Ni Yunjin points his finger directly at Changming and calls out his full name, Lieutenant Sun Changming. Hearing his own name, Changming furrows his brows in pure disbelief, wondering why they would choose him. Upon hearing this, Tianyu instantly waves his hand in complete refusal, arguing that this is absolutely out of the question since Lieutenant Sun is his right-hand man and their outpost already lacks capable fighters. If they take his lieutenant away, how is the Beilegang outpost supposed to function without him? With a highly troubled look, he continues to explain their difficult situation to the chief constable. These Min River estuaries are completely dependent on Banner Chief Sun's presence. Don't tell me your suppression bureau is totally clueless about the massive incident at Tongguan Gorge. You could have asked for anyone else. Even if I could make the call for him, would I even dare to? Jia Yun easily senses Tianyu's dilemma and quickly steps in with another option, telling the commander not to get angry with Chief Sunday. It is completely understandable that you wouldn't want to let go of such an incredible talent. Lord Lu and Lord Lu actually discussed this before. If he really cannot leave the Chaosian division, he can hold dual roles in both agencies. Changming is not quite sure he heard that right, so he has to double-check the details. You mean holding positions in both the Chaosian division and the Suppression Bureau? Jia Yun then pulls Changming close with an arm over his shoulder. Exactly, Chief Sun, so how about we go have a quick private chat? Finding a quiet spot, Changming breaks the ice first and invites Head Constable Nai to speak. Jia Yun lays out the tough reality of their situation. The Suppression Bureau was just established, meaning almost all of their new recruits are complete rookies. They have zero experience solving cases, which is why Lord Lu handpicked 104 elite talents from the Chaosian division to back them up. It is all about veterans guiding the rookies, and Chief Sun is one of those chosen elites. Lord Lu has incredibly high hopes for them. Recalling his past achievements, Changming cannot help but feel a massive wave of confidence. Elite talent? It seems Yu Nianning's official report on that Fenshu case must have spoken way too highly of him. But whether he actually joins depends entirely on how much sincerity the Suppression Bureau is willing to bring. With a polite clasp of his hands, Changming steps in closer to ask a rather delicate question. How is the pay? After all, he still has to make enough money to feed his little sister and little Loach. Jia Yun instantly feels awkward, avoiding direct eye contact as he mumbles out a vague response. Well, since they are a brand new agency, the budget is, but Changming is already turning on his heel to leave. It is clearly a bad fit. Changming bids him farewell, but Jia Yun quickly reaches out to block his path. Hold on! Jia Yun is desperate to keep him, quickly pitching some of the extreme cases they are handling. Just hear him out. Their first major case involves a murderous demon wreaking havoc in Hukou County. That entire territory belongs to Prince Fu, meaning their real mission is to investigate the prince himself. Stroking his chin, Jia Yun explains that the higher-ups strongly suspect a connection between the demon and Prince Fu, and if they find solid proof, Lord Lu wants them to completely seize the prince's massive estate. The best part is that the higher-ups will not be taking a single cut of the confiscated wealth. Wait, Changming perks up. If the boss is not taking a single dime of the loot, then isn't that a massive windfall? Jia gives a knowing nod, still rubbing his chin as he ponders the case. It is basically their way of giving them some serious motivation, which instantly grabs Changming's interest. Oh, absolutely. Suddenly, Changming is burning with passion and demands all the details right now. Jia spills what he can. The Chaosian division had actually sent investigators after Prince Fu a long time ago. But whether it was them, the Ministry of Justice, or the Imperial censors, every single lead was mysteriously cut short. Worse, every single investigator who set foot in the prince's territory ended up dead. Jia folds his arms in frustration, noting how the Emperor has lost faith in all the other departments. Now, the Emperor is relying entirely on the Suppression Bureau to see if they can crack this incredibly tough nut. Changming waves off his worries, shaking his head. Prince Fu's territory in Hushu has always been the wealthiest, and the prince is a legendary collector of rare treasures. To keep Changming focused on the actual case, Jia quickly clarifies, no, he's not asking about the case. He wants to talk about how rich the prince is. Changming rubs his chin thoughtfully, digesting this massive piece of information. With a target that filthy rich, it is no wonder the court wants his entire estate seized. This mission is incredibly dangerous, but his and Little Loach's cultivation progress has been stalling lately. This case will offer plenty of opportunities to secure rare cultivation resources, so he absolutely cannot pass it up. After a brief silence, Changming changes his mind, clapping Jia on the shoulder to accept the offer. Head Constable Ni, I will join your bureau. Jia is absolutely thrilled, hardly believing his ears that Changming actually accepted. Are you serious? But before Jia can celebrate, Changming drops a major condition. Changming has just one condition: he wants to keep his identity a secret, and after hearing this, Jia smiles and nods in agreement. That is easy enough to handle, as he will just report it to Lord Lu so that his name is completely left out of the final case files. Since the newly built Suppression Division is starting completely from scratch, this is actually a pretty massive opportunity for all of them. Next, Jia hands Changming a command medallion, noting that as the new chief, he can recruit 30 deputies to serve directly under him. Holding the green medallion in his hands, Changming completely understands his task, but even after that, Jia is still staying at his residence with his horse outside. Before leaving, Jia places both hands firmly on Changming's shoulders. He carefully reminds him, so, Chief, we have a deal then. Seeing that Head Constable Nai is still a bit anxious, Changming reassures him not to worry, promising he will head to the division very soon. Soon after, Jia and his horse fade from the sight of Tianyu and Changming, with Tianyu teasingly noting how incredibly happy he seems. Since he got exactly what he wanted, Changming firmly confirms that he agrees to it, his sharp and determined eyes proving he has completely made up his mind. Yes, as it does not really interfere with his plans anyway. Head Constable Nai already agreed to let him hold both positions at once, and when he is finally left completely alone, Changming quietly closes his eyes to think. Joining the Suppression Division means the difficulty of his future missions will definitely skyrocket. Right now, the absolute most critical thing is raising his own cultivation level and helping the Little Loach grow by feeding it level 4 demon beasts. But those level 4 beasts are incredibly savage. Their combat power completely overwhelms human cultivators of the 4th realm, making this no easy task. Meanwhile, inside a stone cave, an anxious soldier remarks that they cannot wait any longer and fears that something terrible has happened to the Mountain Lord. Shanxi's subordinates are extremely worried, gathering together to urgently discuss what their next move should be. If even their strong Mountain Lord vanished without a trace, what could they possibly achieve by going, and yet, how can they just ignore his past kindness? Fortunately, Bai Wu remains relatively calm, instructing his companions to carefully search the surrounding area first. If they find anything, they must instantly communicate through a jade talisman and move out. At that very moment, Changming is down at the Min River, using his magical gourd to seal the Little Loach, which instantly begins making strange noises from inside. Changming has to translate the creature's weird language. He questions the fish, what, is there really a level 3 demon beast hiding in a deep cave among the jagged rocks just north of them? A level 3 beast is useless to the Loach right now, so they should just quickly bypass it. But is there actually a stronger one ahead? And does it know the exact location? The Loach simply stops babbling and gives a mischievous grin. At this rate, the weird feeling from the Loach is starting to make Changming quite anxious. Since it only has a gut feeling, he decides to trust it anyway, heading straight in the direction the Loach points him toward. But as he walks, a sudden shift in the air makes him pause. What is this bizarre sensation? Stopping to analyze the strange situation, Changming notices a searing heat in the wind that is quietly draining his true chi, which is honestly quite irritating. Something powerful has clearly warped the surrounding environment, making the air heavy enough to make anyone feel pretty frustrated. As if catching sight of something truly terrifying, he can only stare in absolute shock at what lies ahead. It is a giant boulder, and the moment he recognizes it, He gasps out in disbelief. This is a celestial meteorite. Thrilled by the discovery, he eagerly steps closer, while the little Loach giggles inside the gourd, knowing it has found a truly great treasure. But as he approaches the massive stone, he suddenly loses his footing and slips. Fortunately, he is quick to react, managing to brace himself as he tumbles down the steep cliff. Landing safely, he notices the boulder has shifted from its spot, with the surrounding ground crumbling more and more by the second. Confused, he mutters to himself about what is happening, only to witness a nearby mountain suddenly split clean in half. And there, rising from the rubble, is a terrifyingly massive creature that turns his face completely pale with dread. Studying the overwhelming aura of the monster, he instantly realizes this is indeed a fearsome level 4 demon beast. The beast stamps down its massive leg to crush him, but he barely manages to dodge the direct strike. Damn it, this level 4 beast is on a whole different level compared to a level 3. If that hit had landed, he would have been completely obliterated. In the heat of the life and death struggle, the Loach starts chattering again, prompting Changming to quickly translate its words. Wait, did that little fish just call him useless for not being able to beat a level 4 beast? The incredibly clever Loach immediately strikes a deal, promising that if its big brother protects it, it will gladly point out the monster's fatal weakness to save his life. He has no choice but to release Loach so it can make a plan for him. Then, Changming throws Loach right in front of the beast, calling out in a challenging tone, "Aren't you supposed to be tough? Then go ahead and fight." Seeing the massive opponent right in front of it, Loach flinches in surprise. It then manages to dodge many of the beast's attacks, but cannot deal any damage to the monster at all. Loach can only run for dear life as the demon beast unleashes a flurry of ultra-fast attacks. At this point, Changming cannot just stand by. He channels his energy to prepare an attack. Does he really have to step in himself? In the blink of an eye, a massive glowing sword materializes right in Changming's hand. Without any hesitation, Changming hurls the glowing greatsword directly at the beast. The sword flies right past the beast's shell without leaving a single scratch, forcing Changming to mutter in shock. It is incredibly tough. If he lets little Loach eat it, maybe it can spit out some treasure. Without delay, Changming channels his energy to launch himself up into the air. Changming whips out a flurry of binding ropes, trying to restrain the monster. Looks like he really has to get serious now. Although the beast is completely wrapped in Changming's binding ropes, its two massive arms are still free. Taking advantage of this, the creature claws at Changming's glowing binding lines. The beast plays with his ropes, making it incredibly hard for Changming to maintain control. Even so, he refuses to give up and decides to try once more. Cornered in a tough spot, Changming grits his teeth in frustration. Damn it, this beast is just too powerful. The deity binding rope is completely draining his spiritual energy, and it cannot hold the monster for long. He must finish this quickly. Straining to keep the monster bound, Changming can barely believe his eyes. Not even the flying sword could pierce its defense. Knowing he is reaching his limit, he looks over at Loach. If you know its weak spot, strike now, because your big brother cannot hold on much longer. Understanding Changming's thoughts, the little Loach leaps as high as it possibly can. A barrage of fireballs erupts from Loach's mouth. These flames, its trusted weapon, slam directly into the monster's tough hide, inflicting immense pain. Finally, the fireballs detonate all at once, severely wounding the massive beast. As his binding ropes dissipate, Changming steps aside and raises his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Just as he thought, with his current cultivation tier, killing a level 4 beast takes quite a toll. Driven by curiosity, Loach floats back over to the fallen beast to inspect it closely. Sensing a delicious treat, it gets so excited that its whiskers twist into heart shapes. Loach stares greedily at the creature's hide, drooling with anticipation. From behind, a furious blue aura erupts from Changming. Get back here and protect me while I recover. With Loach on guard duty, he sits down and enters deep meditation. Some spiritual pills right now would be perfect to replenish his energy. Unfortunately, he already fed most of his pills to little Loach. It looks like he will have to rely on his alchemy talent from now on. A while later, the ever-loyal Loach rests its face close to Changming's leg, waiting patiently. Seeing this, his heart softens a bit. All right, go ahead. With that, the two make their way back toward the motionless beast. Changming extends his hand to inspect the stone, flinching as he feels the heat. It is burning hot. The intense waves radiating from it catch him off guard. What kind of properties does this meteorite have to warrant protection from a level 4 demon beast? Stroking his chin in deep thought, Changming cannot hide his concern. Suddenly, a strange sound behind him catches his attention. What is it? You cannot eat this. I need to keep it so I can study its properties and find out what it does. Despite Changming's warnings, Loach continues to whine and plead. But what it reveals next completely catches him off guard. Wait, what? Are you saying that eating this meteorite will trigger your evolution? Suppressing his shock, Changming thinks back. There were indeed signs of potential evolution in little Loach before. Could this meteorite be the key to unlocking it? Such a coincidence. He looks at the stone and whispers to Loach, "But how can you even swallow this with its temperature being so high?" Right after his words, the little Loach leaps high into the air, aiming straight for the glowing meteorite and greedily devouring its prize. Watching from below, Changming calls out in concern, "Are you all right? Just be careful." In moments, it easily swallows the entire massive stone, growing even larger. But because of the weight, it loses its balance and tumbles to the ground. Sensing something is off, Changming quickly recalls Loach, deciding to let it rest and digest the massive energy for a while. Tonight has been a pretty successful harvest, and now he just has to wait and see how little Loach evolves. Later that night, under a dark, starlit sky, Nyanian cautiously makes her way down the quiet village road. So this is Juhu village? Bowing her head in deep thought, she hopes her modified warding treasures will be enough to shield her from the icy poison lingering in the air. Guided by a sixth sense, Nyanian suddenly turns her head to look back. After investigating the situation over there, she launches herself forward and flies away at top speed. Nyanian lands on her feet, hiding behind a large tree trunk. A few wooden puppets chat, wondering if the lingji and ginseng they dug up can be sold at the ghost market. However, they look quite worried because the place is packed with ghost cultivators and regular cultivators. If ordinary mortals like us run into malicious people and get robbed, our weak strength leaves us with no choice but to accept it. They are only afraid of being captured and refined into medicinal pills. To ease the tension, one wooden puppet reassures the others to not worry because the market has rules, powerful lords, and patrols to maintain order, meaning such things will not happen. The lords of the ghost domain all possess strength above the fifth realm, and a newly arrived judge is rumored to be extremely fair and just. Feeling much better now, they continue down the road, completely unaware that she has overheard every single word of their conversation. Above the fifth realm, a ghost market, and a judge? She originally came here only for the manga shoe, but she definitely did not expect to find such a massive surprise. That night, the bright moon hung high in the mystical sky as Changming walked alone down a deserted road, staring at the little Loach and realizing its evolution would take some time. His eyes at this very moment are filled with deep contemplation. Although unleashing the immortal binding rope and five-toothed flying swords in the previous battle was incredibly satisfying, he felt completely drained after that one final strike. It seems he must absolutely prepare some spiritual pills to help cope with future emergencies. Gently stroking his chin, Changming falls into deep thought, knowing that refining pills requires both a cauldron and spiritual herbs. Huangshi County is simply too small to find high-grade treasures like cauldrons, leaving him wondering where else he could possibly go. After searching through his memories for a while, he finally finds a solution. Yes, he has it. Leaving his peaceful village behind, Changming travels to a gloomy and eerie area, raising a hand to shade his eyes while scanning the surroundings. Seeing that things look quite promising, Changming wastes no time and raises his glowing, spirit-infused hand to summon Vidianto immediately. With a cold expression, Vidianto finds his strength has advanced a bit further after transforming into a ghost entity. He suggests they head to the ghost market together to buy some spirit jade and search for some decent low-grade magical weapons. In a deep voice, the servant accepts his command immediately. "Yes, master." A short while later, loud commotions echo near the city gates as Changming, now taking control of Vidianto's body, stares at the chaotic crowd. "No way. You are forbidden to enter, but based on what? I absolutely must go inside." Naturally curious, Changming steps in to ask about the situation, what is going on here. A bystander nearby explains that another living person wants to enter a living person. Not too far away, Nyanian is alone, heatedly arguing over the rules with two guards. The bystanders wonder where this cultivator came from, acting all-powerful while refusing to obey the strict rules of the ghost domain. Watching her, Changming notes that she is indeed a living person carrying a treasure to block Yin energy, making it impossible to read her cultivation. Annoyed, Nyanian demands to know if this place is open for business. Why are they not letting her in? So what if she is a living person? She does not look down on them as ghosts, yet they dare shun her. She continues to complain, asking if this ghost market genuinely has rules that forbid living people from doing business here. Her words leave the guards extremely confused, prompting them to say they have plenty of rules regarding living people. One mentions forbidding the consumption of living flesh, while the other scratches his head, realizing there is actually no rule banning living people from entering to trade. In the end, the guards make an exception and invite Nyanian inside, then please enter. Watching from afar while concealed in Vidianto's form, Changming silently notes that this woman is indeed quite arrogant. A moment later, he is cleared to enter as well. Striding down the street within Vidianto's massive imposing body, Changming constantly grumbles that such a vast ghost market somehow lacks the exact things he is searching for. Although he bought some spirit herbs, the crucial cauldron is still nowhere to be found, or perhaps he simply cannot find the right seller. Not far ahead, Nyanian's sudden appearance startles him, causing him to recognize her as that arrogant human cultivator. Following her from a safe distance, he sees Nian turn down a quiet alley where a stall is set up, displaying various rare and expensive herbs. Squatting down, she bluntly asks for the price, leaving the wooden merchant confused as to which specific item she wants. Annoyed by this specific question, Nian tells him that she wants everything because she is too lazy to pick, demanding a total price instead. Her attitude startles the wooden merchant, who quickly praises her generosity and offers to sell everything for 8 spirit jades instead of the original 10. Hearing the cheap price, Nian smiles smugly, thrilled by the bargain. Having tailed her closely, Changming steps forward with a smirk, calling them the most foolish sellers he has ever met. He points out that while other ghosts desperately try to overcharge buyers, these merchants are offering a price far below their actual worth. She lost a massive bargain because of his sudden interruption, turning pale with rage as she demanded to know what he just said. Jiang Ming just smiled, waved, and walked away, jokingly asking if she wanted to devour him before making his quick exit. Before he could go far, a wooden puppet blocked his path, bowing respectfully and calling out for the fellow cultivator to wait. The puppet honestly did not understand market prices, begging Jiang Ming for guidance and promising a very handsome reward in return. Feeling a bit of pity, Jiang Ming told him that his goods were worth at least 15 spirit jades in today's market. This made Nian snap, screaming if he would buy at that price. Ignoring her, he stated that as a ghost deity, he could not use them. Refusing to back down, Nian demanded to know if he was just playing with the seller, which made Jiang Ming freeze in his tracks. Trembling with frustration, he realized without him they might never sell anything. Cutting the talk, he handed over 15 spirit jades for the batch, confident his golden eyes could never misidentify their worth. Even if he could not use them, reselling would still bring profit, leaving the wooden puppet deeply grateful. The puppet thanked him profusely, while a displeased Nian wondered if this guy had a death wish as Jiang Ming headed into the forest. Not bad. He scored plenty of rare herbs to refine the barrier-breaking pill tonight, completing his preparations with some incredibly scarce treasures. Sensing something with sharp instincts, he glanced back at a figure behind a tree, wondering if she held such a grudge. Knowing it was Nian, Jiang Ming warned her to stop following him, as humans and ghosts could never be together anyway. He proudly boasted of his own handsome charm, shining like a pearl in this dark place, teasing that a girl like her could never catch his eye. Insulted, Nian threw her weapon, calling him an arrogant pervert. She declared she would suppress him right there, launching a jar high into the air that aimed directly at Wei Diansu below. A green light enveloped the body, instantly freezing Jiang Ming in place since he was currently possessing Wei Diansu. Locked inside the corpse, he stood completely paralyzed on the spot. Escaping was impossible, his spiritual form burning as if pierced by countless white-hot steel wires. She possessed a treasure made specifically to counter spirits, proudly stepping forward to boast about daring to enter the ghost realm. Her arrogant attitude actually amused Jiang Ming. Smiling through his possessed host, he decided to give her a little demonstration of his true power. Forcing his host's eyes wide open until the veins showed, Jiang Ming unleashed a dark, piercing beam of light straight ahead, aiming directly at Nian's specialized ghost-capturing jar. A cold sweat broke out as a massive crack split her precious magic weapon in just a matter of seconds. Clutching her weapon, she trembled, utterly terrified by this unknown power. This fourth-tier anti-spirit weapon was easily shattered, forcing her to realize he must be hiding his true cultivation level. Wanting to keep things peaceful, Jiang Ming smiled and noted there was no need to start killing over nothing. He felt smug, having used the spirit slip to store 3 strands of underworld power inside Wei Diansu's spiritual body. Since she failed to recognize the single strand of underworld energy he just used, her rank was definitely below the Ghost King's, making her angry outburst about him ruining her plans completely harmless. Ignoring her anger, Jiang Ming's mind began to spin, realizing that her unique anti-spirit treasure could actually be very useful to him in the future. Smiling, he offered her a massive business proposal since she clearly had talent when it came to capturing spirits. Dismissing him as a daydreamer, she immediately retreated, knowing this formidable opponent was not someone to mess with. She desperately needed to find a place to repair her damaged magical weapon. Calling after her, Jiang Ming urged her not to walk away so he could spare her future regret. Suddenly, Nian lunged forward and tightly grabbed the neck of the physical vessel Jiang Ming was currently borrowing. This second-tier spiritual body was honestly proving to be far too weak. Realizing she stood no chance, Nian backed off, telling him to stay away. Massaging his throat, Jiang Ming complained about her violent temper, which only provoked Nian to snap even harder, asking if he truly thought she would not dare kill him. She lunges a second time, but luckily, Changming speaks up fast, explaining that he actually has a massive business opportunity involving demons, and her skills are the perfect match. He is talking about Fu Wang's hidden treasure. Is this deal really that big? Hearing the location, Nian instantly freezes in her tracks and questions him Fu Wang. With sharp, focused eyes, He gets straight to the point. Fu Wang is planning a rebellion, raising vicious demons to guard a massive pile of rebel treasure. Changming hides his tension, despite feeling pretty anxious inside. First, he must trick her. After thinking for a few seconds, she admits the deal is way too big for her to handle. To win Nianian over, he lays out a crystal-clear plan. It will not just be the two of them, as another powerhouse is involved. Plus, they will not actually provoke Fu Wang directly. All they need to do is find the stash and eliminate those guarding demons to claim the wealth. Standing nearby, Nianian lets out a cold sneer. He has no proof, so why should she believe him? How does she know he is not just lying? Still, Changming promises to gather his team first and then contact her. He will share the concrete details then, letting her make the final call on whether she wants to join. Nianian wavers. After a quiet moment, she finally nods her head and agrees, offering him a spirit talisman for contact while warning that if he tricks her, he will deeply regret it. With the deal struck, Nianian departs, leaving Changming behind as he bids the little lady a safe journey. After walking a few paces, she quietly glances back at his figure. Realizing Changming has also departed, Nianian's expression instantly shifts as a highly scheming smile creeps onto her face. If that old pervert is telling the truth about Fu Wang's massive treasure, she might actually consider working with him. But if he is secretly plotting something else, she will immediately report him to Fu Wang. Keeping her options open, she calculates her next moves. Besides, that demon domain from earlier was pretty unusual, and she definitely needs a plan to claim it for herself. Changming holds a stuffed pouch of loot in his hand. The harvest is not bad, but pretending to be human is seriously exhausting. Suddenly, he freezes as he remembers Nianian. He initially wanted to recruit that old lady into the Suppression Bureau, but since her identity is way too suspicious, he cannot risk exposing his own secret background either. In this brutal world of cultivators, making a deal smoothly requires keeping some cards hidden while staying completely on guard. He pulls out the spirit talisman she gave him. Just like this contact talisman, which is obviously designed to monitor his moves. Nianian's parting voice echoes in his mind, telling him to keep the talisman so she can contact him later. Holding the talisman tightly, he realizes that if he destroys it now, he cannot put away his puppet rabbit. Doing so would sever the connection with that hatted girl, which might actually expose the fact that his rabbit is just a puppet. After a brief sigh, Changming puts the matter aside, deciding to just wait and see before heading back home. He has no idea that high up in the trees, someone is watching his moves. It is Nianian, who realizes he is just a brat from the Chaosian Bureau. The Chaosian Bureau claims that Fu Wang is raising demons to rebel, but are they really any better than him? The next morning at the mountain cottage, a loud rooster crow wakes Changming from his deep sleep, and he stretches awake. Man, he is absolutely exhausted lately. Still groggy, he climbs out of bed and parts the curtain to step outside. He finds Lu Danshan and Chang'an sitting there. Chang'an asks if her brother is awake, while the old master happily strokes his beard, saying it is perfect. The pills they are making keep improving, and he praises his sister as a rare genius among 10,000. Recalling something, Changming smiles and asks if alchemists have plenty of pill recipes. When Lu Danshan nods in confusion, Changming eyes him eagerly and starts pushing for a deal. He points out that since he let him take his sister as an apprentice, he should get a free recipe in return. Back at his outpost cabin, Changming stares into the new alchemy furnace, thinking that old Liu was incredibly generous. Inspecting the interior, he figures that 1,800 spirit jades for a furnace capable of refining rank 3 pills is a pretty good deal. Time for practice. With the recipe for the barrier-breaking pill in hand, getting the hang of it is incredibly easy. He tosses in the herbs, carefully controls the flames, and after a few hours, he ends up with 6 successful pills. Staring at them, Changming grins and tells himself that alchemy is actually pretty simple. The only downside is that 6 pills are still far too few. While starting his second batch, he fans the flames and slowly begins to doze off. Suddenly snapping awake, Changming declares that it is finished. He pulls the fresh pills out to count them, and with the previous 6, he now has 18. This should easily be enough to get him through the near future. With his upcoming battles now much more secure, Changming lets out a relaxed sigh. He realizes that since his safety is guaranteed, it is finally time for him to start planning for Fu Wang's case. Suddenly, he stops to think and tells himself, what if I forge a command letter to the Juying of Zhuojian Mountain and have them directly investigate Prince Fu to act as his cannon fodder? No, if they find out the Mountain Lord is dead, they might refuse. Then Changming gasps, wait, he has a better plan. Later, Changming calls Bai Tianyu over and orders him to deliver a secret letter to Gi Yao, telling him to transfer Zhang Yuban, a centurion in the Dingba prefecture office, right here. The subordinate bows, understood. Stroking his chin, he mutters to himself, next up are those fools from Zhuojian Mountain time to have some real fun with them. That night, deep in the woods, Changming steps out disguised as the Golden Mask Killer. 3 young men from Zhuojian Mountains stealthily track him, Behind the bushes, Changming calls out, hiding like cowards. What a bunch of lowlifes. He hurls his sword straight at the shrubbery. The blade slices off a lock of hair from one of them, leaving him absolutely terrified. The accomplice beside him is equally stunned. Changming recalls his sword, which instantly flies back, brushing past the man's neck before returning to his hand. One guy confidently raises his blade to charge, while the other two, utterly terrified, start to wail in despair. It is all over for us, yet they still stumble forward with their weapons. The quiet forest instantly echoes with a clash of steel. After a brief clash, all three of them are too exhausted to even stand. Changming smiles to himself that slippery fish actually gave him a pretty impressive treasure this time. One of the attackers realizes their frantic strikes were nothing but child play to him. They could not even touch the hem of his robe. What kind of monster is this guy? He doubts even their mountain lord could match his power. Suddenly, Changming pulls out a small sack, reaches inside, and drags their own mountain lord right out of it, yelling, "You absolute bunch of fools. Do you even know his real purpose in coming to Huangxi County?" Seeing him, the three young men gasp in utter shock. Mountain Lord. One of them clenches his fists tightly and insists, of course it was to avenge the young lord. Changming snaps back angrily, "You really are brainless." He reveals, this master has already searched through his soul. He never cared about his son's fate, but merely used it as an excuse to find an underground palace, a hidden palace this master left behind 6,000 years ago. The three shudder, thinking, 6,000 years ago. Just how long has this ancient monster been alive? No wonder he is so terrifyingly strong. Changming points at the unconscious lord, explaining, he fabricated that excuse simply because he did not want to share the treasure with you. How pathetic that a bunch of fools like you still remain completely loyal to him. Hearing this harsh truth, one of them says with deep disappointment, "Who would have thought our devotion was met with such suspicion? It is truly heartbreaking." Together, they bow deeply and say, "Thank you, Senior, for opening our eyes." Dropping to their knees, they thank him once more. Changming scoffs, "So you are not completely beyond saving after all. I will spare your lives, but you must do a small task for me in return." One of them quickly replies, "Being of service to a senior like you is our absolute honor." He explains, "Though this master cannot personally appear, I represent the imperial court, and what I need you to do is official court business." Changming continues, "Prince Fu is plotting a rebellion, and I am secretly investigating him without alerting the target, nor can we reveal that the court is suspicious of him. That is why I cannot use the Chaotian Bureau and chose you instead. Understand?" He opens his leather pouch, displays several glowing pills, and asks, "Do you want these?" One of them gasps, "This is the Divine Seal barrier-breaking pill. We do not deserve this reward yet, but whatever your orders are, we will risk our lives to complete them." Changming then commands, "Infiltrate Prince Fu's territory and secretly gather evidence of his rebellion. Whoever uncovers the key clue first will receive the Divine Seal barrier-breaking pill." He tosses them a medallion and adds, "You can divide the assets of Zhuojian Mountain among yourselves." The three shout in unison, "We will surely do your bidding, Senior." Back inside his small cabin, Changming sighs to himself. Controlling those 5 Wuya flying swords consumed more than half of his spiritual energy. If his cultivation had not surged recently, he would have collapsed. With the bamboo hat girl and the Ju Ying from Zhuojian Mountain, he now has plenty of eyes on Prince Fu's case, but they are only useful for casting a wide net. He still needs someone who genuinely knows how to solve cases. Suddenly, he thinks of Yu Nianing but quickly shakes his head, immediately dismissing that idea. What about his little aunt? She would definitely never listen to him. And that tax-collecting scholar? Great for accounting, but hopeless at actual detective work. Who could be next? The following morning, Changming picks up his water flask and wonders, "What is wrong with you today, wanting to go out so early?" Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, "Big brother, time for breakfast." Changming immediately returns to his spot. After stuffing himself with a hearty meal, he drifts off to sleep, thinking to himself about how delicious it was. Even his depleted spiritual energy is starting to recover. His little sister's home cooking is truly amazing. Down at the riverbank, the loach suddenly leaps right in front of him. Changming catches it and yells for it to wait. He pokes its head and asks if it is about to grow horns. Changming wonders if they are growing and totally lopsided. Other dragons grow 2 horns, so why does it only have 1? He thinks aloud, calling the horn completely useless compared to other cool abilities, like sword pellets or fiery elixirs. Charging at people with a horn is like acting like a bull, which is not cool. Changming tosses the loach back into the water. He tells himself that both the 9 infants of Sword Mountain and the bamboo hat woman are just a strategy for Prince Fu to startle the snake. Changming rests his head against a tree, knowing Prince Fu has prepared for many years. He definitely won't give up just because of a few investigators. Being discovered will only make him speed up his plans, which makes him more likely to expose flaws. If only they could use the Tao soldier mechanism to grab those clues. But even with clues, there is still nobody around who actually knows how to investigate a case properly. Suddenly, he snaps awake as an old trap he set a long time ago starts acting up. Changming scrambles to his feet and runs back to the riverbank, knowing he needs to go check it out immediately. The Loach has been waiting there for who knows how long. He calls out that the trap set earlier is finally showing some action. "You are in luck." Hearing this, the Loach eagerly swims off, only to bump into a wild ginseng that pouts its lips at him in mockery. Suddenly, bright beams of light shoot down from above. The ginseng easily slips and dodges them with an air of complete confidence and sheer disdain. Enraged by the attitude, the Loach turns around and swims back to block the ginseng path. The ginseng gets just as angry when it sees him. It unleashes a flurry of lightning bolts, giving the Loach a painful shock. Watching from the riverbank, Changming cannot help but yell out for the Loach in pure worry. Back in the small guard post house, Changming sits on the bed as a golden key appears, snapping him awake. An hour later, he sighs in relief, glad he has the ancient lamp of manifestation. Otherwise, damage to the soul is almost impossible to heal, and he might have spent his entire life unable to reach any higher realm. He needs to quickly check on the Loach. Using a teleportation spell, he dives straight to the riverbed and asks where the ginseng went. The Loach proudly pats its chubby belly, and he offers some quick praise. "Did you actually eat it already? That is impressive." Seeing how exhausted it looks, Changming realizes that despite the victory, the Loach is quite heavily injured and must stay here to recover. Suddenly, a faint, desperate voice echoes, begging for the river god protection. The believer prays to slay the fierce ghost tonight and rescue the young lady of the Zhao family. They want to destroy Prince Fu Ghost Cave so the people of Shaojia town will no longer suffer from that evil specter. Changming wonders who could possibly be speaking in such a quiet, isolated place. The voice continues, promising that if tonight mission succeeds, they will rally the villagers to build a grand golden statue for the river god. Changming begins to speculate. The voice seems to originate from a scale right under the Loach neck. He realizes it transmits directly into the soul, meaning he never would have heard it without being close to the Loach. But what kind of strange situation is this? Someone is praying to the river god, so why is it coming through the Loach scale? Even if the Loach were the river god, the sound should not originate from a single scale. What could possibly be inside this scale? Changming reaches out to touch the Loach belly, and a spatial portal instantly materializes right in front of him. Looking through the glowing portal, Changming makes out 3 locations, starting with Yuko Town, then the western district of Sanyang County, and finally, Shaojia Town. All 3 places have newly built temples, and even cargo ships carry the river god's statue. The scene shifts to the temple in Shaojia Town. There, Sabai bows in deep prayer before quietly walking away. Changming watches this, wondering if his chubby Loach really is the river god. Yet, the temple statue looks absolutely nothing like that chubby little creature. Hurrying back to the military camp, Changming immediately tracks down Yunfan to study the local map. Shaojia Town is situated right on the remote border of Prince Fu territory, meaning its population is extremely small. Here is where things get interesting. Could the very place where Prince Fu raises his evil spirits be hidden right inside Shaojia Town? Changming rests his hand on his chin, wondering if they can make it in time before the constable strikes tonight. He must send some Tao soldiers to tail him. Opening the window, Changming looks at the blue bird perched outside and marvels at how massive the night owl has become. In a short time, this shishi managed to grow this massive just by relying on the spirit resonance of all things. If it keeps evolving, he cannot let it show up around the guard post anymore. Changming asks if it is also heading to Shaojia Town. The scene shifts as a young boy named Lu Sibai introduces himself as a 9-year-old. He followed his mother when she remarried here, and his stepfather became the county coroner. Now grown, he became an official constable 4 months ago. He got transferred back to his old hometown of Hukou County, but this place was different. It felt incredibly eerie. As his investigation went deeper, he discovered that 80% of these cases actually involved man-eating demons. Truth was, he could only uncover these dark secrets because of his unique yin-yang eyes. Originally, he had no desire to get dragged into this mess until news broke that Squire Zhao's daughter from Shaojia Town had suddenly gone missing. She was the one woman worth risking his life for, so to hell with Prince Fu and his evil spirits. Before long, he tracked down the demon's lair. It was the dead of night, their hour of peak strength, but saving her could not wait. Strangely enough, every other temple in the town had already been secretly corrupted by these vile creatures. Only the newly built River God Temple remained completely untouched. Seeking a bit of peace of mind, he stepped inside to pray, even knowing it probably wouldn't help. Something felt highly unusual here, yet even his trusty yin-yang eyes failed to detect any demonic presence nearby. Fortunately, the old Taoist priest who gifted him his eyes had also handed him a protective amulet to keep him safe. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious tea room, a group of courtesans is busy performing for their guests. Prince Fu raises his teacup and complains that those targets are taking forever, especially with midnight rapidly approaching. The Manor Lord softly replies that Lu Sibai has a rare birth chart and a very unique physical constitution. He hopes the boy does not disappoint, considering all the elaborate traps he painstakingly laid to lure him right here. A henchman adds that being favored by the Manor Lord is a massive blessing for the kid. Being refined into a three-yin spirit to serve the prince's grand cause is honestly the best destiny he could ask for. The arrogant Manor Lord suggests they enjoy their drinks first, confident the little monsters in the backyard will handle the intruders. Out in the courtyard, several heavy wall covers are tightly secured with thick chains when a sudden scratching noise echoes from within. Meanwhile, deep in the dark forest, Lu Sibai and his men trek forward with torches, wondering if they are almost there yet. Lu Sibai turns back, reassuring his crew that the demon lair should be just over the next ridge. He warns his men to stay on high alert, completely determined to wipe out these village-plaguing monsters to protect the innocent. Suddenly, a creepy giggle echoes in the distance, celebrating their arrival as Lu Sibai continues pushing through the thick woods. He notes that despite the incredibly heavy dark energy, only living humans are present, with no spirits in sight. Suddenly, a horde of demonic soldiers ambushes them out of nowhere, prompting Lu Sibai to scream for a barrier. A demon soldier whips a long chain directly toward Lu Sibai's men, but he manages to deflect it just in time, realizing with horror that all their prior preparations are utterly useless against this onslaught. He roars, ready to fight these demonic bastards to his very last breath. However, the demon whips the chain hard enough to send Lu Sibai flying backward, quickly wrapping the metal links around his throat. The monster then tosses the chain over a thick tree branch, pulling hard to strangle him to death. Straining for air, he realizes his amulet is useless. The Taoist is gone, and even his prayers to the river god did absolutely nothing. Before long, Lu Sibai and the survivors are chained up and dragged away, leaving him to look around in a daze, wondering where they are. Strangely, his intense pain seems to ease up a little. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light flashes from the darkness and pierces straight through the leading demon's head, causing the captives to scream out in sheer panic. Lu Sibai stares blankly at the dead monster pooling in blood, wondering if this could actually be the river god's divine wrath. Did that deity actually hear his desperate pleas? Meanwhile, back in the tea room, the Manor Lord slams his cup down in a furious rage. Snarling, he vows to find out exactly who dared to ruin his brilliant plans. Using his dark arts, the Manor Lord peers across space to spy on Changming, who is currently masked as the golden masked death god. Without warning, the mysterious figure suddenly turns his head, instantly blinding the Manor Lord with a painful and terrifying crimson flash. Clutching his bleeding eyes, the Manor Lord screams as his panicked subordinates demand to know who would dare cause trouble in Prince Fu's territory. What a blind fool. Boasting that his Seven Despairs blade hasn't tasted blood in ages, a henchman tells everyone to stay put while he handles the intruder, but a sudden arrow crashing into the room cuts him off. A worried subordinate asks if the leader is all right, and despite his blood-soaked eyes, the Manor Lord forces out a reply that he is fine. He quietly sighs with relief that he had prepared a backup plan beforehand, just as a scarred thug asks if Lu Sibai's group is behind this. Looking silently at a wooden effigy, the Manor Lord firmly gasps that it is absolutely not them. The scarred subordinate bellows that no matter who killed their brothers, they must take a life for a life. The Manor Lord cuts him off, ordering them to stall the intruder while he unleashes his demon army to feed on the fresh blood. Hearing this, he turns and urges them to split up and surround their target from all sides so there is no chance of escape. The others quickly agree that it makes total sense, while the scarred henchman flies deep into the forest with his own plans. That Manor Lord is an old fox, wanting everyone to risk their lives just to buy him time, thinking they are all complete fools. Meanwhile, the Manor Lord is busy sneaking away himself. Slipping into the backyard, he opens a hidden door, confident that as long as his ghost soldiers remain, Prince Fu will always treat him well. Suddenly, a swarm of ghost soldiers blocks his path, leaving him completely baffled. How did so many escape on their own? As the terrifying horde suddenly rushes directly toward him, the Manor Lord begins to shake in absolute horror. Shielding his face, his mind races with dread. Has the magic treasure lost its power? Damn it. Searching for the well lid, he hears a bird chirp and looks up, only to curse at a magpie flying off with it, that damn lid-stealing thief. The magpie cries out again, drawing the attention of the ghost army. Terrified, the Manor Lord scrambles onto the roof, realizing he is completely doomed. A sudden flash of light cuts through as Changming appears, raising his blade high into the air. The Manor Lord panics but has zero time to react before the sharp edge strikes, slicing him cleanly in two. Blood sprays instantly as his body crashes to the ground, and the hungry ghosts quickly swarm around his remains. They greedily devour every last bit of him. While Changming watches, thinking that karma always catches up in the end. High above, the magpie circles and watches the marching ghost soldiers, giving Changming a perfect view of the entire area through its eyes. He notes that with such a massive ghost army conducting a thorough sweep, capturing the remaining retainers will be a breeze. Meanwhile, one of the men calls out, asking Constable Lu Sibai if this terrifying scene is the backup plan he mentioned earlier. He briefly nods, though he silently admits he only claimed to have a plan because of some foolish faith in that useless iron badge. But since he went to the river god temple himself, he still counts it as his own strategy. The man praises him, saying he expects nothing less from Constable Lu, a top-tier official from the big city. He adds that since the enemies are likely wiped out, everyone should head inside the manor first to search for the missing villagers. Suddenly, the gates burst open, and the creepy ghost soldiers stand right there. One of them steps forward, staring straight into Sibai's eyes, giving him a massive scare before it suddenly turns and leaves, prompting him to announce that these ghosts must have been subdued by the great river god. Changming steps in as the golden-faced death god, declaring it is safe now. Sibai immediately turns to order his men to go search for the villagers, and they quickly comply. Sibai kneels in deep respect to address him, but Changming quickly cuts him off, stating he is only the river god's earthly messenger. Respectfully welcoming the divine envoy, Sibai listens closely as Changming warns that Prince Fu is a treasonous menace, backed by immense power and absolutely endless resources. If this case is handed over, would you dare to investigate it to the very end? Sibai wonders what there is to dig up. Digging into Prince Fu's secrets, the man is a powerful prince, and judging by this single ghost cave, he has countless dangerous cultivators, meaning accepting this is basically a suicide mission. But wait, he has the mighty river god backing him up. No matter how formidable Prince Fu is, he cannot possibly outmatch a true god. Making up his mind, Sibai firmly declares his willingness to serve. Changming approves, stating he will join the operation, starting first with the interrogation of the prisoners they just captured. He orders Sibai to wait inside as the prisoners will be brought in shortly, and the constable quickly complies. Staring intensely at the silver badge around his neck, Sibai suddenly rips it off and tosses it directly onto the ground. The scene shifts to the interrogation room, where Sibai sits on high while a shackled criminal kneels below, looking extremely nervous. Watching the scene, Changming notes that although the constable is still young, his interrogation tactics and sharp mind are highly professional, showing the skills of a veteran investigator. Once finished, Sibai reports that all prisoners have been fully interrogated. Changming takes the prisoners while Sibai handles the aftermath, and the constable respectfully agrees. Moving to the outpost, Changming places his hand on a man's forehead, scanning his deepest memories. Changming silently notes that just this single branch under the Manor Lord has brutally murdered over 10,000 people. To feed his ghost soldiers with even greater resentment, they subjected almost every victim to brutal torture, forcing them to die in agonizing humiliation. Letting that vile Manor Lord die so quickly was far too merciful. Changming wonders how many other similar shadow operations Prince Fu has operating across the land. From what the retainers knew, there are over 10 other secret sites, handling corpse refining, demon rearing, and poison making, though creating ghost soldiers remains the most fascinating. He smiles, realizing a whole army can be mobilized under the complete control of a single powerful cultivator. Jiang Ming plots his next move. The resources in this soldier forging workshop should rightfully go to a hero of justice like him. Since there is a soldier forging workshop for crafting weapons, there must be a pill refining chamber too. He will claim this place first to find more clues. Looking at the pile of treasures scattered across the floor, he notes that the Manor Lord and his guest elders certainly amassed a massive fortune. Jiang Ming opens the stash, and the dazzling glow of gold and silver inside leaves him completely amazed. This is not just a modest stash, it is terrifyingly massive. It seems these crooks spent years using Prince Fu's name to rob and plunder local wealthy families. He notes that there are over 1,000 spirit jades and more than 10 precious spirit herbs. 6 bottles of various spirit elixirs, all rare Tier 2 and Tier 3 goods, along with 5 Tier 2 and 4 Tier 3 spiritual artifacts. A pity there are no Tier 4 items. Jiang Ming then uncovers an engraved stone tablet, realizing this must be the source of the Manor Lord's ghost-raising technique. Rummaging through a cloth sack, Jiang Ming calculates that all the guest elders combined have accumulated over 2,000 spirit jades, more than 30 Tier 2 artifacts, and 14 Tier 3 ones. Suddenly, he pulls out an object radiating a strange, ominous red light. Jiang Ming wonders if this is a Tier 4 artifact with such overwhelming, bloodthirsty aura. There is no telling how many lives it has claimed. Forming hand seals, he deduces that while it lacks active divine abilities, it is a genuine Tier 4 item, likely part of a much higher-grade treasure. Jiang Ming chuckles. This harvest is incredibly rich. Once Prince Fu's case wraps up and they seize his entire estate, life will be absolutely grand. Meanwhile, At the outpost, night has fallen. The creeping darkness only makes the security detail even tighter. Squads of Dao soldiers take turns patrolling, their steady footsteps echoing through the quiet night. Back inside his tent, Changming sits in silence, lost in deep thought. After a thorough soul search, Lu Sibai managed to extract all the vital details of the case, finally piecing the puzzle together. Looking at the golden spirit pills in his hand, he decides to send a mechanical Dao soldier back to deliver them to Liu Sibai. With these elixirs, Liu Sibai should at least have a bit of extra power to protect himself. The next day, Changming heads down to the riverbank. In his hands is a massive tome. It's covered densely engraved with complex symbols that glow with a faint, mystical light. Without saying a single word, Changming quietly hands the book over to the Loach. He squats by the water, resting his elbows on his knees with a pained face warning the creature never to say its boss does not love it. For the next while, it will have to hunt demon beasts on its own, so he made sure to prep some balanced nutrition beforehand. In no time at all, the creature completely devours the book, leaving nothing behind but a single piece of string. That evening, only a few scattered lamps dimly light up the dark corners of a massive, quiet estate. Shadows stretch down the long hallways as the wind whispers through the eaves. A pale and exhausted Lady Zhao lies restlessly on her side. She tells Brother Lu that she cannot sleep after watching her own little brother get refined into a ghost soldier. Hoping it might ease her mind, she asks if he can stay and keep watch. Sibai agrees without a moment of hesitation, telling her he will watch over her from right outside the door. With that, he turns and slips away, quietly closing the wooden door behind him without making a single sound. As he stands guard outside, Sibai remains deep in thought. Judging by the clues they have found, Prince Fu has amassed a truly terrifying level of power. His massive faction would force a rebellion anyway, but since they chose this investigation, they must see it through. If they succeed, there might even be a chance to stand before the Emperor himself and expose Prince Fu's ruthless, treasonous ambitions. At that very moment, in another corner of the courtyard, Miao Miao stands quietly in the deep darkness. Faint moonlight filters through the eaves, just enough to reveal a small object lying on the ground. Miao Miao's eyes lock onto a strange token, his heart suddenly pounding with an uneasy dread. After a brief moment of hesitation, Miao Miao quickly kneels down and picks it up. Its cold surface barely brushes his fingertips before a sudden burst of spiritual light flares up. The blinding light surges outward like a tide, swallowing the entire area. Before Miao Miao can even react, the world starts spinning violently. In an instant, a colossal spiritual beast manifests in the void as Miao Miao's body splits into multiple phantasmal illusions. Hovering on its back like a sacred deity, Miao Miao is overwhelmed by a power far too massive for a mortal body to handle, forcing out a desperate scream. The shriek tears through the night. With eyes rolled back, Miao Miao's consciousness is stretched to its absolute breaking point. Time loses all meaning. As the light fades and the illusions vanish, the beast disappears into thin air, leaving Miao Miao collapsed on the ground, gasping heavily. After a long moment, when his ragged breathing finally stabilizes, Miao Miao tightly clutches the token and quickly climbs back to his feet. His heavy footsteps echo softly through the silent courtyard. Walking down the long corridor, every step echoes sharply into the dark night, and just as he rounds the corner, Miao Miao's eyes immediately lock onto Sibai. He is standing with arms crossed against the wall, head bowed deep in thought. Miao Miao softly calls out to Sibai. Right then, a sudden piercing noise startles him, making him instantly wonder in his mind what on earth was that sound. Miao Miao looks up only to see a bird perched silently right on top of the roof. Its freezing, dead eyes are staring down directly at him without blinking even once. The scene shifts to the guard post, where bright sunshine pours down and warms the temporary tents, clearing away the lingering gloom of last night. Inside a large tent, two subordinates stand straight before Tianyu, cupping their hands to report. One speaks first, reporting that Lord Centurion Zhang Yuban has arrived. Resting his chin in deep thought, Yunfan arrogantly remarks that this Zhang Yuban is exactly who the master wants. Tianyu then heads toward the door, not forgetting to instruct them before leaving, saying he will go back and check. Yunfan, you stay here, and let Lieutenant Sun know once he returns. The young man respectfully obeys, understood. Meanwhile, at the windy construction site of the Beilagang office, Zhang Yuban stands in silence, his face beaming with a joy that is hard to hide. He is absolutely thrilled in his heart thanks to that barrier-breaking pill. He has finally broken through to the third realm. With a commander post open in Dingba, this is pure destiny. Since all these riches have passed through his hands, there must surely be a share kept for himself. Scanning the active construction site and seeing the agonizingly slow progress before him, his brows knit tightly together. It has been so long, yet they cannot even finish a single guard post. What on earth is a local commander doing running off to the Mang River instead of staying here? Spotting Zhang Yuban, a subordinate immediately shouts out the announcement that Lord Bai has returned. In an instant, Tian Yu walks out quickly to welcome him. But the moment Zhang Yubin sees him, he points his finger and barks, "Are you all alone? Where is Lieutenant Sun Changming?" A superior officer has arrived, yet he still acts this arrogant. Tian Yue halts in his tracks, his gaze turning icy cold as his voice drops low but sharp as a knife. "Zhang Yuban, who do you think you are?" Clenching his teeth, he struggles to hold back the boiling rage in his chest. "How dare you expect the master to come out and welcome you?" Yuban sneers, his voice dripping with harsh criticism. "It has been so long, and yet you cannot even finish rebuilding your own station. Centurion Tianyu, how on earth did you even manage to secure this commander post?" Tianyu remains completely unfazed, calmly shooting back because this officer cares for the people, unlike a tyrant like you who oppresses and forces them into hard labor. The old man arrogantly snaps back. "This officer was supposed to deliver supplies today, but now, this batch of resources will not be handed over to you. I shall report directly to the Lord Commander to have your Balagang station thoroughly investigated." With that, Yuban spins around and departs without giving anyone a chance to respond, announcing they will station themselves in Huangshi County first. Tianyu, his hands squeeze into tight fists, his knuckles cracking loudly, talk about absolute, pure disrespect. Elsewhere in the guard post, through a glowing spiritual screen floating midair, the scene unfolding outside is displayed perfectly clear before Changming's eyes. Every single movement and direction is being tracked down to the finest detail. Watching Yuban's path, he knits his brows as a hint of doubt rises. Is he actually heading toward Huangshi County? Next, Changming picks up his communication talisman, asking how far the assigned mission has progressed. The voice on the other end carefully reports that everything has been arranged exactly as the master instructed. Without a shred of hesitation, he commands them to move immediately and meet up with him along the way, receiving a crisp, respectful response. "Yes, master." Before long, Changming appears right ahead, standing silently to block the old man's path. Yuban's face darkens as he barks out, "Who goes there? And why do you dare block my path?" But Changming gets straight to the point, calling out his full name, Zhang Yuban. The old man roars in sheer fury. How audacious for a mere lieutenant to dare address a superior officer by name. Changming refuses to give him a single second to react as the spiritual energy inside his body surges forward like a raging flood, and a sword materializes in his hand. "Zhang Yuban, your conspiracy with the master of Zhuajin Mountain to sell out the secrets of the Kaoshin department has been completely exposed." The golden blade in Changming's hand glows with blinding intensity, the spiritual light flowing brilliantly along the steel and illuminating his highly confident, smug expression. Right then, Zhang Yuban's face turns pale as a flash of panic sweeps through his eyes, though he quickly snaps back with forced bravado, yelling that this is pure slander and demanding protection. Instantly, his subordinate leaps into the air as massive waves of spiritual energy erupt from his body, pouring directly into the heavy shield in his hands. At this critical, life-and-death moment, the shield flies forward just in time to block Changming's rushing blade, creating a deafening crash that sends powerful shockwaves rippling through the air. But within a fraction of a second, the golden light explodes, causing the shield to shudder violently before shattering into countless pieces that rain down in every direction. That sword strike thrusts straight forward, carrying absolutely no emotion behind it. Zhang Yuban falls backward as fresh blood sprays into the air, staining the ground red before him. The agonized scream dies in his throat before escaping. His loyal subordinate leaps forward in a desperate rush, roaring in raw fury to avenge the 100 household commander. Right then, a furious roar echoes from behind. "Bastards, let's see who dares move when the inner hall is executing orders." Zhao Xiaowang steps out, his voice cold as ice as he demands to know if they are actually rebelling. Zhang Yuban's guilt is already proven, and Patrol Leader Sun merely cleared a traitor for the Heavenly Bureau. He is a hero of the dynasty, and anyone who attacks him must be Zhang Yuban's accomplice. The soldier stands frozen in disbelief, his eyes shaking violently as the shocking truth sinks in. With a dry throat, he asks if the commander really sold secrets, which Sun quickly confirms with solid evidence. He sheathes his sword with tight lips, his intense killing intent slowly fading into a cold, unwavering gaze. Moments later, Changming coldly tells them to clean up the mess, and Xiaowang quickly bows to accept the task. They quickly return to the guard post. While the outside world remains completely peaceful, the air inside the main tent is so thick with tension that it becomes hard to breathe. He demandingly interrogates Commander Tian Yue, asking if he finally realizes the gravity of his crime. The supplies Zhang Yuban escorted were meant to reinforce their unit, yet he just allowed him to walk away. Since Balagang is his territory, he should have just taken the supplies and executed Zhang Yuban on the spot. Tian Yue lets out a soft sigh, a deep sense of unexpressed regret washing over his mind. He wonders why he did not just strike back when that bastard Zhang Yuban dared to insult the master. A great chance to earn credit is completely wasted, Meanwhile, Lu Sibai quickly sneaks into the county office and peeks through a small crack in the door. A look of hesitation flickers across his face as he pauses for a long moment. Sibai nervously reports to the emissary that the young mistress of the Zhao family has invited him to meet. The golden-masked fiend looks up calmly and tells him to go, but a trace of displeasure crosses his mind, tightening his lips. They say even great heroes fall for beautiful women, and Lu Sibai only got involved in this mess for her sake. It is fine. One night will not disrupt their plans. An hour later, the door swings open and Sibai walks in with a completely lifeless, dejected look on his face, making the golden-masked fiend wonder why he returned so soon. He wonders if the meeting went poorly, but freezes in surprise when a pile of silver is suddenly tossed onto the table. Sibai stands frozen in place, his face twisted in deep, painful sorrow. With red eyes and tears welling up, his voice trembles as he reveals Master Zhao gave him 500 taels of silver but refused to let him see his daughter. Squire Zhao told him that a lowly bailiff like him has no future and can only expect a miserable, dead-end life. The wealthy squire claims a lowly servant like him can never make her happy, so if Sibai truly loves his daughter, he must let her go to avoid ruining her bright future. He surely mentioned that he already arranged a marriage with a highly prestigious family far beyond anything a simple bailiff like you could ever compare to. Sibai is stunned, eyes wide as he asks how the emissary could possibly know. The golden-masked fiend scolds him as a fool, asking him to consider what they are about to pull off, which will force everyone in the dynasty to respect him. Squire Zhao looks down on a poor youth now, but once his name shakes the world, the wealthy old man will realize his grave mistake and literally beg him to marry his precious daughter. Suddenly, the emissary slams his hand hard on the table. Sibai looks up, a fierce determination burning in his eyes as he agrees they must analyze the case right away. He immediately begins sharing his theories, detailing exactly what he thinks about the entire mystery. Their discussion lasts late into the night, and while only the wind howls outside, a grand strategy has quietly been decided. The golden-masked fiend nods in agreement, deciding they will set out first thing tomorrow. Sibai enthusiastically agrees to the plan. Meanwhile, back at the guard post cabin, Changming stands silently by the window, staring intensely out into the deep, dark night. He whispers softly, his voice fading into the cold wind, that it is finally time for that lecherous old ghost, Wei Diansu, to make his move. Over in the ghost market, an eerie green mist hangs like spider webs, floating quietly in the dark air. This eerie light makes the entire market feel completely detached from the mortal realm. Amidst the haunting atmosphere, Wei Diansu strolls leisurely, looking as relaxed as if walking in his own private garden. The moment they spot him, a crowd quickly rushes forward to bow in pure relief, happily greeting the second master. They admit they were worried sick these past few nights, fearing that something terrible had happened to him. Waimiantu snorts, his face darkening instantly as he yells out, "Watch your mouths. If your souls end up shattered, that is none of my business." The female ghost standing next to him quickly waves her hands, her pale face breaking into a flattering, apologetic smile. She flatters him, "Yes, who are you after all? Nothing bad could possibly happen to you, so please help us take a look at him." He waves his hand, telling everyone to back off and help him first. He asks if there is a suitable shop in this ghost market that the second master can buy tonight. His eyes suddenly lock onto a massive stall nearby. Just one glance and he is completely satisfied with it. On the other side, Changming rubs his temples, helplessly muttering to himself, "Do I really have to pay to buy my own property?" Waimiantu loudly and proudly announces to the crowd, "The second master's pawn shop is officially open tonight, so bring out whatever treasures you all have." He guarantees that he will never rip them off like those other greedy, black-hearted pawn shops. He points to the newly hung signboard, carved from dark wood. The 4 words, "Chenji Pawn Shop," stand out sharply under the flickering, eerie glow of the ghost fire. Look at the name of this shop for any item pawned here. The second master only takes a 10% cut. Hearing this, the crowd freezes before someone shouts in excitement, "The second master is so righteous. Talk about a brilliant crowd pleaser." Immediately, a man squeezes his way to the front. He hurriedly carries over an old chest, asking in a tense voice, "Second master, please tell me how much this is worth." Without wasting words, Waimiantu turns to open the door, telling him to head inside so they can examine it carefully. Before long, the faint morning light begins to break, slowly scattering the lingering ghostly chill of the long night. Holding the wooden chest acquired the night before, its cold surface still radiating an eerie chill, he slowly steps into a quiet backroom. Waimiantu quickly pops open the lid. A single jade pendant is resting quietly inside. He instantly picks up the jade pendant, a knowing smirk playing on his lips as he asks, "Little lady, would you care to join me in my room for a moment?" Nian just stands there silently without saying a single word. The expression on her face is entirely hidden under her wide-brimmed hat, revealing only a still figure that is impossibly hard to read. Seeing her by the door, Waimiantu calls out, "Little lady, come on in." She slowly walks inside and sits down, crossing her legs on the chair. With a serious look on her face, Nanian demands to know who he actually works for. You are a ghost of the Chaosian Bureau, so why do you let this spirit realm exist? Hearing her question, he hurriedly explains who said I belong to the Chaosian Bureau anyway. We are merely working together on this case, and absolutely no one can order this master around. Nianian remains totally expressionless as she warns him, tell me the truth, or else I am leaving right now. The water is too deep here, and she refuses to get dragged in. Finally, Waimiantu sits back and decides to reveal everything. My master is a powerful figure currently hiding out in the Chaosian Bureau. Prince Fu's situation is no ordinary case, and they need official court identities to pull it off. She wonders why his master, despite being so powerful, still needs to recruit temporary helpers. Shaking his head, he replies that he does not know, but his master said Prince Fu's influence is too massive. For this operation to succeed, the key lies in 4 simple words: victory through absolute chaos. It is not just her, but many other cultivators will also receive intel and backup from his master. Fighting independently will prevent Prince Fu from reacting in time, throwing his forces into disarray and exposing flaws. Otherwise, a bunch of rogue cultivators like them going up against a rebellious prince would stand absolutely zero chance of succeeding. Nianian is thoughtful, so what? Losing his patience, Waimiantu snaps the clues are laid out, so whether you join or not is entirely up to you. Just stop asking so many questions. He hates wasting breath. He adds that a ghost den breeding Prince Fu's spirits in Xiaojia town of Hukou County was destroyed by local heroes recently, and if she wants in, she should contact the second master. He prepares to kick her out, grumbling that dawn is breaking and he needs to sleep. Without lingering, she heads out, muttering about victory through chaos. Weighing her options once more, she realizes it might be risky, but it is still far safer. It is better than charging into Mangia Courtyard all alone. Plus, she can make some fast cash. Just taking out one of Prince Fu's strongholds will net her a solid payday. If she can also claim the tower bounty, that would be perfect. Her kitchen is practically empty anyway, so it is time to secure the bag. Elsewhere, Sibai and the golden-faced death god walk deep into the woods together. Turning to him, Sibai asks Lord Envoy, when we are around others, how should I address you? The golden-faced death god replies that his surname is Jin, named Jinba. Sibai nods warmly, asking if he can just call him Brother Jin. He agrees, deciding to call him Little Sai. Right after that, the golden-faced death god falls into silent thought. Ni Jaeyoon said Prince Fu uses a ghost army to guard his rebellion stockpile, but he highly doubts it. A ghost army has too many weaknesses, and the moment they face a cultivator with countering attributes, they will crumble instantly. With something as crucial as war supplies, Prince Fu would definitely prioritize absolute security. Instead, it is highly likely they are guard puppets or Dao soldiers, meaning clues must be gathered. Sabai scans the surroundings, deducing that the rogue cultivator secretly refining these soldiers for Prince Fu is Daoist Bat. He hides at the foot of Windrain Mountain, southwest of Junong Lake, under the protective wing of the Shattered Star sect up above. This means the Shattered Star sect has already submitted to Prince Fu. High up in the forest, Meow Meow glides around, wondering why her father is so utterly blind. Why try to tear a happy couple apart instead of holding tightly to such an incredible brother-in-law? Inside the pavilion, Changming suddenly shudders, having finally digested the ginseng. He lowers his eyes and begins channeling his energy. He estimates that this session opened about 30% of his spiritual veins. Just 2 more sessions and he will reach the Jiaoling realm. Suddenly, energy erupts from his body, scattering into the air like brilliant stardust. The Thunderwater True Ring crafting manual is a divine ability from the ginseng that absorbs the destructive power of lightning. This 3rd-tier spiritual elixir is incredibly potent, healing deep wounds while rapidly replenishing his spiritual energy. The Primordial Wood Talisman Compendium likely originated from the strange growth atop the ginseng baby's head. It records 9 methods for crafting wood element primordial talismans. Resting his hand on his chin, he ponders that despite the elemental limit, these are still legendary seals. At his current cultivation level, crafting them is simply out of the question. But if he scales down their power into postnatal talismans, the raw force will still be absolutely terrifying. Clearly, at this level, ordinary prey no longer benefits him or his second brother. To keep growing, they will definitely need rare, specialized treasures. Over in Hukou County, inside Sabai's home, the Golden Masked Reaper holds out 2 spiritual pills, telling him to eat up. He calmly instructs him to sit cross-legged and meditate while he guards him. Taking them, Sabai gasps, wondering if they are actual spiritual elixirs. Are they really for him? The Golden Masked Reaper calmly replies that this is just the beginning, with plenty more rewards to come. His eyes light up as he stares at the medicine, convinced this is a reward straight from Prince Jiang Chen. As long as he remains loyal and works hard, the prince will surely keep rewarding him. Without hesitation, Sabai pops the pill into his mouth. Resting his chin on his hand, Changming notes that it took Sibai a relentless, exhausting ride to get back to the county seat from Shaoxia town. By the time he reaches Windrain Mountain, it will be far too late. 2 hours later, Sibai throws his hands up in pure joy, celebrating that he is finally a cultivator. The Golden Masked Reaper immediately orders him to move. He obeys, dragging his exhausted body up. An hour later, the two of them are gliding silently through the vast, clear blue sky. The Golden Masked Reaper notes that Prince Fu's massive territory sits right on one side of Judong Lake. According to the ancient division by the Great Wu Emperor, Prince Fu controls 30% of Judong Lake. Because of his immense wealth, Prince Fu had only two options: trade his fertile land for a barren fief or rebel. The assassin gazes at the island ahead and makes his decision. Taoist Bat's temple is right at the base of Windrain Mountain, so they will investigate there first. Sibai seriously tells the Golden Masked Reaper that he will pose as an herb merchant from now on, waiting until nightfall before they go and scout Taoist Bat's temple. He has confirmed that only Taoist Bat and 3 young disciples live in the temple, suspecting they must train their Tao soldiers elsewhere. That night, the scene shifts to Taoist Bat's quiet temple. Having planned to meet there, both arrive right on schedule. As soon as Sibai spots him, he waves, greeting his golden masked companion. After scanning the area, the Golden Masked Reaper asks in surprise if Sibai notices the stone spirit beasts flanking both sides of the entrance. Sibai nods, confirming he does. The assassin casually explains that those are actually 2 stone statue Tao soldiers in disguise. A moment later, the Golden Masked Reaper then points out the courtyard pond, asking if he sees those red carp swimming inside. Sibai softly whispers that he does indeed see them. He quickly notes that they are actually beast Tao soldiers. Not stopping there, the Golden Masked Reaper points to the fence, asking if he sees those cucumber-like plants crawling all over the wall. Sibai politely nods in agreement. The assassin explains that those are spiritual plant Tao soldiers. With a look of surprise, Sibai tries to probe deeper into his companion's thoughts, asking if he means this small temple is actually heavily fortified, making it the most likely location where they breed their entire Tao soldier army. The Golden Masked Reaper loudly confirms it. After walking for a bit, an exhausted Sibai urges him, suggesting they call it a night and finally head back. However, the Golden Masked Reaper grabs Sibai by his collar, telling him there is absolutely no need to rush back. He pointed out these guard soldiers to show him, but he never said they could not break inside. Sibai gasps in surprise, asking if they can really enter, but the assassin seriously replies that it might not even be necessary. The Golden Masked Reaper literally pulls out his own mechanical eye, muttering that luckily, he upgraded his puppet parts beforehand, as this eye can do far more than just see. He could even gather sounds this way. He asks a small bird to carry his eye along. Just like that, the eye follows the little bird, acting as a perfect flying camera. Elsewhere, Zheng Di breaks down a wall while laughing like a maniac, shouting that he finally understands. He wants to test its destructive power right away. Before long, the Golden Masked Killer and Sibai arrive at his location. Oblivious to the onlookers, Zheng Di simply orders the test to begin. On his word, Yang Jun activates his divine eye, Uncle Zhang breathes fire, and Cao Xuan spins spider silk. Instantly, a massive blaze erupts. Seeing the destruction, a satisfied Zheng De laughs out loud, cheering that they finally succeeded. He plans to report this achievement to His Highness tomorrow, proposing to mass-produce these elite mechanical soldiers, provided they get enough resources quickly. Watching the fierce flames, a discouraged Sibai whispers to her companion, asking if they are completely out of their depth here. The Golden Masked Killer coldly replies that she might be, but he certainly is not, leaving her completely speechless. Moments later, he changes his mind and decides to head back, realizing these elite mechanical soldiers are far too difficult to craft and consume too many resources to ever form a massive army. Besides, they cannot station a large force here, meaning they must find out where the real puppet army is actually hidden. Out on the busy streets, Sibai pulls out a small cloth bag and complains loudly that this tiny amount is nowhere near enough. She asks aloud for a massive supply of herbs, prompting a passing Zhou Zheng to casually mention that only the outer division of the Broken Star sect can satisfy that kind of demand. Grateful for the tip, Sibai offers him a silver ingot, asking if he would be willing to lead the way. Since he absolutely loves money, he readily agrees, telling her it is an easy job and to just follow him. Money really makes the world go round. With that, Sibai follows closely behind her new guide, Zhou Zheng. Soon they meet Lu Hao, the head of the Broken Star sect's outer division, who immediately starts talking business. He boasts that the herbs grown by his sect are all nurtured using genuine immortal methods. For ordinary mortals, these are the absolute best quality herbs around, and she won't find them anywhere else. Sibai reveals a heavy pouch of silver, reassuring him that she never lets a business partner walk away empty-handed. Pleased by her sincerity, he agrees to the deal and promises to take her to the warehouse tomorrow morning, warning her not to be late. Hearing this, she realizes something. The divide between mortals and cultivators is vast. This guy only has minor connections to cultivators, yet ordinary people treat him like a god. Meanwhile, Siju is driving a carriage in a massive hurry. After a short distance, the passenger inside activates a magic formation that makes the entire carriage take flight. A second later, the golden mask killer is utterly stunned to see it fly. He regrets using a small magpie to test his spying spell, because with a target this massive, he now has to track it personally. He quickly gives chase, a critical thought flashing through his mind. His main priority is no longer just finding evidence of Prince Fu's rebellion, but uncovering his entire military strength to stay prepared for anything. That way, when the imperial court finally strikes, he can scoop up some easy profits on the side. Soon, the flying carriage lands at the Grand Sonning Prefecture. The mysterious passenger stepping out of the carriage is Taoist Bu. Finding a quiet spot to land, he notes that with gold-plated roof tiles, Prince Fu's reputation as the absolute wealthiest man in the Great Wu dynasty is definitely well-earned. He instantly fantasizes about sneaking inside to rob the place, proving that he shares the exact same greedy, money-loving nature as Changming. His eyes practically gleam at the thought of all that gold as he mutters to himself. It seems this old Taoist has Prince Fu's full financial backing, which means massive amounts of precious resources are being gathered, and they will all eventually belong to him. Back on watch, the Golden Mask Killer sees someone leaving the estate and wonders about their next destination. Is Taoist Bu heading to the opposite courtyard? If so, does he really have to freeze out here all night? Chunyu is seen walking inside in a massive hurry, only to emerge about 2 hours later. Watching Chunyu climb back into his carriage, he notes that 2 hours was incredibly fast for a meeting like this. Watching the carriage disappear into the night, the Golden Mask Killer reasons that the old Taoist probably won't come out again tonight, so his best bet is to follow this other man to find a breakthrough. Chunyu's carriage eventually comes to a halt in front of the Chen family mansion. Following them to the estate, the Golden Mask Killer leaps onto the roof, looking down as he senses that the spiritual energy here is incredibly dense and heavy. Oddly enough, it is completely contained within the walls, making it impossible to detect from the outside. But his curiosity is instantly cut short as a sudden realization hits him like a freight train. He realizes he has been spotted, and before he can escape, a blinding flash of brilliant light erupts directly in front of him. It is a massive mystical mirror mounted high on the tower, firing a direct energy beam right at his chest. But he quickly raised his shield to block the blow, leaving his opponent gritting his teeth in frustration. Realizing they were fully prepared, he knew he had to escape fast right as the golden-faced god of death spotted him. With the barrier and seal fully active here, both his god-slaying strike and spirit-blessing scroll were completely useless. Acting instantly, he drew his 5-tooth flying sword to shatter the seal, refusing to just walk away empty-handed. With one effortless swipe of his blade, the powerful seal completely shattered into pieces. Seeing his defenses effortlessly torn down by the golden-faced god of death, Changming began to panic. He cursed silently, wondering how a seemingly ordinary estate could hide such a terrifyingly powerful enemy. He immediately decided to make a quiet escape. As Sheik returned, a massive bluebird appeared in the sky carrying a mysterious rider. Lurking nearby as a tiny flying insect, Changming caught a clear glimpse of the rider's face. Instantly recognizing the familiar face, he sighed in disbelief, thinking it was just his absolute worst luck. He originally planned to send the little ghost straight to the demon realm, but it seemed the creature and Sheik had already grown quite close. Meanwhile, just outside the city walls, the sudden lockdown left the gathered crowd incredibly frustrated. People grumbled about being locked out yet again, complaining that these sudden shutdowns were happening way too often. But after an hour of restless waiting, the heavy gates finally creaked open. Seizing the perfect chance, Changming and the birds slipped inside. They quickly located a secure estate, where deep inside a hidden room, Chunyu was bowing respectfully to his master. Looking visibly exhausted, Prince Fu strained himself to ask a vital question. He asked if they had captured the target, only to be met with a disappointing report of failure. As the two conversed inside, they had no idea Changming was eavesdropping from the shadows, stunned to hear the word highness. The only royal in all of Songling Prefecture was Prince Fu, but he was supposed to be resting safely inside his own palace. Though clearly disappointed by Chunyu's failure, Prince Fu dismissed it and gently told him to let it go. He warned him that things were getting dangerous and to stay alert, prompting Chunyu to reveal everything he knew. He explained that their secret outposts across the region had been hit by a wave of highly suspicious, unprovoked attacks. This forced the prince to quickly ask about the actual losses. Bowing low, Chunyu reported that while their demon troops took a heavy beating, other divisions remained largely unaffected. Despite the gravity of the situation, Prince Fu remained unfazed, wondering if the imperial court was simply changing tactics. Ultimately, it did not matter, as those demons were merely sacrificial pawns meant to distract the imperial court anyway. Overhearing this, Changming quietly smirked to himself. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had suspected. Chunyu hesitated, noting that these attacks did not resemble the court's usual style at all, making Changming wonder if the old man was already figuring it out. Hearing this, Prince Fu burst into a soft laugh, questioning who else could possibly be behind it. He scoffed, wondering if someone was foolishly targeting his personal wealth. Reassuring the anxious prince, Chunyu quickly explained his preparations, noting that he had already sent a group of elite cultivators to investigate the matter in secret. If anyone was suicidal enough to steal from them, they would be slaughtered instantly. But if the imperial court was truly involved, the prince had to be fully prepared. Chunyu did not need to worry, as Prince Fu had already planned everything. Having prepared long ago, the prince admitted he was actually eager for the confrontation. With their meeting over, Chunyu left the room and ordered the guard to activate the spirit anchor. The servant bowed and immediately obeyed. As Changming watched Chunyu walk away, he silently realized just how incredibly cautious his opponent was. He decided to stash more flying puppet insects with Sheik, so he could deploy them immediately during future emergencies. As night fell, a mysterious figure slipped through the quiet streets to meet with the golden-faced god of death. Catching his breath, the newcomer gasped that it was far too close and he had almost lost his life. It was none other than Lu Sibai, who managed to wheeze out that despite the danger, he had uncovered some valuable secrets. According to his findings, the Sui Xing sect had definitely been bought out by Prince Fu. They were actively training their disciples to form a highly organized cultivator army, and he had personally witnessed hundreds of them practicing a massive battle formation. However, the Gangjin energy within the Sui Xing sect was far too dense, making it unsuitable for mutant spiritual soldiers. Hearing this, the golden-faced god of death wondered where else they could possibly be hiding them. Since these spiritual soldiers required constant maintenance from Taoist Bat, they had to be stationed somewhere nearby. This led Sibai to suggest a bold move. Just like their previous raid, they should strike directly at the enemy's heart. If they can capture Taoist Bu and torture him for the hidden location of his massive puppet army, they will definitely secure all the vital intel. But Golden Mask disagrees. Not the right time? Really? Then when are they actually supposed to wait? Of course he is not spilling his secrets, telling Sibai to just go get some rest. On the fourth day, they are sneakily lurking outside a certain massive mansion. Seeing Golden Mask suddenly redirect them when an old man walks through the gates, a curious Sibai immediately asks why they are taking the detour. Sibai thinks it is just a harmless old guy scammed by Taoist Bu, but Golden Mask quickly corrects his naive partner. That is actually a powerful fifth realm master, Golden Mask explains, pointing out that Sibai is simply too weak to even sense his presence. A fifth realm expert. A deeply worried Sibai wonders why someone that powerful is looking so incredibly cheerful. Golden Mask just grins with absolute excitement. A powerhouse like that visiting Taoist Bu can only mean one thing. He is definitely delivering the rare, precious materials needed to refine more puppet soldiers. On the fifth day, deep inside a heavily guarded chamber, Taoist Bu is putting his entire soul into refining weapons. Meanwhile, someone is secretly watching his entire progress through a strange surveillance device. It is finally time to strike. It looks like Taoist Bu is indeed the prime target Golden Mask wants to capture, but doing so won't be easy, as Sibai quickly warns him. Since Taoist Bu's puppet soldiers are incredibly powerful, they cannot fight inside the temple. They must lure him out and deal with his 3 disciples first. But is Golden Mask truly confident enough to handle those 3 powerful disciples alone? One look at Golden Mask's face tells Sibai he has absolutely no plan, so he reluctantly offers to act as bait. Sibai offers to be the bait, warning that Taoist Bu and the Shattered Star sect definitely have an emergency distress signal. This means their window of opportunity is extremely tiny, requiring them to capture Taoist Bu instantly, though Sibai's next words spark his partner's immediate curiosity. When asked how he plans to lure the target out, Sibai proudly blurts out a completely ridiculous plan. He suggests simply smashing the temple to pieces, making Golden Mask laugh out loud while Sibai silently laments his own complete lack of strength. With his pathetic strength, a single puppet soldier could easily wipe him out, let alone trying to lure out Taoist Bu himself. He anxiously asks Golden Mask what their next move should be, but the killer mysteriously replies that Lord Jiang Chen has already arranged everything before walking off. A moment later, Sibai hides in a corner, watching Golden Mask confidently stand in front of the massive gates. Suddenly, a stone guardian beast at the gate springs to life and attacks, but he effortlessly dodges while thinking about being bait. He believes this high-grade puppet mechanism is the ultimate bait that Taoist Bu simply cannot ignore, so he goes ahead and brutally smashes both stone guardian beasts to pieces. Why bother luring him out when they can just launch a direct, devastating frontal assault? Golden Mask is ready to unleash his true power. The explosive commotion instantly grabs Taoist Bu's attention, filling him with greed at the sight of such an incredibly advanced puppet. Talk about an incredible stroke of good luck falling right into his lap. He immediately screams that a powerful puppet has appeared, and his disciples instantly bark their agreement. Without wasting a single second, Taoist Bu rushes outside. He has only one obsession: tearing Golden Mask's high-grade mechanism apart to elevate his own puppet-making theories to an entirely new level. But the moment he steps outside, he freezes. Golden Mask is just standing there casually, unleashing a wave of fire from his gourd to burn the place down. With flames roaring toward him, Taoist Bu frantically activates his defensive fire barrier. But he has absolutely no idea how long this defensive treasure can actually hold out. Talk about a total disaster striking him out of nowhere. Fully realizing he stands absolutely no chance against Golden Mask, he anxiously cries out to ask which Grandmaster is attacking him and why they are doing this. He offers to destroy all his own crude creations immediately if the senior finds them offensive to look at. Why waste your precious fourth-grade spiritual fire to destroy everything? He bitterly curses the Shattered Star sect for lagging behind and failing to protect him as commanded. If those reinforcements keep lingering and take their sweet time, he will definitely be burned to absolute ashes before they even arrive. Unluckily for him, instead of his reinforcements, he is met with a deadly sword strike from Golden Mask. Seeing the sword flying toward him, Taoist Bu quickly begs for mercy, but Golden Mask shows zero mercy, sending him straight to the afterlife despite his desperate screams of surrender. As the dead man's soul begins to slowly drift out of his lifeless body, Golden Mask immediately reacts by tossing a powerful golden command token forward. The token immediately crushes the escaping soul, while the rest of his disciples are sucked into Golden Mask's magical sack. Job finished, he casually prepares to leave, making sure to grab a stunned Sibai and drag him along. Sibai literally clings to Golden Mask's leg with eyes full of pure, unadulterated admiration, realizing that all his complex planning and calculations were entirely pointless. Why plan when having an incredibly overpowered ally makes every single problem vanish in seconds? Jimmy and Shashin gets goosebumps from his clingy behavior and asks why the kid is hugging his leg. He does not answer, but noticing their direction is totally off, he quickly asks if they are lost. Why stop? Is this Fengwu Mountain? What's your play? Jimmy and Shashin. Jinmi and Shashin puts a finger to his lips, signaling him to shut up. Watching him stare silently in that direction for so long, Sibai can't help but ask if he intends to destroy the Broken Star sect. He calmly replies that it's only 4 cultivators of the third realm. The Broken Star sect must have a 4th realm expert guarding it, so the time for a sneak attack isn't quite ripe. Sibai can only sigh, praising how incredibly bold his companion is. After waiting a while without seeing him move, Sibai timidly asks if they should finally get going. Deep down, he cannot help but admire Jinmi and Shashin. With his companion being this bold, Constable Liu feels like he can barely keep up with him. While Jinmi and Shashin is lost in thought over on the other side, Changming senses something major happening. Has the Loach finally finished digesting those magical treasures? He needs to take this perfect chance to rank up quickly and replenish his energy. What a great feeling. Having reached the peak illumination stage, his next step is to bypass the 2nd realm and break straight into the 3rd realm, the Dao Tower realm. From what he has gathered, this mysterious technique actually originates from that piece of beast bone. But after the Loach upgraded it, the skill can raise not only ghosts, but also nurture any spiritual beast or item out there. Right now, his Erlao-Yi clone is still only at rank 2, which definitely won't be enough for the battles ahead. This works out well, since he can give the bamboo hat girl a nice surprise next time they meet. Just then, the Loach's voice suddenly echoes, taking Changming completely by surprise. He asks if there is another magical treasure currently being refined, and whether he will gain its unique abilities later on. It makes him admit this Loach is truly getting more formidable by the day. Back to Jimmy and Shashin, who is currently being pestered by Sibai. Forced to pay attention to the annoying kid, he casually asks why they even need to leave. Opportunities always favor those who are prepared. Catching the deep meaning behind those words, Sibai sighs in utter defeat. If he weren't completely exhausted, he would have run far away by now. Cut back to the grand residence of Bu Daoren. It takes a while for the Broken Star sect members to arrive, and the sight before them leaves them in total shock, muttering to each other how this could even be possible. Even with Dao soldiers guarding the place, they couldn't hold out for very long. Trying to breach this Taoist temple in a short time is completely unrealistic for just the 4 of them. Luckily, the attacker left early. Otherwise, their own fate wouldn't have been any better than Bu Daoren's. It's best to report this to the sect master immediately. Back at the Broken Star sect, the sect master panics the moment he finishes reading the urgent letter. He screams in disbelief, demanding to know if Bu Daoren is truly gone. On top of that, he is terrified, because the prince had just sent Bu Daoren a massive shipment of extremely rare and valuable treasures. If the prince finds out about this, there is no time to waste. Orders are barked out, commanding every single disciple to mobilize and find the culprit at all costs. The disciples immediately acknowledge the command. After finally carrying Sibai out of danger, Jimmy and Shashin puts the kid back down on the ground. He then points straight ahead and seriously, "You can't make this timing up. Their golden opportunity is right there." Those words do nothing to ease Sabai's anxiety, prompting him to double-check if his companion is absolutely sure the powerful guardians have all left. Jimmy and Shashin, honest to God, admits he has no clue. He can tell the power level of a few people, but with a massive crowd like that, how could anyone possibly keep track? Terrified, Sabai asks what they will do if the Fourth Realm expert is actually still inside. Meeting his anxiety head-on, Jimmy and Shashin gives a thoroughly arrogant shrug, asking what it even matters if the expert is there. He can hold off the Fourth Realm expert himself, so they only need one more person to go in and sweep the broken star sect clean. He is determined to rob those rebels so thoroughly they won't recover for hundreds of years. Hearing this, the kid immediately realizes exactly what this crazy guy plans to use him for. "You don't mean to use me?" Luckily for him, that isn't what Jimmy and Shashin has in mind at all. Right on cue, a messenger bird suddenly arrives. Of course, he wouldn't rely on a useless weakling. Before making his move, he warns Sabai to hide well and wait right there until they return to pick him up. Listening to his instructions, Sabai tucks himself into a corner, waving goodbye while pleading for him not to forget to come back. Waving back, his companion reassures him that he won't forget. A moment later at the Broken Star sect, the master suddenly senses something is horribly wrong. Rushing out to check, he is horrified to see a massive flying sword charging straight into their grounds. "Oh, you have got to be kidding me, because if he doesn't act fast, both he and his entire sect will end up in early graves." Without a second thought, he unleashes his massive spiritual energy. If this devastating attack continues, the entire Broken Star sect will be sliced clean in half. The Shattered Star sect leader's split spiritual energy collides head-on with that sword, only to be instantly shattered into pieces. This forces him to admit his opponent is incredibly strong, though he suspects this giant treasure took some damage during the previous battle. He resolves to subdue the weapon, but before he can even finish his thought, the sword obliterates one of the Shattered Star sect's defensive arrays. Seeing his sect's defense crumble leaves the sect leader completely shaken, and his fury explodes instantly. He screams at the cowardly rat to show their face and fight him directly, but in response, the sword charges straight at him again. Over with the golden-faced death god, the young hero realizes that this chaotic battle is finally drawing to a close. He prepares to wrap things up quickly, especially since his spiritual energy is running low again. Since he has already gathered quite a massive haul today, it is time for the final clash. He channels even more spiritual power into his blade. This makes it almost impossible for the Shattered Star sect leader to hold his ground, even at full power. He has no guarantee of winning, but letting this rampaging weapon continue means the total destruction of his entire sect. Moments later, a massive explosion rocks the area, leaving the Shattered Star sect leader completely beaten and flat on the ground. He wonders if he is a complete fool for clashing desperately inside his own sect, practically destroying the place with his own hands. Seeing his master severely injured, a worried disciple rushes over and screams out for the sect master. Despite his wounds, the leader struggles to order his follower to protect their home. If they fail to stop that giant treasure, their sect is doomed. But trying to block it in a desperate struggle leads to the exact same tragic end. At this point, the golden-faced death god is completely out of the mood for any more fighting. He heads back to Sabai, who happily yells out that he is over here the second he spots him. The young ally quickly scrambles onto their flying saucer. Suddenly, two pursuers from the Shattered Star sect catch up and scream for the thieves to stop running. Seeing the enemy right on their heels, Sabai nervously asks Brother Kim what they should do. The golden-faced death god stays dead silent, calmly activating a hidden mechanism instead. He treats the pursuing cultists to a few massive explosions, leaving Sabai absolutely amazed by the chaotic spectacle. He flattened the upper court and beat the sect master all by himself. This guy is incredibly overpowered. Moments later, the duo suddenly plunges straight into the deep water. Sabai realizes that this is a brilliant move, since Lord River God will definitely hold the ultimate advantage underwater. Unfortunately for him, he is a total landlubber who has absolutely no idea how to swim. In that desperate moment, the golden-faced death god reaches out to pull him to safety. He gasps out a grateful thank you to Brother Kim. As night falls, a messenger bird guides its young master back to the outpost. This little guy happens to be the young boy named Meow Meow. Around the boy's neck hangs a unique pendant, instantly catching the eye of Changming as he waits by the entrance. He notes that this little brat is pretty extraordinary, but his own intense aura scares poor Meow Meow half to death. The kid thinks this old man has an incredibly terrifying presence, quickly dumping all his gear in the courtyard before running away. Changming mutters that the kid is a fast runner, but as he inspects the goods, he happily confirms that the Shattered Star sect has its own private herb garden. He now has over 40 portions of ingredients to refine the Divine Seal barrier-breaking pill and the Thunderwater True Ring. Digging deeper, he finds some unexpected treasures alongside the herbs and materials needed to build the shattered star pool. He even scores one Tier 4 cauldron and two Tier 3 cauldrons, easily worth hundreds of thousands of spiritual jades in total. Sorting through the useless junk of his low-level captives makes him scowl in disgust. But looking at his actual high-grade loot, Changming is absolutely thrilled. He hit the jackpot. These are much higher quality than the materials he used to craft his mechanical soldiers before. Keeping the momentum going, he eagerly tears open yet another storage bag. For a regular crafter like Taoist Bat, this loot would make 300 elite soldiers, but with Changming's skills, he can easily produce way more than that. He figures they do not even need that many mechanical puppet soldiers anyway. The extra materials can simply be fed to the little Loach, but suddenly, he pulls out a mysterious command token. He remembers Taoist Bat, and moments later, pulls out a manual for the 3-part Primal Soul technique. This unlocks Taoist Bat's tragic backstory, revealing a pitiful kid abandoned in front of a tea house while still in swaddling clothes. Taken in by the owner, he began serving tea at just 7 years old, only for his guardian to pass away when he reached his teens. Kicked out by the owner's daughter-in-law, the boy survived on the streets until age 16, when a wandering old Taoist took him in. He was taught cultivation, but the old master had low cultivation, hid his best skills, and remained stuck at the spiritual meridian tier. Over time, Taoist Bat still achieved impressive results, eventually studying his late master's personal notes on crafting mechanical soldiers. Becoming self-taught, he slowly built quite a name for himself. At 10 years old, he pledged himself to Prince Fu, forging a massive iron army of Taoist soldiers that are now hidden away in a secret cave. Although Prince Fu always summoned the Bat Taoist whenever this spiritual army needed maintenance, the Taoist's 6 senses were blocked each time, leaving him knowing only that they were stationed in a massive cavern. Even though he worked for Prince Fu, the clever Bat Taoist always kept a solid escape plan. He forged a special spiritual talisman for himself, one simple squeeze to shatter it, and the entire army would instantly freeze in their tracks. Hearing the Bat Taoist's life story, Changming couldn't help but sigh with deep emotion. If he hadn't successfully raised those 3 young disciples, he likely would have never received Prince Fu's true financial backing. Despite going so far for him, he had never once laid eyes on Prince Fu's actual face. Changming realized Prince Fu was far more dangerous than expected. Luckily, though the Taoist served him, he had never committed any truly evil deeds himself. So, he had the Bat Taoist transform back into human form, ordering him to wear a solid disguise. He sent him to Yicheng pawn shop in the Ghost Market to work as an assistant and guard their treasures. Accepting his reality, the Bat Taoist bowed respectfully, calling him master. Changming kept his cold, superior tone and warned him, "You should feel lucky you never committed evil, otherwise your soul would have been completely obliterated long ago. Do your job well and build up good karma. Do that, and maybe one day I will finally release you to be reincarnated." Terrified into submission, the Bat Taoist quickly thanked his master for such mercy. With everything settled, Changming prepared to write a letter back. Since he had gathered major leads on Prince Fu's case twice now, it was finally time to file a formal report and claim his well-deserved credit. Suddenly, the Bat Taoist poked his head in with an incredibly sycophantic grin, catching Changming completely off guard and making him pale. "Chief son, look at how poorly you live. You do not even have a pretty maid by your side to help with the inkstone, just an ugly old ghost." Sick of the annoying chatter, Changming bluntly ordered him to get out, leaving the old ghost feeling quite rejected. Even so, the ghost obediently left with a pout. Changming then focused on his desk, carefully detailing every single major breakthrough in the Prince Fu investigation, laying out his strategic plans for the future. He capped it off by highlighting his own hard work, a perfect report. Then, he placed the document right next to a secret communication talisman. Fortunately, this special talisman was designed to transmit messages instantly, saving him from a long, exhausting trip. Stepping outside, 2 patrolling guards spotted him and politely asked if he was heading out. He smiled and replied that he was going to feed the fish, leaving both guards absolutely baffled. Feeding the fish? The next day, Changming visited his little pet Loach, tossing a pile of food into the water and telling it to eat slowly so it would not get too bloated. Once the gluttonous creature finished, he demanded to know where his promised reward was. When the creature gave him a completely blank, clueless stare, Changming lost his temper. Terrified by his sudden outburst, the little Loach quickly spit up a mysterious token. Completely stunned, Changming bent down to pick it up, wondering what it was. He read the glowing characters aloud, the victory token, guaranteed to secure success in any battle. Still, he had absolutely no idea how to actually activate or use this strange artifact. Sensing his confusion, the Loach let out a squeak, prompting Changming to ask if he should just try it out. He decided to test it by pulling out his alchemy cauldron along with the new token. He decided to try and refine some pills, though he hesitated to waste his precious medicinal herbs, knowing how bad his skills usually were. After all, With his current skill level, the success rate was abysmally low. Expecting another failure, he was startled when the token suddenly erupted in a blinding flash of light. It flew straight into the hot cauldron on its own, and minutes later, beautifully round, highly potent pills emerged. Shocked by the incredible result, Changming cheered, realizing he had actually succeeded on his very first try. The token drastically boosted his alchemy success rate, making him absolutely thrilled by this shortcut. Now he could mass-produce spiritual pills, selling them for gold to buy plenty of delicious food for his little sister. The little Loach squeaked hungrily, prompting Changming to laugh and hand over the entire cauldron as a tasty reward. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Great Wu dynasty, a maidservant served tea and pills to Chancellor Lu Guangxiao, begging him to take care of his failing health. The chancellor replied solemnly that since the emperor trusted him, he could not afford to rest. Besides, he had those special spiritual pills to keep his energy up and allow him to push through. Sitting quietly right across from him was none other than Lu Ji, the chief of the riot control department. Reading through the latest report, he notes that they are facing massive resistance everywhere. Although the riot suppression office has expanded, local governments and the Cultivation division refuse to cooperate on any cases. In fact, they are secretly sabotaging their efforts. Over the past few days, people around the capital have flooded the local courts with complaints against the local riot suppression offices. They are throwing all sorts of wild accusations. Even though these are completely fabricated, the endless legal battles are forcing them to put their actual cases on hold. Once the leads go cold, the investigation hits a dead end. Guangxiao does not seem too bothered by this, replying that they both saw it coming. Lu Ji can only let out a heavy sigh in response. The world is truly merciless. Guangxiao firmly replies that no matter how difficult things get, they must push forward. This is a battle of endurance. We are struggling, but the masterminds behind this are not having it easy either. Once we break the deadlock, everything will become much smoother. The emperor entrusted this massive responsibility to us, showing his absolute trust in our abilities. We absolutely cannot fail his majesty. Lu Ji deeply agrees with his sentiment, but there is still one major hurdle in their way. You are absolutely right, sir. With the emperor's support, we have a strong backing. But actually, making that first breakthrough is the hardest part. Hearing this, he realizes he needs to take action. He promises to find a way to offer more support, asking which candidates have caught his eye. Lu Ji immediately hands over a list of potential recruits. He explains that these are people he highly values, and their assigned regions are filled with their own loyal disciples. Just then, the communication token in his hand glows brightly with a message from Ni Ye-yun. He sounds incredibly thrilled, urging them to read it immediately. A letter materializes, catching Guangxiao's interest as he asks if it is from that passionate young kid. He decides they should take a look at it first. Reading the letter, Lu Ji cries out in pure joy, "Sir, we have finally broken the deadlock." The sudden news catches Guangxiao so off guard he spits out his tea, stammering to ask where this breakthrough actually happened. Without wasting a second, Lu Ji hands over the letter for him to read. After scanning the contents, he gasps in shock, wondering if this is really the work of Sun Changming. He remembers that name well. Sun Changming was actually one of the few talents he personally selected. Seizing the perfect moment, Lu Ji does not miss the chance to flatter him, praising his incredible eye for talent. Clearly pleased with the compliment, he smiles and adds that the kid has a very sharp mind and is excellent at solving cases. However, noticing Guangxiao's sudden hesitation, Lu Ji quickly chimes in to speak up for the young investigator. He points out that the kid did not use any of his 3 bronze-badged officers. Guangxiao calmly continues his interrupted thought. Although the report details the case, the actual process of solving it is barely brushed over. Lu Ji figures that Sun Changming probably used his own private forces and wanted to keep their existence hidden from the riot suppression office. He clearly does not trust the Bureau completely, choosing to keep his cards close to his chest. Yet, he does not understand Changming as well as Guangxiao does. With a single chilling remark, the old man silences him. The boy does not trust this entire world. Despite his words, he does not seem to mind. Whether the boy trusts them or not, they cannot afford to let such a rare talent slip through their fingers. If he does not trust the local office, they will reward him directly from the Cultivation division. He commands Lu Ji to personally handle this matter. Lu Ji immediately accepts the order. Meanwhile, inside the Chen residence, a furious roar echoes through the halls. What a bunch of useless trash. Such a massive shipment of resources was just delivered to them. Yet, the Bat Taoists lost every single bit of it. By the time the shattered star sect arrived, the culprit was long gone. Seeing Prince Fu shaking with rage, Chun Yu quickly steps in to calm him down, begging him to protect his health. He reassures him that the shattered star sect has deep roots around Wind Rain Mountain and will surely retrieve the stolen goods. Recruiting them shows their hunger for talent, uniting all possible forces. Secondly, it acts as a perfect shield to conceal their true strength. Although it is a highly expensive move, it is undoubtedly worth the investment in the long run. Hearing this, Prince Fu's burning anger begins to subside, even if he still looks incredibly annoyed. Fair enough. Aside from this slip-up, the sect has always been highly reliable. Just then, Chunyu's communication jade glows, prompting him to call out to the prince. He claims this must be the sect reporting that they have tracked down the thief with good news. On the other side, the sect master of the Shattered Star sect fakes a weak cough, groaning in pain. He asks how they are doing, leaving Chunyu utterly speechless at his pathetic, transparent display. Playing the victim to claim credit is such a transparent trick, yet the sect master keeps crying out to the prince, begging him to seek justice for their shattered sect. He laments that their ancestral foundation has been entirely ruined under his watch, leaving Chunyu completely bewildered as he demands to know what actually happened. The devastated sect master begins to recount the entire disastrous sequence of events exactly as they unfolded. Hearing the truth, Prince Fu slams his communication token onto the ground, shattering it into pieces while screaming that they are all useless trash. What use does he have for them? Turning back to Chunyu, he warns that this situation has become incredibly dangerous. With trouble constantly popping up all over their turf, Chunyu immediately understood what Prince Fu was getting at. Chunyu asks if the imperial court has finally made a move. Prince Fu seriously explains that he initially thought some reckless thugs were targeting their wealth, especially since their tactics felt more like rogue martial artists than the imperial court. Besides, their inside spies in the court sent no warning, yet anyone strong enough to wreck the Broken Star sect's main gate is definitely no ordinary rogue cultivator. Hearing him bring this up, Chunyu suddenly remembers a critical detail. He mentions that Lu Guangxiao and Lu Ji recently pushed the court hard to establish a brand new riot suppression bureau. This immediately makes Prince Fu guess his advisor's thought could it be the Riot Suppression Bureau. Chunyu explains that because the Chaosian agency interfered, the Riot Bureau struggled to find proper talent, forcing them to recruit rogue martial artists in droves. Prince Fu agrees, noting that with Lu Guangxiao as vice minister and Lu Ji controlling the southern prison, recruiting top-tier rogue experts would be incredibly easy for them. His temper flares as he fumes over whether those two actually think he's some weak pushover they can just push around. They want to use him to assert their authority, so before leaving, he hands full control of the matter over to Chunyu. If they want to use him to make a point, he'll happily chop off their claws first to send a message. Naturally, Chunyu obeys immediately, and the moment Prince Fu leaves the room, Shu Bian warily pokes his head inside. He steps into the room, nervously asking if this risky plan is truly going to work out. Chunyu confidently reassures him that 4 elite 4th Realm experts are already waiting in the shadows to spring their trap. He even personally ordered one of them to keep a very close eye on Shu Bian. Besides, with a legendary 5th Realm powerhouse like Master Mo Jianbei guarding the academy, there's absolutely nothing left to fear, which finally puts Shu Bian's mind at ease. By the second day, Chunyu visits a quiet courtyard where old Mo Jianbei is relaxing and peacefully passing the time fishing. Noticing his arrival, the old man tosses a sarcastic remark. Instead of getting angry, Chunyu simply smiles, noting that fishing requires patience because catching the craftiest fish brings the greatest sense of accomplishment. Just then, a fish breaks the water's surface, and by the 4th day, Shu Bian is traveling somewhere deep inside a carriage. The eerie silence outside prompts him to peer out, realizing the alley is completely deserted, while the carriage is mysteriously slowing to a crawl. Just as he decides to check on the driver, he finds the man slumped over, completely unconscious. Panic sets in, and just as Shu Bian prepares to run, an unseen force suddenly snatches him up. The figure lurking in the shadows to capture him is none other than Mo Jianbei himself. Staying perfectly calm, the old man knows the fish has finally bitten, and when a sudden attacker tries to block his path, he instantly cuts them down. He scoffs with absolute contempt, wondering how a simple puppet could ever hope to deceive his sharp eyes. Suddenly, Mo Jianbei swings his sword, directing a powerful slash straight toward a dark corner. He flies off on his sword to hunt the puppet master down, mocking them for trying to flee after meeting him. Knowing she's completely outmatched, Nyannian desperately flees, utterly confused as to how their perfect plan could have run straight into a deadly ambush. Losing 2 highly valuable puppets in a row is going to cost her a fortune. But as she emerges from a secret tunnel to make her escape, she freezes in terror, finding Mo Jianbei already standing there, to block her way with a smug grin. If he let a cheap trick like that slide, a 5th Realm expert like himself might as well just end it all right here. Meanwhile, back in the quiet courtyard, Chunyu leisurely sips his hot tea. He remarks that he is warming wine for Mo Jianbei's victorious return, while a still terrified Shu Bian sits across from him, complaining about being lied to regarding his protection. He genuinely believed his life was over just moments ago. Just one touch from those razor-sharp threads would have taken his head off, but right on cue, Mo Jianbei returns, carrying Nyannian over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Seeing how quickly the old man returned, Chunyu wonders if this girl is too weak to be the culprit the Broken Star sect master warned them about. He sets his doubts aside, standing up to offer a respectful bow and congratulate the old man on a flawless victory. But instead of listening to Chunyu, Mo Jianbei keeps staring at the beautiful woman standing right behind Chunyu, prompting the advisor to calmly tell the old warrior to go ahead and enjoy his prize. Deep into the night, inside a quiet carriage, Chunyu receives an urgent message through his communication jade, reporting that the North Treasury manager was kidnapped and 10 guards were slaughtered. Hearing the grim report, he strictly orders Mo Jianbei to take action with full support from the rest, determined to crush this threat once and for all while his subordinate quickly acknowledges. Chunyu sits in silence, realizing the enemy was clever enough to locate the hidden North Treasury amidst all this chaos. Chief Manager, this is the real thief. The woman Mo Jianbei caught so easily was just a decoy, and the enemy set up this entire distraction on purpose. At first he thought the thief was targeting him, but now he can finally breathe easy. Outside the carriage, everything seems completely normal, with only the rustling wind and a distant melody. It turns out to be an old beggar happily playing his instrument, but he suddenly collapses, leaving the two horse-leading soldiers utterly bewildered. They immediately report back to Master Chunyu. It is just a blind beggar who drank too much, so nothing is wrong. Chunyu sighs in relief and tells them to carry on. Deep down, he was still pretty shaken up, jumping at his own shadow. He has no idea that someone is watching his every move from the bushes. It is none other than Saibai and the Golden-Faced Killer. Right now, Saibai looks at the Golden-Faced Killer and thinks with bitter resentment. Brother Kim hid the existence of the bamboo hat woman tonight and only told me about the Northern Treasury manager. Is he still keeping secrets from me? At the exact same time, the Golden-Faced Killer is also quite curious about Ninian's sudden appearance. The Northern Treasury manager was targeted by Jiu Ying of Zhuojian Mountain, so where did this bamboo hat woman even come from? Meanwhile, Changming is still at the guard post, staring darkly at a lamp swarmed by two butterflies as he mutters to himself. Chunyu is like a bright lamp in the dark night, just waiting for the moths to dive straight into the flame. Did they actually fall for it? He wants to end Chunyu, but his elite guards are a huge problem, so he must find another way. The guards protecting him are just too powerful today. He needs to lure them away first. Meanwhile, the Golden-Faced Killer is busy clashing with another sect. Jiuying of Zhuojian Mountain attacked the Northern Treasury manager specifically to draw some of Master Chunyu's guards away. But Chunyu was far too cautious, quietly calling in top-tier experts to protect himself, making it impossible to strike. He stands there calmly watching his enemies as the forces of Zhuojian Mountain struggle to fight back. Zhuojian Mountain had some pretty terrible luck. They had a real chance to escape after capturing the manager, but that bamboo hat woman intervened, triggering the city's grand defensive array. One by one, every single member of Zhuojian Mountain is captured by Mo Jianbei. The next day, a subordinate rushes into Chunyu's study and loudly reports that those 9 people captured last night confessed it was indeed the Imperial Court's doing. This completely startles Chunyu, who urgently commands him to speak up immediately. Without wasting a second, the subordinate explains everything. The one commanding those 9 people to capture the manager is their backing elder, a member of the Cultivation department. Now, this is where the plot really starts to thicken. This matches his suspicions perfectly. This means the attacker of the Broken Star sect is also this person, and they do not belong to the Riot Control Bureau, but rather the Cultivation department. Then he asks about the female bandit, and the subordinate quickly reports she refuses to talk, but they found something interesting on her body. He then presents a booklet of the Qian Kun Sphere bounty list carried by Prince Fu, offering a massive reward of 200,000 spiritual jades. The moment he sees it, Chunyu instantly recognizes it and makes up his mind right then to show His Highness immediately. Without wasting a single moment, he rushes straight to Prince Fu's study. As Prince Fu reads the booklet taken from Ninian, his entire body begins to tremble with rage. He gnashes his teeth in fury, yelling that the Qian Kun Sphere is his great-grandfather's heirloom and absolutely nobody should know of its existence. Who on earth is bold enough to put a bounty on his private treasure? Chunyu chimed in to explain that there is a mysterious organization in the 8 Desolates called Yuzhen Pavilion with informants everywhere. They employ agents who each carry a matching notebook just like this one to personally write down the pavilion's active bounties by hand. He further explains that completing these tasks brings not just the massive cash reward, but also precious merit points to climb the ranks. Your Highness, as things stand, our true enemy is not Lu Guangxiao or Lu Zi. We might actually be facing the entire Cultivation department. Hearing this, Prince Fu flies into a rage, roaring if they have completely lost their minds. He has given them so many benefits over the years, but Chunyu fully understands why they would betray him now. All the bribes over the years do not even total 200,000 spiritual jades, yet this single bounty offers exactly that, not to mention the immense merit points. At the same time, he deduces that Yuzhen Pavilion's massive influence extends far beyond their Great Wu Empire. The high leaders of the Cultivation department have likely reached a solid agreement, and soon, it won't just be about the pavilion's bounty. The official seizure of Prince Fu's entire estate will mostly fall directly into their greedy hands. Combining those two payouts yields way more wealth than anything His Highness has ever given them. This makes Prince Fu ask anxiously what they should do next, and Chun Yu immediately offers a plan regarding the imperial court. Tianzi has disciples to handle things, but the prince absolutely must speed up his coup. Prince Fu naturally agrees to his demands. Meanwhile, on the quiet streets, a carriage is slowly rolling towards Guangxiao's manor. Inside sits a deeply troubled Guangxiao, worrying about the state of the collapsing court. It is no wonder Sun Changming has so little respect for this corrupted world. Reaching his manor, the old man steps out and walks slowly toward the gates. Just then, a servant rushes out. Master Liu has arrived. The moment he steps inside, a weary Guangxiao demands some good news, admitting he is truly at his limit and cannot hold on much longer. With a chuckle, Lu Ji raises a ledger, calling it truly great news. The words instantly make Guangxiao realize who is behind this report, asking if it is that Sun Changming fellow again. Without any rush, Lu Ji calmly urges him to keep reading. Scanning through the reports sent by Changming, he deeply worries that if they trust the wrong person, the entire suppression bureau will face a dead end. Lu Ji firmly asks if they even have another choice. Sun Changming has made his move, but if Prince Fu reacts in time, all their hard work will be completely wasted. Seizing this perfect chance is a must, and he volunteers to head out himself. Hearing that he wants to go personally, Guangxiao frowns and asks what his chances of success are. With a mad laugh, Lu Ji declares the prince's treason is already public knowledge. If Sun Changming's plan fails, Lu Ji vows to use his own strength to force the rebels' hand and expose the evidence. His crazed eyes startle Guangxiao, who begs him not to go to extremes. But Lu Ji refuses to back down, insisting that both the reforms and the bureau are at a critical juncture where retreating means absolute doom. Their entire grand vision and the nation's survival will end right here. He quickly reassures the old man. There's no need for such worry, as Sun Changming's plan might actually work. Ultimately, Guangxiao decides to put his faith in the young man. They will trust Sun Changming. If they fail, they die together. Silence in Songling. Sibai is pacing back and forth in an absolute panic, desperately asking his partner if they really have to keep waiting. But the golden-faced death god simply tells him to stay calm and not to rush. At the same time, Changming wonders if the bureau will execute his strategy, fully aware of what the golden-faced death god is preparing to do. If they send reinforcements, it will definitely be a sixth realm powerhouse. Amused by his anxiety, the golden-faced death god teases the rookie, warning him not to lose his footing when that elite powerhouse actually arrives. At that exact moment by the Mang River, seeing his pet in such a foul mood, Changming curiously asks who could possibly dare to upset it in these waters. He inspects its shimmering scales. They look incredibly beautiful. He wonders if Sibai solving the case spread the river god's fame, making the prayers and offerings of the locals grow much louder. The little Loach grunts in irritation. So what is different today? Is there another reason? After listening to his pet complain for a bit, Changming finally understands its weird behavior. So you ate their offerings but want to ignore their problems? You certainly have some nerve. Just eat whatever treats you want, and if you spot those boats, give them a hand, otherwise, do not stress over it. Gently touching a raised scale, he warns of future karmic debt. It will accumulate on that single scale, eventually causing pain that feels exactly like having the scale ripped straight off its body. This warning sends a sudden shiver down the Loach's spine. Seeing his greedy pet finally look terrified is honestly pretty satisfying, allowing Changming to finally check out his brand new cauldron. Examining the hidden treasure High Heaven cauldron, he finds it far superior to his previous ones, which should significantly increase his pill refining success rate. This cauldron can easily handle refining anything under tier 6. He feeds some freshly made pills to the Loach. These weapons are trash, but he knows better things are coming soon. Meanwhile, inside Prince Fu's manor, a host chuckles and promises to recommend his visitor to the prince at the perfect opportunity. The visiting Taoist bows with clasped hands, quietly thanking his host for the kind hospitality. Outside, Sibai hides quietly in the shadows, silently calling out to his companion in his mind. He has been acting incredibly mysterious lately, even ordering patrols through the village every single night without fail. Lu Sibai frowns, wondering why the local villagers look so terribly thin. Meanwhile, the Taoist from before has changed his clothes, pointing his sword at 2 water barrels as he orders his men to distribute the drink to the crowd. Hearing this, the 2 men standing beside him look slightly surprised. At the same time, Lu Sibai approaches them. Standing hidden behind a wall with clear disgust, he wonders if the villagers are actually gullible enough to fall for this elaborate fake show. Right after drinking the water, the man's pale face quickly gains a healthy color as his breathing stabilizes within moments. He stands completely straight, fully revitalized. Having witnessed the entire miracle, Lu Sibai cannot hide his shock as he wonders if this is actually real. Over at the guard post, someone is galloping toward them at breakneck speed. Seeing him arrive, Bai Tianyu quickly steps forward to greet him, announcing himself as the centurion of Beilagang. But the visitor simply raises a token and demands to know where Sun Changming is. Staring at the token, Bai Tianyu realizes this man serves the left envoy of the Chaosian Bureau. Cold sweat beads on his temple as an intense feeling of dread washes over him. Could his master's identity have been exposed? Otherwise, why would the top leaders of the headquarters travel all this way just to find him? His gaze darkens as he recognizes the name carved onto the token, Commander Lu Ji, and his face becomes increasingly heavy with worry. If so, both he and Lord Ji Yao will be implicated. Ah Wu then barks a stern order to go find the man. Just as Bai Tianyu pushes the door open, before he can even speak, an impatient voice rings out from inside, snapping that he already said he was entering closed-door meditation. Pausing for a moment, Bai Tianyu quickly bows to report that people from the head office have arrived, specifically demanding to see him. Hearing this, Sun Changming eagerly asks who has come. He quickly explains that they carry the token of Lord Lu Ji, commander of the southern prison. Sun Changming's face immediately lights up as he eagerly tells him to lead the way. Following close behind, Bai Tianyu looks on with concern, wondering why his master seems so incredibly excited about this meeting. As they walk, he remembers that Lord Lu Ji is also an influential figure within the Suppression Bureau. Since the Bureau's gold badge chief previously tried to recruit his master, he wonders if Sun Changming has already accepted the offer. But that makes no sense. It has barely been any time since Lord Nai intervened. Could his master really have commanded a personal visit from Lu Ji so quickly? After pondering for a moment, his eyes widen with sudden realization his master has easily accomplished the impossible yet again. Even better, he did it without ever revealing his true identity. Sun Changming approaches Ah Wu, bowing politely, but the man merely gestures for him to mount up. Ah Wu climbs onto his beast, but Sun Changming simply turns and walks the other way, leaving a watching Bai Tianyu utterly mortified. Ah Wu spins around in a rage, shouting at his insolence, while Sun Changming merely offers a satisfied smirk. A powerful, unfamiliar voice suddenly echoes from above, ordering Ah Wu to hand over his mount so they can ride together. Stunned, the guard can only swallow his anger and obey. Sun Changming leaps onto the beast right in front of him, casually noting that it is decent enough. Watching them ride off, Bai Tianyu can only think to himself, his master is truly cut from a different cloth. Anyone else would have immediately surrendered their dignity and followed like an obedient dog. The voice transmission must have come from Lord Lu Ji himself, proving just how highly the Grand Commander of the head office values his master. Meanwhile, a soft glow rises over the Mang River at the peak of the waterfall as the two of them finally arrive. Kneeling respectfully, Ah Wu announces Sun Changming's arrival. Turning around, Lu Ji quietly notes that the young man's cultivation is indeed deep and utterly unpredictable. He acknowledges that everyone has their own destiny in this path of cultivation, meaning he has no interest in digging into his secrets. He only wants to know how confident he is in his plan, which immediately makes Sun Changming worry if his true motives have been exposed. Sun Changming quickly composes himself, claiming at least an 80% success rate, prompting a skeptical Ah Wu to demand where the key to this operation lies. Without hesitation, he names Prince Fu's highly trusted strategist, Chunyu, though others immediately question how they could possibly make such a loyal advisor speak. Sun Changming merely smirks, calmly replying that he has his own secret methods. Liu Ji cautions in a deep voice, his eyes filled with immense wariness. A vital strategist like Chunyu is bound to be under tight restrictions, meaning any attempt to betray Prince Fu would trigger a spell to instantly destroy him. On top of that, Prince Fu would be alerted instantly. Ah Wu points directly at Sun Changming, shouting that his clumsy tricks have likely already been caught by the watchful eyes of Prince Fu. Calling him a worthless threat who will only drag their master down, Ah Wu says he deserves death, but Sun Changming simply sighs, muttering that fools never achieve greatness. Ignoring the screaming guard, he bows respectfully to address Lord Lu Ji directly. He tells the Lord that despite his respect for him and Lu Ji, he only cares about the treasures in Prince Fu's mansion, not their agency's mess. Once the two lords sacrifice themselves for the nation, he promises to burn paper money for them every single year. Wu grimaces like an angry monkey and steps in, demanding to kill the thief, but Lu Ji quickly holds him back. Liu Ji notes his confidence, admitting that he and Lord Lu are already prepared to die for the country and take the blame. Changming keeps his face blank, pointing away as he softly proposes a wager with the commander. If he helps solve Prince Fu's case, he wants this reckless young hothead at his beck and call. Otherwise, he is entirely at their mercy. Enraged, Wu screams at his lord to accept, swearing to personally torture this arrogant thief with every brutal method the Chaosian agency has. Ignoring the hothead, Lu Ji keeps his eyes locked on Changming as he replies. He explains that Wu grew up with him, making them brothers rather than boss and subordinate. The commander refuses to gamble with his brother's life, but Wu cuts in, declaring he will gladly take the bet himself. Changming jumps at the chance, quickly sealing the deal with a nod. Waving his hand, Lu Ji yells that there is no turning back, summoning a golden war chariot as brilliant light floods the area. A glorious golden carriage materializes from thin air, its massive wheels rolling down with an overwhelming, oppressive pressure. Standing tall in the carriage with blade in hand, he orders Sun Changming to drive the horses. With a twitching lip and furrowed brows, Changming looks on in utter frustration, realizing the stubborn old man has completely ignored every word of his carefully explained plan. Changming lets out a soft, meaningful cough, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he speaks up. He suggests trying his plan first, noting they can always go throw their lives away in battle if his scheme fails. Liu Ji glares, complaining that he built up his heroic resolve only to have Changming completely ruin the dramatic moment. He questions whether those petty tricks can actually pull off something so monumental. Wu sinks to the ground, urging his master to reconsider, arguing that their lives are expendable but the commander is the sole hope of the Cultivation agency and the nation. Wu begs him to stay safe, while Changming strokes his chin, lost in deep, calculating thought. He admits he is fully aware of the powerful seal restrictions placed on Chunyu. However, he explains he can bypass those restrictions to uncover evidence of Prince Fu's treason and locate the secret stashes of war supplies hoarded for the rebellion. Wu chimes in eagerly, admitting that while he does not understand the logic, it still sounds worth a shot. The commander softens, finally nodding, and the gamble is officially on. Agreeing to try the plan first, they wait as Sibai suddenly approaches and pushes open the door. Sibai's eyes grow cold, realizing the rogue cultivator has dangerously massive ambitions. If they let him grow unchecked, things will surely end in a complete disaster, Sibai mutters, looking around the room. He wonders if Brother Jin is out wandering again, hoping the man will not drag him into late-night training torture. Sitting down to pour himself a warm drink, Sibai sips his tea while drifting deep into thought. Despite serving the river god alongside Brother Jin, his ultimate goal is to return home rich and force Squire Zhao to show him real respect. Gazing calculatingly at his cup, he quietly wonders how much credit a low-ranking bailiff like himself could actually receive, even if the grand conspiracy is fully exposed to the world. It would likely just be thankless work, only for corrupt officials to steal all the credit. Letting out a soft sigh, he decides that even if he does not get a promotion, he must use the chaos of Prince Fu's fall to secure some treasure. Squire Zhao must never look down on him. Approaching the room with Liu Ji and Wu, Changming calls out, asking if Sibai is around because he has come on behalf of Brother Jin. Startled, Sibai wonders if this messenger sent by Brother Jin is also a loyal servant of the river god. Making himself at home, Changming immediately introduces Lord Liu Ji, the powerful commander of the Cultivation agency's southern prison. He then gestures toward Wu, introducing him as the high-ranking squad commander serving under Lord Liu. Jaw-dropping in shock, Sibai asks if the great officers have actually come to arrest Prince Fu. Wu scowls, warning him to keep quiet about classified matters while grumbling to Changming about his completely clueless associate. Remaining completely unfazed, Changming cheerfully reminds Commander Wu not to dare back out of their wager when the time comes. He chuckles quietly to himself, completely confident that he holds the winning card and simply cannot lose this high-stakes gamble of theirs. Staring him down with deep resolve, Wu promises in a low, firm voice that if this crazy plan actually works and saves the commander, he will gladly serve Changming like a beast of burden. Changming is completely willing. He frowns slightly, fine sweat building up on his forehead. Glancing over, Changming quickly judges him the man is hot-tempered and arrogant, but truly loyal to the core. Deciding to stop provoking him with words, Changming snaps back to reality, points his finger forward, and speaks. All right, we can discuss that later. First, let us work out our plan of action. With an excited expression, Sibai clasps his hands tightly and asks in sheer disbelief if they are really arresting Prince Fu. Standing opposite him, Changming remains perfectly calm and confident, slowly stating that they will start with Mr. Chunyu. By late night, a carriage rolls to a halt in the road, with 2 guards standing watch outside. Chunyu sits inside the carriage, keeping a close eye on his subordinate outside. He softly orders his guard to hand over 2 taels of silver. Politely obeying, the subordinate drops the money directly into the musician's bowl. The old man quickly offers a faint smile, thanking the master for the generous reward. In the dead of night, Chunyu suddenly jolts awake in bed, his eyes wide and face dripping with sweat. He immediately sits up, clutching his head in panic. This sudden movement startles the woman beside him, who asks what is wrong. Chunyu shakes his head, swings his legs out of bed, and mutters that he has been so foolish lately. He just remembered a crucial task the prince had ordered, one he completely forgot about. He heads straight to his desk, takes out a piece of paper, and hurriedly writes down what seems like highly critical information. Once finished, he folds it neatly and slides it into an envelope. Chunyu creeps over to the door and slips the message through a small crack to his secret contact. Waiting outside, Changming takes the secret envelope with a satisfied smile. He immediately turns and hands the letter to Lu Ji. The older man looks quite surprised as he accepts it, wondering to himself if something like this could actually work. He opens the letter and frowns while reading it. The other men quickly gather around to catch a glimpse of the contents, as he wonders what is going on. The other two stand nearby holding the paper, one looking completely lost, while the other remains indifferent. A second man is filled with suspicion, growing angrier by the second. Suddenly, a red-faced Wu steps forward and shouts, "What are you staring at?" he snaps. "If his plan works and saves my master, I will happily serve him like a slave." Lu Ji maintains a solemn expression. He decisively makes the call. "I can authorize this. If you want to target this new location instead of raiding Prince Fu's manor, I approve." Standing opposite him, Changming bows with deep respect, his eyes firm as he thanks the master for granting his request. Lu Ji continues in a quiet tone, "Head back with Lu Saibai for now. Stay safe, because Sanning Prefecture is about to fall into chaos." Changming rests his chin in his hand, looking slightly troubled as he deepens his thoughts. This letter details all of Prince Fu's rebellion plans, including the positions of his troops, his inside agents in the imperial court, and the locations of his hidden treasuries. Recalling a blue book, he continues his train of thought. The brain-penetrating sound can launch direct acoustic wave attacks or brainwash and control targets. This technique actually stems from the unique vibration frequency of the giant vibration hunter. After being upgraded by Loach, its destructive power remained completely intact, while its overall flexibility reached a whole new level. Loach's brain-penetrating sound is surprisingly effective, somewhat like modern hypnosis from his past life, but far more potent. With those thoughts settled, his focus shifts back to Chunyu and Prince Fu as he analyzes the situation. This brain-penetrating sound is essentially creating a completely false memory inside Chunyu's head, tricking him into believing it was a direct order from Prince Fu, thus bypassing those defensive spells. Luckily, he had laid the groundwork the moment he met Chunyu. Otherwise, there is no way the man would have fallen into such a deep sleep. As Changming departs, he spots the same old roadside musician. Knowing the old man helped crack Prince Fu's case, Changming quietly drops 2 silver coins into his collection bowl. The old man immediately speaks up to thank the generous master. Changming's gaze softens as he thinks that he should be the one offering thanks. From this day forward, the old man will never have to worry about food or money again. Resting his chin in his hand, he looks back at the others. According to Chunyu's letter, Prince Fu's manor is currently just an empty shell. The true treasure lies in Dinglong Abyss. While their current forces are enough to search the manor and arrest Prince Fu, launching a full-scale assault on the prince's entire faction is a different story. Back in his room that night, Changming sits up sleeplessly, deep in thought. This level of battle requires at least the 5th or 6th Earth realm, so he is completely powerless to help. Sometime after he finally goes to bed, he hears loud snoring. Changming looks over at the sleeping Sabai, silently deciding not to bother him tonight and wishing him a peaceful sleep. Meanwhile, at Prince Fu's manor, Liu Ji arrives leading a small army of imperial guards and fiercely shouts his command to drag Prince Fu out immediately. The imperial guards quickly shout back in agreement. Liu Ji silently muses to himself that the old fox of a prince truly has 19 different estates hidden away. Another inspection is just beginning now. But if they think this level of inspection will make things difficult for him, they are sorely underestimating Liu Ji. Meanwhile, inside Prince Fu's bustling gambling den, a chaotic crowd of people is shouting and rushing around. Wu watches secretly from the outside, reminding himself that this is Prince Fu's gambling house. It also serves as the Xuanyuan vault, where the rebel stores his crucial spirit, Jade. With that in mind, he channels his inner energy, summoning a bronze block inscribed with ancient scriptures. With a loud shout from Wu, one end of the bronze device sinks into the earth while the other channels lightning, glowing with immense power. Looking at the bronze device, he whispers to himself that within Great Wu, all defensive arrays, fortifications, and official seals are like thin air before this imperial jade imprint. The scriptures on the bronze device begin forming a glowing formation ring. Before long, the mystical circle expands rapidly in size. Moments later, several members of the embroidered guard emerge directly from the center of the ring. Wu immediately orders them to move out and seize Prince Fu's mansion. They shout in agreement, charging forward as they yell to capture Prince Fu immediately. After running a short distance, a guard blocks their path, who screams in absolute panic that it is the Chaosian department. He points at the embroidered guards and furiously barks out to wipe them all out. Lu Huang quickly advises Prince Fu that they will cover his retreat. Liu Ji watches this entire battle through his sky mirror, grunting in annoyance that they are merely 2 6th realm combatants. Moments later, Lu Huang finishes setting up the array and urges the prince to quickly step inside. From a distance, Lu Ji is also casting a forbidden array. The moment Prince Fu enters Lu Huang's formation, he gets ambushed, causing him to scream in terror for his guards to protect him. Meanwhile, Sibai is woken up by the sounds of battle, quickly putting on his official uniform and looking down with a heavy sigh. Watching ordinary soldiers battle on the outskirts of the field is simply not interesting. It is completely nothing compared to cultivators soaring through the heavens. Just then, Changming walks up and tells him his rank is simply too low. If they were only a few realms higher, it would not look like this. But in your case, their cultivation level is just too high. He looks at the young man, thinking to himself that this is like a beginner martial artist watching two legendary masters duel. They would assume the fight consists of only a few basic moves, looking no different from their own, completely failing to realize their own level is too low to comprehend the ultimate martial truth of returning to simplicity. He then tells the boy to sleep, as tomorrow will be a busy day. Back at Prince Fu's mansion, forces from the Chaotian department storm the city from multiple directions that night, coordinating with Wu and his allies. They hold an absolute advantage from the very moment the clash begins. As dawn approaches, three incredibly powerful surges of energy shoot into the sky, moving outside the city to a desolate mountain range for a peak showdown between Sixth Realm Masters. While the battle still rages, Jobai clutches a large jar of wine, taking a sip and telling Wu there is no need to watch. Even both Sixth Realm combatants combined cannot withstand a single strike from their master. An hour later, a powerful figure arrives, and it is none other than Lu Ji. The moment the embroidered guards spot him, they shout out that Lord Lu has returned, welcoming him back in absolute triumph. Unimpressed, Lu Ji snaps that they were merely two useless fools and orders an immediate search of Prince Fu's mansion. They quickly comply. As soon as the elder lands on the ground, Wu runs up to flatter him with a cheeky grin. Knowing exactly what Wu is plotting, Lu Ji coldly states that he may tag along, but if he takes anything from Prince Fu's mansion, he will get absolutely nothing from Dinglong Abyss. Wu internally curses the elder for being stingy, but decides he should still check the mansion in case there is a treasure suitable for his Loach. At this moment, Lu Ji offers a deal to Changming, stating that if he drops his bet with Wu, he will be allowed to choose freely between Prince Fu's mansion and Dinglong Abyss. However, Wu does not want the elder intervening on his behalf, saying there's no need, as a bet is a bet, and he wants to see what the opponent can do. Hearing this, Changming chuckles calmly and says that he is perfectly willing to agree, but the elder's loyal subordinate clearly refuses to let him give away such a massive benefit, making Wu turn red with pure rage. To make matters worse, Liu Ji glares intently at Changming, sending a sudden wave of fear through him. While staring at the youth, the elder wonders what he is planning and if he somehow discovered his secret, choosing to walk away rather than drag it out. He dismisses the matter and turns to leave, saying it is fine. It is best to let Wu tag along alongside Lu Sibe, so he can also receive his share of the credit this time. Meanwhile, the embroidered guards prepare to move. The Imperial guards bring out a massive log to batter the door down, screaming for everyone to charge. The moment the wooden door splinters, Changming angrily scolds them for being completely wasteful. He fumes that such fine timber is being thrown away on coffin boards when it could fetch at least several hundred silver taels. Once they make it inside, Sibai cannot help but marvel. He originally thought Lord Jiang Chen and Brother Jin would only be able to keep him alive, yet in no time at all, Prince Fu has already been captured. Overwhelmed with emotion, he tears up as he realizes he is actually getting to search Prince Fu's estate. Right in the middle of his emotional moment, Changming swoops in to ruin the mood, telling him not to rush since it is just worldly wealth anyway. Sibai glares at him with pure annoyance, grumbling to himself that while Changming is not in a rush, he still needs to save up for a wife. Half an hour later, Changming finishes his work and immediately declares that time is up, announcing that any treasures found next will go straight to the state treasury. Minutes later, Shao Qi bows and reports that a secret vault has been discovered right beneath the lotus pond in the back garden. Hearing this, a delighted Changming tells them to go ahead and grab whatever their instincts guide them to. Meanwhile, Sibai's eyes turn red with sheer frustration at the news, and unable to contain his overwhelming emotions, he lets out a loud shout. Following Shao Qi's lead, the three of them quickly make their way over to the back garden. Gasping at the glittering hoard, Sibai rejoices at the sheer amount of treasures while Changming quietly scans the room. He notes to himself that the walls are lined with Tier 4 and Tier 5 spiritual artifacts, and there are even 2 Tier 6 items. Noticing his deep contemplation, Ah Wu deliberately points out that with 2 Tier 6 treasures right here, placing all his hopes on Dinglong Abyss might be foolish. He warns that Prince Fu might have already emptied it out, especially since the prince bribed so many people and surely handed out countless treasures. Though Changming looks displeased on the outside, he repeatedly tells himself to hold back, convinced that an even greater treasure is waiting for him. A moment later, Changming is struck with surprise as his eyes lock onto a very rare, high-quality Lingji mushroom. He instantly recognizes it as a powerful spiritual herb, noting that its potent medicinal aroma is easily on par with the ginseng his Loach ate. It is pure, unadulterated temptation. Watching from the side, Awu is thoroughly confused as Changming suddenly breaks into an excited grin. He wonders if he should just tell Commander Lu that he does not need her help anymore, and asks to trade it for Prince Fu's vault instead. But then his expression shifts instantly as he rejects the thought, reasoning that there is absolutely no reason to choose only one when adults obviously take everything they can get. Instantly, Changming shouts out to ask where Commander Lu is, and Sibai quickly replies that she is likely over at the estate's main hall. Changming decides it is best to wait for Sibai to finish choosing his item before going to see Commander Lu, while Sibai's eyes remain glued to the dazzling treasures. The young man mutters in sheer happiness, amazed that he actually has the chance to claim such a valuable treasure for himself. But looking at the vast collection, he grows incredibly serious, wondering how on earth he is supposed to make a choice. He wonders if he should follow Brother Sun's advice, knowing both him and Brother Jin are top-tier masters whose words always carry deep meaning. As they venture deeper into the vault, an intrigued Sibai pulls down a wooden box to inspect it, hesitating as he begins to speak. Before he can even finish, Changming quickly cuts in and demands to take a look. Instead of handing it over, Changming pops the box open himself and explains that it contains the Azure Cloud Treasure Medicine, consisting of 7 pills. Taking just one pill can boost a cultivator's power by a whole tier, and with a bit of luck, this treasure can elevate someone by 2 major realms. Observing this, Changming quietly muses that Sibai seems destined to take the path of relying heavily on medicine to advance his cultivation. Could this truly be his ultimate path? Just as Changming suspected, Sibai looks at him pleadingly, saying this set of spiritual pills is perfect for him. Changming immediately agrees, telling him to consume them now while he has Awu stand guard for protection. Awu instantly scowls and barks in protest, but Changming immediately steps in to shut his attitude down. Changming snaps back, demanding what is with his attitude, reminding him they had a deal at the door and he is now a servant who must obey orders. Left utterly speechless, Awu can only grind his teeth in silent fury as the scene shifts. Under Commander Lu's close supervision, the Imperial Guards wheel in carts to load up the treasures. Reading the report, she smiles with deep satisfaction. The search is not even finished yet, but they already have enough to fund Lord Lu's new policies, with plenty more still to come. Eventually, Changming catches up with Commander Lu, calling out her name, but knowing exactly what he wants, she cuts him off immediately. She tells him to be patient since her men are already interrogating Prince Fu's inner circle, promising that they will definitely locate Dinglong Abyss before the sun sets today. Even so, he remains persistent, asking if she would be interested in some spiritual soil that is easily on par with the legendary 1,000 gold soil. This takes Commander Lu completely by surprise, making her wonder what kind of top-tier treasure the brat has set his eyes on inside the vault. Changming honestly admits he only wants a small patch of spiritual herbs. Hearing this, Commander Lu instantly cooks up a scheme to squeeze a little profit out of the kid. Would that work? True, this kid is a genius, but he is also a total penny pincher. Trying to squeeze him now might drive him away later, and that would be a real pain. Reasoning with himself, the old man sighs and tells him to just take it, adding that a little spiritual earth will suffice. He assures them they will not lose out on this deal. Changming gently bags the soil, explaining it is just loach droppings and river sand. That afternoon, the scene shifts to the mansion. Holding the ghost Lingji, he smiles, marveling at how it remains alive after being harvested so long ago. Secretly, he wonders if planting it in his backyard might bring it back to life. Right then, Xiao Qi rushes in with a major update, announcing they have finally located the Dinglong Abyss. Hearing this, Changming bursts into a hearty laugh. Outside the city walls, Lu Ji grimly explains to Changming that 70 miles away lies the Xiaoyang sect, one of the 3 most powerful factions in Prince Fu's territory. The Dinglong Abyss lies deep within a ravine behind their mountains. They already sent a surrender demand, but the sect has remained completely silent. If they refuse to listen, he will just wipe them out. Half an hour later, as a massive fire dragon erupts in the sky, the old man looks on in utter shock, remarking that the sect seems fiercely loyal to the rebel prince. Lu Ji immediately issues a final ultimatum: they have exactly 1 burning incense stick to surrender, or he will tear down their gates and leave nobody alive. Confused, Sibai asks him if the Xiaoyang sect will surrender. Changming explains that with Prince Fu already defeated, the sect leader would have to be an absolute idiot to drag his entire clan down to the grave with him. Lin Qing of the Xiaoyang sect rushes out immediately upon hearing of the court's arrival. Overjoyed, he exclaims that he has finally been waiting for the Imperial Army. He claims they only pretended to cooperate with the rebel prince out of fear, and promises to do everything in their power to help the court wipe out the remaining traitors. Lu Ji smiles and happily accepts the offer, ordering his guards to take the leader while his men watch the disciples. Xiaobo complies, and they quickly head over to the sealed abyss. Looking over the edge, he warns Changming that Prince Fu's death squads are waiting. He asks if Changming dares to go down for the treasure. The kid immediately negotiates if he clears the way, he gets more loot. Liu Ji smirks, muttering that the greedy kid truly refuses to lose a single penny. He grants him one more item, and without hesitation, Changming leaps straight down. Staring at the complex seal, he realizes he needs to ask his Loach for some formation guides because he has no clue here. Unsure of how to solve the puzzle, Changming frowns, wondering if he should just smash it with brute force. Up above, Liu Ji tells Ah Wu to accept his defeat gracefully and serve Changming without any worries. He explains that the boy is destined for unimaginable greatness, but adds that he won't let him bully Ah Wu, promising to humble the kid first. Touched by his care, Ah Wu flatteringly replies that the commander truly loves him. He asks if the boy will fail below, and Liu Ji explains that Prince Fu's death squad is waiting. Charging down so recklessly means Changming will take a beating, which should settle their little grudge. He warns him to watch closely and step in if things go south to prevent serious injury. Ah Wu complies, but just as he speaks, wait, what is that massive surge of power suddenly erupting from the depths? Fearing the sudden shockwave, they both quickly take a few steps back. Peeking over the edge, the commander wonders if the kid actually knows how to crack arrays. Seeing his masterful technique, he realizes those death squads might not even cause him any real trouble. Down below, Changming uses his flying sword to shatter the barrier, suddenly realizing his 5-teeth flying sword is actually a perfect siege weapon. If it can easily breach massive defensive arrays, then this seal is nothing to worry about. Suddenly, Prince Fu's hidden soldiers jump out, catching Changming by surprise. Moments later, he sends those death soldiers flying all the way up to Liu Ji's feet. The commander shivers at the sight, thinking that while death squads are stubborn, this is just too brutal. Watching a battered soldier desperately cling to the cliff, Ah Wu silently resolves to behave himself if he wants to survive working under his new master. Down below, Changming ties them up and casually yells out to ask if there are any others left. His magical rope slips into a deep crevice, effortlessly binding another batch of hidden soldiers and dragging them back. Tied up tightly, Gao Shu roars, asking how he dares do this. He challenges Changming to a fair one-on-one fight as the young commander easily hauls the remaining captives back to the surface. Seeing this, Liu Ji mutters in annoyance. That brat just dumped a whole mess of trouble on them. Liu Ji fakes a compliment, calling him a guy who never lets a grudge go. After blasting a few shadow guards away, he orders a Wu to move so they can check it out themselves. The scene shifts. Changming finds a spot radiating intense spiritual energy. Standing close, he mutters that with such dense energy and a weapon-nourishing array, the treasures hidden here must be extraordinary. Just as he finishes speaking, several bookshelves suddenly appear, and they're stacked with plenty of good stuff. Scanning the room, Changming realizes this treasury is indeed what Prince Fu meticulously prepared for his rebellion. These treasures can either help a group of masters launch attacks far beyond their current cultivation realms, or boost the combat power of 30,000 soldiers in his cultivator army, perhaps serving as high-grade items to shatter military formations and arrays. Fortunately, these treasures do not provide direct protection, or Prince Fu would have surely kept them on his person. Just then, an interesting thought crosses Changming's mind. He cannot touch the soul treasures, but taking a bit of spiritual jade, pills, and resources should not be an issue, right? Right then, Liu Ji arrives and asks why he is not taking anything. Changming turns, bowing politely as he mentions his personal reputation is on the line. Naturally, he has to wait for Lord Liu to arrive before making a move. Liu Ji is a man of his word, so he tells him that counting the promised one, he can pick 3 treasures first. If there are others he likes, he can trade for them, but warns him not to use spiritual soil or crystals to trick him again. Hearing this, Changming quietly mocks the old man for not recognizing true value. With Liu Ji's permission, Changming begins examining the treasures while planning his choices. He spots 3 6th-grade spiritual flames, which are perfect for replacing his own 4th-grade flame. This jade mirror is the compendium of 10,000 herbs. If he encounters an unknown herb, a simple scan reveals its name and effects. Such golden light can refine corpses or nourish souls. If placed in the ghost realm, its effect should be quite impressive. This set of 7 Dao puppets looks like a single item, but they work like nesting dolls, catching any enemy completely off guard. This jade seal seems to hold a trace of divinity. It will definitely be useful for his Loach. He still has one more choice, but with so many suitable items left, making a decision is tough. Fearing another trick, the old man warns him once more. He warns him not to push his luck after receiving so many favors, especially with that cheap spiritual soil. Changming turns to negotiate, asking if a divine seal barrier-breaking pill would suffice. Liu Ji hesitates a bit before replying. While the divine seal barrier-breaking pill is indeed rare, expecting to trade just one for a treasure here is pure daydreaming. He quickly bargains, asking what if it is 10 of them instead of just one. Liu screams in disbelief, demanding to know how he could possibly possess so many of those rare pills. Changming plays it cool, telling the old man not to ask so many questions. Turning aside, the old man calculates that this kid seems to have plenty of those barrier-breaking pills. Many of his own subordinates are stuck at bottlenecks, so he must squeeze as many pills as possible out of him. Wanting even more, Liu says he can make the executive call, offering to trade one treasure for 20 divine seal barrier-breaking pills. Hearing this, Changming grimly notes that even the pawnshop of the two elders is not nearly this ruthless. Finally, he throws out his final offer of 17 pills, take it or leave it. At this point, Liu agrees, accepting 17 as the final deal. Secretly, the old man figures the kid probably has fewer than 20 pills left anyway, so he might as well let him keep a few for his own use. Suddenly, Changming points straight at his face and gives an order, telling him to count all the treasures here and calculate how many pills they are worth. Wu watches in absolute disbelief while Liu roars in anger, demanding what he means. Giving a confident thumbs up, the boy simply repeats their previous agreement. Didn't they agree on 17 pills per treasure? Although he does not have that many right now, he can refine them incredibly fast. With that, Changming summons his storage bag. Bound by his word, Liu can only stammer, asking if he actually intends to trade for everything. He asks if he really refined those barrier-breaking pills himself. Seeing Changming pull out a cauldron, the old man breaks into a cold sweat, wondering what he is up to. Is this crazy kid actually going to refine pills right in front of everyone? Worried about losing all the loot, Wu quickly whispers that if he takes everything, they will have a hard time explaining it to the imperial court. He glares at his subordinate and explains why he cannot stop him, saying he had no idea the kid could actually refine those pills himself. If they do not give him these treasures, they will have to compensate him some other way, as he definitely will not let this slide. Wu quickly figures out what to do and barks an order to Wu to guard the entrance of the cave. Without Lord Liu's direct order, absolutely no one is allowed to step inside. He orders the others to follow him and clear out the cave. An hour passes by, and Changming finally finishes refining his precious medicinal pill. He excitedly declares that it is indeed the legendary Divine Seal barrier-breaking pill, leaving Liu to silently marvel at what an absolute monster this young kid is. If he climbs to higher cultivation realms later, he will be terrifying. Luckily, he belongs to their own demon suppression bureau. Soon after, when he notices the treasures are missing, he panics and demands to know where they went. Changming rushes over to confront the old man, angrily accusing Liu of going back on his promise. He demands to know why the old man is trying to run off with the treasure now. Liu quickly fires back that giving away all these treasures would make it impossible to answer to the court and Lord Liu, so there is no need for sarcasm. Admitting it was his own oversight, Liu promises to explain himself, prompting a frustrated Changming to bow his head and ask how exactly he intends to make it up to him. Liu offers a compromise, asking how he would feel about a promotion to Centurion first. The young man closes his eyes to weigh the offer, making the old man laugh because he knew exactly how he would react. He calls him a brat and points out how countless officers in the Chao Tian division rack their brains for a Centurion rank, as it is a completely different level from a lieutenant. The promotion is because the next mission requires a Centurion's authority, especially since the Chao Tian division has set up numerous guard posts along the Mang River to block off Tongguan Gorge. Not long ago, the local office in Bauman County detected an abnormal gathering of essence-devouring wasps near the 5 Bamboo Slope. Changming stays silent but curses inside, annoyed that he is being handed a cheap promotion just to be loaded up with more chores. Is this really how the imperial court shows its gratitude? He points out that Bauman County is right outside the gorge, and these wasps are known to build their hives using very specific mineral deposits. Because their presence usually signals a highly valuable mineral vein, Liu shares a secret that the headquarters is looking to dispatch a Centurion to investigate. Asking if he is willing to take the job, Changming carefully weighs his options in his mind. He thinks this is actually a solid deal, proving that the imperial court is not as stingy as he originally thought. Wu suddenly chimed in to urge him on, telling him to quickly agree before the boss changes his mind about such a sweet deal. Changming immediately uses this to bargain, demanding the golden coffin and 7 Taoist soldiers in exchange for the treasures he found here. Incensed, the old man yells at him not to push his luck. Unwilling to back down, Changming puts on a troubled act instead. He claims he is only looking out for the grand ambitions of Liu and Lord Liu, arguing that his increased strength will only guarantee smoother missions. Though trembling with absolute rage, the old man has no choice but to reluctantly agree. Changming bows to offer his formal thanks before immediately throwing his arm around Wu, urging him to hurry up and secure all the treasures, especially that valuable imperial seal. Some time later, Changming finally makes his way back to his mountain fortress. Happy to be home, he celebrates that the ordeal is finally over and all his hard work has paid off. However, deep down, he still harbors one lingering regret about how things played out. It is a shame that the Ghost Army and Taoist soldiers were fully exposed during interrogation, otherwise he could have kept them for his own use. Lu Ji has already sent all the evidence and confessions to the capital, significantly easing the political pressure on Lu Guangxiao back at court. The campaign to seize Prince Fu's territory is practically won, and Lu Sibai even secured a rank as a low officer, heading back to his hometown to propose marriage. Despite the peaceful resolution, Changming cannot shake the unsettling feeling that he has completely forgotten something important. Suddenly, the communication treasure hidden inside his robes begins to vibrate with a faint hum, and when he pulls it out, a voice speaks from within. The report states that there is a woman in Prince Fu's dungeon claiming to have previously worked at his Mang River guard post. Hearing this immediately sparks his memory, and he realizes his massive mistake. He screams internally as he remembers that the bamboo-hatted woman and Zhu Ying of Zhuojin Mountain are still locked up in the dungeon. Wasting no time, Changming rushes over to the dark prison cells. The voice from the treasure reminds him that the captive is technically one of theirs and demands her release along with 9 others, prompting Changming to agree before sending someone to interrogate her. When Xiao Huang asks for her name, she looks away and mutters Ren Ren, and when questioned about her origin, she mentions she is from Guangren Prefecture. Asked about her cultivation, she quietly replies she is at the 4th realm, 3rd stage. A Wu stands outside, hearing every single word but keeping quiet. He quietly thinks to himself that although this woman is slightly older than Sun Changming, she is absolutely gorgeous and incredibly charming. Lady Nian, it turns out this princess is indeed the female demon blacklisted by the Chao Tian Bureau. Master really has excellent taste. Honestly, with a stunning face and body like that, she is as sweet and ripe as a peach. In the end, Changming keeps his promise and has Xiao Huang release her, telling Nian that she can go now but should stay out of trouble from now on. She looks a bit flustered but softly agrees. On the road, Sibai excitedly thinks about his triumphant return. And honestly, who wouldn't want to see the old squire's face when he shows up in his flashy new uniform? But then his expression shifts, and he sadly realizes that spending so much time with Brother Jin has made him completely different from the others. But as long as he and Miss Zhao truly love each other, that is plenty. Soon enough, Sibai arrives right outside the local government office. He quickly pulls out his official medallion and orders Chen Jing to have the magistrates send men to Shao Clan Town with him, leaving Chen Jing completely stunned. It takes a moment for Chen Jing to snap out of it, realizing this is the Chao Tian Bureau. Bowing flusteredly, he begs the officer to wait while he reports inside. Sure enough, Lord he rushes out immediately to greet Sibai. He welcomes the esteemed envoy of the Chao Tian Bureau, claiming he knew all along that Master Lu was an extraordinary talent destined for greatness, not someone to remain in the shadows. Sibai turns his head away coldly and gives his orders. Send a few men with me to Shao Clan Town right away. Lord he quickly bows, eagerly complying with the command. He loudly commands his men to gather 30 soldiers immediately so he can personally escort Master Liu to Shao Clan Town. Meanwhile, Changming is lying by the riverbank with his little Loach. Rubbing its belly, he asks if it is already full. After that giant catfish-crocodile hybrid, has another 4th-tier beast shown up in the Tai Kiang underground palace? The Loach ignores him and falls asleep. Leaving it be, Changming stares at it and realizes that the powerful figure at Tongguan Gorge still has not given up on the treasure in the Tai Chang Palace. This trip to Bauman County might actually force a direct confrontation with them. Suddenly, the Loach wakes up and projects a sea serpent, making Changming wonder if it is a sea serpent monster. Seizing the moment, Changming demands his share, asking what kind of reward he gets for letting it eat a 4th-tier beast. Seeing this, the Loach pretends sleeps again. Not wanting to push, Changming sits up and tells it to forget it then. He teases that he had some treasures for it to eat, but since it is sleeping, he will just save them for next time. The little beast instantly perks up in surprise, and of course, its greed kicks in immediately as it starts frantically chewing on Changming's hand to demand more food. He yells in annoyance the imperial seal is already put away, so why is it chewing on his hand instead? The Loach stops. Changming guesses its thoughts, asking if this imperial seal can help him break through to the 3rd realm and unlock a forging manual too. The little creature squeaks happily, confirming his guess is absolutely correct. Changming realizes that this particular artifact must be extremely important to his little companion. Standing up, he promises to feed it later, pointing out that it is currently too bloated to even move. He promises to bring more food once it digests everything, but the stubborn Loach rolls on the ground in protest. But Changming refuses to budge, no negotiations. He has to get back to the guard post right now. Back at the camp, Huang Jun happily welcomes him back as chief's son, but Changming quickly corrects him, telling him to start calling him Centurion's son instead. Huang Jun scratches his head, muttering that it might not be appropriate. He explains that even though Changming holds more sway than the actual Centurion, Using that title openly could cause serious trouble for both of them if word got out. Ding Quan stands nearby and smacks him on the head, calling him an absolute idiot. Being much sharper than Huang Jun, Ding Quan instantly catches on and bows deeply, loudly congratulating the young master on his official promotion to Centurion. Changming looks at him and offers a satisfied smile. Leaving the noisy tent behind, Changming quietly slips out and wastes no time sprinting away into the distance. Letting out a sigh of relief, he is glad he reacted fast, otherwise they would have made him pay for a massive celebratory feast. If that expensive tradition got started, he would end up paying for endless banquets every week, which is way too costly. Suddenly, he hears hurried footsteps rushing his way and turns to see Changyan running toward him. She throws herself into his arms with a shout, making him laugh as he teases his little sister for launching a surprise attack. Snuggling close, Changyan happily asks if her brother is hungry and offers to cook him a delicious meal. Hearing this, Changming thinks to himself how much the little girl has grown, already reaching up to his chest. He softly replies, "Sure, I want to eat what you used to make, and it better be delicious." That night at dinner, Dan Chen speaks up slowly, reminding the young lady that he is nothing like those two useless fools. He claims that even if he cannot teach her, he still guided her toward enlightenment. Hard work deserves some credit, so can she please ladle him a bit more food? Hearing this, Lao Bao rolls his eyes, thinking all those words were just an excuse to get more food. Calling him a total fool, Chang Yin still immediately agrees and promises to cook much more next time. Her promise makes Dan Chen, Lao Bao, and Tian Yue all think the exact same thing. She said that before, and the extra food ended up in her own stomach. After that cozy dinner, Changming relaxes on the floor. Suddenly, the mysterious power of the Loach manifests right before his eyes. Changming eagerly sits up, welcoming the Loach after waiting so long as the third realm, known as the Tao Pagoda, begins. Cultivators in this realm must choose a vital acupuncture point to construct their own Tao Pagoda. There are only 3 ways to build it: divine arts, formations, or spiritual talismans. After researching for a while, Changming quickly decides that since he has the Loach's innate wood talisman manual, he must go with spiritual talismans. Without a moment of hesitation, he dives into training. The spiritual energy erupting from Changming successfully forms an ancient pagoda, but it quickly starts to fade away. Is that it? The construction is only half done and his energy is already drained. He questions the Loach, but then its voice suddenly echoes. Hearing it again, Changming cheers with joy, praising the Loach because he knew it would come through. A thick book appears before him, containing recipes for high-level 4th-grade healing and detoxification pills. This is highly valuable, as it can save lives in critical moments. Patting the gourd on his hip, Changming tells the Loach to keep its stomach empty for tomorrow's royal seal. Indeed, those imperial court officials are definitely much wealthier than the local sects. Throwing even one copy of this out would surely trigger a bloody war across the martial world. Next, he thinks about Liu's side, realizing they must probably deal with Prince Fu first before pushing forward in Bauman County. He decides to make his move early, needing some scout to head over to Bauman County first to gather intelligence. The next second, Changming gets excited again. He has the perfect candidate. Over in the ghost realm, Wei Diansu mutters to himself that Lady Nian seems like the perfect target, and tricking her into obeying should be easy enough. Right after, footsteps approach. A guard enters to report that someone is looking for him outside. The moment he spots Nian, he thinks to himself that she appeared right as he mentioned her, so he quickly tells his guard to leave. Meanwhile, her eyes glare intensely at Wei Diansu. In a flash, Nian lunges forward and screams, calling him an old pervert and promising to kill him. Before she can even lay a finger on him, he bolts. Wei Diansu dodges around the room, shouting that she needs to stop. He asks how a famous figure like her can act so bitter and shrewish like a common merchant. Even so, Nian has no intention of stopping, screaming that his schemes almost got her killed this time. Eventually, he squeezes into a cabinet to hide. Once she finally stops to catch her breath, Wei Diansu yells from inside, asking how exactly he harmed her. He argues that the clues he gave her worked, questioning if she really gained nothing at all. Furious at his excuses, Nian kicks the cabinet violently, yelling that she got ambushed by a 5th realm master and nearly died in prison. Luckily, he crawls out just in time, asking who she can blame since he never told her to investigate that clerk. This only enrages her more, as she claims men always find excuses, but Wei Diansu immediately counters, telling her not to slander him. He points out that everyone relies on their own skills for Prince Fu's matter. Since she lacks ability and has terrible luck, she should stop frowning, as smiling girls have better fortune. Nian completely ignores his words, threatening to tear that pervert to pieces right then and there. She immediately lunges at him, but Wei Diansu opens his mouth and spits out a stream of venom that stops right in front of her forehead. He calmly warns her that letting her vent was fine, but if she does not back off, he will truly get angry. Annoyed, she merely lets out a cold snort and decisively turns around to leave. Seeing this, Wei Diansu quickly calls out, urging her not to leave since she needs money and he has a profitable deal where they can collaborate for a negotiable price. Nian considers it for just a moment before departing without uttering a single word. The Ghost City is incredibly wealthy, and if she could somehow take it over, she would never have to worry about money again. However, that skeleton and the judge are quite difficult to deal with. Suddenly, she senses something and turns back to look. The moment she laid eyes on the scene in the sky above Ghost City, she completely froze. Nian's face quickly turned pale, peak of the 6th rank. Right now, she was still standing there, totally stunned by the sky above Ghost City. She quietly reasoned that if it were just that skeleton and the judge, a peak 6th rank power might actually be possible. Deciding she wanted to live a few days longer, Nian rushed back to Yiqing Hall and kicked the door open. Ultimately, her empty pockets did the talking. She blurted out, "Hey, old lecher, what kind of business deal is it this time?" Wei Diansu answered, "Immediately go to Bauman County and secretly investigate Wangyun Cliff, the 100-man office of Bauman County." This task made Nian instantly snap. "Are you crazy? Or am I? How dare we offend Zhao Tianxi?" Seeing her walk away without a second thought, he rushed after her. "Why don't you believe me? How about this? If you're worried, I can get you an Inner Palace Command token. All right?" The moment she heard about this item, Nian asked curiously, "Can you really get an Inner Palace token?" Even if the commander himself interfered, he wouldn't dream of touching the Inner Palace. Without a second of hesitation, Wei Diansu confidently patted his chest. "I have a truly powerful figure backing me up." It seemed like she was finally convinced, asking, "How much does this pay?" Next, he slowly replied, "That depends on your contribution, but I managed to secure a base reward of 1,000 spirit jades for you. If you can dig up any critical clues, the big boss behind me is always extremely generous with rewards." Nian immediately shot back, "You want to hire a 4th realm expert for just 1,000 spirit jades?" Wei Diansu realized he was in the wrong, knowing it sounded pretty cheap, so he asked then, "How much do you want?" As if she had been waiting for this, she demanded a 5,000 base pay, plus 3,000 for every piece of intel. The next second, he agreed, "Fine, are equivalent treasures and pills acceptable?" Nian happily agreed, "Deal." A moment later, Wei Diansu pulled out the items, nothing more to say then. "You can have all the Divine Seal obstacle-breaking pills you want. Here is half the deposit, head to Bauman County first." After she left, he secretly smiled and let me tell you, his chess game is just getting started. Back in the ghost realm, he looked up at the sky and thought to himself, the old ghost is awake, meaning his days of being the sovereign sole favorite are over. That damn judge is a total kiss-up, running off to pay respects the second he woke. Those two are teaming up to push me out. The next moment, he suddenly roared out, "Where is my strategist?" In a flash, a panicked figure landed right in front of him. It was Tuhu, who scrambled to ask, "What's going on? Wasn't I just eating dinner at the tavern?" The question only pissed him off more. "You pig-headed fool, always eating. Now help me find a solution." Tuhu quickly shot back, "I'm just a butcher, yet you keep forcing me to be your strategist. Are you a pig?" Right after arguing, an idea hit him. "My lord, I can recommend a real talent to you. Someone who will definitely solve all your problems." Meanwhile, at the outpost, Chang Yan was cooking but still called out, "Brother, sit down first. The food is almost ready." Chang Ming replied right away, "All right." Suddenly, Yun Fan stepped inside to report, "Lord Commander, your subordinate has an important matter to report. Smells so good." Hearing this, Chang Ming asked what kind of urgent news. The subordinate quickly explained that monstrous bird returned last night. Even so, Chang Ming remained completely unfazed, calmly replying, "I know. You may go." Chang Ming's indifferent attitude combined with the slamming door left Yun Fan completely stunned. A while later, Chang Ming ate his meal while thinking that Shi Kui is getting a bit troublesome. Let's see what it's up to. Right after that, he manifested an eye near where Miao Miao and Shi Kui were currently staying. Watching her gentle care, Chang Ming quickly realized that this was actually the next evolutionary step of his 10,000 things responding to spirit technique. Next, Chang Ming quickly rushed outside to where Shi Kui and Miao Miao were hiding. He immediately acted, channeling his spiritual energy directly into Shi Kui, and his sheer power made the creature shriek in agony. 2 hours later, Shi Kui finally collapsed in the nearby woods. A pale and anxious Miao Miao muttered to herself, "Big Sister needs to eat, but with daylight out, there is no way for me to hunt. Should I go beg Big Sister's master for help?" But the master is absolutely terrifying. One wrong move and he could destroy her soul entirely. Even if he destroys our souls, we must try, otherwise Big Sister will starve to death. Making up her mind, Miao Miao bravely knelt before Chang Ming, "Master, please save her." Seeing this, he gently praised, "You are a loyal and caring little one. Rest assured, I will save her." Responding to Miao Miao's heartfelt plea, Changming gently fed Shi Kui a healing pill. In a flash, its feathers slowly transformed into a dazzling golden color. Even Shei's stamina is completely restored to how it was before. With that matter settled, Changming thinks to himself that everything seems fine. Now, he must quickly head back to the outpost to plant the spiritual herb he acquired from Prince Fu. A short while later, he moves to the backyard of the outpost. From a nearby room, Chang Yin's voice rings out. "Where are you going, brother?" Turning around, Changming spots the little girl alongside Danchin, Yunfan, and Tianyu. "Just planting some trees. Do you guys need something?" Chang Yin cheerfully replies that it is nothing at all. The little girl and the others quickly turn away, acting as if they are facing a wild beast in broad daylight. Meanwhile, Tianyu is shaking like a leaf, panicking that they are finished because the master is about to find out. Danchin calmly asks what there is to fear, since the young lady will protect them if the sky falls. Meanwhile, in the ghost city, Wanhun Wang stands proudly on a bridge with his arms crossed. Yan calmly speaks up, pointing out that in the end, it is still the exact same way he would have handled it. Wanhun Wang barks out at him to get to work. The next second, Judge Dongfang appears, bringing Lord Wei Tiansu along with him. "Wait, we must bring the victim along to act as a guide." Yan immediately agrees, telling him to shrink down and guide him for a bit. A short while later, outside Bauman County, even though he is held in Yan's hand, Wei Tiansu still has the nerve to scream in anger. "Can you not go a little slower, you rotten skeleton? Just you wait." Fortunately, Yan does not even bother to care about his constant whining, instead asking where his treasure was stolen. Pointing toward the Wang Yun Cliff outpost, he replies that it was right near that area. Without any hesitation, Yan uses his lightness skill, telling him that he will carry him over there right now. Looking up from the ground, his silhouette looks like a shooting star rushing straight toward the Wang Yun Cliff outpost. Spotting this, a guard urgently yells that a powerful ghost is coming, demanding they activate the defense array immediately. After observing for a moment, Yan asks in confusion, since there is no sign of the thief, wondering what treasure he actually lost. Without any hesitation, Wei Tiansu explains that it is a nest of yuan-devouring bees measuring 2 zhang high. Yan exclaims in surprise, noting that it is indeed a rare treasure that would fetch a high price at the grand market. The next second, Wei Tiansu shares his suspicion, stating that he has always suspected the Kaioshin department was the one who stole it. Yan's face shows clear conflict as their master ordered them not to disturb the living. Yet recovering the stolen treasure is also serving his lord, making this a tough choice. Sensing his dilemma, Wei Tiansu quickly speaks up to offer a suggestion. "Why do you not wait here, my lord, while I head down to negotiate, as they will surely fear your divine power and hand it right back." Hearing this, Yan replies with delight, agreeing that this plan suits him perfectly and telling him to go ahead. Even though his plan is approved, he still falls into deep thought, believing that the beehive might contain rare minerals that could help identify the exact type of treasure. If it can also draw out the hidden forces behind this outpost, that would be even better. After pausing for about 2 seconds, Wei Tiansu begins to grow back to his original size. He loudly delivers an ultimatum to the living souls inside, demanding they hand over the stolen beehives to him immediately. Otherwise, his great master will slaughter his way in. When that happens, blood will flow like a river, and no one will be spared. But just as he finishes, a burst of magic flies straight at his face. Wei Tiansu is knocked backward by the blast, but he still does not forget to scream for his lord to save him. This sight makes Yan let out a cold snort. Next, Yan unleashes a devastating and aggressive attack that immediately strikes the protective barrier of the Kaioshin department. Seeing this, Sixiang decisively orders his men to pour every single remaining piece of spirit jade into the defense array. The others quickly pitch in to help, screaming to use their own spirit jade as well because they do not want to die yet. The next second, Sixiang uses his lightness skill to fly high up in order to get a better look at the situation. He grits his teeth in anger, asking if they dare offend the Kaioshin department without fearing the crushing power of the entire imperial court. Wei Tiansu's voice does not carry even a shred of fear as he responds. He demands they hand over those beehives so they can leave immediately, while some terrified subordinates quickly plead that the hives are completely useless to them anyway. Despite his men trying to persuade him otherwise, Sixiang remains absolutely furious, roaring that a mere ghost dares to oppose the Great Wu dynasty. Hearing this, his subordinate turns pale, thinking that they are completely finished. It seems their leader would rather die than ever surrender to a ghost. Completely contrary to his subordinate's terrifying thoughts, Sixiang actually pulls out the very item Wei Tiansu wants and tosses it over to them, which Yan quickly reaches out to catch. Even so, he does not forget to throw out a threat, warning them that the grand and small markets of the Ghost Bazaar are their ultimate boundaries. If they ever dare to cross that line, they will chop off their claws. Watching his subordinate walk away, the man inside the Jiaoshan office muttered in utter confusion. Did he just say ghost market? What even is that? Since when do spirits gather to shop at big and small markets? That stupid question only makes Xishang angrier, calling him absolute trash before quickly storming inside. At the exact same time, Shiqui and Changming follow right behind in the form of tiny beetles. Xishang wears a dead serious expression as if carrying out a major task, pulling out a talisman just a second later. It turns out, Xishang is activating his signature yin isolating shield technique, while Changming hovers nearby, watching closely before finally speaking to someone deep inside his jade pendant. My lord, things happened so suddenly that your subordinate had no choice but to hand over those beehives. The mysterious lord coughs as he replies that it is fine because those things are useless to them anyway, prompting in surprise Xishang to ask if it is finally confirmed. The lord quickly answers that there should be no mistake, adding that he already sent a sixth realm powerhouse to back them up, so he must do his job well since everything depends on this. Once the report is complete, he bows with deep respect, promising to obey and bidding his lord farewell. Overhearing the entire conversation, Changming wonders what this grand plan could be, and honestly, aren't we all curious too? Soon enough, darkness falls over the land as Changming quietly makes his way through the silent, eerie forest alone. His swift, silent footsteps quickly lead him to Shiqui's hiding spot, where he stands and lowers his voice to give an order. Go to the Ghost Realm to bring that beehive back to me, then head straight to Wangyun Cliff to keep monitoring Yan Xishang. Stopping mid-sentence, Changming suddenly remembers something important, quickly reaching into his robe and muttering that he almost forgot. Pulling out a small object that glows with a faint, dim light in his palm, he immediately merges it directly into Shiqui's body. It is a clean, swift motion. Knowing this soldier's eye will now let him monitor Wangyun Cliff whenever he wants. Immediately after, it spreads its wings and takes off into the sky, quickly disappearing into the endless dark void. Only after Shiqui has faded completely out of sight does he slowly turn around to quietly make his own exit. A short while later, the moment he returns home, the sight, waiting right at his doorstep, leaves Changming completely stunned. Right there in his backyard near the watchpost sits a massive, giant beehive that had somehow already been delivered. Silently praising Shiqui for working so fast, Changming wastes no time drawing his knife to carve a small piece into a mortar. With each slow, deliberate grind, the hive piece crumbles into a fine, glittering powder that looks exactly like stardust. Examining the composition closely, Changming is absolutely shocked to find 11 types of precious metals, 6 kinds of wood treasures, 17 different mineral elements, and even 5 types of animal bone and teeth fragments. What kind of crazy mineral is this to contain almost every type of treasure imaginable? Next, he grips his sword tightly, his freezing gaze locked dead onto the massive beehive sitting right in front of him. With a few highly skilled slashes, the massive hive instantly shatters into pieces, making him sheathe his blade in deep thought, realizing that although the minerals extracted from these 3 hives are highly complex, they would easily fetch at least 23,000 spirit jades on the market, even though these are just tiny fragments pecked from rock crevices by the yuan-devouring bees to build nests. He quickly pulls out a token, thinking he still needs to contact Liu Ji, otherwise the 6th realm powerhouses sent by Yan Xishang will be too tough to handle. Early the very next morning, while Changming is still fast asleep, a loud shout coming from right outside his door jolts him awake. It is Ah Wu calling out for Commander Jun, making Changming think to himself that he arrived incredibly fast. Ah Wu steps inside and immediately hands him a piece of paper, explaining it is a gift from Lord Liu Ji. Staring at the drawing on the paper, a confused Changming asks what it is, prompting Ah Wu to explain it contains their lord's blade energy. If they encounter any 6th realm expert this time, he just needs to throw it. He asks skeptically if one slash drawn on paper can really defeat a real 6th realm expert, especially since Lord Liu is also just in the 6th realm. Frowning with clear annoyance in his voice, Ah Wu asks how he could ever compare Lord Liu to some ordinary 6th realm cultivator. Changming is left completely speechless, his lip twitching as he thinks fanboys really need to keep a rational mind. Blind worship is never a good thing, yet Ah Wu keeps boasting with pure admiration about how Lord Liu defeated 2 6th realm fighters yesterday. Not only did she beat them single-handedly, but she even achieved a breakthrough right in the middle of that final clash. Pointing at the paper in Changming's hand, Ah Wu boasts that this contains the first slash unleashed after her breakthrough to the 7th realm. Anyone below the 7th realm will be left dead or severely injured, making Changming immediately fold the paper and tuck it safely away. He says they will set off once Liu Sibai returns, but Ah Wu interrupts to mention they are waiting for one more mysterious person. Ah Wu simply flashes a mysterious smile and says he will find out soon enough, leaving Changming to immediately guess who it is. He's coming, Changming thought. That slippery little devil really knew how to pick his moments. Why did it have to be now? He angrily shoved Ah Wu right out the door for acting so mysterious with him. It seems you still do not understand your place as a servant. Go reflect on yourself. The door slammed right in his face. A Wu frantically knocked on it, panicking as he explained that Lord Lu only promised to send an assistant immediately, without ever mentioning who it actually was. Changming completely ignored the noise outside and simply stroked his chin in deep thought. His gaze darkened as he weighed his options, silently wondering how far he could actually build his Dao Tower this time. With a single thought, he plunged deep into cultivation, feeling a massive surge of spiritual energy coursing through him. His internal Dao Tower was already at 5.5 floors, just a tiny step away from 6th floor, grand perfection. But to forge a divine heavenly weapon, he had to break through to the 4th realm, the Qi storing stage. These special weapons combine the best of puppet and mechanical soldiers, making them strong enough to clash with 5th realm experts. Inside Changming's mind, the pages of the secret blueprints for the heavenly weapons began to unfold. Every single stroke held profound, complex truths, and the deeper he looked, the heavier his heart became. Before long, Changming lost his patience. He hopped right off the bed, deciding it was time to eat first. Stepping into the kitchen, the mere sight of old Bao brought a sudden wave of anxiety over Changming. Scanning the room, he noticed a familiar face was missing. "Where is my sister?" he asked, and old Bao calmly replied that she went hunting with a Wu, so he was handling lunch today. Instantly, old Bao slammed a massive tub of meat right in front of Changming, silently boasting that the aroma would blow him away. Changming quickly popped a huge piece of meat into his mouth, but after just one chew, his taste buds were absolutely tortured. His face wrinkled up like he just bit into a hot pepper. Seriously, where on earth did this guy get the confidence to cook? He claimed to be some famous chef, but probably bought his license. "I am not eating this," Changming screamed, his voice echoing. Soon, the fiery silhouette of the flying fire fox appeared in the sky, signaling that the hunting party was finally back. Catching sight of Changming waiting below, Changyan excitedly waved, shouting that she was sorry for getting back so late. She ran over and hugged his arm, apologizing that he had to suffer through old Bao's terrible cooking. Changming agreed it was absolutely awful. "Next time, watch the clock or your brother is going to starve to death." Standing by the kitchen door, old Bao watched them and let out a heavy sigh, feeling insulted once again. Right then, a panicked shout echoed from upstairs, warning that a massive force of men was approaching from the southwest. Surprised, he wondered if they were being invaded. A Wu guessed it might be the reinforcements Lord Lu promised would arrive. Changming nodded. He led the way to check it out, watching the distant figures approach silently, wondering if this mismatched group was truly the backup Lord Lu had promised them. Spotting the familiar faces from a distance, Nian Ying waved excitedly, shouting that he had finally made it back. Right behind the main group, a lone figure walked silently toward the outpost with slow yet highly determined steps. Gu Quan breathed a sigh of relief, thrilled that after so much effort, he was finally taking over this Mang River outpost. A calculating gleam flashed in his eyes, confident that with his 4th realm strength, he would easily become the master's favorite helper. Seeing the neat welcome lineup ahead, Gu Quan couldn't help but assume that the master had known he was coming. To pull out such a grand welcome, the master must really value him. He bowed deeply, declaring that he had finally arrived. But as Changming got a clear look at the man, he was left utterly confused. He flatly told Gu Quan to just find some place to sleep on his own, a cold response that left the old man completely stunned. Gu Quan stood frozen in absolute disbelief, wondering if this whole crowd of people had actually gathered for someone else entirely. A Wu curiously asked why an elder from the prestigious Chaosian administration would come to such a tiny outpost. Respectfully, the elder explained he was assigned to guard the place while secretly sensing the 5th realm power from a Wu. Judging by his uniform, this powerful warrior had to be one of Lord Luji's personal men. A Wu's face darkened as he snapped, calling it absolute nonsense to waste a 4th realm master on a tiny outpost. He threatened to have the internal office investigate their whole province. Changming glanced over coldly, asking a Wu if he had forgotten his place again. A Wu instantly choked on his words, completely unable to offer a comeback. He turned away to make an escape, offering to prepare the beast meat for the young miss. Changyan happily nodded in agreement. This scene unfolded right before Gu Quan, causing cold sweat to pour down his forehead like rain. How could someone of the grand 5th realm act so timidly in front of the master? Tian Yue placed a hand on her shoulder, saying calmly that she would get used to it soon as things like this would happen often. After that incredibly awkward greeting, everyone dispersed and quickly got to work on their respective tasks. Before long, Dong Wang quickly stepped forward and reported to Centurion Yun that the head count was complete, causing Changming to freeze slightly as his gaze swept over the stranger, wondering who this was. The man introduced himself, saluting Centurion's son and stating he was Lin Dongwang, a platoon commander serving under Master Yun. Ni Yanning stuck out her tongue and made a face, casually explaining that her family found him to handle all her annoying little chores. Changming smiled faintly in acceptance, inviting them both inside as soft light from the lamps cast a gentle glow across the large meeting table. The light illuminated the solemn faces gathered around as Changming stood tall, leaning his hands on the table and asking for everyone's thoughts now that they had all arrived. Sibai leaned forward slightly, preparing to give his thoughts. Before Sibai could finish, Dongwang suddenly held up a large map, blocking his view and telling everyone to look here. He bent forward, tracing the winding lines on the map with a finger as he presented his plan with absolute confidence. If they departed the next day, they could follow this route through Liulin Town, Wuji Pass, and Jiashan Road. They would finally enter Bayamin County through Shili Pass, which would bypass the dangers along the Mang River and serve as the absolute shortest route. Dongwang continued, explaining they would gain much more this way, yet no one in the room seemed to care. Changming suddenly asked if they had a boat, and Ah Wu replied that Lord Lu had fortunately provided one. Dongwang froze, cold sweat breaking out on his neck as suffocating anger washed over him. Seriously, were they just going to completely ignore him like this? Changming immediately decided they would travel upstream along the Mang River, prompting Dongwang to stand up abruptly and angrily demand why his superior was refusing to use his excellent proposal. Changming frowned with clear, biting annoyance. He silently mocked the man for being too naive and inexperienced before coldly shutting down all debate with a flat refusal. His anger quickly turned into embarrassment as he lowered his voice to clarify, but Changming cut him off before he could even finish. Staring him down with a freezing gaze, Changming told him he already answered, and no questions were allowed. The humiliation of being ignored made him grit his teeth. He clenched his jaw to suppress the surging fury inside him, keeping it hidden, while outside, the quiet night stretched across the land. Cold stars flickered in the deep sky, presenting a stark contrast to the heavy, suffocating tension currently gripping the meeting room. In another room, Yun Fan was quietly packing his belongings. Every slow movement seemed weighed down by heavy thoughts, and he sighed with a deep sense of exhaustion and sheer helplessness. Yun Fan muttered that he really did not want to go to Bauman County, wishing he could just relax here, if only Lady Yun had not arrived. Before his sigh could fade, a sudden, urgent knock shattered the silence of the room, causing him to startle and quickly rise to open the door. As the door swung open, Dongwang's annoying face appeared right before him, causing Yun Fan's expression to darken as he demanded to know what the man wanted. Without waiting for a response, the unwanted guest pushed past him and strode into the room. Dongwang held his head high with an arrogant smirk, claiming he was personally chosen by the uncle to assist Centurion Yun. He added that if all went well, he would marry into the family and become Centurion Yun's husband. Glancing back to assert his status, he confidently stated that they were all part of the Yun family anyway. Yun Fan stared back with pure, undisguised contempt, asking if the Centurion's uncle had really made him such a grand promise. Dongwang insisted that while such matters could not be spoken aloud, the underlying intention was painfully obvious. He continued, complaining that their main leader, Sun Changming, was just too stubborn and conservative. He refused to trust talented people, and Dongwang feared his stubbornness would ultimately put Centurion Yun in grave danger. Only then did Yun Fan begin to realize the man's true intentions, asking what he wanted from him. Getting straight to the point, Dongwang admitted he would not actively start a conflict with Changming. However, if anything went wrong during the trip, he needed Yun Fan to help clear his name and pin all the blame on Sun Changming. Upon hearing this, Yun Fan's face darkened instantly, his eyes growing as cold as a winter frost. Pointing a freezing finger toward the main door, he uttered a single, sharp word demanding he get out. Dongwang froze in disbelief, wondering if he had misheard, and frowned as he asked what Yun Fan had just said. Unable to hold back his raging fury any longer, Yun Fan screamed straight into his face, telling him to get lost immediately. Right then, a chilling thought crossed Yun Fan's mind. This absolute fool was practically begging to die. Then go die alone. Do not drag me down with you. He remains incredibly confident, puffing out his chest to declare proudly, I, Lin Dongwang, will marry Yun Baihu in the future, so you better think carefully. Yun Fan quickly grabs a wooden stick in the corner. Yun Fan grips the wooden stick tightly, aiming it at the arrogant guy. Are you leaving, or do I have to throw you out? Dongwang pauses, realizing things are sliding completely out of control, and quickly throws up both hands. Wait, stop. Dongwang dashes toward the door, but before leaving, he does not forget to glance back and throw a final, sneering insult. What a short-sighted fool. The next morning, as darkness fades away, warm early sunlight pierces through thin clouds, slowly draping over the quiet guard station in a rare moment of peace. Changming stands on the porch, stretching deeply, his heavy eyelids showing the toll of an entire night spent without any sleep. After a frantic night of work, he barely managed to finish crafting the divine Dao weapon. Just then, the sweet and clear voice of Chang Yan echoes from the kitchen door. Peeking her head out with her face glowing in the morning light, she calls out, Brother, food is ready. He replies, All right. Changming heads straight into the kitchen, where Chang Yan already holds a large ladle, looking at her brother with deep care as she speaks up. Let me scoop some for you first, brother. Tilting the ladle, she fills his bowl with a hearty portion as hot steam rises. A rich, delicious aroma quickly fills the kitchen, washing away the lingering exhaustion of a sleepless night. Catching the delicious scent from the doorway, Dongwang swallows hard, his hungry eyes fixed on the food as he mutters that it smells so good. But right at that moment, the ladle in her hand suddenly flies out, hitting him square on the head. Dongwang clutches his head, his face contorted in shock and confusion, completely baffled by what just happened. How strange! That chubby girl has absolutely no cultivation, so why could he not dodge her ladle? Nearby, Tian Yue and Dan Chen exchange silent, knowing glances. In that brief instant, their eyes lock, and without a single word, they both share the exact same thought. Even though she cannot cultivate, her extraordinary presence has naturally manifested into a unique, powerful ability. Ren Ying points angrily at his face, yelling out for him to get lost, since this is no place for him. Bitterness washes over Dongwang as he realizes that even Lord Yun holds such deep prejudices about matching social standing. Realizing he misjudged her, he awkwardly turns to leave, muttering that he will obey her orders, all while grinding his teeth in silent and absolute rage. A dark, cold thought crosses his mind: just wait until he marries her, and then he will settle the score. Meanwhile, Changming continues eating calmly, completely ignoring the tense drama that just unfolded right in front of him. Placing his chopsticks down with a satisfied sigh of being full, Changming suddenly stands up on his feet. Telling them to wait a bit, he heads out for a relaxed stroll to digest his heavy breakfast. Right outside the door, Dongwang is already waiting. Seeing Changming emerge, he immediately follows closely behind, demanding with clear impatience that they set off for their destination right away. Why is 100 Household Sun delaying? Changming stops, coldly ordering his guards to teach this impudent fool a lesson. Before Dongwang can even react, a brutal kick sends him stumbling back in absolute pain. How insolent! A cold voice barks, and Tian Yue steps forward with a face full of murderous intent. You obey whatever 100 Household Sun decides, with absolutely no right to question your superior. Keep making noise and you will face harsh military law. With that, he turns and calls out to Yun Fan, who quickly rushes over to report for duty. Tian Yue orders him to keep Dongwang kneeling here until 100 Household Sun returns. If he dares stand, give him 100 strikes and kick him out of the Kaoshin division. Yun Fan salutes, and for the next hour under his watchful eye, Dongwang is forced to remain on his knees. His knees grow completely numb as sharp pain shoots up to his lower back, and cold sweat drenches his clothes. Just then, a messenger rushes over and reports that the commander is requesting everyone to gather down by the Mang River, where he's already waiting. Yun Fan hesitates, glancing down at the kneeling Dongwang as he asks what they should do with him. Ren Ying suggests bringing him if he misbehaves again. Just throw him into the Mang River to feed the fish. Down by the rushing Mang River, Ah Wu stands firmly on the wet mud, holding a glowing spirit jade in his hand. Without hesitation, he hurls it into the air, triggering a massive, earth-shaking explosion that rattles the riverbank and kicks up thick clouds of dust. Changming turns to Ah Wu, urging him to board the boat immediately. Dongwang quickly begs, asking for spirit jade to power up the massive ship and some protective talismans. Changming speaks up, stating the jade is only for the ship and protective artifacts are not necessary. Dongwang sneers, mocking that even if 100 Household Sun pockets the extra jade, he still needs to survive to actually spend it. Changming's face darkens as he asks if the sea beasts devour him first, whether they would even bother attacking the ship at all. They ignore those cold threats entirely. Dongwang is so terrified that his whole body trembles, his heart pounding wildly. Watching him frantically run away to hide behind the ship mast, a mix of helplessness and disgust toward this kid wells up inside him. Suddenly, Dongwang spots Nianying as she steps onto the deck. He blocks her path with a fake look of concern, advising that a female commander choosing a husband should really look long-term. She should find someone with a brighter future. Furious, Nianying points her finger directly at his face and screams his name. I am your superior officer, not one of your worthless friends, so you had better learn your place right now. He stands frozen in place, watching her walk away as a smirk slowly creeps onto his lips, scoffing to himself that she is just another shallow woman. Soon after, the massive ship sets sail, cutting through the waves. The heavy hull glides smoothly across the water. Gentle waves lap rhythmically against the sides with low, steady thuds, casting a thin, delicate mist that spreads across the entire river. Nianying sits inside the main cabin, unable to hide her sadness, noting that her uncle was the one who sent this man here. He was meant to be an example to recruit disciples of humble origins, but he seems completely out of his mind. Changming casually suggests that she can simply promote a few other disciples of humble origins to make things right. Inside the cabin, Nianying closes her eyes, releasing a long, heavy sigh as she complains that the Yun family lacks resources. Joining the Kaoshin agency is easy, but rising above the rank of captain is incredibly difficult. Sitting across from her, Changming waves his hand with ultimate confidence, telling her to leave this tiny matter to him. Surprised by his sudden promise, Nian Ying turns her face to confirm if he is actually being serious. Changming looks back at her, asking if she is honestly worried about him tricking her. In his mind, he secretly notes that a single word to Lord Liu will get them whatever they need. Nian Ying smiles and warns him that he should not make promises so easily. Since he now has a bright future, he should focus on building his own faction. Changming raises an eyebrow, jokingly asking when she became so clever. Ningying rolls her eyes and jokingly raises a fist to threaten little Changming. She playfully warns him that he is getting too bold and she will hit his head if he keeps teasing. Suddenly, the entire room violently shakes, leaving her utterly stunned. Outside, the river beneath the ship churns violently as if disturbed by something massive, prompting a crew member to ask what is going on. Dongwang waves his arms and barks orders, shouting for everyone to move quickly because a powerful beast is nearby. Open the armory and load the spirit stones into the heavy weapons. Changming and Nianying step out of the cabin. Watching Dongwang take charge, Changming frowns and silently wonders if this fool is just completely ignoring his presence. Right then, Gusuo stands behind them and commands everyone to get back and stop acting on their own. Dongwang glares at the old man, totally dumbfounded by this sudden intervention. Gusuo pulls no punches, bluntly pointing out that there are 200-man commanders and one venerable on board. Since when does a mere captain get to call the shots? Changming smirks and turns to the woman beside him, teasing that this must be pretty embarrassing for her since her subordinates are so incredibly disobedient. Blushing with embarrassment, Nianying softly replies that she failed to manage her people properly and apologizes for the trouble. Refusing to back down, Dongwang continues to question them, asking how the old venerable can stay so calm with an enemy nearby, wondering if he is just worried about their faction taking the credit. Gusuo does not even bother to answer, simply turning away with a cold, dismissive snort. Feeling deeply insulted by the gesture, Dongwang grinds his teeth in pure rage. Just then, another massive tremor erupts from deep within the river below, sending water splashing everywhere. Pointing frantically at the spot, Dongwang demands to know why Officer Sun is not ordering them to fight. At a critical time like this, is he really still saving a few spirit stones? Changming remains completely unbothered, calmly declaring that he will stand right here, make absolutely no moves, and issue no orders at all. Beside him, Gusuo, Wu, and the rest of the crew remain perfectly still, standing in neat formation as they wait for his command. Changming nods in approval at their proper military discipline, while Dongwang screams in utter frustration, calling them all a bunch of absolute madmen. He turns to command two other subordinates, telling them to ignore the rest and open the armory before it is too late. The two soldiers quickly salute in agreement, but Nianying snaps at them to halt immediately. She demands to know whether they obey Officer Sun or him, causing the two men to freeze and mutter Commander Yoon under their breath. Dongwang grimaces, crying out that they are all going to get killed. Meanwhile, their ship continues to drift closer to the churning water. As the vessel draws near the troubled spot, the violent churning beneath the surface slowly dies down, until the river finally returns to a calm silence. Changming crosses his arms, clasping his hands together. He squints and asks how things are. He silently tells himself that with the mud Loach here, nothing could possibly go wrong with this boat. Dongwang points a shaking finger, stammering that it was just pure luck. What is there to be proud of? He vows he will definitely surpass him in the future. Nianying fires back immediately, letting him know exactly why Centurion's son has every right to be so proud. Having joined the Chaosian division for less than 6 months, he already stands far above someone who has struggled for over a decade. Her gaze turns incredibly sharp as she asks if he wants to talk about origins. Centurion's son was once just a lowly commoner waiting to die in Juhu village. What about you? Terrified by her intense and crushing aura, Dongwang can only stammer helplessly, unable to answer. Changming waves his hand, launching a golden rope that wraps tightly around him. There is no need for further words with such a stubborn fool who always rationalizes his own nonsense. Then he calls out to Wu, instructing him to list the exact crimes this fool just committed. Bound tightly by the golden rope, Dongwang falls to his knees on the wooden deck, forced to listen to his own crimes being read aloud. First, disobeying military orders, punishable by death. Second, cowardice before the enemy, punishable by 30 heavy strikes. Third, defying a superior officer, punishable by execution. Fourth, inciting division among the ranks, also punishable by execution. Changming coldly orders the execution to proceed. Seeing the grim situation, two subordinates panic and desperately plead for the centurion to show mercy and spare his life. The moment they finish speaking, a brilliant slash of light cuts through the air, leaving a fresh streak of crimson blood across the wooden floor. Without a hint of fear, the middle-parted subordinate demands answers, having already begged for his life. Why did the Lord execute him without a single word? The other subordinate yells out for Lieutenant Lin. Wu calmly sheathes his sword behind his back, replying indifferently. He was once one of the 6 elite cavalry generals, serving directly under Commander Lu Ji of the Southern Dungeon, and now he follows Lord Sunday. Since Lord Sun has not told him to stop, what use is the whining of useless trash like them? The subordinate presses further, asking if executing Lieutenant Lin, one of their own, might spark a bitter rift between the two sides. Amused, Changming points out that Lin Dongwang's earlier attempts to sow division seem to have worked perfectly. Nianying barks out a shut-up, ordering him to slap himself 20 times. Hearing his punishment, the middle-parted subordinate freezes in sheer disbelief. Scanning the crowd gathered before her, Nianying firmly declares the absolute law of the ship. Every single person on this boat belongs to the Chaotian division and serves under Lord Sunday. Is that understood? They all roar back in unison. Changming steps forward, promising that as long as they perform their duties well, he and Centurion Yun will never mistreat them and will ensure a highly satisfying reward for all. As the boat continues sailing forward, he commands everyone to dismiss, return to their posts, and remain vigilant. The remaining crew members instantly shout their compliance. Changming leads the way inside, coming to a sudden halt once he enters the cabin. Nianying follows him inside and, noticing him standing there, curiously asks what he called her in for. Changming turns around with a questioning look, asking if she is not worried her subordinates might sow discord and turn against her. Nianying admits honestly that she has relied entirely on him to get this far, which is why she must cling tightly to his powerful support. She excitedly pumps her fist, stating that as long as they safely complete today's mission, any negative rumors will vanish, and the crew will praise her keen judgment, elevating her reputation to new heights. Changming raises an eyebrow and asks if she really does not blame him for executing her persistent pursuer. Nianying's face blanks out in sheer confusion, asking him who on earth was pursuing her. Changming closes his eyes and explains that Lin Dongwang always intended to marry her and join the Yun family, but she was completely oblivious. Nianying quickly covers her mouth with her hand, letting out a soft cry of absolute disbelief. She clasps her hands and bows deeply to Changming, thanking Lord Sun for taking care of such an annoying nuisance for her. Meanwhile, just outside the door, Ah Wu and Gu Suo are quietly eavesdropping on the conversation happening inside the cabin. Ah Wu whispers, asking if the Centurion executed Lin Dongwang for the greater good or simply because of Centurion Yun. Gu Suo replies that he would never dare to gossip about the Centurion's personal affairs. Secretly, he thinks that if the idiot wants to die, he should not drag others down. 3 days later, the boat continues sailing smoothly. Suddenly, a massive, scaly tail rises from beneath the water, thrashing wildly for a brief moment. Soon after, the long-tailed creature floats completely motionless in a pool of bright crimson water. Changming orders his men to haul the beast up, announcing that the meat will be distributed to everyone since they have worked incredibly hard. The crew cheers in delight. Nianying leans in to praise his leadership, noting how nicely he balances rewards and punishments to win the hearts of his troops. Once things settle down, Changming mutters 3 words, "Not enough yet." He shares his plan with her, explaining that the 3rd-tier beast carries a valuable beast glyph bone. When the time comes, you can offer it as a reward to the best lieutenant, so they will not grow distant from you. Nianying praises him once more, calling him truly impressive. Lord Sunday, by the 5th day, a booming command echoes from the vessel, full speed ahead. Reach the Wang Yunji sentry office within half an hour. The subordinates roar in response, understood. Half an hour later, at the Wang Yunji sentry office, a breathless messenger rushes straight into the main hall to deliver urgent news. Lord Centurion's son has arrived outside. Yan Zixiang looks up, silently calculating that the land route takes at least 10 days. Since Mang River is infested with beasts, this Sun Changming took the risky water route, meaning he came well prepared. Standing up, he signals his subordinate to follow him and welcome Centurion Sunday. Stepping outside, they find Changming already waiting for them. Cupping his hands, he greets him as Lord Yan. Zixiang and his subordinate bow in return, addressing him as Lord Sunday. Then, he gestures toward the man standing behind him to explain the situation. Since the higher-ups sent Lord Sun, I will hand over the soul-devouring bee matter to you and assign a local ensign as your guide. The man behind him bows respectfully, introducing himself as Chu Shanliang and greeting Centurion Sunday. Zixiang adds that a 6th-rank great ghost arrived a few days ago, warning that it might be a dangerous enemy. Surprised by this news, Changming asks him how that could be. What kind of great ghost is it? He asks, secretly feeling smug. No matter how much Zixiang racks his brain, he will never guess that Changming sent it. Zixiang turns back into the hall to make final arrangements, ordering Chu Shanliang to lead Lord Sun to Chao Family Manor and brief him on the way. Receiving the order, Shanliang beckons with his hand to lead them. Our sentry office is far too cramped, making it quite inconvenient to host you honorable guests. Not far from here, Master Chao has specially cleared out his estate for the lords to reside in temporarily, which is the Chao Family Manor. Pointing toward the gate, he invites them all this way. As for that great ghost, it truly gave them a massive fright. Changming and his entire group follow Shanliang as they slowly depart. Little do they know, Zixiang is already standing on the second floor, silently watching their every move from above. He calls out to Yan Sheng, telling him to take a few disguised men to Lion Cave and retrieve the item. Glancing coldly, Zixiang commands him to deliver it to the fourth lord first, then throw it down that ancient well. Yan Sheng bows and complies. Outside, a magpie perches on the rooftop, keeping its sharp eyes fixed on Changming and his crew. After an unknown amount of time, Changming and his group finally arrive at Chao family manor. An elderly man is already kneeling on the ground in the courtyard, waiting. Seeing them approach, he looks up and introduces himself as Chao Zishan, welcoming the imperial envoys. He hopes the esteemed envoys do not mind these simple rustic conditions. Changming bends down slightly and tells them to rise, thanking the elder for hosting them. Zishan slowly stands up and mentions that the manor has prepared a welcoming feast. However, Changming directly declines, saying there is no need for a feast. They are only here on official business this time. Since they are merely borrowing this place temporarily, the elder can rest easy. Stepping inside, he asks where those soul-devouring bees were spotted. "Show me the way," Changming demands. Keeping his eyes closed, Shanliang replies from behind that they are at 5 Bamboo Slope, but the lord must be tired from the long journey. So perhaps. Once again, Changming firmly declines, declaring they depart right now. Next, he tilts his head toward his side and commands Ah Wu to bring a few men along. Everyone else is to stay behind with Centurion Yun and Senior Gusuo to set up 4 guard posts nearby. Ah Wu quickly complies. Following right behind Changming, Shanliang seizes a moment when the young officer is not looking to turn and wink at his subordinate. Receiving the signal, the subordinate immediately starts plotting a way to notify their lord Centurion. Nianying turns around to look at the person behind her, curiously asking the senior how they should arrange things. Gusuo readily shares the plan with her. They should all mingle together so the brothers can keep watch, ensuring the local guards get no chance to send word. On the other path, seeing that Shanliang has been chatting with the crowd for quite a while without moving, Changming grows highly suspicious, wondering if the guide is intentionally stalling for time. In that case, he will just use the brain-penetrating melody to force the truth out of him. Placing a bamboo flute to his lips, Changming begins to play. The bizarre sound reaching Shanliang's ears makes him grimace as he rubs his eyes and wonders what is happening to him. His head suddenly throbs with a sharp pain, leaving him dizzy. Did he just sleep poorly last night? He can only wonder if his men have successfully sent word to the Lord Centurion. On a cliffside, Centurion Shanliang stands across from Sun Changming, pointing into the distance and telling him that they will arrive once they cross that mountain. Sun Changming suddenly springs a question, asking Shanliang if he is indeed the trusted confidant of Yan Xixiang. Hypnotized by the hypnotic bamboo flute, the man honestly replies, "Aside from his personal guards, I am probably the most trusted person in the Centurion office." Sun Changming continues asking if Yan Xixiang has done anything unusual lately, and Shanliang blankly reveals that yes, his leader has been locking himself up, rarely showing his face anymore. He probes further, questioning what kind of background Yan Xixiang has. The gaze of Shanliang remains vacant under hypnosis as he slowly reveals that his master belongs to a prominent local clan. For generations, his family has served as court officials, including his uncle Yan Bajian, who is a vice minister. Supposedly, they are allied with the Grand Chancellor. Hearing this, Ah Wu gasps, noting that the Grand Chancellor usually acts so noble. In truth, he is the fiercest opponent of the reform faction led by the lady. Just then, Shanliang raises his hands and clutches his head, making Sun Changming quickly calculate his next move. He is breaking out of the melody only time for one final question. Quickly pressing on, he demands to know the ultimate plan of Yan Xixiang regarding the treasure mine. Clutching his head, Shanliang groans that Yan Xixiang claimed the treasure mine belongs to their Wangyun cliff post and nobody can steal it. Sun Changming wonders if Yan Xixiang was actually controlled, and whether this was just a hollow promise to calm his men or a guaranteed victory over the mine. As soon as he finishes speaking, Shanliang snaps back to his senses and smiles warmly again. He apologizes to Lord Sun, explaining he felt slightly unwell and delayed their journey. Turning around to continue leading the way, secretly thinking that after all this time, the report must have reached the Centurion as they finally arrive at 5 Bamboo Slope. Shanliang explains that the first ancient seal they discovered was actually built upon 3 massive boulders suspended right between them. Hearing his explanation, Sun Changming gestures to the group, ordering them to move forward. Suddenly, a dark figure darts out of nowhere, flashing right before his eyes as the 3 companions standing beside Sun Changming instantly collapse to the ground. His eyes widen. He stands completely stunned by this unexpected attack. Sensing something off, Sun Changming whips around and shouts, "What is that?" In that split second of danger, a sharp blade thrusts forward to shield him, with a voice shouting for him to watch out. Sun Changming looks at the newcomer in confusion, asking Yu Nianying how on earth she got here. He thought she was setting up guard posts with Senior Gu Suo, but Nianying swings her sword and yells to handle the immediate threat first, promising to explain the emergency later. Off to the side, a masked assassin clad in black is already rushing toward them. He moves with lightning speed across the rocky ground, prompting Sun Changming to warn her that this foe is a powerful Fifth Realm master. Nianying nods in agreement and immediately concentrates, chanting an incantation to trigger her special transformation, turning her hair into a striking silver-white color. Sun Changming uncorks his gourd, summoning little Loach to come forth, while Nianying grips her sword tightly, noting it has been a while since they last fought side by side. Shouting out the order, he sends little Loach charging straight ahead. With a quick nod, little Loach ascends into the sky and forcefully spits out a relentless barrage of jade bullets. The masked assailants react with lightning reflexes, twisting their bodies to dodge the incoming barrage of jade bullets. Before one of the black-clad enemies can even process the attack, Nianying somehow materializes directly behind his back, forcing the panicked assassin to slam his hand onto the ground to scramble away as fast as possible. Waiting ahead, Sun Changming blocks his path. He raises his artifact high, calling upon the Imperial Jade Seal to suppress the enemy, sending the glowing block shooting straight toward the black-clad figure. Frozen on the spot, the assassin wonders in sheer disbelief how this kid is exerting such overwhelming pressure to suppress him. Nianying and little Loach strike simultaneously, and as the creature gets right in the face of the masked man, cold sweat pours down his forehead. A deafening crash echoes through the air as their attacks connect. Now, the black-robed figure lies completely motionless on the ground, and Sun Changming pulls down the mask to find it is actually Yan Xixiang. He wonders why the man would ambush him, as Nianying reverts to her normal form and admits she was just about to explain. Lord Lu sent a secret letter about a massive crisis in the capital. Various factions are plotting a rebellion, including the uncle of Yan Xixiang named Yan Bajian. Hearing this, Sun Changming whips his head around in absolute shock. Nianying explains that Lord Lu is urgently summoning them to the capital, likely having anticipated this exact move. Since the Yan family has acted so quickly, they must set off for the capital immediately. Changming leaned down, gently stroking the little Loach's head. So that was how it was. He never expected to leave for such a reason. But just a second later, he looked up, his eyes filled with absolute determination. Let them come. He wanted to see what conspiracy lay behind it all. Finally, Changming, the little Loach, and Nianying left Wuzhu Slope to pick up Chang'an. They set off for the imperial capital,